Chapter 161 The Terrified Lady Xiang. Madame Xiang stood up from the bed. She was angry. It seems that without using some real skills, I won't be able to subdue Master Hua. She spoke sweetly, and with a flick of her slender hand, a short sword appeared in her grasp. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. The small pouch at the woman's waist piqued his interest. Storage bag. Lady Xiang is undoubtedly a cultivator, but she is also a wealthy one. The short sword in her hand was another magical artifact. Lady Xiang threw the short sword into the air, and it flew up, leaving a magnificent trail. The sword gleamed coldly, and its blade hummed. The short sword spun a few times in the air before suddenly flying towards Hua Qiu. This is a method used by cultivators. Look at the sharpness of that short sword, even the most powerful martial saint in the mortal world cannot withstand it. Whoosh! The short sword pierced towards Hua Qiu's right chest. Lady Xiang did not intend to kill him immediately, but planned to severely injure him before subduing him. What do I have to fear from a mere low-level magic weapon? Hua Qiu didn't even bother to move, simply stretching out two fingers to pinch the short sword. Overestimating yourself. Madame Xiang shook her head with a smile. Even a chi refiner at the peak of foundation establishment wouldn't dare make such a foolish decision. She believed that Hua Qiu would be crying out in pain and full of regret after losing her finger. Under her gaze, Hua Qiu caught the short sword that was thrust at her. The short sword emitted a violent hum, and its sharp blade flashed. But what she expected did not happen. Hua Qiu's two fingers were perfectly fine, enveloped in a faint glow. After a brief buzzing, the short sword gradually returned to calm, and its sharp sword light gradually dimmed. Madame Xiang was stunned. Someone actually managed to withstand a magic sword with their bare hands without getting hurt. Moreover, it seems he even managed to subdue the magic sword. Lady Xiang frowned and quickly cast a spell to summon her magic sword. But her calls went unanswered. Madame Xiang's eyes showed surprise. She didn't understand how Hua Qiu had managed to do it. Crack! Hua Qiu pinched the short sword between his two fingers, and it broke off and fell to the ground with a crisp metallic sound. You destroyed the magic sword with your bare hands. Madame Xiang exclaimed. This is even more astonishing than him catching the magic sword with his bare hands. The materials used to forge magical artifacts must be extremely hard. How could they be easily destroyed? Use whatever other tricks you have up your sleeve, or you'll miss your chance, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Lady Xiang's expression turned somber. She had to admit that she had seriously underestimated this young chi cultivator who had risen from the mortal world. We should no longer treat this as a game. Sword, come! Lady Xiang stretched out a hand and called out towards the outside of the hall. She is summoning her most powerful magical artifact. Is this what you're calling? Hua Qiu casually tossed a red sword out, which flew out and hovered above Hua Qiu's head without moving. Madame Xiang's delicate body trembled violently. Isn't this the magical treasure she nurtured in the cave? How did it end up in Hua Qiu's hands? Lady Xiang formed a hand seal, attempting to summon the red sword. But there was no response. She panicked a little. Hua Qiu twitched his fingers slightly, and the red sword flew back and forth like a shadow, utterly docile. Madame Xiang stared wide-eyed. She dared not use that magical treasure often after obtaining it, and could only use secret techniques to wield it with great difficulty. But now, Hua Qiu has easily subdued them, making them completely obedient. Lady Xiang was deeply shocked. She finally realized that Hua Qiu was far beyond her expectations and was not someone she could control. The formation has been activated. Madame Xiang exclaimed in surprise, quickly employing another backup plan. As long as she can communicate with the Lin family's innate formation, she still has hope of suppressing Hua Qiu. What's going on? I clearly left a mark in the formation. Madame Xiang quickly showed a puzzled expression. Even the Lin family's grand formation was no longer under her control. You call that an imprint? Hua Qiu said with a mocking expression. It was too weak, and I accidentally destroyed it, he said calmly. Lady Xiang's mind was racing. All her methods were completely ineffective. Just who exactly is this Hua Qiu? Mrs. Xiang found it hard to believe. She had been paying attention to Hua Qiu for a long time. At that time, he was an ordinary young man with disabilities in both legs, nothing special. When he displayed his martial prowess and slaughtered everyone around him, he once again attracted the attention of Madame Xiang, who then considered subduing him. She knew that Hua Qiu must have obtained some extraordinary inheritance, but she didn't care. She was confident that she could bring Hua Qiu under her command just like she had brought others under her command. Now, she finally realizes how terribly wrong she was. Madame Xiang was already filled with fear. The two moves Hua Qiu has just shown prove that his strength far surpasses mine. He has the ability to kill himself. How could he have improved to this level in just over a month? This is absolutely impossible. Madame Xiang's face was grim. Suddenly, she was startled. There's only one possibility. Possession. It must have been a powerful cultivator who possessed his body, otherwise, nothing would make sense. Even the most talented genius couldn't possibly reach the foundation establishment stage in such a short time and steadily suppress her. Who exactly are you? Madame Xiang stared at Hua Qiu and asked solemnly. She guessed that the qi refining cultivator who possessed Hua Qiu's body was definitely far superior to the foundation establishment cultivator. Your Excellency, could it bet hat you come from the ethereal immortal realm? Madame Xiang frowned and added. What immortal realm? Hua Qiu frowned. These were words he had never heard before. So she's not from the immortal realm. Madame Xiang breathed a slight sigh of relief. If Hua Qiu really comes from the immortal realm, her situation is even more dangerous. Senior, I was unaware of your true identity before, and I apologize for any offense I may have caused. Madame Xiang clasped her hands in a fist and bowed to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. Does this Lady Xiang think he's some kind of old monster? To be honest, I possess a special constitution. All those who cultivate with me, it can rapidly improve one's cultivation level, Madame Xiang added. If you, senior, can be lenient, I am willing to dedicate myself to helping you in your cultivation. What do you think? Madame Xiang winked her charming eyes. She had to calm Hua Qiu down first and save her life. Hua Qiu looked at Madame Xiang's slender figure and smiled disdainfully. He has always relied on his own solid progress step by step in his cultivation, so how could he be tempted? Besides, he didn't believe that a beautiful woman could truly be a source of trouble and that Lady Xiang would willingly compromise and submit to him. He disliked this woman intensely because of her deep thoughts. Answer my question, Hua Qiu said calmly. Please ask, senior? Madame Xiang nodded respectfully. Where did Hua Dong go, and who took her away? He asked. Senior, are you also interested in that spirit? Madame Xiang asked with a surprised expression. Hua Qiu paused for a moment. Is Hua Dong a spirit? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Hua Qiu said coldly. I was wrong, I'll admit it right away, Madame Xiang quickly admitted. Hua Dong, a naturally gifted spirit, was taken away by a powerful qi cultivator. They're most likely heading to that legendary immortal realm. 162, Chapter 162. Where Hua Dong went. What kind of qi refiner, and where is the immortal realm? Hua Qiu pressed. Madame Xiang smiled slightly. Senior, what do you think of my suggestion? She asked with a charming smile. If a qi refiner as powerful as you, senior, were to accept me, I would certainly serve you wholeheartedly. Madame Xiang didn't want to tell Hua Qiu too much. She wanted to get Hua Qiu's answer first. Her senses were very sharp, and she could detect that Hua Qiu had always harbored murderous intent towards her. She feared that if she told Hua Qiu all the information, she would lose her value and Hua Qiu would take action against her. Your life is in my hands. Do you have a choice? Hua Qiu said coldly. Senior is so heartless. I had no such intentions, Madame Xiang said sweetly. If I were to become yours, what wouldn't I tell you? You think you're so charming? Hua Qiu asked sarcastically. In my experience, what kind of stunning beauty haven't I seen? You don't even rank in the top 10. Your words and actions disgust me. If you dare to cause any more trouble, I will kill you. Madame Xiang looked completely dazed. She has a naturally alluring figure, and wherever she goes, she is the center of attention. This is the first time someone has ever expressed such disgust for her, saying she's repulsive. Lady Xiang was so angry that her delicate body trembled violently. So, senior, you have no intention of letting me go? Madame Xiang sneered. It depends on your performance. If you cooperate, I can leave you with a whole corpse, Hua Qiu said calmly. Hee, Madame Xiang laughed, no longer putting on airs. I'm not going to tell you what you want, and no, I don't believe you would really dare to kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to know anything. She looked completely confident. Don't be too confident. You might not be able to kill me. The consequences of killing me are something even you can't afford. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Whoosh! The red sword hovering above his head shot towards Madame Xiang in an instant. Madame Xiang was shocked, never expecting that Hua Qiu would actually dare to make a move without a word. So direct, so unexpected. She quickly patted the storage bag, trying to use her life-saving treasure. But it was too late. The power that the magical artifact controlled by Hua Qiu could unleash far exceeded Madame Xiang's imagination. Before the terrified Lady Xiang could even activate her life-saving magic weapon, she was already pierced through the chest by the red sword. Her eyes widened, and she collapsed with a look of resentment on her face. There was confusion in her eyes. She couldn't understand how Hua Qiu could so decisively commit murder. Hua Qiu put away the spiritual treasure and walked to the body of Madame Xiang. Without further ado, he directly used the soul-searching technique. A moment later, a wisp of illusory soul floated out from Madame Xiang's corpse. Madame Xiang looked at Hua Qiu with utter terror. She had never heard of or seen such magic before. Hua Qiu, with a cold face, invaded the space with her divine sense. Lady Xiang's soul became sluggish. Her past memories flashed before Hua Qiu's eyes like a fleeting glimpse. Lady Xiang comes from an extremely secretive family of cultivators. She was born with a spiritual body and was given special attention from a young age, so she was used to being treated differently. As she grew older, her alluring spirit matured, becoming increasingly captivating, and she was kept under the protection of her family deep within their territory. However, it still couldn't be hidden. A powerful Qi cultivator stormed the door, intending to snatch the person. The entire family was almost completely slaughtered, but Lady Xiang managed to escape and enter the secular world. She arrived in the Qishan Mountains and discovered the Lin family's innate formation. She then managed to enter the Lin family, instigated internal strife within the family, and seized control of the entire Lin family for her own use. At the same time, she frequently ventured into the mortal world, searching for talented martial artists, recruiting them and training them, hoping that one day a powerful Qi cultivator would find her and she could protect herself. Once, she entered the mortal world and discovered that Hua Qiu's younger sister, Hua Dong, was a born spirit, so she prepared to take Hua Dong away. Suddenly, a mysterious Qi cultivator appeared out of nowhere and took a liking to Hua Dong. Lady Xiang dared not show herself, but only watched from the shadows. Later, the Qi cultivator took Hua Dong away, and she picked up the bracelet that Hua Dong had left behind, sighing with regret. Madame Xiang visited Hua Qiu and discovered that Hua Qiu also possessed spiritual roots, so she began to pay attention to him. It wasn't until Hua Qiu suddenly rose to prominence that she considered subduing him. Unfortunately, Madame Xiang never expected that this Hua Qiu was not the Hua Qiu of the past, but the supreme immortal emperor reborn and returned. Hua Qiu's expression turned gloomy after reading Madame Xiang's valuable memories. He saw that on that day, Hua Dong was approached by a mysterious Qi cultivator. Follow me to the immortal realm to cultivate, and stop being a useless mortal, the Qi refiner tempted Hua Dong. Once you have successfully cultivated and reached the foundation establishment stage, become my furnace vessel. I will make you second only to one person and above 10,000 others. I will not leave my family. Hua Dong did not understand the Qi refiner's words and refused without hesitation. But the Qi cultivator said he could help Hua Dong fulfill his wish. At the time, the naive Hua Dong was only thinking about how to get the 700,000 yuan for his mother's medical treatment. The Qi cultivator easily made money. Okay, I'll go with you. I agree to be your furnace cauldron, Hua Dong agreed with tears in his eyes. As she left, her eyes were filled with endless longing, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry brother, goodbye forever, Hua Dong cried as he left those words before being taken away. The flashback ended abruptly there. Hua Qiu's veins bulged, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. My younger sister, Hua Dong, was taken away by a Qi cultivator from the immortal realm and will become someone else's furnace. Anger and heartache filled his chest, making him feel like he was about to explode. If Hua Dong was really murdered, he could not atone for his sins even if he died 10,000 times. The immortal realm, where is the immortal realm? Hua Qiu roared, his eyes bloodshot. He searched through Lady Xiang's memories but still couldn't find the location of the immortal realm. Because in this woman's memory, the immortal realm was just a legend. That was a completely different, hidden world, rumored to have been created by top Qi cultivators in ancient times. The immortal realm contains powerful lineages and even more powerful Qi refiners. Lady Xiang had no idea where the immortal realm was. She simply picked up Hua Dong's things and used them to threaten Hua Qiu. Ah! Hua Qiu was so enraged that he crushed Madame Xiang's soul. The thought that his younger sister, Hua Dong, might become someone else's furnace vessel caused him immense heartache. He wished he could rush to the immortal realm right now and destroy the entire immortal realm. Even after venting her anger, Hua Qiu still looked pained. Hua Dong is a born spiritual body, but even with abundant resources, it will take her several years to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. I still have a chance to save her, he murmured. Strength, I need unparalleled strength. Hua Qiu said emphatically. He believed that as long as he was powerful enough, nothing and no one could escape his notice. Once I reach the third level of the creation technique, I will be able to use the creation divine art and explore the world. Hua Qiu's eyes burned with determination, his heart set on his goal. I must find my sister before she is murdered. We must rescue her. 163, Chapter 163, 10 Years of Planning by Lin Tianzhou. Hua Qiu removed the storage bag from Madame Xiang's body. He erased Lady Xiang's traces and probed inside with his divine sense. There were also a few magical artifacts inside, and dozens of low-grade spirit stones were stored there. Hua Qiu, where are you? A sound came from outside. After settling their ancestor in, the Lin family members entered the main hall. The journey in was unusually quiet, which greatly worried the Lin family. They feared that Hua Qiu was no match for Madame Xiang and had already been dealt with. Lin Sini anxiously called out Hua Qiu's name and walked into the center of the main hall. The first thing that caught my eye was the 3 corpses on the ground. Lady Xiang's 3 followers had blood gushing from holes between their eyebrows. Their deaths were gruesome. The Lin family members were shocked. Including the 2 who died outside, 5 powerful martial kings have now died at Hua Qiu's hands. They looked up at the top of the main hall and saw Hua Qiu's figure. Mr. Hua. The group rushed upstairs. Where is that witch? Where did she go? They asked as they ran. Hua Qiu gestured for them to look at the ground to one side. Lady Xiang's body lay there quietly. What? The group looked utterly shocked. For over a decade, Madame Xiang oppressed the Lin family, suffocating them. Even the powerful Lin family patriarch was no match for Madame Xiang. They had assumed that no matter how powerful Hua Qiu was, it would be a tough battle once he entered. But how long has it been? It might not even take 10 minutes. Without hearing any earth-shattering battle sounds, Lady Xiang had already been killed by Hua Qiu. There were no signs of battle inside the main hall, indicating that the battle ended extremely quickly. He killed Lady Xiang in an instant. The Lin family was deeply shocked. No one knew exactly what level Hua Qiu was at, all they knew was that it was a realm beyond the comprehension of all of them. Heaven has eyes, that hateful witch is finally dead. A member of the Lin family cried out, tears streaming down his face. The Lin family can finally get back on track, they wept with joy. Looking at the elders, Lin Xini was also moved by the scene, and her eyes filled with tears. She looked at Hua Qiu, her eyes filled with gratitude. It was he who saved the entire Lin family, and he saved her too. Looking back on their first meeting, she still regarded Hua Qiu as a good-for-nothing and felt disgusted by him. Who would have thought that Hua Dong's older brother would be so powerful and invincible, that even ancient martial arts families needed his help? Dong, you're right, your brother's really amazing. Lin Xini looked at Hua Qiu with tears and smiles, gradually becoming somewhat dazed. Outside the Lin family's residence, in the valley, a group of people rushed over in a great hurry. Hurry, everyone, go faster. Lin Tianjiao, supported by two martial venerables, charged into the valley first, his expression filled with anxiety, shouting incessantly. He couldn't help but be anxious. He told Hua Qiu to wait for him for a month while he went to gather and prepare forces to attack the Lin family and seize power. But he didn't expect Hua Qiu to be so impatient, wanting to go to the Lin family in less than half a month. This time, his daughter went along too. He was extremely worried and rushed back to Qishan as quickly as possible to gather martial artists to come here. In addition to the martial venerables and Hanguo King that Hua Qiu had seen in the black market last time, there were a few more martial venerables. This force should not be underestimated anywhere in the secular world. But when it came to fighting against the Lin family and Madame Xiang, Lin Tianjiao had no confidence at all. Lin Tianjiao's expression was extremely solemn. This time, he came with a do-or-die mentality. Taking out the token and activating the Lin family's grand formation, Lin Tianjiao led the martial venerables inside. The journey was smooth and unimpeded, with no one stopping them. The Lin family estate was unusually quiet. Lin Tianjiao's mood grew increasingly heavy. The quieter it is, the more unsettling it becomes. Halfway up the mountain, several corpses were found after confirmation. They were all members of the outer sect. He urged everyone to quicken their pace, and they soon entered the Lin family mansion. On the ground, there was still a pile of corpses. Those corpses were all martial venerable experts. The martial venerable who was following them was surprised to find that the people had powerful auras. There's even a great martial venerable. They were all killed in one move. The person who made the move might be stronger than me. Hanguo King said with a stern face. It must have been Hua Qiu who killed him, Lin Tianjiao pondered. Mr. Hua's strength is truly astonishing, Hanguo King exclaimed. He admired him immensely. These people have only been dead for a short time, maybe we can catch up with them, Lin Tianjiao quickly called for everyone to follow. With each step closer to the main hall on the back mountain, Lin Tianjiao's mood grew heavier. That enchanting Lady Xiang was an insurmountable mountain in his heart. Look, there are two corpses over there. Someone shouted. Everyone rushed over to check. These two are 8th rank martial kings. King Hanguo exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling. Still a one-hit kill. He was utterly shocked. Everyone could hardly hide their shock. An 8th rank martial king. He is already the strongest in the secular world. Apart from the reclusive and transcendent martial saints, they are the pinnacle of the mortal world. There were actually two right in front of me. However, even such a powerful being was killed in a single move. Those who would kill must be either transcendent martial saints or something else entirely. If it was indeed Mr. Hua who killed him, then he is the martial saint. King Hanguo said slowly. Lin Tianjiao was very surprised. He finally understood why Hua Qiu dared to barge in so brazenly. Is that kid's cultivation like he's flying on a rocket? After a moment of shock, the group continued upwards. Soon, they saw the two people. Big brother. Someone called out to Lin Tianjiao in surprise from ahead. Third brother. Lin Tianjiao rushed over. Finally, I saw a living person. This is ancestor. He was shocked to see a person leaning against the stone steps beside him. Third brother, what happened? He asked quickly. It's all that damned witch's fault. Lin Tianjiao's third brother said through gritted teeth. He actually manipulated the ancestor, making him intercept and kill us. Lin Tianjiao's expression changed. Sending a transcendent martial saint to intercept them, what a grand gesture. And who can stop them? What's going on with you now? Lin Tianjiao asked, his voice filled with doubt and uncertainty. Thanks to Mr. Hua, he easily suppressed the ancestor in one move. I am here keeping watch, and they've already gone inside. I reckon they're probably fighting with the demoness. Lin Tianjiao's breath hitched. The Lin family patriarch, a transcendent martial saint. In a single exchange, he was easily suppressed by Hua Qiu. Just how strong is that kid? How long have they been inside? It's been more than half an hour. Lin Tianjiao felt a chill run down his spine and immediately led his men towards the main hall. Even though Hua Qiu displayed such astonishing strength, he still couldn't relax. Because, Madame Xiang is terrifying. Thump thump thump, a group of people rushed into the main hall at an extremely fast speed. Witch, I've come to take your life. Lin Tianjiao shouted as he rushed into the hall, only to find the Lin family members staring blankly at him. Tianjiao, you've arrived. An elder called out from above. Where is that demoness? Lin Tianjiao looked around warily. The martial masters behind him also adopted defensive stances, extremely vigilant. The elder pointed to the ground. Lin Tianjiao glanced at it, and his mind went blank for a moment. That is the body of Lady Xiang. The demoness has been executed, killed by Mr. Hua, the elder said with a sigh. Lin Tianjiao was stunned. He stared at the corpse in disbelief for a long time. She is really dead. Lin Tianjiao's expression was extremely complicated. That witch and sorceress, who oppressed the Lin family for over a decade, just died like that. 10 years of planning, all for the purpose of overthrowing the witch and revitalizing the Lin family. 10 years of painstaking effort and countless hard work. They marched in with a fierce determination to die, only to be met with this scene. Lin Tianjiao suddenly found it incredibly ridiculous. 10 years of planning just to see a corpse? 164, Chapter 164, Annihilation and Subjugation. The Lin family began to settle scores. With the addition of the troops brought by Lin Tianjiao, they now possessed considerable strength and easily quelled the internal strife within the Lin family. All the surviving members of the Lin family's outer sect were arrested and taken to the main hall. The only 2 surviving followers of Lady Xiang are also on the list. No, mistress. Upon seeing Lady Xiang's body, both of them stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. In the eyes of all her followers, Lady Xiang is an unparalleled figure in terms of both charm and strength. They couldn't believe that their powerful matriarch could be killed. My lady, the burly man was overwhelmed with grief and burst into tears. It is not hard to see that he was a loyal man who truly grieved for his master's death. The previously frivolous follower's face turned extremely ugly after the initial shock. He looked at Hua Qiu, whose expression was indifferent, and his heart was in turmoil. He knew this person was very strong, otherwise he wouldn't have killed 2 of his companions in a single encounter. But he really couldn't believe that even Madame Xiang, Hua Qiu, could be killed. This person is not that loyal. He would follow Madame Xiang for 2 reasons. First, because Madame Xiang was powerful, and second, because Madame Xiang gave him high-level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. Now that Lady Xiang is dead, he is terrified and worried about his future. Mr. Hua, what do you think we should do with these 2? The Lin family asked Hua Qiu for his opinion. Hua Qiu was in a bad mood and looked down at him with murderous intent. The frivolous followers were terrified. That gaze, so cold and indifferent, put him under immense pressure, and cold sweat instantly poured down his back. Mr. Hua, these 2 are an 8th grade martial king and a 6th grade grand martial grandmaster. both extremely powerful martial artists. It would be a pity to kill them like this, an old man from the Lin family hurriedly said, fearing that Hua Qiu would kill the two with a wave of his hand. If they are willing to submit, they can be spared death, Hua Qiu said calmly. The frivolous followers, upon hearing this, felt that an opportunity had arrived. I can submit, but you must agree to my conditions. He began to negotiate for his own benefit. He felt that this person, who was capable of killing Madame Xiang, must be at a higher level and able to offer more valuable terms than Madame Xiang. Humph, you want me to submit? Don't even dream about it. The burly man beside him shouted with hatred. You killed my mistress, I will never forgive you. If you don't kill me, I will make you pay for your blood debt in the future. He roared. As you wish, Hua Qiu said coldly, raising his hand to unleash a burst of creative spiritual energy. That streak of light left a dazzling trail in the air. Boom! The spiritual light crashed down in the blink of an eye, exploding on the big man's body. In an instant, the big man exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Blood splattered on another follower's face, scaring him so much that he turned pale and collapsed to the ground, utterly terrified. What an astonishing method! With a wave of his hand, the big man was gone. Not even a trace of the remains remained. The outer members of the Lin family were terrified, and some were even so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. The Lin family members were also astonished. When they looked at Hua Qiu, their eyes were filled with awe. Hua Qiu looks very young. But he is incredibly powerful and ruthless. They killed without hesitation or delay. Lin Sini turned pale with fright, unable to bear the sight of such a bloody scene. But she also knew that Hua Qiu had done the right thing. She forced herself to go outside, despite feeling unwell. Is this Mr. Hua's strength? The martial arts masters in the black market felt their scalps tingle. That was an extremely powerful 8th rank martial king. Hua Qiu extinguished it with a simple wave of his hand, so easily. Hangu Emperor was extremely fortunate. That day, thankfully, I surrendered without even fighting Hua Qiu. Otherwise, their fate would be uncertain. We confess, Lin Zonlin, the leader of the outer sect, was terrified and kept kowtowing on the ground. Please, for the sake of our shared ancestry, spare our lives. They were terrified, fearing that Hua Qiu might wipe them out if he was displeased. The Lin family members, you can deal with this yourselves, Hua Qiu said calmly to the Lin family members. Thank you, Mr. Hua. The group quickly bowed and expressed their gratitude. They were genuinely afraid that all of Hua Qiu would be wiped out. The Lin family suffered a devastating blow, leaving them with very few members to begin with. Hua Qiu looked at Madame Xiang's last follower. What did you just say? You have conditions? He asked coldly. The man was startled and his body trembled. He was terrified when he witnessed his companion being killed in the blink of an eye. How could I dare to make any more demands? No conditions. He quickly replied. To be able to follow my master is the greatest honor of my life. I have no conditions. Please take me in, master. I am willing to give my life for you, even at the cost of my life. He bowed respectfully to Hua Qiu. Everyone was stunned. That's an 8th rank martial king. No one present was of a higher cultivation level than him. But he was extremely humble, flattering Hua Qiu relentlessly and bowing repeatedly. Where has the arrogance of an 8th rank martial king gone? The Lin family members looked at each other in bewilderment. This person was once the most arrogant of Lady Xian's followers. Who would have thought he had such a humble side? Hua Qiu frowned. He doesn't like people like that. From now on, you will stay in the Lin family and serve them, Hua Qiu said. What? Fu Kong raised his eyebrows, unable to believe his ears. He was a dignified 8th rank martial king, a top-tier existence surpassing even the martial saint. He's actually being driven around by people who used to serve him? Where does that leave him to save face? What, you have a problem with that? Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. That cold, murderous gaze was once again fixed on Fu Kong. Fu Kong's breath hitched for a moment. Your subordinate dares not. He quickly prostrated himself again, speaking hastily he shouted. I will do whatever my master tells me to do, I will never dare to have any complaints. Hua Qiu took out a pill and threw it at him. If this pill is not taken regularly and the antidote is not taken regularly, the person will die from intestinal perforation and abdominal rot, he said. Whether you eat it or not is your choice. Fu Kong's expression showed struggle, but he could only manage a bitter smile. Does he have a choice? If you don't eat, you'll only face death. Fu Kong swallowed the pill in one gulp, acting very decisively. His face was bitter, and he felt hopeless about life. Suddenly, Hua Qiu threw out another pill. After taking this pill, you will be able to break through to the Martial Saint realm within 10 years, but you will only reach the Martial Saint realm for the rest of your life, Hua Qiu said. These are some defective products he made when he was refining pills before. What? Fu Kong exclaimed in shock, holding the pill. Not just him, everyone's mouths dropped open. The Martial Saint, transcendent and otherworldly. That's a true legendary martial artist. Which martial saint didn't go through countless hardships to reach the transcendent realm? Let alone martial saint, even martial venerable is a level that countless martial artists dream of reaching. But Hua Qiu's single pill could enable Fu Kong to become a martial saint within 10 years. What kind of miraculous elixir is that? He actually gave it to a servant. Everyone was almost breathless, their faces filled with envy. They all wanted to become Hua Qiu's slaves. What an amazing benefit that is. Thank you, master. Fu Kong was overjoyed and quickly swallowed the pill, then bowed deeply to Hua Qiu. This time, he bowed down willingly and wholeheartedly. Unexpectedly, his new master bestowed upon him tremendous fortune. He had a premonition that his future achievements would be unimaginable. 165, Chapter 165 Martial Arts Myth? Mr. Hua, please save our Lin family's ancestor. Two members of the Lin family carried the Lin family patriarch into the main hall, bowed to Hua Qiu, and pleaded. Hua Qiu nodded and went downstairs. He placed one hand on the head of the Lin family patriarch, extending his divine sense into the Lin family patriarch's world of consciousness. The Lin family patriarch's consciousness had long since fallen into a deep sleep. His consciousness was imprisoned by Madame Xian using a secret method, thus controlling his body. With a thought, the red sword flew out and slashed down at the Lin family patriarch. The Lin family was stunned. They still thought Hua Qiu was going to kill the patriarch. But nothing particularly special happened after that sword strike. Only an invisible wave passed down and struck the Lin family patriarch. Crash! Crash! The sound of something breaking came from inside his body. This was Hua Qiu severing the shackles binding his body. He didn't know what kind of secret technique Madame Xian used, but breaking it wouldn't be a problem. As the sound of shattering rang out, the consciousness of the Lin family patriarch slowly began to recover. He slowly opened his eyes. Ancestor! The Lin family members all excitedly surrounded him. The Lin family patriarch was initially bewildered, but his expression changed when he saw those familiar faces. His eyes were cloudy, and his aged voice was numb. Ancestor, you've finally woken up. The Lin family members' eyes were filled with tears, their hearts aching. This is the Lin family's strongest protector. But he has been unconscious for several years since he was controlled by that witch. He was originally in seclusion on the back mountain of the Lin family. In the face of a family crisis, the Lin family was forced to awaken him, hoping he could deal with the demoness. Unexpectedly, that demoness was too powerful, even the ancestor was no match for her. In the end, the patriarch was severely injured and became the demoness' puppet, and they were also cruelly enslaved. What's going on? The Lin family patriarch was still somewhat dazed. Ancestor, the demoness is dead, our Lin family is saved. The Lin family members said to him happily. The Lin family patriarch slowly revealed a look of surprise. The witchie's dead, how did she die? He could hardly believe it. Even a martial saint like him was no match for that demoness. Who can kill her? Ancestor, it was that Mr. Hua who killed the demoness. The group pointed at Hua Qiu and said. The Lin family patriarch looked at Hua Qiu. Their gazes froze instantly. Because he saw the red sword floating above Hua Qiu's head. That was something he remembered very clearly. In the battle against the demoness, once this sword was drawn, he was forced to retreat in defeat. In the end, he was even forced to defend desperately, but was still easily pierced by the red sword. You fiend, don't even think about harming my people. The Lin family patriarch instantly became agitated. In his impaired state of consciousness, he didn't think much at all. In his eyes, anyone who could wield that red sword must be an ally of the demoness. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from him, directly blasting the Lin family members away. The black market martial arts masters looked terrified. Many people were experiencing the aura of the martial saint for the first time and were terrified. They are on completely different levels from martial venerable experts. Ancestor, that's not a demon, he's our Lin family's benefactor. The Lin family members cried out anxiously. Shut up, have you all been bewitched by this demon? The Lin family patriarch roared in anger. His aura continued to rise, like a volcano erupting. Hua Qiu's expression changed slightly. The Lin family patriarch he suppressed earlier was under control, operating mechanically and not displaying much of his true martial saint strength. Now it seems that the martial saint wasn't so bad after all, he still deserves the title of transcendent martial saint. No wonder those martial artists always say that those below the martial saint are all ants. You fiend, I'll destroy you. The Lin family patriarch roared, and with a boom, he flew towards Hua Qiu and attacked. His aura surged, his power far exceeding that of when he was under someone else's control. The strong winds generated by the residual force alone caused everyone to stagger and fall. Ancestor, stop! The Lin family members were extremely anxious. They were terrified that their ancestor might actually harm Hua Qiu. After all, the old ancestor, who had gone all out in a fit of rage, had even made the demoness change color, and she had to use her killing move to win. They were even more afraid that Hua Qiu would be angered and use that red sword to kill the ancestor. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly, and he took a step forward. Bang! Bang! Countless ripples spread from where he stood, his aura incredibly powerful. Energy emanated from his body, forming the shape of a large hand. Kill, kill, kill! The Lin family patriarch's killing intent surged, and he was like a man of fire, his scorching aura evaporating the air. The fire attribute internal energy, extremely strong in yang, seemed poised to incinerate everything. This left the black market martial masters utterly shocked. In comparison, the energy hand that Hua Qiu condensed was much calmer, without any imposing power. Faced with the Lin family patriarch's blazing aura, Hua Qiu calmly controlled his energy hand to meet him. Break! Shouted the Lin family patriarch, trying to destroy the giant hand. Call! However, his billowing aura vanished instantly upon striking the giant hand. The Lin family patriarch froze, his expression turning to surprise. The next moment, he spun rapidly in the air, like a human-shaped whirlwind of fire, and pierced through the giant hand. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly and clenched one hand gently. Puff! Thick white smoke billowed out, and the Lin family patriarch was grabbed by a large hand, his aura quickly extinguished. His powerful aura also weakened rapidly. This is impossible! The Lin family patriarch exclaimed in shock. Even that vixen couldn't extinguish his arrogance. How did this person manage to do it? Destroy them! Hua Qiu shouted coldly, his hands behind his back. As soon as he finished speaking, the last bit of arrogance of the Lin family patriarch was completely extinguished. His powerful aura was no longer revealed in the slightest. They immediately ceased their efforts. The Lin family patriarch was stunned. Everyone was stunned. A raging, transcendent martial saint, incredibly powerful. He went all out, but still he was easily suppressed by Hua Qiu. This can only prove one point. Mr. Hua's realm is far above that of the martial saint. Han Wu King said in a daze. Everyone was suddenly startled. Above the martial saint. A legend for all time. Could it bet had he has reached the realm of martial arts legend, someone exclaimed, speechless. The moment they had this thought, their hearts were filled with turbulent emotions. The title of transcendent martial saint is already considered a legend in the secular martial arts world. For martial artists in the secular world, many are completely unaware of the existence of ancient martial arts families. Furthermore, I have never seen anyone who has transcended the martial saint. But there is a legend that has been heard by people from all walks of life. That was a truly legendary existence in the ancient martial arts world. Martial arts legend. God of martial arts, ancestor of martial arts. For martial artists, martial arts myths are pretty much the same as the gods and immortals in the minds of ordinary people. In today's martial arts world, no one has ever heard of or seen a martial arts legend. But Hua Qiu's immense power sparked their speculation. If a living martial arts legend were to truly appear in the world, what enormous waves will this create in the martial arts world? 166, Chapter 166. Yunlong bows his head. The Lin family patriarch was no longer able to unleash any power. He looked extremely surprised. He didn't know what kind of technique it was that could suppress his martial saint cultivation so completely. Hua Qiu waved one hand downwards. Boom! He grabbed the Lin family patriarch with his large hand and slammed him hard onto the floor of the main hall. A large crater appeared on the ground, and the Lin family patriarch lay inside, covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. Are you awake? Hua Qiu asked coldly. The Lin family patriarch looked grim. In front of so many members of the Lin family, he, a dignified patriarch, was so suppressed that he couldn't let go of his pride. Still not awake, are you? Hua Qiu was about to grab him and slam him to the ground again. Wake up, the Lin family patriarch quickly waved his hand and said. Hua Qiu then released him, and the energy hand dissipated. The Lin family rushed over and helped him up. Mr. Hua, we are so sorry, our ancestor has just woken up, so he may not be fully conscious, please forgive him, the group apologized apologetically. Ancestor, that's the great benefactor who saved our Lin family, how could you lay a hand on him? Someone said helplessly to the Lin family patriarch. Save the Lin family? The Lin family patriarch was stunned. Yes, Mr. Hua rescued us, that which has been killed by him. The Lin family patriarch wore an incredulous expression. He had a deep understanding of how formidable Lady Xiang was. Even someone as powerful as him, who was already at the pinnacle of the martial arts world, was no match for him. The other party actually managed to kill that demoness. How strong must he be? Immediately, the Lin family members told the Lin family patriarch everything that Hua Qiu had done after coming to the Lin family. The Lin family patriarch's eyes widened upon hearing this. He could easily kill even the martial king, and he could easily suppress even the martial saint. He also dealt with Lady Xiang with ease. The Lin family patriarch couldn't help but swallow. Who is this person? Could it be that he really is a legendary martial arts legend? Senior Hua, I have offended you greatly, please forgive me. The Lin family patriarch quickly clasped his hands in apology. Although Hua Qiu looked extremely young, he subconsciously felt that Hua Qiu was the kind of person whose cultivation had reached a state of perfection and who had become young again. Thank you so much, Senior, for saving my Lin family. The Lin family patriarch bowed deeply to Hua Qiu. Thank you so much for saving the Lin family, Senior. The Lin family members also bowed in gratitude. Lin Tianjiu looked at it with a strange expression. He coughed lightly. Ancestor, actually Hua Qiu is only 23 years old this year, he said weakly. What? The Lin family patriarch stood there dumbfounded, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a goose egg, his martial saintly demeanor completely gone. All the Lin family members were dumbfounded. Lin Tianjiu's words were truly terrifying. 23 years old. Above the martial saint. In ancient martial arts families, reaching the martial venerable realm at the age of 23 is already considered an unparalleled genius, worthy of being ranked on the list of ancient martial arts prodigies. Reaching the martial saint level. Unheard of, no one in hundreds of years has ever possessed such talent. Even the martial ancestor recorded in martial arts history books 1,000 years ago was not this amazing at this age. The Lin family patriarch had never been so shocked. What kind of concept is that? Truly unparalleled throughout the ages. Surpassing all the prodigies, standing on one leg like a golden rooster. I never imagined that I would encounter such an amazing genius in my lifetime, the Lin family patriarch exclaimed with emotion. Everyone in the Lin family looked saddened. Who can maintain this mindset? Lin Tianzhao's feelings were also complicated. The first time he met Hua Qiu displayed the strength of a martial venerable, which shocked him. The second time, he was able to intimidate King Wu into admitting defeat with his imposing presence. Lin Tianzhao was overjoyed and felt that his great plan was about to succeed. The third time, he directly suppressed the martial saint and killed Madame Xiang. The Lin family members were excited, but Hua Qiu remained indifferent. He received news of his sister, but he couldn't feel happy. Hua Qiu slowly walked down from the top of the main hall. He walked outside the hall and looked down over the entire Lin family estate. I'll borrow the Lin family's grand formation for a bit, he said calmly. Then, he waved his sleeves down the mountain. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from the mountains, and the clouds and mist changed. Hua Qiu is rebuilding the Lin family's grand formation. This was originally a natural formation for a small grotto heaven, and its use by the Lin family is undoubtedly a waste of its potential. Now, he has used his methods to reconstruct it, and the effects of the natural formation will be pushed to the extreme, making the Lin family's territory a true holy land for cultivation. Gradually, the Lin family's territory began to hum, and more white mist rose up. As the weather changed, the white mist began to take shape. Is Theta Dragon? The Lin family members were so shocked by the change that their jaws nearly dropped. The clouds and mist actually formed the shape of a dragon. Everyone was stunned. Hua Qiu could manipulate the heavens and earth with a wave of his hand. This ability was far beyond their comprehension. But then, something even more shocking happened. While they were in a daze, the dragon formed from the clouds came to life and began to twist its body. The dragon soared into the sky, its body stretching across the void, winding and long. Hold head high. A clear dragon roar rang out, echoing throughout the entire Lin family territory. Everyone was deeply shaken and stood there dumbfounded. They had never seen such a miracle before. Dragon dances in the sky, spirits surge in the grotto. Hua Qiu chanted. With his construction, the Lin family's territory will become a true paradise. The spiritual energy here will soon become much denser, several times more concentrated than before. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded as the cloud dragon flew through the sky, majestic and awe-inspiring. It is the spirit of this grotto heaven. It was Hua Qiu who liberated it, allowing it to take shape earlier. With Hua Qiu's help, perhaps after many years, this cloud dragon might even be able to shed its ethereal form and become a true spirit. Roar! The dragon tumbled in the sky for a while, then suddenly swooped down towards the Lin family's main hall. Everyone was terrified. He jumped, his face turning pale. Dragons are legendary creatures, and even if this is just a dragon made of clouds and mist, it still possesses immense power to intimidate. Who wouldn't be afraid? But the dragon suddenly stopped as it approached the Lin family's main hall. The dragon's might sent shivers down everyone's spines. They were all uneasy, not knowing what Yunlong was up to. Finally, Yunlong made a move. It slowly lowered its huge head and bowed to Hua Qiu. Everyone was deeply shocked by what they saw. These legendary beings actually worship Hua Qiu. The dragon bows its head. What exactly is he? Go ahead, Hua Qiu waved his hand. Yunlong nodded, soared into the sky, and then quickly swooped down, disappearing into the mountains and fields of the Lin family's territory. Its dragon body dissipated back into clouds and mist. Everyone felt much better after that, as it all felt extremely unreal. They even suspected that what they had seen before was a hallucination. From today onwards, even if 10 more Madame Xiangs come, they will not be able to break through the Lin family's great formation, Hua Qiu said, turning to the Lin family members. The Lin family members were completely bewildered. They couldn't really judge Madame Xiang's strength. Then what about the martial saint? The Lin family patriarch asked tentatively. Hua Qiu said calmly, no matter how many come, they will all die. Everyone was utterly shocked. 10 years from now, the Lin family will be very different, he continued. Martial venerables are everywhere, and martial saints are as numerous as cattle. Everyone's mouths dropped open. 167, Chapter 167. Let's drug it. The Lin family's territory has become completely different. After just one night at the Lin family's house, those black market martial arts masters felt their cultivation levels increase. While they were surprised, they also understood what Hua Qiu had said yesterday. 10 years later, martial venerables will be everywhere, and martial saints will be as common as cattle. When they heard that yesterday, they thought it was an exaggeration. However, they changed their minds overnight. The Lin family is an absolute holy land for cultivation. Even without much cultivation, simply staying in this place for a long time will naturally raise one's cultivation level. The black market martial arts masters were incredibly envious. After discussing it, they quickly found the Lin family and wanted to join them no matter what they did. They only wanted to stay in the Lin family to cultivate. The Lin family was naturally very happy to accept them as their guest advisors. In a mountain stream in the Lin family's territory, Hua Qiu sat cross-legged on a large rock. He was practicing the creation technique over and over again, desperately trying to improve his cultivation level. Even though he is now invincible in the mortal world. Even though he had never encountered anyone on earth with a higher cultivation level than him. But he dared not let his guard down. The thought that his sister might become someone else's sex slave in a few years filled him with rage and a sense of urgency. He wants to reach the third level of the creation technique as soon as possible, so that he can fly and escape into the earth. At that time, I will use the divine art of creation to determine the location of the immortal realm and my sister. In his previous life, it took him more than 100 years to reach the third level. At that point, he could no longer sense his sister's presence. This indicates that the person who performed the divination is deceased. This time, I will reach the third level in the shortest possible time. Hua Qiu's gaze was firm. With the aid of the Celestial Emperor's divine soul and consciousness, he was no longer the minor cultivator who struggled to cultivate as before. Hua Qiu sat cross-legged in the mountain stream, motionless. This sitting lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, Lin Sini would come twice a day to bring him water and food. That evening, Lin Sini arrived as usual. She was holding her food when she noticed that the food that had been brought to Hua Qiu that morning was untouched. Lin Sini couldn't help but sigh, her face full of heartache. She didn't know why, but Hua Qiu suddenly became heavy-hearted and spent 7 days and 7 nights cultivating here. Lin Sini took out a handkerchief, wet it, and wiped Hua Qiu's face. Hua Qiu's brow twitched, and she opened her eyes. Thank you for your hard work, Hua Qiu said. Actually, Lin Sini didn't need to do that. He felt no hunger, as he consumed spiritual energy and did not need to eat. He can remain clean even by being cleansed with spiritual energy. Hua Qiu, what's wrong? Lin Sini asked with great concern. Is there anything on your mind that you can tell me about? Hua Qiu's gaze darkened slightly. I want to find Hua Dong as soon as possible, Hua Qiu said. Therefore, I must ensure that whenever I encounter an enemy, I can crush them with invincibility. Lin Sini's expression was complicated. She didn't know where Hua Dong was or what dangers he might be facing. She felt extremely guilty, realizing that all she could do was worry but couldn't offer any help. I'm sorry, she said dejectedly. You did nothing wrong, Hua Qiu comforted her. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Hua Dong back safe and sound. Lin Sini nodded gently and said, I believe you. How could she not trust Hua Qiu? In her eyes, Hua Qiu was already an omnipotent being. Go on, I need to continue my cultivation, Hua Qiu smiled. Lin Sini obediently left. Not far from them, a few people were acting suspiciously. It was the Lin family patriarch and Lin Tianzhou and a few others. These past few days, they've frequently come here to spy on each other, trying to observe the progress of Hua Qiu and Lin Sini's relationship. Ever since Lin Tianzhou told them that Hua Qiu might become their Lin family's son-in-law, their eyes lit up like light bulbs. Think about it, if their relationship wasn't special, why would Hua Qiu help our Lin family so much? Not only did he save the Lin family from dire straits, but he also bestowed upon us immense fortune. How did he manage to do all that? It's all because he's interested in my little Sini, that's why he's doing his best. Let me tell you, he even killed the Shui family's prodigy just to prevent my daughter from marrying into the Shui family. Lin Tianzhou's words brought great joy to the Lin family. If Hua Qiu could really become the Lin family's son-in-law, that would be an incredible stroke of luck, something they would be more than happy to do. Therefore, everyone is eager to see new developments between the two. Especially the Lin family patriarch. He was so craving Hua Qiu's elixirs. He believed that Hua Qiu must have even higher-level divine pills, since a single pill could create a martial saint. He is the patriarch of the Lin family. If Hua Qiuzhen marries Lin Sini, won't his seniority rise? It's only natural for elders to ask younger generations for something in return. Hey, why are you all talk and no action? The group of people were getting impatient watching the two of them talk. They wished they could personally step forward and force themselves on the two of them. At this rate of development, when will they ever achieve anything? It'll probably be ages before they do. The Lin family patriarch said with a disappointed expression. Lin Tianzhou was also speechless. That man and woman, one pure and innocent, the other like a monk without desires or wants, they're really hard to deal with. Lin Tianzhou, can't you give her some pointers? Xiao Sini is so clueless, the Lin family patriarch scolded Lin Tianzhou. Lin Tianzhou looked helpless. How about we drug him? He said with a stern face. What? The group looked at him in surprise. Unless we use drugs, there's really no other way, Lin Tianzhou said bitterly. Several people shook their heads and said disdainfully. That's his own daughter. You know nothing. Lin Tianzhou roared. I can tell that Xiao Sini likes Hua Qiu, but Hua Qiu doesn't seem to reciprocate her feelings. Think about it, wouldn't other women have their eyes on such a brilliant genius? What if, over time, he gets seduced by other women? Then our little Sini won't have a chance. After hearing what Lin Tianzhou said, the others had no choice but to nod in agreement. How could an outstanding person lack women? If the proud daughters of those ancient martial arts families found out, they would probably be eager to do anything to win her over. Perhaps, drugging is indeed a good method, said the Lin family patriarch. This is by no means a despicable tactic. We are doing this to help others achieve their goals and create a beautiful story of a perfect match. He said with an air of righteous indignation. It has great potential, the others nodded in agreement. The Lin family members exchanged glances and all revealed lewd smiles. On the large rock, Hua Qiu suddenly flicked his sleeve. Call. A terrifying gust of wind swept over in an instant, causing the Lin family members to stumble and fall, leaving them bruised and battered. Get out! Hua Qiu's voice rang out. Mr. Hua, we dare not do it again. The Lin family quickly begged for mercy and scattered like birds and beasts. Judging from their expressions, they had no intention of giving up. As night fell, the stars twinkled. At one moment, Hua Qiu exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes gleaming. The first level of the creation technique is at its peak. I only need one more opportunity to advance to the second level. He muttered to himself. It seems that achieving the third level won't be long. He looked into the distance, his expression slightly serious. Huadong, I won't keep you waiting too long. 168, Chapter 168. Lu Cheng's sense of crisis. On the 8th day, Hua Qiu stopped his arduous cultivation. He has reached the peak of the first level of the creation technique, and only needs one opportunity to step into the second level. In situations like these, burying oneself in arduous study may not be the best approach. For 8 days, he had no contact with the outside world. Hua Qiu was afraid that her family would worry. He took out his phone and paused for a moment. This place is completely isolated from the world, there is no cell phone signal. Hua Qiu returned to the Lin family, found Lin Tianjiao, and asked him if anyone in the mortal world had come looking for him. Yes, there is. Lin Tianjiao nodded. A mother and daughter came to the northern branch several times looking for you, thinking you had disappeared. Although I told the people at the branch headquarters to tell them you were out on business, they didn't seem to believe me. They asked about it almost every day, and even posted missing person notices on the black market. Hua Qiu was stunned. Why didn't you tell me sooner? He said, displeased. You're so engrossed in your cultivation, I don't dare disturb you, Lin Tianjiao said helplessly. He couldn't bear the responsibility if Hua Qiu were to go astray. I'm going down the mountain, Hua Qiu said, turning to leave. Aren't you going to tell Cindy? Lin Tianjiao asked. Why would I tell her? We're not in that kind of relationship, Hua Qiu said, frowning. These days, the Lin family members always sneak up to the mountain stream and talk about him and Lin Cindy in a lewd way, and Hua Qiu always chases them away. Actually, some things can be resolved with just a word. Don't be shy, I have faith in you, Lin Tianjiao said, winking. Hua Qiu ignored him and went straight down the mountain. Wait for me, I'm going back to the northern branch too, let's go together. Lin Tianjiao hurriedly chased after him. After leaving the Lin family's grand formation and reaching the outskirts of Qishan, Hua Qiu's cell phone finally regained signal. The messages started scrolling wildly. Hundreds of missed calls. More than 100 unread messages. Hua Qiu glanced at the calls and saw that most of them were from Aunt Chu and Lu Yeye. The message was also sent by Lu Yeye. They all asked him where he had gone and why he hadn't come home yet. Later, she became very anxious, thinking that something had happened to Hua Qiu. Just as I was about to return the call, Lu Yeye called. Hello? Hua Qiu pressed the answer button. Lu Yeye was stunned for a moment, not expecting that the call would actually go through this time. Hua Qiu, where the hell have you been? Do you know how worried your mother and I were about you? Lu Yeye cried out. My mom is so worried she can't eat or sleep. She posted missing person notices and even called the police. She's almost sick with worry. Lu Yeye complained. I'm sorry, I have to go out, and there's no signal where I'm going, Hua Qiu apologized. Couldn't you have told us sooner? We thought something had happened to you, and my mom's eyes were all red from crying. It's my fault. I'll go back now. Please tell Aunt Chu. Then hurry up. Lu Yeye shouted. Then let's part ways here, Lin Tianjiao said. Don't forget to come back and visit Cindy in a couple of days, lest she misses you too much, he said with a smile. Hua Qiu glared at him. What Cindy? Which Cindy? You have other women outside. Lu Yeye almost exploded. Alright, I'll tell you when we get there. Hua Qiu hung up the phone. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he hadn't been to the Lu family's house for quite some time. Aunt Chu's concerns are understandable. Using her spiritual power, Hua Qiu sped towards the city. As we approached the Lu family's house, we could see the mother and daughter standing at the door, looking around anxiously. The two breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Hua Qiu appear. Aunt Chu, I'm sorry, I left in a hurry and didn't have time to say goodbye to you, Hua Qiu quickly apologized. It's alright, it's good that everyone is back safe and sound, Shuing said gently. But next time you must tell me in advance, otherwise if something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to your parents. Hua Qiu nodded repeatedly. You damn Hua Qiu, you stinky Hua Qiu, do you know how worried my mom was? To find you, she begged my dad to use his workplace resources to look for you, and we had a huge fight, Lu Yeye snorted. Hua Qiu was taken aback. How many times has this happened? Aunt Chu used to always put up with things, but since he came, she has argued with Lu Cheng many times because of him. Yeah, don't talk nonsense, Shuing scolded. Hua Qiu, don't overthink it, it has little to do with you, Shuing sighed and said. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. It's clear that Aunt Chu isn't in a good mental state. The unhappiness in her marriage was driving her to the brink of collapse. Lu Yeye, have you been crying? Hua Qiu asked, noticing Lu Yeye's red eyes. No way, I have edema. Lu Yeye turned her head away and said. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Lu Yeye has changed. She's not as arrogant and willful as before. Hua Qiu, Yeye is just as worried about you as I am. She's been exhausted from looking for you these past few days. You'll have to make it up to her later, Shuing said with a smile. How could she not see it? Her own daughter had already fallen in love with Hua Qiu. This was something she was happy to see, not just because of the childhood betrothal, but also because she was very satisfied with Hua Qiu and felt that he could bring happiness to her daughter. What, is he back? A voice sounded at the door. Lu Cheng walked out with a long face. Upon seeing Hua Qiu, he immediately showed his disgust. Hua Qiu, what's wrong with you? You've been out of contact for so many days without even telling your family, he scolded. She forced me to use my personal power, which could very well have a very bad impact on my future career. Just to find you, I made such a huge sacrifice. Don't you feel guilty? Because of Hua Qiu, Lu Cheng and Shuing have argued several times. He had a strong aversion to Hua Qiu. They wish Hua Qiu would really disappear. This time, it was my fault. Aunt Chu was just worried about me, Hua Qiu said calmly. If it has caused you any loss, I can make it up to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's face darkened. What compensation will you offer? He scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. In his eyes, Hua Qiu was just a poor boy from a poor family, which made his words seem utterly ridiculous. Alright, I'm not blaming you, but this kind of thing absolutely cannot happen again. He warned. Can't you just say less? Shuing couldn't stand it anymore. The most important thing is that people come back safely, but you're saying these things, is it really necessary? She was very angry. You, Lu Cheng's face turned angry, his gaze sharp. In the past, Shuing would never have dared to speak to him like that. She always spoke in a humble and submissive manner. They'd even turn against a poor kid for him. Dad, you've gone too far. Lu Yeye said, equally dissatisfied. My mom treats Hua Qiu like her own nephew. Isn't it normal for her to worry about him? It's just that you were bothered once, you're exaggerating. Lu Cheng looked incredulous. Even his own daughter spoke up for that poor boy. Didn't she really dislike Hua Qiu? What happened during this period? After all, Hua Qiu is my childhood betrothed. Given that relationship, it's only right that you help me. Why be so calculating? Lu Yeye said, blushing. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Not good. Even her daughter is about to be kidnapped. He glanced at Hua Qiu with utter disdain. What right does a penniless young man have to covet his precious daughter? He doesn't deserve it. According to his plan, someone like Lu Yeye, with her qualifications, must marry someone from a prominent family who could greatly help his career. It seems I have to do something, Lu Cheng thought in shock and anger. 169, Chapter 169. Another childhood betrothal. Hua Qiu's first dinner back at the Lu family home left Lu Cheng extremely unhappy. At the dinner table, Shuing and Lu Yeye kept serving food to Hua Qiu and constantly asking about her well-being. Lu Cheng, as the head of the family, was neglected and could only watch with envy from the sidelines. His rejection of Hua Qiu reached an extreme. This poor boy must be driven away. We absolutely cannot let anything happen between him and Yeye. Lu Cheng made up his mind. After finishing her meal, Hua Qiu returned to her room. The room was spotless, nothing had been touched, and his clothes were neatly arranged. Hua Qiu felt a sense of warmth. Aunt Chu gave him a motherly feeling. Thinking about Aunt Chu's current situation, he felt heavy-hearted. It's time to help her change her fate. Hua Qiu. Lu Yeye slipped into Hua Qiu's room. What are you doing? I just wanted to have a chat with you. Tell me, where have you been these past few days, and what have you been doing outside? Lu Yeye questioned. Hua Qiu thought for a moment, then made up a reason to get away with it. Who is Cindy? Lu Yeye stared intently at Hua Qiu. A little sister. What's your relationship with me? I treat her like a younger sister. Are you pretty? Are you prettier than me? It should be about right. Lu Yeye pouted, looking jealous. There was Xia Ziwei at the Bai family martial arts school, and now, after going out for a while, there's this Cindy too. You really do have a lot of admirers, Lu Yeye muttered. You're overthinking it, Hua Qiu said speechlessly. He has no interest in romantic relationships these days. You're engaged since childhood, you should know how to be reserved, Lu Yeye snorted. Didn't you say you wouldn't admit it? Hua Qiu asked. Then you should at least be reserved. Lu Yeye said angrily and stormed out. Hua Qiu shook his head. Women are so fickle. The next morning, Lu Cheng dragged Lu Yeye out of bed. Hurry up and tidy yourself up, dress up nicely, Lu Cheng shouted. Chuing, quickly clean the house. We have a distinguished guest arriving today. Dad, who's coming? Lu Yeye asked curiously. A very outstanding person. Lu Cheng winked and urged Lu Yeye to get ready quickly so as not to embarrass him. Meanwhile, he directed Chuing to get things done, and even brought out a welcome banner himself. The mother and daughter were puzzled, not knowing what kind of distinguished guest was coming. Not long after. They're almost here. Yeah, go and wake Hua Qiu up too. Everyone go down to greet her. Lu Cheng ordered. Lu Yeye reluctantly went to call Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu went downstairs unhappily. Now is not the time to turn against each other. The four people stood at the door, and Lu Cheng asked them to hold up the banner. Before long, a luxury sports car came into view and stopped in front of the Lu family's house. A handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses got out of the car. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, dressed entirely in high-end designer brands, and had a very good demeanor. Uncle Lu, it's been a long time, the man got out of the car and greeted Lu Cheng. Nephew Ao Fei, we have been waiting for you for a long time, Lu Cheng greeted him with a smile and shook hands with him. Come, let me introduce you, he led Ao Fei to Hua Qiu and the other two. This is my wife, Xuing, and this is my precious daughter, Lu Yeye, Lu Cheng introduced with a beaming smile, completely ignoring Hua Qiu. Hello, Aunt Chu, Ao Fei greeted politely. I've heard Uncle Lu mention you before, saying you're gentle, generous, intelligent, and beautiful, and a great help to him, but after meeting you today, I realized that Uncle Lu was too modest. You're even more outstanding than he described. Xuing felt embarrassed by what was said, and a smile appeared on her face. Who doesn't like to hear sweet words? Hello, Yeye, my name is Ao Fei. I've always heard Uncle Lu praise how beautiful you are, but I didn't quite believe it today. I'm completely convinced you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, Ao Fei said to Lu Yeye with a smile. Lu Yeye giggled. No way, I'm just average looking. Some people wouldn't even be interested in me, she said, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Who is so blind? Ao Fei laughed. What a despicable person, Lu Yeye said indignantly. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Ao Fei is the son of a longtime friend of mine. He was studying abroad, so you haven't met him, Lu Cheng said to the mother and daughter. He graduated from the world's top university. This time he returned to China to take over his father's China National Machinery Industry Corporation. Before that, he will first come to Qishan to develop and set up a branch here. Upon hearing this, Lu Yeye and Xuing showed expressions of surprise. China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, one of the top 3 large enterprises in the provincial capital? Not bad, Lu Cheng nodded with a smile. You wouldn't believe it, would you? The chairman of China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, and I are old classmates. By the way, I also made a betrothal promise with Ao Fei's father when we were children. What? Xuing and Lu Yeye were stunned. Lu Yeye frowned even more. The son of a wealthy young man from one of the top 3 companies in the provincial capital. In the past, she might have accepted such an arranged marriage. But now, she can't accept it. Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Xuing asked, her expression not looking too good. Do I need to tell you what decisions I make? Lu Chang rebuked with a stern face. Did you tell me about the arranged marriage you made for Yaya? I mentioned it to you, you just didn't remember, Shuing argued. Shut up, what you say doesn't count. How can a woman like you make decisions? Lu Chang said angrily. Shuing felt extremely wronged and had no way to express her grievances. This scene made Hua Qiu's eyes narrow, and anger began to rise within him. From now on, Ao Fei will be staying at our house temporarily, so you must not neglect our distinguished guest, Lu Chang announced with a smile. Yeah, you young people should handle your own affairs well, he reminded Lu Yaya. Nephew, what do you think of my daughter? Lu Chang asked Ao Fei. Sister Yaya is beautiful, and with your guidance, she will surely excel in every aspect. I have no objection to this marriage and will follow the elders' arrangements, Ao Fei replied politely. Lu Yaya became anxious. Then what about my childhood betrothal to Hua Qiu? She asked anxiously. What do you mean by how to calculate? What your mother said doesn't count. Lu Chang said coldly. Listen to me, only I can decide your marriage. Lu Yaya's eyes widened, and she was very angry. But she didn't dare to lose her temper with Lu Chang. And this is Ao Fei looked at Hua Qiu beside Lu Yaya and asked with a smile. His name is Hua Qiu. He has nowhere to live, so he's staying here temporarily, Lu Chang said in a muffled voice. Please take care of me in the future, Ao Fei said with a faint smile, his smile full of confidence. Based on Lu Chang's description, he knew that this was a poor boy from Beishan. They have absolutely no competitive advantage. Don't worry, I won't mind your arranged marriage, Ao Fei said specifically. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Although Ao Fei was polite in his words and actions, he could feel a deep-seated arrogance in Ao Fei's presence. No matter how polite he is, it's all just for show. Hua Qiu saw a barely perceptible contempt in his eyes. 170, Chapter 170. The Heartthrob of No. 1 High School. Ao Fei moved into the Lu family's house. The Lu family is polarized. Lu Chang wants to match Ao Fei with Lu Yaya, while Shuing wants to match Hua Qiu with Lu Yaya. The atmosphere at the Lu family's residence was tense and volatile. The most embarrassed person was Hua Qiu. He didn't actually have those kinds of feelings for Lu Yaya, and he wasn't too keen on the childhood betrothal he had arranged, so he didn't want to get involved in this pointless struggle. However, Shuing seemed to have decided that he was her future son-in-law, and she would often come to him with advice and urge him to defeat Ao Fei, which made Hua Qiu both amused and exasperated. Yaya likes you have the upper hand. That Ao Fei is just better than us. Yaya may not be happy if she marries into a wealthy family. Only you can put auntie at ease. You must do your best. Shuing said with a gloomy expression. Perhaps it was the sight of her that triggered her emotions, which made her feel down. She married into the Lu family and gradually lost hope as life wore her down. She firmly believes that it is difficult for a woman to be happy if they are not from the same social class. Aunt Chu, don't worry, even if I don't marry Lu Yaya, I won't force her to marry a rich young master, Hua Qiu comforted her, making a promise. With your words, Auntie feels much more at ease, Shuing said, but only when Yaya is in your hands can Auntie truly feel at ease. Hua Qiu looked helpless. Don't worry about Uncle Lu. I can tolerate anything in the past, but when it comes to Yaya's marriage, I will never compromise. At worst, we'll just get a divorce. Shuing said through gritted teeth. Hua Qiu's expression was complicated. If it really comes to that, I will definitely support you. You don't need to worry about your future life. Leaving the Lu family may not necessarily make life difficult, Hua Qiu said. Shuing sighed. Let's take it one step at a time, she said with a wry smile. You have to keep going, she encouraged Hua Qiu, then left with a heavy heart. Hua Qiu frowned. He didn't want to break up Aunt Chu's family. But if Aunt Chu hates this kind of life, he won't stand idly by. On her first day at the Lu family home, Lu Chang urged Lu Yaya to go on a date with Ao Fei. Perfect timing. I am going to meet the newly recruited branch office members. Why don't you come along? After all, you might be the future boss's wife, Ao Fei said with a smile. Lu Yaya hesitated. She didn't really want to go out with Ao Fei. But Lu Chang stared at her with a sharp gaze, making her afraid to refuse directly. Yaya hasn't been feeling well these past few days, Xiuqiu. Why don't you go with her and help take care of her? Shuing said to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Even though Ao Fei looked strange and Lu Chang looked unhappy, Shuing and Lu Yaya insisted that Hua Qiu go. In the end, the three young people drove off together in Ao Fei's luxury sports car. Before long, they arrived at a 5-star hotel. Several people were already waiting for them at the door. General Manager Ao, the people came over with smiles on their faces. These are some of the leadership teams of Ao Fei's new company. With a smile, Ao Fei introduced each person to Lu Yaya. This is very likely to be your future boss's wife. He also introduced Lu Yaya to everyone. Those people then began to flatter them, and the group chatted and laughed. Hua Qiu became an outsider. Has Yuan Chang'an not arrived yet? Ao Fei asked after the introduction. Vice President Yuan is still on his way, delayed by something, someone said. Everyone, please go inside first, Ao Fei called out. The group entered the restaurant and sat in a top-class private room. What followed was casual conversation and flattery. Lu Yaya was exhausted from dealing with it. She looked at Hua Qiu, wanting Hua Qiu to help her. But Hua Qiu sat silently to the side, looking completely nonchalant, which made her stomp her feet in anger. You big idiot, my mom told you to work hard, is this how you work hard? She cursed inwardly. Everyone, intentionally or unintentionally, isolated Hua Qiu, and even Lu Yaya found it difficult to speak to her. Ao Fei saw all of this. He had a smile on his face. He didn't intend to use any underhanded methods. He will make Hua Qiu realize his own insignificance, causing him to back down due to his inferiority complex. He was a poor boy, and there was no competition between him and others. Ao Fei was very proud. Such an opponent is not even worth his time to deal with. After a while, Vice President Yuan has arrived. Someone shouted. A young man in a suit entered the private room, and Ao Fei stood up to shake his hand. Yeah, his name is Yuan Chang'an. He's a top student who graduated from Imperial Universities. My father's right-hand man in the provincial capital. I specially invited him to Qishan to help me this time, Ao Fei introduced to Lu Yaya. At the same time, he once again clarified Lu Yaya's identity as the future boss's wife. Miss Yaya is so beautiful, Mr. Fei has excellent taste. Yuan Chang'an immediately began to flatter her. Next, Ao Fei introduced him to his new colleagues. After everyone had finished their introductions, Ao Fei turned his attention to Hua Qiu for the first time. This brother is called Hua Qiu, and he's a formidable competitor of mine, he said with a smile. We've all been betrothed to Yaya since childhood, so it's still uncertain who will ultimately win her heart. Everyone looked at Hua Qiu with strange expressions. This relationship. Although Ao Fei wore a smile and showed little emotion, as his employees, they naturally sided with him. Seeing that Hua Qiu didn't say a word and that her attire wasn't exactly high class, they were puzzled. How can someone like that compete with Ao Fei? The difference is too obvious. Hua Qiu? Yuan Chang'an stared at Hua Qiu for a while, his brows furrowing. What, you know brother Hua Qiu? Ao Fei asked with a smile. I remember now. Yuan Chang'an exclaimed as if suddenly realizing something. Isn't this the Casanova from Beishan No 1 High School? Hua Qiu glanced at him upon hearing this. Could this person also be a high school classmate he can't remember? What love saint from Beishan No 1 High School, tell us quickly. People are very interested. This is quite an anecdote about Beishan No 1 Middle School, and it's still posted on the school's forum homepage, Yuan Chang'an said with a smile. I graduated 2 years earlier than Hua Qiu, so I'm considered his senior, but I've heard a lot about him before. My junior classmate is a real legend. He was one of the top students in his year, but he ruined his career at a prestigious university without hesitation for a female classmate, earning him the nickname Ladies. He risked his life to save a female classmate from a car accident, but he himself lost both legs. It's a pity that the Casanova was eventually rejected by his sweetheart and ridiculed as a toad. What a shame, Yuan Chang'an said with a sigh. Is that so? Everyone laughed. Isn't that just a pathetic simp? He risked his life to save someone, ruining his promising future, only to gain nothing in return and be ridiculed by the woman. How stupid and ridiculous is that? They are even quite pitiful. I never imagined Brother Huachio had such a past. That woman really doesn't know what's good for him. Such an outstanding person risked everything for her, and she looked down on him like a dog. Aofe also said with a smile, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Yes, where can you find someone this good these days? He's willing to give everything. Someone said, shaking their head, their words carrying a deeper meaning. Even Lu Yeye was surprised. She didn't know that Huachio had such a past. But no matter how she looked at it, Huachio didn't seem like the type to be a simp. Extremely aloof. Besides, given Huachio's extraordinary status, how could that woman possibly call him a toad? I had only heard of the legend of the Casanova of No One High School before, but I never thought I would actually meet him in person today. It is truly an honor, Yuan Chang'an said with a half-smile. President Fei, no wonder you said this is a formidable competitor. I finally understand. This guy is the heartthrob of our school. If he makes a move, you might not be able to win. You'd better be careful. Of course, I dare not be careless, Aofe replied. Another burst of laughter erupted in the private room. On the surface, no one said anything unpleasant to Huachio. But they had already shown their mockery and ridicule to the fullest extent. Huachio's face slowly darkened. 171, Chapter 171. Turning against each other directly. Everyone in the private room except Lu Yeye and Huachio was laughing. Some people even laughed so hard they couldn't catch their breath. The laughter was full of sarcasm. Huachio is not a good-tempered person. They would not be indifferent to others' ridicule. Do you think it's funny? He finally spoke, asking coldly. Seeing that his expression was off, the crowd slowly stopped laughing. Do you find it funny to make fun of other people's past? Lu Yeye said with a long face. How could she not see that these people were making fun of Huachio and mocking him? After all, Lu Yeye might be the future boss's wife, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Miss Yeye, I think you've misunderstood. We didn't mean that, Yuan Chang'an quickly said. To be honest, I really admire Brother Huachio, because very few people can reach his level. Yes, Yeye, that's not what they meant. You've misunderstood, Aofe said with a smile, trying to comfort her. Besides, Huachio shouldn't be such a petty person. He'll understand. Aofe looked at Huachio. He believed that if Huachio understood the principle of flexibility and adaptability, he would have compromised. However, Huachio sneered. Why should I understand? His gaze was icy. You don't need to put on airs here, and don't play those sarcastic games with me. Who do you think you are, daring to joke with me? Huachio directly cursed without giving any face. The atmosphere in the private room changed instantly. To everyone's surprise, Huachio turned hostile on the spot. Huachio, you're too sensitive to jokes, Yuan Chang'an said, frowning. I'm your senior. After Ali only brought up your story to lighten the mood, not to mock you. Why are you getting so worked up? Yeah, this is too much of a joke. Why would someone like this even bother to get together with others? Someone said unhappily. With that temper, how can you survive in society? You're always turning on people at the drop of a hat. Huachio was suddenly criticized instead. Huachio's expression grew increasingly somber. Anger was already burning in my chest. These people dared to criticize him? Not to mention Huachio, even Lu Yeye was furious. She couldn't stand these people's backstabbing. They were the ones who mocked others first, and now they're accusing others of not being able to take a joke. If you can't take a joke, then don't come out. You've made everyone feel bad. Are you satisfied now? Yuan Chang'an questioned, clearly displeased. Huachio's gaze was chilling. He waved to Yuan Chang'an. What are you going to do? Are you going to hit me? Yuan Chang'an sneered, taking a few steps forward with an air of arrogance. Huachio's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly made a move. He pressed down on Yuan Chang'an's head in an instant, slamming it hard onto the dining table in the private room. Splash! The round glass table shattered and exploded instantly. This glass table was shattered by Yuan Chang'an smashing it with his head. Yuan Chang'an let out a huge scream. His head was covered in blood, and blood was flowing all over his face, which terrified him and made him scream. He never expected that Hua Qiu would actually attack him, and that she would be so ruthless. This scene startled everyone. Ao Fei also narrowed his eyes. Yuan Chang'an pointed at Hua Qiu in shock and anger, then collapsed to the ground. His head was throbbing with pain. How dare you hit someone? A man asked in a panic. These office workers, used to sitting in their desks, had never seen such a scene before. What, you're joking with me, and I'm supposed to smile and apologize to you? Hua Qiu retorted with a cold laugh. You can't hit people, that's illegal. The man said angrily. I'll hit you then, so what? Hua Qiu said indifferently. That person was furious. You are incredibly audacious and lawless, you will be severely punished by law. Someone shouted again. Yeah, let's see if you dare to be so arrogant after you get in. The others chimed in. Heh, Hua Qiu chuckled coldly. Whoosh. He took action again decisively. They didn't even see how he moved. In the blink of an eye, everyone was lying on their knees, their faces bruised and swollen. Ouch. It hurts so much. Everyone was seriously injured and cried out in pain. The more you talk, the more you get hurt and the more pain you feel. Everyone looked at Hua Qiu in horror. They were afraid. Where have you ever seen such a ruthless person as Hua Qiu? They act without warning, completely lawless. Hua Qiu, how could you hit someone? Ao Fei's expression also changed. The situation had spiraled out of his control. He originally wanted to see a joke, but he didn't expect Hua Qiu to actually hit him, and hit him so hard. Before his branch office even opened, all his employees were injured. Hua Qiu looked at Ao Fei coldly. Then, he slowly walked towards Ao Fei. This Ao Fei is the most hypocritical one. He couldn't even be bothered to waste words on someone like that. Ao Fei's face turned ugly, and he unconsciously stepped back. He has no fighting ability. You'd better think this through, there will be extremely serious consequences for doing this. He warned, his words sounding fierce but his heart was filled with fear. But Hua Qiu didn't care at all. Ao Fei was truly afraid. What are you doing, can't a person even eat? Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. A young man walked in, looking very unhappy. Ao Fei seemed to see a glimmer of hope and immediately tried to run out. Bang! Hua Qiu kicked him directly in the butt. Ao Fei cried out and flew away. They bumped right into the person who kicked the door open, and both of them fell to the ground. Damn it, you want to fight? The man angrily kicked Ao Fei away and then took off in a somersault. Brother, please help me, I'm the heir to the China National Machinery Industry Corporation. Ao Fei saw he seemed quite skilled, and quickly called out. I don't care who you are. The man was furious, glaring at Hua Qiu with a menacing look, wanting revenge. But when he saw Hua Qiu's appearance, his expression suddenly froze and he fell silent. It was like seeing a ghost. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. This person looks somewhat familiar, I think I've encountered him at the 100 Schools martial arts competition. I'm sorry, the man's expression changed instantly. He bowed several times to Hua Qiu and hurriedly retreated. Ao Fei was completely dumbfounded. No one can help him anymore. Hua Qiu, you're too arrogant. Yuan Chang'an shouted angrily as he held his head in his hands. You even dared to hit Fei Xiao, I think you're really tired of living. Let me tell you, I have connections in Qishan. You think you can get away with hitting someone, dream on. I'm calling the enforcement team leader right now, you just wait to get arrested. After saying that, Yuan Chang'an took out his phone and made a call. Hey Captain, I've been beaten up, and I'm badly injured. Even Fei Xiao from the provincial capital's Zhonggong group got beaten up. You need to bring people over right away. he shouted into the phone, giving the address. After hanging up the phone, he stared at Hua Qiu with hatred in his eyes. "You're finished. You'll spend your next life in jail. That's the price you pay for daring to hit someone," he yelled. "Is that so?" Hua Qiu revealed a contemptuous smile. 172, Chapter 172 Who to Arrest. "Hua Qiu, you'll be alright, right?" Lu Yeye walked over to Hua Qiu and asked with a hint of worry. She felt these people deserved it, but Hua Qiu's actions were indeed easy to be investigated. "It's still uncertain who's in trouble," Hua Qiu said with a slight smile. Lu Yeye was slightly taken aback. Hua Qiu's composure and calmness were naturally difficult for Yuan Chang'an and the others to understand. "Wait until the enforcement team arrives, then let's see how you'll still be laughing," Yuan Chang'an roared. "He's just putting on a brave face, he's probably panicking inside," someone said through gritted teeth. Ao Fei's expression was somewhat gloomy. He has never been beaten up before. As an elite who returned from studying abroad and came from an extremely wealthy family, he always maintained the elegance of the upper class, but today he was kicked in the butt by a poor kid. This was a great humiliation for him. He is, after all, the son of one of the top 3 conglomerates in the provincial capital. He was extremely resentful. He had already planned that once the law enforcement team arrived, he would reveal his identity and then use the group's resources to sentence Hua Qiu to at least 10 or 20 years. "It's just an enforcement team, do you think they're your saviors?" Hua Qiu said disdainfully to Yuan Chang'an. "Sure, I'll wait here and see if they can take me away." Hua Qiu smiled faintly, pulled up a chair, crossed his legs, and sat down, looking completely at ease. "Stop pretending. Who do you think you are? You act like you're so great," Yuan Chang'an said coldly with sarcasm. Hua Qiu didn't argue with him, and just waited. Not long after, a commotion was heard outside. "They're here!" Yuan Chang'an and the others immediately showed their joy. "Now you can't run away. Even if you want to, you'll regret it," Yuan Chang'an said with a sneer. Hua Qiu also revealed a mocking smile. Who dares to cause trouble?" A group of people in uniforms rushed into the private room, and the leader shouted loudly. "Captain, it's me, Yuan Chang'an." Yuan Chang'an quickly stood up, clutching his bleeding head, and shouted. "Yuan Chang'an, what happened to you?" The enforcement team leader was somewhat surprised. "This is the one who did it," Yuan Chang'an said angrily, pointing at Hua Qiu. "He injured all of us, even Fei Xiao from Zhonggong Group was beaten by him." Yuan Chang'an pointed to Ao Fei, who was lying on the ground. "What? China National Machinery Industry Corporation?" The enforcement team leader was shocked. The family behind China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, is a powerful and influential force in the provincial capital. "Quick, help him up," the captain said hastily. 2 people helped Ao Fei up. Ao Fei winced in pain. No one knows how much force Hua Qiu used, both of his buttocks are still numb. "Captain, you must punish this villain severely," Yuan Chang'an shouted. "Of course, our enforcement team will certainly handle this impartially," the enforcement team leader said righteously. He frowned as he looked at the person Yuan Chang'an was pointing to. The man sat in a chair, facing Yuan Chang'an, with his back to them. He could no longer see the person's face. "You are incredibly audacious to commit a crime here," he said with a stern face. "Do you know what awaits you? Legal punishment." "Is that so?" Hua Qiu replied indifferently. The captain's brow furrowed even deeper. Why is this person able to remain calm and collected when facing law enforcement after assaulting someone? Isn't he afraid of the law enforcement team? "You've broken the law, do you know that?" the captain roared. In the past, he would have copied it without saying a word. But today he hesitated a bit. They had a vague feeling that something was off about the person who had turned his back to them. "It looks somewhat familiar." "They are the ones who broke the law," Hua Qiu said again. He wasn't wrong. He is a national hero. According to the law, those who offend national heroes can be punished with serious crimes. Nonsense, they hit someone and still dare to be so arrogant. The captain was furious. Captain, why are you talking to him so much? Just arrest him, we have witnesses and evidence. Are you afraid he won't confess? Yuan Chang'an shouted impatiently. Captain, the China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, won't let this go either. This person must be arrested. The captain paused for a moment. For some reason, he felt uneasy all day. I feel very uneasy. You turn your head around. The captain pointed his stun gun at Hua Qiu and shouted. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu slowly turned around. When that familiar face appeared, the captain of the enforcement team froze on his face for a moment. Thump! The stun gun slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The captain was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. His eyes were wide open, as if he had been greatly frightened. It wasn't just the captain's performance that was exaggerated. The moment Hua Qiu turned her face around, all the members of the law enforcement team were stunned. How could they forget that face? Not long ago, that person almost turned the law enforcement bureau upside down. So many people fired at the same time, yet not a single hair on his head was shed. The most terrifying thing is his identity. He is a national hero of the highest caliber. Even the adopted son of the sage Qishan was killed by him, yet the sage Qishan dared not seek revenge. After the last blunder, the higher-ups were furious and almost shut down the law enforcement bureau. Many people's careers were ruined as a result, and even the head of the law enforcement bureau was demoted many ranks. If he hadn't stopped pursuing the matter, probably half of the entire law enforcement bureau would have been imprisoned. All the team members were stunned, almost unable to hold their weapons. The captain of the enforcement team couldn't help but tremble. He was lucky. The last time Hua Qiu went to the law enforcement bureau, he didn't do much, so he was able to keep his original position. Now, however, he almost arrested Hua Qiu. The captain's lips trembled. Fortunately they didn't arrest anyone directly. That damn sixth it was a feeling that saved him. Captain, what's wrong with you guys? Yuan Chang'an was puzzled by the unusual behavior of the law enforcement team. His colleagues were also baffled. Why are these people acting like mice in front of a cat? Captain, what are you standing there for? Arrest him! Yuan Chang'an shouted. Shut up! Yuan Chang'an suddenly snapped, his face turning cold. Yuan Chang'an was stunned. The colleagues were also stunned. Ao Fei looked puzzled. I, the captain, will make a fair judgment on this matter. Yuan Chang'an said in a deep voice. He glanced at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu looked at him with a half-smile. At this point, these people still don't know his identity as a national hero, which means he doesn't want to be exposed, the captain's mind raced. Although I don't know what this expert is thinking, I can only go along with him and must not offend him. After much deliberation, he decided not to expose Hua Qiu's identity for the time being. Don't just stand there, get the guy out there, the captain waved to his team members behind him. You all know who we should arrest, right? Understood. The team members answered loudly. 173, Chapter 173 reporting the crime backfires and leads to arrest. Oomph, let's see how arrogant you are now. Seeing that the law enforcement team had finally made the arrest, Yuan Chang'an shouted triumphantly to Hua Qiu. However, the next second. Click. A pair of handcuffs were placed on his hands. The smug look on Yuan Chang'an's face froze. He stared blankly at the glittering silver object in his hand, unable to come to his senses for a long time. What's going on? He looked over in bewilderment and saw that his colleagues were also handcuffed, looking equally confused. What does this mean? Ao Fei's expression changed when he saw the two men supporting him pull out handcuffs. I'm the general manager of China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, are you going to arrest me? He asked incredulously. Even if you were the chairman of China National Machinery Industry Corporation, we would still arrest you, the two men said with long faces. Ao Fei opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. He looked at Yuan Chang'an with a puzzled expression, seeking an explanation. These people were summoned by Yuan Chang'an. What kind of show is going on now? Call people to arrest them? Hua Qiu, who actually started the fight, sat there calmly, completely unharmed. Vice President Yuan, please tell us, what exactly happened? His colleagues looked at Yuan Chang'an anxiously. Yuan Chang'an felt like a mute eating bitter melon, unable to express his suffering. He didn't understand what was going on either. Captain, why are you doing this? You've arrested the wrong person. Yuan Chang'an roared. You've got the right people. The captain said coldly, you're the ones we've arrested. Yuan Chang'an was dumbfounded. The people he called came to arrest them. What kind of situation is this? Are you kidding me? Why are you arresting innocent people like us instead of arresting the assailant who assaulted us? A colleague shouted angrily. Shut up! A teammate shouted coldly, and struck him directly with a stick. That blow almost knocked the man to the ground, and he cried out in pain. Everyone was taken aback and dared not say anything. Captain, I want an explanation from you. Yuan Chang'an glared angrily at the captain of the enforcement team. Need an explanation? The captain sneered. You'll find out when we get to the station. Take them all away. He ordered. So everyone who had suffered serious injuries was handcuffed and pulled up. Already injured, they suffered even more from the rough handling by their teammates. Where is justice? These people were filled with grief and indignation, with nowhere to vent their hatred and resentment. Looking at Hua Qiu, who was sitting there completely unharmed, they felt utterly lost. The person who did the assault got away with it, but the person who was assaulted was arrested. What kind of world is this? Ao Fei cursed angrily. No one expected it to end like this. Hua Qiu watched these people being taken away with a faint smile. Hua Qiu, what exactly is your identity? Lu Yeye suddenly leaned closer and asked curiously. She was now absolutely certain that they were only able to get away with it last time at the Law Enforcement Bureau because of Hua Qiu's presence. She couldn't fathom Hua Qiu's true identity, given that even the law enforcement agency feared him. She knew that Hua Qiu held a high position in the black market. The idea of deterring law enforcement is a completely different story. Could he be the kind of super powerful figure who has connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds? You'll find out later, Hua Qiu said dismissively. Fine, don't tell me then why keep such a small secret to yourself? Lu Yeye pouted. Ao Fei and his group were escorted to the Law Enforcement Bureau like prisoners. The enforcement team leader simply herded the group into a detention cell and then ignored them. Yuan Chang'an, what kind of work are you doing? What's going on now? Don't you have connections? Ao Fei rebuked Yuan Chang'an, extremely dissatisfied. President Fei, I don't know either, Yuan Chang'an said with a bitter face. I used to be on good terms with the captain of the enforcement team, but I don't know why he suddenly turned on me today. What a fine law enforcement team, Captain. I'd like to see if he can withstand the pressure from above. Ao Fei's face was icy cold. I demand to speak to the outside. He shouted at the staff on duty. He wanted to call his family to put pressure on the Qishan Law Enforcement Bureau. However, the staff on duty completely ignored him. This infuriated him, and he cursed incessantly, completely losing his gentlemanly demeanor. And so, the group of people waited in the detention room until nightfall, in pain and hungry, and were almost fainting. The enforcement team leader finally appeared after a long time. You're the captain of the enforcement team, right? Tell me your reason for arresting us. Ao Fei said coldly. If you can't provide a perfect explanation, you can forget about being the captain. Faced with his threat, the captain simply smiled dismissively. Whether I can continue as captain is not up to you. You should worry about yourselves first. You think your family will smooth things over for you? Aha, if they find out what you've done, they'll be lucky if they don't kick you out of the family. The captain's words surprised Ao Fei. What do you mean by that? What have I done wrong? He quickly pressed. You have offended a top-tier figure who is absolutely not to be offended. The captain said coldly. That guy, even our bureau chief has to treat him like a grandson, yet you dare to provoke him. Everyone was shocked. They didn't understand why the captain said that. Could it bet that Hua Qiu is some extraordinary figure? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was taken aback. That's impossible. Hua Qiu comes from an ordinary family. Where would he get such abilities? Yuan Chang'an said, frowning. He simply couldn't believe that Hua Qiu had such ability. After all, the Law Enforcement Bureau didn't even care about China National Machinery Industry Corporation and directly arrested Ao Fei. Then who is it? We haven't provoked anyone. Everyone was puzzled. Could it bet that person? Someone said hesitantly. At once it was the guy who kicked the door open. We disturbed his meal, and when he came in, Fei Boss shoved him hard to the ground. Upon hearing this, the group realized it was quite possible. But Hua Qiu wasn't arrested, someone else asked. Not necessarily, Yuan Chang'an said in a deep voice. He's the one who actually did it. He might already be taken somewhere else by that person, who's going to torture him himself. These young masters from Qishan love to play this game. I've seen it before. For example, there's a guy named Wang Chuan who has a great-grandfather who's a national hero. He loves to use torture, and the Law Enforcement Bureau doesn't dare to say anything to him. Yuan Chang'an's words made the others seem thoughtful. The more I think about it, the more I feel that it might be because of that person. What kind of person could make the Law Enforcement Bureau so afraid? Ao Fei wondered. Although his family was a top business family in the provincial capital, he also knew that there were some people who were not to be trifled with. You can keep guessing, the captain said with amusement. The bureau chief will interrogate you personally later, and he will decide your fate. After saying that, the captain left. Only a group of people were left waiting anxiously. 174, Chapter 174. An apology is required. Ao Fei and his group were locked up until late at night. During this period, they were completely unable to contact the outside world, and every minute that passed was an immense ordeal for them. Finally, around 8 p.m., the chief of law enforcement appeared before them. The previous director had already been demoted, and this one had only been in office for a short time. He walked into the detention room with a dark expression, clearly in a very bad mood. You really don't know your place. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau angrily pointed at Ao Fei and his group as soon as he entered. He was in a terrible mood. The reason they haven't shown up yet is because they've received many phone calls. Each level is higher than the last, and many big shots are paying attention to this matter. He was completely flustered and barely managed to deal with those people. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau knew that if this matter wasn't handled properly, he might lose his job just like his predecessor. Therefore, he can only vent his anger on this group of people. Are your eyes out of their sockets? Don't you know who you can mess with and who you can't? Of all people to mess with, you had to go and provoke him. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau was furious. Ao Fei and the others were silenced by the scolding and lived in fear. They were even more frightened, wondering who the person they had offended was that could make the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau so furious. Ao Fei, right? The bureau chief asked, staring coldly at Ao Fei. Director, I am Ao Fei, the future successor of China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Ao Fei quickly said, trying to increase his own importance. All right. To everyone's surprise, the bureau chief waved his hand impatiently. Since you're the heir to a large conglomerate in the provincial capital, why aren't you staying there? What are you doing coming to Qishan for no reason? Although Qishan is not as developed as the provincial capital, the people here are not people that a young nobleman from the provincial capital like you can afford to offend. Do you know that if that person investigates this matter today, your entire China National Machinery Industry Corporation will be ruined because of it? The director said with a stern face. What? The director's words shocked Ao Fei and the others, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief. China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, one of the top 3 enterprises in the provincial capital. They could be destroyed just because they offended that person? Everyone was greatly frightened, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. Who exactly did we offend? Director, can you tell me who I've offended? Ao Fei asked in a trembling voice. Humph. The bureau chief snorted coldly. There are instructions from above that his identity must be kept secret, and you are not qualified to know. But I can tell you, in the entire Qishan region, no one dares to provoke him. Last time, due to a misunderstanding, almost half of the law enforcement bureau was laid off, and the former director was demoted 4 levels, and that was without him pursuing the matter. The more the director of the law enforcement bureau talked, the more uneasy Ao Fei and the others became. Director, what will happen to us? Ao Fei asked, trembling. He was really scared. I'm afraid I'll spend the rest of my life here. The bureau chief glanced at everyone and gave a cold smile. How would I know? No fewer than 7 or 8 high-ranking officials from the city, ministry, and provincial levels have called to inquire, urging me to handle this matter quickly and give all parties a satisfactory answer. But how can I act rashly without that person's permission? Ao Fei and the others turned pale. I didn't expect it to attract so much attention. Just wait, the entire law enforcement bureau will be watching you tonight until that person gives the order. The chief said this and walked away with a cold face. The detention cell was filled with sobs. What are we going to do? Are we going to be stuck here forever? Someone cried out. I'm so young, I don't want to go to jail. Panic spread here, breaking down their psychological defenses. Damn it, it's all that Hua's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have messed with the wrong person. Yuan Chang'an said bitterly. That's right, it's all his fault, he's the one who killed us. The crowd was filled with hatred and started cursing. Ao Fei's expression was also very unpleasant. Today is the darkest day for this young nobleman. Not only was he beaten, but he also suffered a sudden and unexpected disaster. At this moment, inside the Lu family residence, Hua Qiu and Lu Yeye have returned, but Ao Fei has not returned yet, which makes Lu Cheng very worried. He made more than a dozen calls, but no one answered. Only after persistent questioning did Lu Yeye admit that she had been taken away by law enforcement. Lu Cheng was taken aback and asked why. Lu Yeye's words were unclear, but he could roughly understand that it was because of a conflict with Hua Qiu. Ao Fei is the future heir of China National Machinery Industry Corporation, and you actually got him arrested. How am I supposed to explain this to his father? Lu Cheng flared up. What does this have to do with them? It's not like they asked the law enforcement to arrest them. Didn't Yeye say that they reported the case themselves? Shuing said as she came out. Who reports themselves to the police and gets arrested? This matter is definitely not as simple as she says. Come with me to the law enforcement bureau right now for Bei. Let's get him out of here as soon as possible. Lu Cheng was extremely anxious. He insisted on taking his whole family with him, while constantly criticizing them. Shuing argued with him, and the two started arguing again. Lu Yeye tried to mediate the fight, but to no avail. Hua Qiu, feeling annoyed, went into her room and made a phone call. Release those people, Hua Qiu said. The head of the law enforcement bureau, having finally received the instructions, readily agreed. He hurried to the detention room. Get out of here, and watch your eyes from now on, he scolded Ao Fei and the others. The group, who had thought they would never get out again, were overjoyed. Director, is that person no longer being pursued? Ao Fei asked. You're lucky, that official was magnanimous and didn't pursue the matter, otherwise, you wouldn't be leaving here, the bureau chief said. Get out, all of you, the bureau chief ordered someone to open the door. The group thanked them profusely and hurriedly came out. Until they walked out of law enforcement, even now, they still feel as if they've lived through another world. Even after getting into the luxury supercar, Ao Fei's heart was still pounding. He doesn't think this matter is over. Investigate immediately to find out who the person I bumped into today is, he instructed Yuan Chang'an. Yuan Chang'an nodded and made several phone calls. He received the information shortly afterward. Young Master Fei, we've found it. That person's name is Dong Biping. He is an elite student at the Guyi Martial Arts Academy in Qishan, Yuan Chang'an said. Martial arts school students? Ao Fei frowned deeply. What about the others? He is the nephew of Minister Dong Jiqi from Qishan. Ao Fei felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that Dong Jiqi was the head of a special department in Qishan and was considered a top figure in Qishan. But surely it's not enough to make everyone so afraid of his nephew. It's understandable if he's his own son. President Fei, there's another piece of news. Minister Dong Jiqi will be conferred the title of National Hero of Xia Kingdom in the next few days. Yuan Chang'an exclaimed in surprise. What? Ao Fei was shocked. Another national hero has emerged from Qishan. He understood. The nephew of a national hero can, of course, do whatever he wants. No wonder he has such a great influence. Let's think of a way to get Dong Biping to come out so we can apologize to him in person. If you can't get him to agree to meet you, then go to his place directly no matter how humble you have to beg for his forgiveness. It would be best to bring Hua Qiu along too, he must apologize. 175, Chapter 175 Invitation to the Banquet. The incident at the restaurant was not only a source of anxiety for Ao Fei and his group. A man arrived at the Qishan Martial Alliance branch in a state of fear and unease. He was Dong Biping, who was knocked down by Ao Fei after kicking down the door of the restaurant. Dong Biping came to see his uncle, Dong Jiqi, hoping that Dong Jiqi could give him some advice. He was having dinner with his friends at that restaurant today, but before they could even take a couple of bites, the noise from next door started, making it impossible for them to eat. Enraged, Dong Biping kicked down the door, intending to confront the culprit. When he saw the troublemakers, he was almost scared out of his wits. At the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, the school that had been ranked number 1 for 3 terms was defeated by that person in a single move. At the time, Dong Biping was in a daze and did not know what happened later. He only found out when others told him about it. That person was actually a national-level master, who severely beat up Liao Tongyuan, a veteran martial arts master from Qishan. In the end, even the chief of the Martial Alliance was alarmed and came to mediate the fight. As a result, Liao Tongyuan, who had been beaten, apologized to him in a very humble manner. Everyone knows that the man's status in the Martial Alliance is definitely much higher than Liao Tongyuan's. Dong Biping never expected that a meal would lead him to meet such an important figure. He was so scared that he wet himself and ran away as fast as he could. Now, the thought of him kicking down the door and cursing at people fills him with unease, fearing that Hua Qiu will hold him accountable. Even Qishan Guosher was severely beaten, and even though his uncle was about to be awarded the title of Guosher, he was filled with fear. Uncle, I think I've gotten myself into big trouble, Dong Biping said with a mournful face as soon as he saw Dong Jiqi. What happened? Dong Jiqi asked. Dong Biping quickly recounted what had happened at the restaurant that day. Dong Jiqi frowned deeply after hearing this. Hua Qiu was his great benefactor. If Hua Qiu hadn't bestowed upon him a pill, he would never have been able to advance to the martial venerable realm or attain the honor of being a national hero. You've always been impulsive and rash in your actions. I've warned you many times before, and this time you've actually messed with Hua Guosher. You really are. Dong Jiqi was very angry. Uncle, I was wrong. Dong Biping weakly admitted his mistake. What should we do now? Will that Hua Guosher hold a grudge? How should I know? Didn't you see how badly Liao Guosher was beaten at the conference? Dong Jiqi had a terrible headache. You didn't really have a conflict with him, right? You just kicked the door and said something, but you didn't name him, right? Dong Biping nodded quickly. Fortunately, I didn't offend them too much. Go and send a formal invitation to Hua Guosher, and it would be best to invite all his friends who were present at the time to apologize to them one by one. If I put in a good word for you, Hua Guosher probably won't hold it against you, Dong Jiqi suggested. Dong Biping readily agreed and hurriedly went to deliver the invitation. Ao Fei returned to the Lu family with a bruised and swollen face. Ao Fei, what happened to you? Lu Cheng asked in surprise. Hua Qiu made the call, Ao Fei said with a gloomy face. What, he actually dared to hit someone, he must be punished. Lu Cheng was furious, looking like he was about to confront Hua Qiu. Forget it, his ending won't be any better. Ao Fei waved his hand. He doesn't have time to cause trouble for Hua Qiu right now. It's uncertain whether Hua Qiu will be able to come back, Ao Fei sneered. He thought that since he had offended the Grand Preceptor's nephew, Hua Qiu probably wouldn't be able to come back. Hua Qiu didn't go out, she's at home right now, Lu Cheng said, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Ao Fei frowned deeply. That's impossible. Is he completely unharmed? He's really fine, he wasn't injured at all. Ao Fei looked puzzled. Hua Qiu's crimes are far more serious than theirs. How come he's alright? What's going on here? Wait while I call them out and ask them, Lu Cheng called out into the house with a long face. Hua Qiu and Lu Yeye came out. Seeing that Hua Qiu was unharmed, Ao Fei looked on in disbelief. Hua Qiu, did you hit Ao Fei? Lu Cheng asked coldly. I made the call, Hua Qiu said calmly. Lu Cheng was about to lose his temper on the spot. Just then, a person ran in from outside and came up to them. Excuse me, is this the Lu family's residence? The visitor asked. What do you want? Lu Cheng asked, suppressing his anger. I'm here to deliver an invitation. The man took out an invitation and said, please make sure you attend the banquet. He put his hands together in a gesture of request. Lu Cheng took the invitation. I am deeply sorry for the many misunderstandings today. I have specially prepared a banquet at Binjiang Tower and would like to invite Your Excellency and all the relatives and friends present today to attend. Lu Cheng read out the contents of the invitation. Dong Biping pays his respects. Who is Dong Biping? Lu Cheng frowned as he held the invitation. Ao Fei was startled and quickly snatched the invitation away. I was just about to host a banquet to invite him. How come he sent me an invitation first? Ao Fei said in surprise after looking at the invitation. Moreover, the wording in the post terrified him. The more polite and humble that person was, the more afraid and uneasy he became. Ao Fei, what's going on? Lu Cheng asked hurriedly. It's a long story. We went out to eat today and got into a conflict, which disturbed Dong Biping and offended him, Ao Fei sighed. As he spoke, he glanced at Hua Qiu, still angry. If it weren't for Hua Qiu, none of these terrible things would have happened. This Dong Biping is the nephew of Dong Jiqi, who is about to be awarded the title of national hero. Ao Fei said. This Lu Cheng's expression changed drastically. They actually offended the imperial advisor's own nephew. Even with Ao Fei's powerful background, China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, could not withstand the pressure from Guizhi. Fortunately, Dong Biping didn't pursue the matter, which allowed us to leave the law enforcement bureau. I was just thinking of hosting a banquet to personally apologize to him, but I didn't expect him to send me an invitation first. Ao Fei was a little confused, wondering what the man was up to. Please make sure you attend the banquet. I am extremely grateful. The person who delivered the invitation said, bowing slightly before leaving the Lu family. Ao Fei, this is an opportunity. Lu Cheng smiled. Dong Biping didn't pursue the matter with you, on the contrary, he even sent you an invitation first. What does that mean? Ao Fei was taken aback. You mean, he intends to make friends with him? That's right. Think about it, that newly appointed national hero hasn't even been officially conferred his title yet, and you're already trying to establish a relationship with his nephew. What will happen to your China National Machinery Industry Corporation once his status as a national hero is secure? To put it bluntly, they also want more strong supporters. Upon hearing this, Ao Fei was overjoyed. If he could establish a connection with that national hero, not only would his career in Xishan take off, but the entire China National Machinery Industry Corporation would soar. This is a classic case of no fight, no friendship, and we must seize this opportunity. Lu Cheng said. Ao Fei nodded. I'll call everyone over. We'll apologize first, make sure we're properly polite, and then we can talk about other things. He quickly called Yuan Chang'an and the others. Upon hearing this news, Yuan Chang'an and his team were overjoyed. Hua Qiu, you two should come too. Ao Fei looked at Hua Qiu and Yu. Hua Qiu, you're the one who caused this. If you can properly apologize to young Master Dong, I can let it go. Go, he said calmly. Hua Qiu smiled upon hearing this. He knew perfectly well that the post was probably not meant for Ao Fei. Hua Qiu, don't be ungrateful. Ao Fei is helping you, otherwise, if someone holds you accountable, you won't even know how you died, Lu Cheng said with a stern face. Don't be ungrateful. If you're given a chance, you should seize it. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. You want me to attend this banquet to apologize to my nephew, the national hero, is that it? Fine. 176, Chapter 176. Who should apologize? Ao Fei quickly notified everyone present that day. Even though they were all seriously injured and most of them were in the hospital, they all quickly got up when they heard that the important person had invited them to a banquet. On the way to Binjiang restaurant, Ao Fei was in a good mood. He believed that he was about to befriend Guo Shi's nephew and establish a connection with him, and that the future was full of hope. This is what it means to be riding high on success. Lu Cheng was also in the car. After all, it was a great opportunity to make connections with top figures, so he wasn't about to let it slip by and shamelessly followed along. China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, is already a powerful company with this connection. Everything we do in the future will be smooth sailing with the support of a national hero. Becoming a top enterprise in China is not a problem at all. Lu Cheng said with a smile. Yeah, look how outstanding Ao Fei is. He returned from studying abroad and has exceptional abilities now. He's even receiving support from a national hero, so his future is limitless. You've really gotten a great deal with this marriage. He kept praising Ao Fei to Lu Yaya. Lu Yaya rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. Unlike some people who accomplish nothing and have nothing, who only cause trouble all day long, can that kind of person give you happiness? Lu Cheng said sarcastically, his face full of contempt. Dad, that's because you don't know how outstanding some people are, Lu Yaya said irritably. She found it very funny. Hua Qiu's true identity far surpasses that of Ao Fei. Where is it that it's excellent? How did you figure that out? Lu Cheng asked, looking displeased. Daughter, you can't let others blind you. Can't you tell which one is better by comparing the two? Lu Yaya was too lazy to argue with him anymore. After some time, we arrived at the Binjiang restaurant. Young Master Fei Yuan Chang'an and the others came forward to greet him. Lu Yaya looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. These people were quite comical. Some were wrapped in bandages, some had casts, and others were using crutches. It's really too much for them to come to the banquet in their condition. But these people looked excited, no one seemed unhappy. Young Master Fei, is what you're saying true, that important person really invited us to a banquet? Some people still couldn't believe it. It's true. Ao Fei nodded. At this moment, Hua Qiu got out of the car. Upon seeing him, their expressions changed. Why is he here too? The group's faces showed anger as they glared at Hua Qiu with hatred. I sent him to apologize to young Master Dong, Ao Fei said calmly. Everyone, remember to be careful with your words and actions today, and don't upset young Master Dong again. Everyone nodded in agreement. After discussing the matter, the group entered the Binjiang restaurant. In the top-tier private room of Binjiang restaurant, Dong Biping stood at the door, constantly looking out. When he finally saw Hua Qiu and the others appear, he immediately put on a smile and went to greet them personally. Young Master Dong, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Ao Fei said with a smile as he quickly stepped forward. No, it's my pleasure, Dong Biping was taken aback for a moment, then quickly lowered his tone and responded. He was always half bent over, showing great humility. This sight made Ao Fei and the others look strange. That shouldn't be the case. This is the nephew of a national hero, yet they are being so polite to them. For a moment, everyone was flattered and at a loss for words. Everyone, please come in and take your seats, Dong Biping said, trying to ease the awkwardness. He looked at Hua Qiu. That's his true love. Huagua, Dong Biping almost cried out, but was glared at by Hua Qiu. His expression froze, and he suddenly remembered Dong Jiqi's instructions. The Martial Alliance has been working hard to block information about Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu himself is a low-key person who doesn't like to show his face in public. Please, he stopped addressing them and led them into the private room. After everyone was seated, Dong Biping closed the door and entered. To be honest, he didn't expect so many people to come. Everyone, I was wrong today. I'll punish myself with a drink as an apology. Dong Biping poured himself a glass of wine, stood up, and said with a smile before drinking it all in one gulp. Ao Fei and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They haven't even apologized yet, but this person has already admitted their mistake. What's going on? The group looked at each other, completely baffled. This is the nephew of a national hero. Does he need to apologize? The more humble Dong Biping became, the more uneasy they felt. Young Master Dong, what are you saying? We are the ones who are in the wrong today. Ao Fei quickly stood up and said emphatically. Except for Hua Qiu and Lu Yaya, everyone else stood up with him. We never expected young Master Dong to be so humble and courteous, which makes us feel deeply ashamed. Let's all raise a glass to young Master Dong and apologize to him. Ao Fei shouted, raising his glass. Young Master Dong, we'll drink it, but please do as you please. After saying that, everyone drank a cup of wine together. Dong Biping was dumbfounded. He had no idea what these people were up to. He was the one who hosted the banquet and invited people over, and he was the one who apologized to them. Could this be a test of my sincerity? Dong Biping was uneasy. The next moment, he picked up a large bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor. You're all joking. I am the one who should apologize since you've shown me respect. I should show you my sincerity with that. He raised the bottle and blew into it. Bang bang bang, he chugs down a bottle of baijiu like he's drinking water. Ao Fei and the others were dumbfounded, looking completely bewildered. The group looked at each other. Ao Fei gritted his teeth and gave a wink. Waiter, bring the drinks, 10 bottles to start. Ao Fei shouted. 10 bottles of baijiu, Chinese liquor, were served. Young Master Dong, we'll risk our lives to accompany you. If anyone should apologize, it should be us. Ao Fei shouted. At his command, Yuan Chang'an and the others all raised their bottles and, like Dong Biping, blew into the liquor. Regardless of their alcohol tolerance, everyone was going all out at this moment, drinking as much as they could. Dong Biping had a long face. Are you kidding him? He glanced at Hua Qiu and noticed that Hua Qiu had a half-smile on his face. My God, are you trying to kill me? Dong Biping was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This Lu Chung stared blankly at the back and forth between the two sides. Is this how you apologize? He was completely baffled as to which side was apologizing. Lu Yeye almost burst out laughing. She just thought the scene was ridiculous. Both of them downed a bottle of wine in one go. Even the best drinkers can't keep up. Some people are already unsteady on their feet, and their vision has become blurry. Why aren't you drinking? Yuan Chang'an frowned deeply when he saw Hua Qiu sitting as still as a mountain. The others also looked at Hua Qiu, their faces showing anger. He bears the greatest responsibility for what happened today. But now he actually dares to sit there? Hua Qiu, what's wrong with you? Ao Fei's face darkened, becoming extremely ugly. It seemed he was about to reconcile with young Master Dong and have a pleasant conversation. Hua Qiu is deliberately trying to cause trouble, isn't he? You, right now, immediately, stand up and apologize to young Master Dong. Drink alcohol like we do. If you dare not do as I say, I will never forgive you. He threatened loudly, taking advantage of his drunkenness. What are you still sitting there for? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Boss Fei said? Someone scolded unhappily. You dare to be arrogant in front of young Master Dong? Just how ignorant of your own limitations do you think you are? Hurry up and apologize, otherwise you'll regret it. The group already harbored resentment, and now, half drunk and half awake, they spoke even more rudely, each using a reprimanding and commanding tone. An apology, is that it, Finny? As long as he can handle it, Hua Qiu sneered and stood up. Dong Biping's expression froze. Splash! The bottle in his hand shattered on the ground with a crisp sound. 177, Chapter 177. Turning against each other. Hua Qiu picked up the wine glass. Dong Biping stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. He came to apologize. Now that things have turned into Hua Qiu having to toast him, he is extremely terrified. No, how can you toast me like that? Dong Biping quickly waved his hand and pressed the wineglass in Hua Qiu's hand back onto the table. How can I possibly accept this? It's too much of a burden. Dong Biping said with a pained expression, clearly quite frightened. His uncle's martial prowess was all thanks to Hua Qiu, and even his uncle had to treat Hua Qiu with utmost respect. Dong Biping's unusual behavior puzzled Ao Fei and the others. Young Master Dong, there's no need for that, he should be the one toasting you, Ao Fei said with a smile. Yes, he is the one who started this misunderstanding today. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have disturbed young Master Dong. He should apologize to you. Yuan Chang'an echoed. Young Master Dong, please accept visits what he should do. It's already generous of him not to make him kneel down and apologize to you. Young Master Dong, you don't need to be polite to him at all. Is not worthy of being treated like that. Make him apologize and get out of here as soon as possible. Others chimed in, offering their advice and taking the opportunity to belittle Hua Qiu. Dong Biping was somewhat bewildered. Weren't these people with Hua Guosher? Why do they all speak so rudely? He had been very polite to them since they were with Hua Qiu, but now it seems something is amiss. He thought for a moment, his expression somewhat strange. Upon careful recollection, he remembered that when he went there during the day, these people seemed to have been beaten up by Hua Qiu. Excuse me, what is your relationship with them? Dong Biping asked, just to be on the safe side. It doesn't matter, Hua Qiu said calmly. Dong Biping was taken aback. He doesn't even deserve to be associated with us. If we didn't want him to apologize to you, who would bother bringing him here? Someone immediately said disdainfully. That's right, we haven't even settled accounts with him yet. Once this is over, we won't let him off the hook. Those people had fire in their eyes and were filled with hatred for Hua Qiu. Young Master Dong, you can vent your anger however you want, be as ruthless as you want, because this is the price he should pay for offending you. Someone added fuel to the fire. Dong Biping's face began to darken. He realized that these people seemed to have a big misunderstanding. You think they're the main characters at this apology banquet, right? He's fucking. Dong Biping was filled with rage, and his drunkenness vanished in an instant. He thought these people were Hua Qiu's companions, so he acted like a grandson, bowing and scraping to them. All that time, he did was a waste of time. I wasted half a day with a bunch of trash. Young Master Dong, let him offer you a toast as an apology. That's what he should do, Ao Fei said with a smile. What's so unbearable about someone so insignificant? Upon hearing this, Dong Biping glared at Ao Fei with a fierce look in his eyes. Ao Fei's smile froze. What did you say? I dare to say it again. Dong Biping said coldly. Ao Fei was dumbfounded, not knowing why he suddenly turned on him. The entire private room fell silent. What's wrong, young Master Dong? Did President Fei say something wrong? Yuan Chang'an asked cautiously. He's insignificant? Dong Biping sneered, finding these people utterly ridiculous. If he's insignificant, then what kind of dogs are you? Dong Biping roared, questioning fiercely. For a moment, everyone fell silent, too afraid to utter a sound. They were still confused. Dong Biping had been very polite, so why did his attitude change as soon as Hua Qiu stood up to offer a toast? Isn't Hua Qiu insignificant? Why are you angry? Lu Cheng asked, puzzled, unable to understand the situation. Ao Fei hasn't introduced him to the nephew of the national hero yet. Young Master Dong, calm down. If they said anything wrong, please forgive them. Lu Cheng tried to smooth things over. And who are you? Dong Biping said impatiently. The words Lu Chang was about to say caught in his throat, his face turning pale. Shut up if you can't say anything nice. If you say another word, I'll make sure you can't say a word. Dong Biping shouted. Lu Chang's face turned pale and then red, and he dared not speak again. Young Master Dong, what's wrong with you? We only said a few words to Hua Qiu, didn't we? Ao Fei said with a smile, trying to calm Dong Biping down. Shut up. Dong Biping suddenly shouted, his face contorted with rage. Ao Fei shuddered in fright, his expression tense. Damn it, I actually spent so much time being polite with you bunch of bastards, ugh. Dong Biping was extremely annoyed. He has a short temper to begin with, so it must be so hard for him to restrain himself and be humble to others. Especially since he flattered the wrong person. You're being very rude, Hua Qiu said, frowning. There are women here, and he was practically drooling over Lu Yeye's face. Everyone stared at Hua Qiu in surprise. Even at this point, he dared to criticize Dong Biping. Does he want to die? However, just when they thought Dong Biping would berate Hua Qiu, Dong Biping suddenly snapped out of his daze and quickly composed himself. I'm so sorry, I accidentally revealed my true nature, he said apologetically. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. This kid is quite interesting. Why wasn't Hua Qiu scolded? Ao Fei and the others stared wide-eyed, not understanding why the treatment on both sides was so different. Yuan Chang'an looked at it, his face showing resentment. Hua Qiu, who do you think you are? How dare you criticize young Master Dong? Do you have a death wish? He rebuked coldly. Young Master Dong, this kid doesn't know what's good for him, you should teach him a lesson. He added fuel to the fire again. I'll teach your mother a lesson. Dong Biping was furious, his expression changed again, and he kicked her directly. Bang! The kick landed hard on Yuan Chang'an, causing his face to contort in shock as he crashed into the wall of the private room. Dong Biping, however, for someone skilled in martial arts, this kick nearly cost Yuan Chang'an his life. Yuan Chang'an poured out all his grievances. His face turned deathly pale, and he could no longer utter a word. This scene terrified Ao Fei and the others. How could you turn on me so suddenly? They still don't know what went wrong. Young Master Dong, please tell us what we did to upset you, and we will change it, Ao Fei said in a panic. Change your mother's change. Dong Biping said with a dark face, kicking him again. Bang! Ao Fei was also sent flying, crashing down next to Yuan Chang'an. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream, and his face was deathly pale. Why are you hitting people? The remaining people cried out in increasing fear. I'll beat them up. Dong Biping roared, jumping up and striking with both hands, beating the men to the ground one by one. Hua Qiu couldn't bear to watch. That's terrible. These people were beaten up by him at the restaurant during the day, and they had just finished getting bandaged up at the hospital when they came here and were beaten up again. Moreover, Dong Biping was even more ruthless than him, looking like he was about to kill someone. These people will probably be unable to get out of bed for 10 days to half a month after this. Ouch! Those people lay on the ground howling in pain, their suffering extreme. They just couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. All that can be uttered is a heart-wrenching cry. Where is justice? 178, Chapter 178. The terrified Yuan Chang'an. Dong Biping was furious, and Ao Fei and everyone in his new company were severely injured. The group of people were terrified. Call the police now! Someone shouted in terror. Don't call the police, it will only make things worse. Yuan Chang'an exclaimed. Even the head of the law enforcement bureau has to follow Dong Biping's orders. Isn't calling the police just asking for trouble? They could only swallow their anger and endure Dong Biping's brutal treatment. How could this happen? Lu Chang was so frightened that his face turned ashen. If he hadn't hidden away early on, he might have been beaten to the ground too. Alright, that's enough, Hua Qiu said. If the fighting continues, it could really lead to deaths. These people did not deserve to die. Dong Biping then stopped and wiped his sweat. Sorry, I couldn't control my damn bad temper, Dong Biping said with an embarrassed smile. Hua Qiu gave a half smile. It's not that Dong Biping can't control his temper. He was taking the opportunity to teach a lesson to those who spoke rudely to Hua Qiu. That's good, it saves Hua Qiu from having to make another move. If it weren't for this person speaking up for you, I would have broken all your bones today. Dong Biping said coldly to the group of people. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely complicated. In the end, it was Hua Qiu who saved them. One question puzzled them for a long time. Why would the nephew of a national hero listen to Hua Qiu? Do they have some kind of secret relationship? Ao Fei, how are you? Lu Cheng rushed to Ao Fei's side and asked with concern. Call the doctor, Ao Fei said haltingly, his face pale. Lu Cheng was extremely anxious. This is his golden bachelor. He immediately dialed the emergency number and called an ambulance. The hospital is quite close here, and the sound of an ambulance will be approaching soon. Yeah, come help. Lu Chun called out to Lu Yaya, asking her to help him carry Ao Fei out. Reluctantly, Lu Yaya stepped forward and laboriously helped lift the person. After Ao Fei was carried out, the others also struggled to crawl out. They feared being beaten again if they stayed here any longer. Only one person remained still. Yuan Chang'an was the most seriously injured and didn't even have the strength to crawl out. But he was afraid of being targeted by Dong Biping, so he closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious, praying that someone would come quickly to carry him away for treatment. Seeing that there were no people around, Dong Biping quickly knelt down on one knee in front of Hua Qiu. When I was at the restaurant today, I didn't know that Huaguosher was next door. In a moment of impulse, I kicked the door open and offended you. Please forgive me. He bowed his head and apologized. I wouldn't hold a grudge against you, Hua Qiu said calmly. Actually, when he kicked Ao Fei away, Ao Fei bumped into him. Thank you so much, Mr. Hua, for not holding a grudge against me. Dong Biping said gratefully, tears streaming down his face. You look somewhat familiar, Hua Qiu said. Huaguosher, don't you remember, on the day of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, I was also one of the contestants representing Yi Martial Arts School, Dong Biping quickly reminded him. However, the three of us were all knocked unconscious by Huaguosher in one move, so it's normal that you don't remember me, he laughed sheepishly. Our museum owner said that if we had known your identity earlier, we would have just admitted defeat. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, Dong Jiqi, the branch manager of the Qishan Martial Alliance, is my uncle, Dong Biping added. If it weren't for you, my uncle wouldn't have been able to break through to the martial venerable realm, let alone become a national hero of the Xia Kingdom. Our entire Dong family is deeply grateful to you. You have bestowed this good fortune upon our family. If you have any free time, please come to our Dong family as a guest so that we can extend our hospitality and express our gratitude for your great kindness. Dong Biping's expression was full of sincerity. He was right. Hua Qiu has created a national hero for the Dong family, which has brought about a dramatic change in the status of the entire Dong family, not just for Dong Jiqiu himself. A family that produced a national hero. They are a family capable of becoming one of the top wealthy families in the Xia Kingdom. Alright, get up, Hua Qiu waved his hand. Dong Biping then stood up. At this moment, Yuan Chang'an, who was pretending to be unconscious in the corner, was filled with shock. He finally learned the true story behind this series of events. It turns out that the important person they really offended was not the nephew of the national scholar, but Hua Qiu. He was actually a national hero of the Xia Kingdom. Moreover, it was he who made Qishan a new national hero. No words can describe the horror Yuan Chang'an felt at that moment. His body began to tremble. His shock almost made his body convulse. Hua Qiu is a laughingstock at Beishan No One Middle School. The so-called love guru of No One High School has been ridiculed by students of No One High School for several years. His deeds are still displayed on the website's homepage. Everyone who saw it felt contempt and disdain for Hua Qiu. At first, Yuan Chang'an also looked down on Hua Qiu, which is why he teased him when they first met. Now, Yuan Chang'an was terrified. That loser, ridiculed by so many students, actually possessed such a terrifying identity. National scholar. How sublime and sacred. These so-called elites of No One Middle School are far inferior to them. It's over. How did he become an unparalleled national hero? Offending a national hero is a serious crime. Yuan Chang'an was terrified. Let's keep playing dead. We absolutely can't let them find out. Yuan Chang'an made up his mind. He had already decided that after leaving this place, he would run away as soon as possible, get far away from Qishan North Mountain, and never have anything to do with Ao Fei again. Compared to a noble patriot, the heir to one of the top 3 groups in the provincial capital is nothing. Yuan Chang'an. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Yuan Chang'an's body trembled violently, and his heart jumped into his throat. It was Hua Qiu calling him. Yuan Chang'an trembled and dared not respond. Keep pretending, and I'll make you. He'll never wake up, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Yuan Chang'an looked terrified and quickly opened his eyes. Hua Guasha, please spare my life, Yuan Chang'an pleaded with a mournful face. Tu was blind and looked down on you. I didn't know who you were, and everything I said was utter nonsense. I deserve to die. But I still want to live. I have an elderly mother and children to support. Please, for their sake, spare me, he cried out. Hua Qiu frowned. These so-called elites of No One Middle School are so despicable. Hua Guasha, the Martial Alliance has blocked your information, but this person already knows your identity. How about? Dong Biping made a clicking gesture. Yuan Chang'an was so frightened that his face turned pale. Tu promised to keep my mouth shut and will not tell anyone a single word, I promise. I will go far away, and if I let a word slip, may I be struck by lightning. He swore. Hua Qiu shook his head. The Martial Alliance claimed to be protecting him by blocking information, but after several incidents, many martial artists have already learned of his identity. Whether or not there is a lockdown, it doesn't mean much to him. Forget it, killing this kind of person is a waste of time, Hua Qiu said indifferently, turning and walking out. Dong Biping quickly followed. Yuan Chang'an stared blankly as the two left. He had mixed feelings. No one else would deign to kill him. What China National Machinery Industry Corporation, what Fei Zong, to hell with them all. Yuan Chang'an shook his head with a wry smile. Ao Fei, if you knew who you were competing against, would you still be so confident? 179, Chapter 179. Is this how you try to get rid of me? Ao Fei was seriously injured and needed to be hospitalized. Lu Cheng naturally busied himself serving the family, and the house was finally quiet for a few days. But this tranquility did not last long. That day, Lu Cheng returned home and announced some news to Hua Qiu and the others. Lu Cheng's parents are planning a trip and will be flying from Qishan Airport. They will come to Qishan in the next couple of days. Since people were already living in the house, they would first check into a high-end hotel so that Lu Cheng could take his family there to meet them. Hua Qiu, they want to see you too, Lu Cheng said to Hua Qiu specifically. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. Lu Ye's grandparents didn't know him at all, so why did they specifically ask to see him? It's definitely not going to be anything good. Hua Qiu had heard from her mother that Aunt Chu had a hard time after marrying into the Lu family, partly because of Lu Cheng's parents. They looked down on Aunt Chu's background, and coupled with their patriarchal views, they treated her very poorly. Before retiring, Lu's father was a leader in a district of Qishan. He often put on airs and treated Aunt Chu like a servant. Lu's mean mother made things difficult for her at every turn and would criticize Aunt Chu at the drop of a hat. Later, when Mr. Lu retired, they moved back to their hometown, and Aunt Chu's life became a little easier. Let's go to the hotel, Lu Cheng said, heading out to get the car. Xu Ying's face tightened. Xiao Qiu, I think they're probably here for you and Yaya, Xu Ying said to Hua Qiu. Don't worry, even if everyone else objects, Auntie will support you and Yaya. No matter how timid I was before, I will never back down on this matter. Her expression was firm. Aunt Chu, don't worry, I'll hold the sky up for you even if it falls, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Xu Ying nodded with satisfaction. Mrs. Lu stayed at a 5-star hotel in Qishan City. After parking the car, Lu Cheng answered a phone call and then led them to the restaurant on the 5th floor of the hotel. Dad, Mom, Lu Cheng called out to the two elderly people in front of him from 7 or 8 meters away. Mr. Lu was dressed in the typical attire of a retired cadre, with a stern face that exuded authority without anger. Lu's mother was wearing a cheongsam, slightly plump, and had a long face, as if someone owed her millions. The group walked over. They've arrived. Father Lu looked up and glanced at the group. Sit down, he said casually. So they all sat down. Shuing, we heard you become quite capable while we were away. Before she could even settle into her seat, Lu's mother said to Chuing with a forced smile. Chuing was taken aback. Mom, no, you've misunderstood, she said, her head bowed. Humph, what misunderstanding? If we hadn't come, you might have turned the Lu family upside down. Mother Lu slammed her hand on the table and scolded. The saying goes, when the husband sings, the wife follows. Look at you, now that you've grown wings, you dare to argue with my son. Is this how you raise your family? Mother Lu questioned aggressively. Shuing looked aggrieved, enduring the scolding. Hua Qiu was furious. Aunt Chu endured this kind of mother-in-law for decades. Grandma, please don't scold my mother, okay? She's only doing it for my own good, Lu Yaya pleaded. Shut up. What right do children have to interrupt when adults are talking? Lu's mother scolded Lu Yaya coldly. Tears welled up in Lu Yaya's eyes immediately. She never felt any love from her grandparents, on the contrary, they disliked her. All right, that's enough, said Mr. Lu, a retired senior official who was quite composed. Only then did Lu's mother sit down with a stern face. Shu Ying. Your mother-in-law's words were a bit harsh, but they're not entirely unreasonable as a wife. You've already lost your moral compass, Mr. Lu said calmly. Dad, Chu Ying tried to explain. However, Lu's father waved his hand, stopping her from saying anything more. You have no say in Yaya's marriage, it's up to the head of the family to decide. Your act of arranging a marriage between your children without permission has crossed the line. This is something our Lu family cannot tolerate. Do you understand? The imposing presence of Lu's father left Chu Ying speechless for a moment. Chu Ying, when you married my son, we didn't look down on your family's situation, but now you're ungrateful and casually betrothed Lu Yaya to some nobody. Who gave you the guts, who gave you the courage? Lu's mother questioned Chu Ying from her superior position. Let me tell you, you have no right to decide this matter, and your decision will not be recognized by the Lu family. Chu Ying's face turned ugly. Hua Qiu's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. This Lu mother is truly exceptionally mean-spirited. She's like a self-righteous, mad bitch. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Hua Qiu sneered. You old hag, you've eaten shit and can't speak like a decent human being anymore, have you? He said coldly. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lu's mother immediately bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How dare you insult me? She glared angrily at Hua Qiu. You're allowed to insult others, but others aren't allowed to insult you. Who do you think you are? Hua Qiu said disdainfully. If it weren't for maintaining a semblance of imperial dignity, and considering she was an old woman, he would have slapped her long ago. Yu Mother Lu trembled with anger, pointing at Hua Qiu but unable to speak. Perhaps because he was used to being high and mighty and had never been scolded like that before, he found it hard to accept and was quite angry. All right. Father Lu suddenly slammed his hand on the table with a stern face. Only then did Lu's mother shut her mouth. You must be Hua Qiu, right? Lu's father asked, his face darkening as he looked at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently. I heard you didn't even go to university? Mr. Lu frowned. No wonder, he said. He was implying that Hua Qiu was uneducated and lacked manners. Old man, just say what you have to say, or shut up. Don't beat around the bush like you're being profound. Is this the only trick an old cadre like you knows? Sarcastic remarks? Hua Qiu mocked. Lu's father's expression turned very gloomy. In the past, when he showed this expression, his subordinates would be so frightened that they would tremble and dare not speak. But his little bit of leadership authority had no effect on Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, how dare you? Who gave you the audacity to speak to my father like that? Lu Chang roared angrily at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu gave him a cold look, filled with a strong murderous aura. Lu Chang couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. He found it unbelievable that he had been intimidated by this poor boy, Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu doesn't want to give face to anyone right now. He had tolerated the Lu family for a long time and had no desire to let them act so arrogantly towards him any longer. What a fine son-in-law from Beishan, Lu's father said in a gloomy tone. Shuing, is this the good son-in-law you found? He's really opened our eyes. He sneered. Shuing remained silent, unable to speak. She had rebellious thoughts, but when she actually faced this family, she was instinctively vulnerable. Young man, don't be too impulsive, Lu's father said calmly, looking at Hua Qiu. You and Ye are really not a good match. I hope you can face reality and be more rational. As he spoke, he took a bag from under the table and placed it in front of Hua Qiu. Here's 300,000, take this money and leave, don't bother me again, this marriage arrangement is off. He waved his hand impatiently. Shu Ying's expression tightened, she hadn't expected them to be willing to use money to appease Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu looked at the 300,000 yuan in the bag and also showed a strange expression. The Lu family members all thought highly of themselves and acted superior. Result? That's it? You think you can get rid of someone with a mere 300,000? 180, Chapter 180 on the spot dismissal. It's absolutely ridiculous. Hua Qiu couldn't help but laugh. He even overestimated the Lu family. So, being so high and mighty, all you can offer is 300,000 to get rid of people? Shu Wing, however, showed a worried expression. She knew that Hua Qiu's family was in a very bad situation and was extremely poor. Hua Qiu's mother has fallen ill again and urgently needs money. She was genuinely afraid that Hua Qiu would be forced to accept the 300,000 yuan and abandon them. Lu Yeye, however, looked at her parents with a strange expression. She knew Hua Qiu's strength. The bracelet on her wrist alone is worth at least tens of millions. Hua Qiu gave her this as a gift without even blinking an eye. Her mother also possessed an even more valuable luminous pearl. 300,000. In Hua Qiu's eyes, it probably didn't carry any weight at all. Lu Yeye felt extremely embarrassed. Wasn't this just making a fool of herself? 300,000? Hua Qiu indeed let out a mocking laugh. They also held the Lu family in utter contempt. What are you laughing at? Seeing his expression, the three members of the Lu family frowned, clearly displeased. What, do you think 300,000 is not enough? Mr. Lu asked in a deep voice. Young man, 300,000 is a lot. You might not earn that much even if you work hard for 10 years. I heard from Lu Cheng that your family urgently needs money right now. This 300,000 yuan should be a great help to you. You're not young anymore, think more about your family and don't just act impulsively, Mr. Lu advised. If you know what's good for you, take the money and get out of here. Lu's mother said impatiently. This is not a compromise, it's just that we're too lazy to argue with you. You just take the money and leave, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Hua Qiu picked up the bag of money and weighed it in her hand. Xiao Qiu Chuing called out worriedly. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Bang! He casually tossed the paper bag onto the table. You want to marry your granddaughter into the AO family and climb the social ladder to become a wealthy family in the provincial capital, but you only offer me 300,000 yuan to get rid of me. That's too stingy, he said with a smile. You still think it's not enough? Mother Lu's anger surged, and she exploded on the spot. You insatiable wretch, she stood up, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. But Lu's father reached out and interrupted her. Tell me, how much do you want? He asked. It would have to be at least 3 to 5 million, Hua Qiu casually stated a figure. Lu's father's expression froze. Lu's mother's eyes widened. 3 to 5 million, how can you even say that? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Are you really worth 3 to 5 million? Lu's father's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned hostile. Young man, being too greedy will not end well, he warned. I'm giving you a way out, but you won't take it, then you won't even get the 300,000. He waved to a spot not far away with a stern face. A middle-aged man in a suit was sitting there. Seeing him beckon, the middle-aged man got up and walked over. Old leader, the middle-aged man called out, bowing to Lu's father. Little Lu, please sit down, Lu's father gestured. The middle-aged man then sat down. This young Lu is the president of the Qishan 3rd District Arbitration Court. I promoted him when I was in office, Lu's father said calmly. Upon hearing this, both Chuing and Lu Yeye were momentarily stunned. An arbitration court is a department that specializes in arbitrating various disputes between the people. They handle all kinds of disputes, big and small, and issue judgments that are then enforced by the relevant departments. The president of the arbitration court is a high-ranking position with considerable power. They knew that Lu's father used to be a high-ranking leader, but they didn't expect that he could still summon such a person after his retirement. Chuing felt utterly devastated. Even the president of the arbitration tribunal had been summoned by Lu's father, so she felt there was no hope left. With that kind of department intervening, no matter how much she insists, she can't defy someone else's verdict. Xiao Lu, please handle this matter, Lu's father said to Dean Lu. He glanced at Hua Qiu with a faint smile. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty shot. Since the former leader asked me for help, I will naturally do my best, Dean Lu said with a smile. Then he put on a stern face. Mr. Hua Qiu, please listen carefully. He looked at Hua Qiu coldly. Your so-called betrothal with Ms. Lu Yeye is merely a verbal agreement between the two mothers, which has no legal effect whatsoever, not to mention that it has not received the support of the woman's family. Under these circumstances, if you insist on harassing Ms. Lu Yeye, according to the relevant laws of Xia country, the arbitration court can consider it as malicious marital harassment and can issue a severe judgment against you. This dean is now issuing you a formal warning. Stay away from Ms. Lu Yeye, and never again threaten any member of the Lu family with the verbal agreement of a childhood betrothal, otherwise, you will face several years in prison. Dean Lu adopted a strictly official attitude and gave Hua Qiu a stern warning. Xu Ying's face turned pale. She was already considering compromising. She didn't want Hua Qiu to go to jail. Lu Chang and his mother naturally looked smug. Did you hear that? This is a warning personally issued to you by the president of the arbitration court. If you dare to cause any trouble, you will be disobeying the law. They can arrest you at any time. Mother Lu sneered. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Now you're satisfied, aren't you? Mother Lu said sarcastically. Mr. Lu shook his head. He tried to be polite first, but the kid didn't understand the situation and insisted on forcing him to use force. How could a poor kid with no connections possibly outmaneuver a former veteran cadre like him? Still too young, Lu's father thought to himself. Mr. Hua Qiu, your silence suggests you have objections to my verdict? Dean Lu asked coldly, continuing to put pressure on Hua Qiu. What objection could he possibly have? Does he really think he can defy the arbitration court? Lu's mother sneered. Hua Qiu's face, a cold smile appeared on his face. He looked at the so-called president of the arbitration court. The president of the 3rd District Arbitration Court, is that right? He asked. Do you need to see my identification? Dean Lu asked, frowning. It's fine as long as you admit it, Hua Qiu nodded, then took out his phone from his pocket and started typing. What are you doing? Dean Lu questioned. I'll send a message, please wait a moment, Hua Qiu said. Dean Lu looked displeased. You are not allowed to send messages now. This is a serious sentence, and you must take it seriously. He shouted coldly. Hua Qiu neither agreed nor disagreed. Let him send it, it won't matter what message he sends. Mother Lu seemed to think that things were getting out of hand. I don't believe it. He can't cause any trouble by sending a few messages, just putting on an act. Lu's mother was full of contempt for Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu didn't say anything, quickly typed a few lines, and then clicked send. Then, he put his phone back in his pocket and crossed his arms. This appearance made Dean Lu frown deeply. A moment later, Dean Lu's cell phone rang. He paused for a moment, took out his phone, glanced at it, his expression changed, and he quickly went out to answer the call. The Lu family members were somewhat stunned as they watched Dean Lu answer the phone not far away. He seemed extremely shocked and incredulous after hearing something on the phone, unable to calm down. Soon after, Dean Lu returned from the phone call, looking completely lost. Xiao Lu, what happened? Why do you seem so distracted? Lu's father asked, frowning. 2VE been dismissed, Dean Lu said blankly. What? In an instant, the group was taken aback, their expressions turning blank. 181, Chapter 181. Do you think I'm poor? Everyone present, except for Hua Qiu, was extremely shocked. Hua Qiu merely sent a text message, and the president of the arbitration court was dismissed? That's no low-level position. How could you just dismiss someone like that? Even if someone were to be dismissed, just going through the entire process would take at least a few days. But Hua Qiu only used one text message. None of them could quite believe it. Could this really be his doing? Does he have that ability? Xiaolu, explain yourself clearly. What exactly happened? How could you be dismissed for no reason? Lu's father asked, frowning. Because this is too outrageous. Who called? Who dares to fire you? Dean Lu looked mournful and completely bewildered. The call was from the Qishan Central District General Hospital. They said I meddled in things I shouldn't have, abused my power, and wanted to dismiss me. They also said that I should never be a civil servant again in my life. Dean Lu's words surprised the group. What does it mean to meddle in things that are not your business? Is this what it is? That's really unnecessary. Lu's father looked at Hua Qiu, whose expression was indifferent, with a gloomy face. Did you do this? He asked, frowning. He really couldn't believe that Hua Qiu, a poor boy, had such ability. You're incredibly arrogant, Hua Qiu said coldly, glancing at Dean Lu. Some matters are not something that a mere president of an arbitration court can handle. Lu's father could no longer remain calm, and his eyes gradually widened. Lu's mother stood there dumbfounded, as if she had been excessively frightened. Lu Chang was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. Shuling looked at Hua Qiu in disbelief. Hua Qiu's actions exceeded her understanding of Hua Qiu. In her eyes, Hua Qiu's family was in difficulty and she was a child who needed her care and help. I never imagined he possessed such astonishing power. The only one who fared slightly better was Lu Yeye, since she knew that Hua Qiu's identity was not simple. But she was also very surprised. With just a single sentence, a high-ranking public official like the president of the arbitration court was dismissed. This goes beyond simply having connections in both the legal and illegal worlds. His identity must be incredibly terrifying. That's impossible. You dismissed the president of the arbitration court with just a word. Even the highest-ranking district official doesn't have that kind of power. Mr. Lu said with a long face. He was well aware of the complexities within the system. Removing a dean from office is no small matter. How can we just withdraw like that? Hua Qiu, how did you do that? Did you use some underhanded methods? Lu Cheng questioned him with a stern face. This is absolutely stunning. Given his rank, it's hard to imagine who has such power. They actually managed to order the Qishan Central District General Hospital around the world. It's just removing a minor dean. What's so difficult about that? Hua Qiu sneered and said indifferently. His words caused everyone's expressions to change. Junior dean? How can the president of the arbitration court be a junior president? Who exactly are you? What is your identity? Dean Lu looked at Hua Qiu in horror. By this time, he had become afraid of the young man. You are not worthy to know my identity, Hua Qiu said coldly, showing no interest in answering him. Dean Lu's face turned extremely ugly. He was on the verge of tears. He never expected that just coming to help his former boss with a small matter and to warn a poor young man with no connections would cost him his job. Old leader, is this what you mean by having no background? Dean Lu questioned Lu's father angrily, full of resentment. He dismissed me with just one sentence. Mr. Lu felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He was also experiencing intense emotional turmoil and was unable to accept such a shocking change. Xiaolu, don't panic, maybe things aren't as bad as they seem. He could only try to reassure Dean Lu first. Don't worry, I'll use all my connections to get you reinstated. He assured them. Hua Qiu revealed a disdainful smile. Old leader, it's no use. The people at the main hospital said this was an order personally issued by the highest level in Qishan. Dean Lu said dejectedly. What? The three members of the Lu family were shocked. It was actually an order from the highest level in Qishan. Hua Qiu actually managed to get the highest-ranking officials in Qishan to personally issue an order to dismiss a senior dean. The implications of this sent chills down the spines of Lu's father and Lu Chang. Both father and son have worked in this field, but even now, they are far from reaching that level. For a moment, the three members of the Lu family had uncertain expressions and remained silent for a long time. Lu's mother became even more apprehensive. Unsure of Hua Qiu's identity, she dared not speak out and curse again. Lu's father looked at Hua Qiu with a solemn expression. Do you know any very important people? He asked tentatively. I do know a few, but I don't know their rank, though they can give orders, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. The three members of the Lu family were suddenly shocked. I actually know more than one of them. What exactly is the relationship between Hua Qiu and those people? They were completely baffled. How could a poor boy possibly come into contact with someone of that level? He could also get those people to do things for him. For a moment, the three members of the Lu family were unsettled. Dad, Mom, look, with the strength Hua Qiu has shown so far, isn't he enough to become the Lu family's son-in-law? Shuing said quickly, assessing the situation. I am Ye's biological mother, and I should also have the right to decide her marriage. You cannot exclude me. The three looked at each other in bewilderment. To be honest, the abilities and skills that Guang Wakio has shown so far have truly shocked them. In the past, people like this would have needed to curry favor with them, and becoming a son-in-law of the Lu family would have been more than enough. But now, the other eligible bachelor is the young master of the AO family, the heir to the top provincial enterprise, China National Machinery Industry Corporation. Hua Qiu is still somewhat inferior. Hua Qiu, your position must be quite high, right? Father Lu asked, looking at Hua Qiu he asked thoughtfully. But anyone in this line of work knows that with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan, it's barely enough to support a family, let alone live the life you dream of. Even public officials in relatively high positions are struggling financially if they don't get involved in illegal activities. Compared to the young master of the AO family, who do you think is more capable of bringing happiness to Ye? He questioned. Hua Qiu frowned. Moreover, when it comes to power, given the AO family's status, they are no less powerful than you after all. The provincial capital is still a level above Qishan. We were a bit extreme before, but it was for Ye's own good. If you really care about Ye, you shouldn't stop her from having a better life. Lu's father thought he had grasped Hua Qiu's sore spot and regained his old-fashioned cadre's authority. Grandpa, I don't care that much about that kind of life. Besides, who said Hua Qiu is poor? He's not poor at all. Lu Ye interjected. Looking at him like this, you still say he's not poor? He's wearing cheap clothes from head to toe. Mother Lu said with a look of disdain. He can't even afford to stay in this 5-star hotel. One night's stay might cost him a month's salary. What do you like about him? How can he compare to the young master of the AO family? Mother Lu pointed at Lu Ye with exasperation. Hua Qiu suddenly burst out laughing. You look down on me, you think I'm poor, right? He sneered repeatedly. Waiter, he waved to a waiter beside him. Go and bring me the highest-ranking person in your hotel. 182, Chapter 182 5-star hotel, I bought it. Sir, what can I do for you? The waiter asked with a smile. Stop talking nonsense, just go and call them. It's not a bad thing. Hua Qiu waved his hand. The waiter's smile faltered slightly. Please wait a moment. The waiter turned and left. The group looked at Hua Qiu with puzzled expressions, wondering what he was up to. Hua Qiu, what do you want to do? Lu Chang asked, frowning. Didn't you look down on me, saying I couldn't even afford to stay in this hotel for one night? Hua Qiu said with a sneer, I'll prove to you that I can still afford to spend money here. The men looked slightly stunned. Lu's mother had a face full of disfigurement. She only meant to mock Hua Qiu. If someone really wants to spite someone by spending money here, who can't afford it? Lu's mother started to speak, but Lu's father waved her hand to stop her. I'd like to see how he proves it, he said with interest. He believed that Hua Qiu wouldn't resort to unreasonable arguments. But how can he prove his spending power? Just want to book a room here for one night? Xiao Qiu, calm down, Chuing said to Hua Qiu worriedly. She was afraid that Hua Qiu would spend too much money here out of spite. My best friend Zhanlan urgently needs money for medical treatment. Aunt Chu, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Hua Qiu said with a slight smile. Chuing sighed and didn't say anything more. Not long after, a man who looked like a manager walked over. Sir, what can I do for you? The hotel manager asked politely. Your hotel looks nice, Hua Qiu said casually. Sir, our hotel was built 3 years ago at great expense in all aspects. It is superior to other hotels of the same level in Xishan, and our service has always been highly praised and has a good reputation, the hotel manager replied with a smile. Hua Qiu nodded. How much is this hotel? I'll buy it, he said. The hotel manager's smile froze instantly. Everyone at the table was instantly speechless. No one expected Hua Qiu to say such a thing. Even Lu's father's expression froze. He actually wants to buy a 5-star hotel? Is this something you can just say casually? Sir, you're joking, the hotel manager, displaying good professionalism, said with a smile, without adding anything else. I'm not joking, I bought this hotel, and I can pay right now, Hua Qiu said seriously. The hotel manager looked surprised and didn't dare to speak for a moment. Cough, Hua Qiu, stop fooling around, Lu Yaya coughed and tugged at his clothes. She knew Hua Qiu wasn't poor, but there was no need for such proof. That's a 5-star hotel, how can you just buy it like that? A 5-star hotel would cost at least several hundred million yuan to build, and she felt that Hua Qiu was just putting on a show. Xiao Qiu, this joke isn't funny, please stop making this up, Chuing quickly advised. She was afraid that if the situation continued, it would become uncontrollable. Are you serious? Mr. Lu's face tightened. Do you even know what it means to buy a 5-star hotel, and how much money it requires? He had already concluded that Hua Qiu was being unreasonable and pedantic. If Hua Qiu had made it sound less serious, they might have believed him. However, buying the hotel would be too outrageous. You, buy this 5-star hotel? What are you going to use to buy it? How dare you say such a thing? Can you please stop making a fool of yourself here? Lu Cheng noticed that some people around him were looking at him, and he immediately felt extremely ashamed and indignant. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Mother Lu shouted again, her face full of sarcasm. Even billionaires wouldn't dare casually ask to buy a 5-star hotel. Where do you get the audacity to say something like that? You want to buy it? Then show me the money. Do you even have that much money? Mother Lu sneered, arms crossed, looking at him like he was watching a clown. She simply couldn't believe that Hua Qiu could actually come up with the money to buy a 5-star hotel. That's no small amount of money. Sir, our hotel is doing well and we have no intention of selling it at the moment, the hotel manager said with a smile, without making a single sarcastic remark about Hua Qiu. Then I'm even more eager to buy it. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and took out a black and gold bank card in front of everyone. The hotel manager's expression immediately changed slightly. He could tell at a glance that the black gold card was no ordinary card. Hua Qiu placed the black gold card in the hotel manager's hand. Go ahead and contact the owner behind your hotel. Tell him that a man from Beishan named Hua Qiu wants to buy his hotel. The hotel manager's pupils dilated slightly when he saw the black gold card in his hand. With his knowledge, he immediately recognized it as the top-tier VIP card from the Central Bank of Xia Kingdom. Only those with deposits exceeding 1 billion in the central bank and of high social standing can possess this level of black card. At this point, the hotel manager dared not be negligent. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go ask the chairman for you right away. He left with the black gold card. This scene left everyone stunned. What happened? That manager actually agreed. Mrs. Lu asked incredulously. Anyone with a normal mind would think that Hua Qiu is just being unreasonable, right? Why did the manager's attitude change the moment he pulled out a bank card? Even if the hotel manager actually asks, even if the hotel owner is really willing to sell, can the money in that card afford it? Mr. Liu pointed out the key point. At least several hundred million. They simply didn't believe Hua Qiu could produce it. Hua Qiu, how about we go and get the card back? Liu Yeye said nervously. Xu Ying was in a state of panic and confusion. Xiao Qiu, Auntie will go with you, she said. No way, it would be so embarrassing to ask for the card back now, Lu Cheng sneered. I want to see if he can really buy this a hotel. Whether they truly have the ability or are just bluffing, we'll soon find out. Lu Cheng held Xu Ying back, preventing her from moving. We just want to see Hua Qiu make a fool of himself. Meanwhile, the hotel manager called the chairman and explained the situation. What did you say? Hua Qiu from Beishan wants to buy our hotel? The hotel chairman asked in surprise. Yes, Chairman, I saw him take out a black card from the central bank, so I didn't dare to be negligent and just went through the motions to tell you. Of course I know the hotel can't be sold. Sell, we'll sell. The chairman said repeatedly. The hotel manager was taken aback. This hotel is well run and profitable. The chairman actually agreed to sell? This left him completely baffled. A distinguished national figure has taken a liking to our hotel. How can I go against his wishes? We must seize this opportunity, even if it means losing money. The chairman said urgently. During the 100 Schools martial arts tournament, he was one of the renowned martial arts figures seated on the main stage. Having witnessed Hua Qiu's brilliance, he was lamenting his inability to forge a connection with Hua Qiu, but unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself to him. The hotel manager was dumbfounded and utterly shocked. That person was so young, yet he was a national hero of the highest caliber. After finishing the phone call, the manager returned to the restaurant, looking unsettled. Upon seeing him return, the three members of the Liu family wore expressions of schadenfreude. They thought that Hua Qiu would definitely be scolded and kicked out of the hotel, losing all face. The manager approached Hua Qiu and immediately bowed to her at a 90-degree angle. The group of people were stunned. Mr. Hua, our chairman has agreed to sell the hotel to you and specifically instructed me to sell it at the lowest possible cost price, and not to ask for a single penny more than necessary, the manager said respectfully. I've checked the balance in your card, it's more than enough to cover the payment. IDE also brought all the documents. If you're willing, just sign and stamp them, and you can become the owner of this hotel. After hearing the manager's words, everyone's expression froze instantly. 183, Chapter 183. Throw it out. As if struck by lightning, everyone was left numb. There was no sound from next to Hua Qiu for quite a while. They just stared at him, speechless. He actually bought a 5-star hotel. He actually had several hundred million in his bank account. The emotions in their hearts were like a raging storm, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Moreover, I don't know what the hotel owner was thinking, actually wanting to sell a well-run hotel to Hua Qiu at the lowest possible cost price. What was he really thinking? For a moment, so much confusion and shock filled everyone's minds that they remained speechless for a long time. Mr. Hua, do you agree to sign? The hotel manager asked Hua Qiu respectfully. I agree. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. The manager handed him the documents, which Hua Qiu took, placed on the table, and signed without even glancing at the terms. He understood that the hotel owner already knew his identity and wouldn't dare to cheat him. Then, under the manager's direction, a huge sum of money was transferred into the original hotel owner's account. From this moment on, this hotel belongs to you, congratulations. The hotel manager shook hands with Hua Qiu and said with a smile. Despite his calm demeanor, his hands were actually trembling. This is a national hero of the highest caliber. It would be an honor to even meet them. Okay, Hua Qiu nodded. Nothing in the hotel's rules and regulations needs to be changed. Everything should remain the same as before, Hua Qiu instructed. I think you're a decent person, so you can continue as manager here and help me manage all matters. As for your salary, let's double it for now, he said. Upon hearing this, the manager was momentarily stunned. What an honor it is to work for a national hero of such high standing. Thank you, Mr. Hua. I will do my best to manage the hotel well for you. He suppressed his excitement and bowed to Hua Qiu again at a 90-degree angle. It was only then that the people nearby came to their senses. Looking at the hotel manager who was so respectful to Hua Qiu, they felt as if they were in another world. In such a short time, this 5-star hotel changed hands and became Hua Qiu's asset. They actually bought it. Lu Yeye stared blankly at Hua Qiu. She truly hadn't expected Hua Qiu to be so rich. A 5-star hotel worth hundreds of millions, bought just like that. Lu Chang, his parents, and others all had complicated expressions. Shock mixed with embarrassment. They bullied Hua Qiu because she had no connections, but Hua Qiu removed the president of the arbitration court with just one text message. They mocked Hua Qiu for being poor, but Hua Qiu generously bought a 5-star hotel. He possesses both power and money. Mr. Lu's face was grim, and he could no longer say anything. Lu's mother's expression shifted, her features contorted in a grimace, making her appear somewhat ferocious. Without a doubt, they were thoroughly humiliated, and twice in a row. Lu Chang swallowed. He had even considered agreeing to the arranged marriage. After all, Hua Qiu's aura is too strong. Chu Ling was the most surprised. She then realized that she seemed to know Hua Qiu completely. How could he be the miserable, unfortunate, and pitiful child that his best friend used to describe? Chu Ling had mixed feelings, including relief and joy, but also a bit of resentment at being deceived. Mr. Hua, if you have any instructions, please let me know, and I will do my best to fulfill them. The hotel manager said to Hua Qiu. There is indeed something I need you to do. He gave a cold laugh and looked at Lu's father and mother. Please speak. Throw these 3 people out of this hotel and never let them set foot in this hotel again. Hua Qiu said coldly, pointing at the 3 members of the Lu family. As for the room fees they paid, refund them tenfold. I wouldn't deign to earn money from someone like that. The 3 members of the Lu family immediately changed their expressions. Unexpectedly, Hua Qiu turned hostile on the spot and demanded that the hotel kick people out. Yes, Mr. Hua, the hotel manager nodded, then took out his walkie-talkie and called out twice. Half a minute later, several burly security guards in uniform ran in. The boss said, "Get these 3 out." The manager said in a deep voice. Yes. The security guards responded in unison, and were about to take action. You can't do this. Rand and Mrs. Lu panicked, their faces showing anger. We are hotel guests, is this how you treat your guests? Hua Qiu, even if you become the hotel owner, you can't do business like this. Aren't you afraid of affecting the hotel's reputation? Lu Chang shouted. I'm not afraid, Hua Qiu said nonchalantly. At worst, I'll quit the hotel business and just demolish the site to build a housing development. Lu Chang was speechless. We are Yeye's family, and this is how you treat us. Don't you want to marry Yeye anymore? Lu's father said angrily. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. He glanced at Chu Ling. Chu Ling has suffered so much injustice and hardship in the Lu family over the years. Why should he have any reservations about these 3 people? Get them out. Hua Qiu coldly ordered without any mercy. The 3 members of the Lu family struggled desperately, but how could they possibly resist the strong security guards? They were forcibly taken away and kicked out of the hotel, attracting a large crowd and losing face. How hateful. Father Lu clenched his fists, so angry that he was practically spitting fire. But they could only vent their anger outside and could no longer get into the hotel. Bang! Bang! Their luggage was thrown out and crashed heavily to the ground. That Hua Qiu is too arrogant. Lu Chang cursed angrily. Lu Chang, didn't you say that Hua Qiu was just a poor boy? Lu's father questioned angrily. Look at us, look what you've done to us. Father Lu was furious. Those people violently drove him away, and now his whole body aches. He can't withstand that kind of torment. Dad, he really was a penniless man before. Lu Chang said with a mournful face. I don't know how he suddenly rolled over and became like this. What Lu Chang couldn't find the words to describe it for a moment. It was precisely because he was so despicable that I hurriedly went to my old classmates and fabricated a marriage for Yeye, hoping to marry her into a wealthy family. If Hua Qiu had revealed all of this earlier, I wouldn't have looked down on him. Lu Cheng's words were full of resentment, and he blamed Hua Qiu for hiding his identity. This is a huge embarrassment. Mr. Lu's face was grim. Dad, what should we do next? Should we go along with him and marry Ye to him? Lu Cheng asked his father. Mr. Lu shook his head. Hua Qiu is extremely hostile towards us. If he marries Ye, we'll be in big trouble. I sent there also the young master of the Ao family. He's no worse than Hua Qiu, and might even be more outstanding. With Hua Qiu backing her up, that woman Chuing will probably become more assertive in the future, but our Lu family will never allow a woman to be in charge. Therefore, we must never let Ye marry Hua Qiu, and we must never let Chuing turn the Lu family upside down. 184, Chapter 184, Helping Aunt Chu Change Her Fate. Inside the hotel, after driving away the three members of the Lu family, only Hua Qiu and Chuing, mother and daughter, remained. Xiao Qiu, aren't you going to explain this to your aunt? Chuing asked, looking at Hua Qiu with a complicated expression. Aunt Chu. Hua Qiu smiled sheepishly. I really feel bad for keeping it from her for so long. Do you know, over the years, I've been worried about your mother's health, your family's situation, and that you won't be able to get out of this low point. I've been worried about you every single day, Chuing said softly, her eyes reddening. I've always felt uneasy and guilty for not being able to help you much, so after you came to our home, I treated you like my own son, wanting to give you more love and wanting you to have a better life. But what about you? You kept so many things from mice. This how you treat your aunt? Chuing felt a little resentful. When Hua Qiu disappeared, she was extremely worried and lived in constant fear. Today, he revealed his formidable economic strength and connections, shocking everyone. Chuing found it hard to accept at first. I feel cheated. Aunt Chu, I'm so sorry, I didn't explain it to you clearly before, but there was a reason for it. Hua Qiu apologized profusely. When he first came to the Lu family, everyone except Aunt Chu looked down on him, so he didn't bother to say much. Secondly, it's not easy to explain things about the martial arts world to ordinary people. After that, Hua Qiu didn't go back for a while due to a series of events. When he returns and reveals his identity, it will be the day he changes Aunt Chu's current situation. Can you tell me now? Chuing asked. Aunt Chu, actually, I am a very high-ranking civil servant. The wealth I possess is earned through my own efforts. However, it's a bit troublesome to explain the various specific details in a short time, Hua Qiu said. It's better if you know less about my affairs. Knowing too much could be dangerous. Hua Qiu didn't want to involve the mother and daughter in the conflicts of the martial arts world. If we tell them everything, they will surely be filled with fear again. After all, from the outside perspective, as the target of the evil sect's heavenly order of killing, he was almost certain to die. A senior civil servant, how senior? Lu Ye asked curiously. The dismissal of the president of the arbitration court with just a single sentence suggests that it's more than just a warning. Ye, don't talk too much, Chuing said. Xiao Qiu, you don't need to tell us either. She also stopped Hua Qiu. Auntie knows that some things involve confidential matters and you can't talk about them. That's okay, I understand. Hua Qiu paused for a moment. Actually, many people know about his status as a national hero, so there's no harm in telling them. However, since Aunt Chu had said that, he had no choice but to explain. They probably wouldn't be able to process what Martial Venerable Hall of Fame means. Xiao Qiu, I'm relieved to know you're doing well. Chuing smiled with relief. Auntie never expected you to be this outstanding. This proves that my judgment was correct. You really are the one who can bring happiness to Ye. Aunt Chu, actually Hua Qiu looked helpless. Alright, feelings can be cultivated slowly. Chuing waved her hand. Of course, she could tell that Hua Qiu didn't have those kinds of feelings for her daughter. But she couldn't bear to miss out on such a good son-in-law. Your mom is really something, keeping it from me for so long. Next time I see her, I'll tell her everything. Chuing laughed. It's not my mother's fault. Because of some things that happened, I told them to keep everything quiet. Alright, I don't really blame her, Chuing said, looking around the hotel. This 5-star hotel must have cost a fortune to buy, she remarked. Aunt Chu, I'd like to hire you to help me manage this hotel. What do you think? Hua Qiu asked with a smile. Young master, just name your price, I'll give you whatever you ask for. Chu Ying was stunned. Lu Yeye was also stunned. Xiao Chou, you think too highly of me. I am not cut out for this, Chu Ying said with a wry smile. She understood what Hua Qiu meant. This was intended to help her become independent and escape the misery of being a lowly housewife. Auntie is very grateful to you, but everyone has their own expertise, and Auntie is far from capable of managing such a large hotel. I can't help you with anything, so how can I accept a salary? Xiao Chou, let's just forget about it. Hua Qiu was somewhat perplexed. Mom, you really should give it a try. Didn't you study business management before? Lu Yeye encouraged her with a smile. It's a rare opportunity, so why not give it a try? Or do you want to be a haggard housewife forever, only concerned with daily chores and living at their mercy forever? Lu Yeye's expression was very serious. How could she not feel sorry for her own mother? Chu Ying fell silent. Over the decades, life has worn her down and changed her appearance. In her youth, she was quite a remarkable figure. Chu Ying couldn't help but sigh. Who wouldn't want to live a more outstanding life? Her expression was full of bitterness. But managing a 5-star hotel is really beyond my capabilities. I know I don't have that kind of ability. Xiaoqiu, I'll feel guilty if I can't help you, and that will make me feel even worse. Hua Qiu couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. What a kind Aunt Chu is. Even though she was burdened by fate, she didn't want to be a burden to Hua Qiu when a great opportunity was right in front of her. Unfortunately, the Lu family didn't appreciate their good fortune and failed to cherish such a virtuous wife and loving mother. He was determined to help Aunt Chu escape her misery. Auntie, you must have some skill too. Tell me, what skills do you have? What, I will definitely support you. Hua Qiu said emphatically. Anyway, money is not of much use just sitting around, so I might as well invest it more. Maybe I'll make a lot of money. Chu Ying looked embarrassed and awkward. Although my aunt studied management, she got married not long after graduation and doesn't really have much work experience. Speaking of managing people, I was only the owner of my family's small restaurant for a while. Hua Qiu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Okay, then let's open a restaurant, he said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll just open a small restaurant. You'll definitely be able to manage it well. Once it's profitable, we can expand, one step at a time. It's just a small restaurant. Even if it loses money, how much can it lose? This Chu Ying hesitated for a moment, but was already interested. With Lu Yeye constantly encouraging and persuading her, she finally nodded in agreement. Xiao Chou, Auntie will do her best to ensure you don't suffer any losses, she said with a smile. Of course I believe you, Hua Qiu said. His eyes gleamed. Once Aunt Chu takes the first step, she won't have to worry about anything else. Because he, Hua Qiu, has the ability to solve all problems. 185, Chapter 185 Malicious Competition. Inside a hospital in Qishan City. Ao Feisheng lay on his hospital bed, seemingly devoid of any will to live, contemplating the meaning of life. He had planned to return from studying abroad and make a name for himself in Qishan, proving his abilities to the group. However, things didn't go smoothly from the start, and he ended up in the hospital before his career even began. He thought back on the incident, and the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. There are too many suspicious points about Hua Qiu. Nephew, we've come to see you. Just as he was thinking, Lu Cheng and his parents came in carrying fruit. Uncle Lu, he called out politely. Lu Cheng and his father were old classmates. A few days ago, he suddenly called them to praise how beautiful and outstanding his daughter was, and asked when they would arrange for their children to meet. It was just a joke from their school days, and Ao Fei's father didn't take it seriously at all. However, Ao Fei was not young anymore, so his father told him that while he was developing his career in Qishan, he could also take a look around. If Lu Yeye is truly outstanding, it's not impossible to consider her. Ao Fei was not a lustful person. Upon their first meeting, Lu Yeye was indeed exceptionally beautiful, and the Lu family had some background. Ao Fei felt that she was worthy of being a wealthy lady, so he agreed to accept her. In his eyes, none of these things mattered. His career was the most important thing. After what happened last time, Ao Fei had lost much interest in Lu Yeye. Lu Yeye didn't give him a friendly look at all. As a young master from a wealthy family, he disdained to do something that would only earn him a cold shoulder. "Ao Fei, how is it?" Lu Cheng asked with concern. "I'm afraid he won't be able to get out of bed for a while," Ao Fei sighed. "There's something I need to tell you," Lu Cheng said solemnly. "That Hua Qiu is no ordinary person. It's very likely that he was the one who interfered when you were beaten this time." Upon hearing this, Ao Fei frowned. He had long suspected that Hua Qiu was not as simple as he thought. That Hua Qiu is quite shrewd. He can dismiss the president of an arbitration court in Qishan with just a word, and he can also buy a 5-star hotel with a casual gesture, Lu Cheng said. Ao Fei looked surprised upon hearing this. He guessed that Hua Qiu was not simple, but he still didn't expect it to exceed his expectations. How could a poor boy possess such astonishing strength? Unfortunately, Hua Qiu has already harbored resentment towards you because of Yaya, and has even threatened to target you and Zhonggong Group, and bring you down. Lu Cheng added fuel to the fire. Ao Fei's face darkened. Targeting me, trying to bring down China National Machinery Industry Corporation? He gave a cold laugh. Although Hua Qiu may be very powerful, he can only dominate in Qishan. China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, is one of the top 3 large enterprises in the provincial capital. Even if it were the nephew of that national hero, it might not have much power to shake it. I heard they're planning to open a restaurant soon, and the location is near where you're going to open your company, Lu Cheng added. Ao Fei frowned even more deeply. My company is a catering group. Is this an attempt to compete with me and go against me? He said with displeasure. Fine, my Zhonggong Group has chain of high-end restaurants all over the country. Why would I be afraid of a small restaurant like his? You want to compete, huh? I, Ao Fei, am ready to play along. Ao Fei said coldly. The 3 members of the Lu family exchanged a glance and smiled. Hua Qiu took Chu Ying and Lu Yeye to see the restaurant that was under renovation. The site selection and decoration were all handled by someone who volunteered to take care of everything, so he didn't have to worry about it. Upon hearing Dong Zhiqiu mention it, Dong Biping, Dong Zhiqiu's nephew, immediately volunteered to help Hua Qiu get things done. When they arrived at the scene, Chu Ying and Lu Yeye were both stunned. Xiao Qiu, is this the small restaurant you were talking about? Chu Ying stared wide-eyed at the 3-story restaurant under renovation in front of her. Is this what you call a small restaurant? There aren't many restaurants in Qishan City that are as big as this. Aunt Chu, this isn't actually that big, Hua Qiu said awkwardly. He had specifically told Dong Biping that it should be just ordinary. That kid. This is quite ordinary. How much money will this require? Will we be able to make it back? Chu Ying asked with a pained expression. She also became worried. This large hotel is dozens of times bigger than her family's former small restaurant. How could she possibly manage a place like that? Chu Ying completely lost her confidence. Aunt Chu, it's alright whether it's big or small, doesn't really make a big difference as long as you manage it carefully and control the quality. You'll definitely succeed, Hua Qiu encouraged Chu Ying. This building is almost finished, we can't just let them tear it down now, can we? Mom, Hua Qiu and I both believe in you and support you unconditionally. You can do it, keep going. Lu Yeye said with a smile. Besides, our place isn't that big. Look at that restaurant across the street, it's much bigger than ours. Lu Yeye said, pointing to the restaurant across the street. Both of them looked over, their expressions showing surprise. Right across from their restaurant, that place is also under renovation. It was an extremely luxurious restaurant, 5 stories high, almost as grand as the Immortal Cuisine restaurant of the northern branch. In terms of scale and area, the other side is much larger than them. This why is the other side also opening a restaurant here? Chu Ying looked puzzled and confused. If I remember correctly, there used to be a hotel across the street. The competition is fierce when the same store is located across the street from each other. Hua Qiu couldn't help but frown. Dong Biping's site selection. Hua Qiu thought for a moment and then made a phone call to Dong Biping. What's up with that restaurant across the street from our hotel? Why did you choose such a place? Hua Qiu asked unhappily. Mr. Hua, I just found out myself, and I'm investigating it right now, Dong Biping replied nervously. Just a few days ago, that place was a hotel, but I don't know why it was suddenly turned into a restaurant. Find out the truth as soon as possible, Hua Qiu said impatiently. Dong Biping readily agreed. Not long after, he called again. Damn it, I found it. It was that little bastard from the AO family who did this. Dong Biping said angrily. That restaurant was built by AO Fei of the AO family in the provincial capital using the name of China National Machinery Industry Corporation. I've investigated everything. AO Fei originally wanted to open a chain restaurant company in Xishan, although his chosen location was near our restaurant. It wasn't that close. That kid deliberately bought the hotel and converted it into a restaurant. Isn't this deliberately trying to make things difficult for us? Damn it, I'm going to tear down his restaurant right now. I'll make sure he can't stay open. Dong Biping was furious. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's expression darkened. He didn't bother arguing with AO Fei anymore, but AO Fei insisted on causing trouble. No need, you don't need to worry about it. Let him build it, let him start operating it, Hua Qiu said calmly. That won't do, we can't let this kid get away with it, I have to teach him a lesson. I told you, don't worry about it. Hua Qiu's voice turned cold. He can build this restaurant with such a huge investment, but he may not be able to keep it running. 186, Chapter 186, Bringing Shame Upon Oneself? The two restaurants were completed almost simultaneously. After discussing it, Hua Qiu and Chu Ying decided on the opening date. Coincidentally, the Grand Restaurant across the street also chose the same day to open its doors. On this day, Hua Qiu and her daughter Chu Ying arrived at the restaurant early, making preparations for the opening ceremony at noon. Upon arriving at the restaurant, I noticed that the parking lot across the street was full of cars and bustling with noise. Even before the Grand Restaurant was officially opened, many people had already come to show their support. Television reporters were even stationed there, ready to report on the grand opening of the restaurant. On the other hand, Hua Qiu and his group were quite deserted. Apart from their own staff, no one else came to support them. Chu Ying's complexion was not good. Before it even opened for business, it was already being thoroughly outdone by the other party. Don't worry, Aunt Chu, there will definitely be people coming to support us when the ribbon-cutting ceremony is held, Hua Qiu reassured her with a smile. I hope so. Chu Ying's smile seemed stiff. She had been a housewife for decades and didn't have many connections. We can only pin our hopes on Hua Qiu. The three entered the restaurant and busied themselves with opening preparations. Actually, there's not much to be busy with. Everything that needs to be prepared is almost done. We just need to wait for the ribbon-cutting ceremony at noon. While we waited idly, more and more people gathered at the restaurant across the street. Finally, the boss made his appearance. AO Fei, in a wheelchair wrapped in bandages, appeared, pushed by Lu Chang, with Lu's parents following behind. Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma? Lu Yeye's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Ying's body also tensed up. Only then did they realize that the restaurant across the street was owned by AO Fei. They also guessed that the three members of the Lu family must have been involved in instigating this. They actually did this to stop my career. Chu Ying was so angry that her liver hurt, and she suffered a great blow. Those are her family members. They actually teamed up with an outsider to deal with her. Chu Ying's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was filled with despair. She had initially been mindful of past relationships and hadn't escalated the conflict with the Lu family to the point of no return. Now, however, she is utterly disappointed. How could they do this? Lu Yeye was also extremely saddened, her eyes darting around. This is a betrayal by family. The mother and daughter were extremely depressed and could not bear such a double blow. Don't worry, our restaurant will definitely beat the restaurant across the street, Hua Qiu reassured him. How can we defeat them? Lu Yeye asked dejectedly. China National Machinery Industry Corporation's restaurants are famous nationwide, and they have such grand entourages, but we don't have a single person here to support them. Chu Ying remained silent, only sighing. Hua Qiu frowned. Before even opening for business, the mother and daughter were already nearly driven to despair. It seems that we should give them strong confidence. Pass the word down, the ribbon-cutting ceremony is to be moved up an hour, Hua Qiu instructed. But boss, we don't have anyone here, the restaurant employee looked troubled. You don't need to worry about that, Hua Qiu said calmly. The employees could only dejectedly proceed with the setup. The area around the grand restaurant was bustling with activity. Television reporters provided live coverage. Mr. Aofei, the heir of the Jiangdong Group in the provincial capital, has personally come to Qishan to build another chain of high-end restaurants. It is said that this restaurant has cost a huge amount of money, even exceeding the one that Jiangdong Group built in the capital. It seems that Mr. Aofei is full of ambition and wants to establish his own brilliant career in Qishan. As you can see, it's incredibly lively here. Even before the ribbon-cutting ceremony, numerous social celebrities have already arrived to show their support. The scale of the event surpasses any other opening ceremony in Qishan. The TV reporter boasted about Aofei's restaurant. Suddenly, she asked the photographer to point the camera at the deserted restaurant across the street. Strangely enough, there's another restaurant across the street that's scheduled to open today, but unfortunately, it's still practically deserted, extremely quiet. I don't know what the restaurant owner was thinking, choosing to open right across from the Jiangdong Group hotel. How much confidence must he have to do that? Isn't he afraid of losing everything? They even chose to open on the same day, creating a stark contrast between the two restaurants, which was somewhat self-humiliating. Without a doubt, such a deserted restaurant has absolutely no competitive edge compared to grand hotels. The reporter's words reached the restaurant across the street. Upon hearing this, the restaurant staff looked disheartened and became even more discouraged. They must have paid someone to hire this reporter. Lu Yeye said angrily. The staff are all set up, the ribbon-cutting ceremony is just around the corner. No one has come from their side yet. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, preparations for the ribbon-cutting ceremony were already in full swing. The three members of the Lu family stood with Aofei, exchanging pleasantries with numerous celebrities with beaming smiles. These celebrities are high society figures from all walks of life. With their support and promotion of the restaurant, how can the restaurant not thrive? In addition, the brand effect of China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, makes the deserted restaurant across the street incomparable. Amid cheers, Aofei and his group finished the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Aofei looked at the person opposite him with disdain. It was even worse than he had imagined, not a single person came to support him. Isn't Hua Qiu supposed to have a powerful background? It's truly lamentable that they've fallen to such a state. The three members of the Lu family sneered, their eyes meeting those of Hua Qiu and Chu Ying. Hua Qiu could see the mockery in their eyes. It was probably a mockery of the two, suggesting they would fail to achieve anything significant and would lose everything. They stared at Chu Ying with icy eyes. Want to break free from the life of a housewife and become an independent woman? Dream. Lu Chang looked at Chu Ying and shook his head. Chu Ying, do you think that by hooking up with Hua Qiu, you can rise to the top and become a phoenix? What wishful thinking. You're just not destined for that, face reality, he muttered to himself. This is just the beginning, Aofei said with a cold laugh. Next, he will use various means to squeeze out the restaurant across the street, let them not be able to do business for even a day. Faithie infuriating. Lu Yeye couldn't stand their arrogant faces and trembled with anger. Chu Ying lowered her head inside again. I feel so choked up. Could it be that her hard-won start is destined to slowly fade into obscurity? Just then, a waiter suddenly walked over from the restaurant. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are having a grand opening promotion, and all guests are welcome to eat and drink for free. My boss asked me to come and invite you to join us. He said, since you don't have anyone to take care of things here anyway, why don't you come and support us? What did you say? Lu Yeye almost exploded, her little face full of anger. Even the good-tempered Chu Ying got angry. The employees all glared angrily. This is a blatant insult. Hua Qiu's face also darkened. He looked over and saw that Aofei and the three members of the Lu family had sneered on their faces, as if they were watching a joke. Hua Qiu withdrew his gaze and looked at the parking lot in front of his restaurant, which was even more spacious than the large restaurant across the street. They should be here soon. He looked outside and said calmly. 187, Chapter 187. The army clears the way, luxury cars rain down. Make way, everyone stand to the side. Over at the Grand Restaurant, Aofe and his group finished the ribbon-cutting ceremony with great pride and were warmly greeting the guests. Suddenly, someone shouted for the crowd in front of the restaurant to make way. Who is so ungrateful? Aofe's face darkened upon hearing this. The guests who came to the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the Grand Restaurant were all people of some status, so they naturally wouldn't let themselves be ordered around. They immediately wanted to reprimand them. But as soon as the guest opened his mouth, the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat and he didn't dare to say them. Because standing before them was a well-equipped team in uniform. Everyone, stand to the sides immediately. Anyone who blocks the way will be punished for obstructing official business. A captain strode over and shouted. Although the guests were dissatisfied, they dared not disobey and quickly moved to both sides of the road. Knock, knock, knock. This group of several dozen people quickly lined up and ran past, dividing into two rows and standing on both sides of the road. They're from the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the captain who arrested us last time. Aofe's expression changed immediately when he saw these people. He vividly remembers his last visit to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Aofe's expression was not good. Today is the grand opening of his restaurant, and the Law Enforcement Bureau actually showed up to disrupt it. They were fully armed and blocked the roads. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were on some extremely important mission. The people and objects in the middle of the road were cleared away, leaving it empty. Even the advertising signs of the big restaurants were rudely thrown to the side of the road by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Even if it's the Law Enforcement Bureau, they can't go this far, can they? Aofe's expression was very unpleasant. The Law Enforcement Bureau has connections with that Dong Biping, and Dong Biping may know Hua Qiu. It's very likely that Hua Qiu deliberately sent them to cause trouble, Lu Cheng said with a dark face. If you can't compete in terms of connections and social standing, you resort to underhanded tactics, huh? Aofe glanced at Hua Qiu across the street in front of the restaurant with disdain, his expression full of contempt. That enforcement team captain was my former subordinate. I'll go talk to him, Mr. Lu said with a smile. Don't worry, with my influence, I can definitely restrain the Law Enforcement Bureau, he said confidently. Then I'll have to trouble you, Aofe said politely. With a smile on his face, Lu's father walked off the stage. Xiao Jun, do you still remember your old leader? Lu's father walked towards the captain and called out with a smile. He had assumed the captain would treat him politely. All irrelevant personnel, step aside. To everyone's surprise, the captain showed no mercy, brandishing his weapon and coldly shouting. Mr. Lu's face immediately turned ugly. The other party actually turned their back on us? Xiao Jun, have you forgotten the days when you stood guard for me? He said angrily. After all, I was once your boss. The captain's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Old man, even if you weren't retired yet, you have no right to block the way here. You have offended the visitor. This is not something you can afford to do. Get to the side of the road right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. He coldly raised the muzzle of his gun. Lu's father was so angry that his body trembled. But looking at the other person's expression, he didn't dare to lose his temper here. That was an attitude that suggested they could kill him at any moment. Mr. Lu walked back in a rage. This is outrageous, how dare they talk to me like that? He said angrily. Did they really think that just because I'm retired, I have no status at all? He couldn't swallow his anger. Just wait until after today, and I'll find someone to demote him. Aofe and Lu Cheng could only offer words of comfort. I want to see who's coming here with such a grand entrance. Mr. Lu said, clearly unconvinced. Aofe and Lu Cheng were also very curious. Who was coming that the Law Enforcement Bureau had to close the road to clear a path for them? What kind of person is he that warrants such an exaggerated reaction? The restaurant across the street. What's going on? It seems like the road is blocked. Shuing looked at the law enforcement officers, somewhat bewildered. Everyone get ready, we're welcoming our guests. Hua Qiu clapped his hands and shouted. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. What kind of guests are we welcoming? Where are the guests? Xiao Qiu, are we having guests? Shuing asked. Isn't this here? Hua Qiu pointed in a direction. The group looked in the direction he pointed. Just one glance. The group of people froze for a moment. What did they see? On the not-so-wide road, 4 or 5 huge tanks led the way, military helicopters circled overhead, and troops escorted the road. And all of this was just to escort a huge convoy. Luxury cars streamed along in an orderly fashion, like rain. At first glance, you can't see the end at all. Such a scene is absolutely astonishing. Thump thump thump, the sound of the soldiers marching in unison was like the sound of war drums, making the whole area hum. The guests outside the grand restaurant, who were blocked on both sides, stared at the terrifying spectacle, their mouths agape in astonishment. What's wrong? It was like a head of state's trip, truly awe-inspiring. How could this be? Fei and the 3 members of the Lu family stood on the platform and looked out, where they could see more clearly and further away. They were stunned. Not to mention how impressive it was that the army was leading the way, the huge convoy of luxury cars escorting them was dazzling to behold. Knock knock knock. There was no other sound in the grand restaurant except for the thunderous footsteps of the soldiers. The guests who came to the grand restaurant didn't dare to breathe, standing obediently on both sides of the road, watching the motorcade drive by. Lu's father, who had threatened to teach the captain a lesson, was now speechless, staring blankly as the convoy passed by. Such a grand display. Who are these people who came? Look at those license plates, my goodness, some sharp-eyed guests at the grand restaurant pointed. They stared in astonishment at the vehicles leading the way behind the tank. Gold A00000, Gold A00001, Gold A00008, Gold A88888, Gold A11111. When the license plate numbers were read out, everyone's mind went blank. These are all extremely unique trademarks from Jinhu province. These license plates are not just rare, each unique license plate corresponds to a top-level figure. Moreover, it can only be used by people at a certain level, it's not something that just any merchant or celebrity is qualified to use. Fei's breathing quickened and his eyes widened as he watched. Even though the AO family is a wealthy family in the provincial capital, they are not qualified to use such special license plates. As the young master of a wealthy family in the provincial capital, he understood even better what these things represented. What are they doing here? AO Fei asked, his face full of surprise and confusion. Because, unless there is an extremely significant event, these people would never appear together. Fei was unable to calm down and stared blankly as the convoy drove past him. The net drove into the parking lot of the restaurant across the street. At this moment, Fei was struck dumb, his expression completely frozen. The 3 members of the Lu family were dumbfounded, too shocked to utter a complete sentence. The guests were equally shocked, staring blankly. The people at the restaurants here aren't much better off. Shuing and her daughter seemed to be frozen in place, like statues, and remained unresponsive for a long time. The restaurant staff looked at each other, momentarily forgetting everything, and stood there in a daze. What are you all standing there for? Go greet the guests, Hua Qiu said with a smile. 188, Chapter 188. A national hero carries a plaque to congratulate. Hua Qiu's words jolted the group awake from their daze. Xiao Qiu, is this the guest you were talking about? Shu Ying said incredulously. Her heart was racing, and she couldn't stay calm. My God, what kind of people have you invited? Lu Yaya's pretty face was filled with surprise. Anyone could tell that almost all the top figures at the Jinhu province level were present. What a huge honor. Don't just stand there, hurry up and greet our guests. Hua Qiu said with a smile, are you going to keep them waiting? The group suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly ran over. That's the Secretary General of Jinhu Province. The top two officials of Jinhu province have actually come. That old manacent, that Councillor Zhang, who is already retired, I heard he had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs, but now he's here too. I'm not seeing things, am I? Almost all of the top figures in Jinhu province have come. The guests at the grand restaurant were so astonished that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as one top figure after another stepped out of their cars. This small restaurant has attracted a large number of top figures to flock here. Compared to this scene, the previous grandeur of the restaurant is completely incomparable. It's no exaggeration to say that they are insignificant compared to the great ones. The celebrities here are worlds apart from the celebrities on the other side. Who exactly owns that restaurant? How does he have such influence? The guests at the grand restaurant were both surprised and curious. In the entire Kishano, in the entire Jinhu province, is there really someone with that much influence? Many people had expressions of disbelief on their faces. At the entrance of the grand restaurant, Ao Fei and the three members of the Liu family were in a state of turmoil, experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. They simply couldn't understand why Hua Qiu's ribbon-cutting ceremony for opening a small restaurant had garnered such a grand spectacle. Why does he have such an astonishing influence? Welcome to our Ingyue Hotel. Chuing and Lu Yeye, along with several hotel staff, greeted the guests, who were of incredibly high status, with beaming smiles. These were all extraordinary individuals, and the mother and daughter appeared extremely reserved and apprehensive. To their surprise, these important figures approached them without any airs, all with smiles on their faces and treating them with great courtesy. Congratulations on your opening, may your business prosper. May your business flourish and your wealth increase. Various blessings came from their mouths, but their meanings were distinctly different. Chuing and Lu Yeye exchanged a glance, both looking shocked. Previously, they never even had the chance to meet these people. And so, these distinguished guests were greeted by them from the parking lot. However, vehicles continued to arrive from behind. It's not stopping, people coming from the back, park your cars outside and get out and walk over. Someone shouted from the intersection. An amazing scene was born. Outside the restaurant, a long line of top-of-the-line luxury cars stretched as far as the eye could see. No one knows exactly how many people came. All I know is that anyone who gets out of any of these cars is someone of high status. Even the least noticeable visitor is far more distinguished than the guests of the grand restaurant. People from Qishan, Beishan, and even the provincial capital, big shots from several nearby cities have come. This isn't just a show of support, it's like the top elites making a pilgrimage. Someone exclaimed. Even some of the big shots in the capital might not have this kind of influence. Now, everyone is incredibly curious. What kind of person could attract so many top celebrities to come here? Ao Fei's face turned extremely ugly. He had nothing more to say. Perhaps they could have been proud before, but now, apart from a complicated wait-and-see attitude, they can no longer show any arrogance. Utter defeat. Isn't that Dong Biping from last time? Lu Cheng suddenly said, pointing to a spot not far in front of the grand restaurant. Why is he all sweaty and in such a panic? Ao Fei looked over and saw Dong Biping standing in front of the grand restaurant, which made him feel a little flustered. He was badly beaten last time, and he developed a psychological trauma from this person. However, Dong Biping doesn't have time to deal with him right now. After Dong Biping stopped, he took a deep breath. Qishan's meritorious national heroes, Liao Tanyuan and Dong Jiqi, have arrived. He shouted at the top of his lungs. What? Everyone was immediately taken aback. Even the most esteemed strategist has come, and both of them have come together. Everyone quickly looked into the distance. Liao Tanyuan and Dong Jiqi appeared, their strides like dragons and tigers, their imposing presence awe-inspiring. They are truly two great men of the nation. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. A national hero is an extremely noble and transcendent being. They are the people's faith and the people's glory. The fact that two national heroes emerged from Qishan makes the people of Qishan proud. Greetings to the two esteemed scholars. Wherever the two men passed, guests in grand restaurants immediately bowed and shouted, "Greetings, Your Excellency." The crowd bowed in unison, their shouts resounding. Meanwhile, law enforcement officers and soldiers standing on the street saluted in unison. This is the treatment afforded to a national hero. He was revered by thousands and worshipped as a god. Dong Zhiqi and Liao Tanyuan smiled and nodded repeatedly to their surroundings. The two of them were carrying a long, rectangular object covered with a red cloth, nodding as they walked, which looked somewhat comical. "My esteemed sages, what is this? I'll help you carry it. How could I let you trouble yourself?" Someone immediately shouted excitedly. No need, we'll carry it ourselves," the two refused decisively. Could it be that these two national heroes are also here to support them? Ao Fei said in a trembling voice, feeling a little dizzy. The three members of the Lu family felt the same way. Two national heroes. Even they have to give to the other side. The son came in person to show his support. There are no words left to describe it. Xiao Qiu, are they also guests? Shuing asked, her voice trembling as she clutched her chest. Aunt Chu, is there even a need to ask? Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Shu Ying's breath hitched. "Yeah, come on, let's go greet the guests." She pulled Lu Yeye and hurried out to greet them. Both of them are now completely numb. "Welcome, two esteemed scholars." Shu Ying and Lu Yeye bowed to the two men and tried to take the things they were carrying with great trepidation. "No. Madam Chu, Miss Lu, how can we let you do such rough work? We can do it ourselves," Dong Zhiqi and Liao Tanyuan said with a smile. Shu Ying and Lu Yeye were flattered and felt lightheaded. Even the most esteemed scholar was so courteous to them. Is this real, or am I dreaming? Dong Zhiqi and Liao Tanyuan carried the things inside. Today, we too have come to congratulate Yingyue Hotel on its grand opening and present this plaque to wish it a prosperous business. Dong Zhiqi said loudly. After saying that, he lifted the red cloth. A golden plaque appeared, bearing the 4 large characters, "Fine delicacies from immortals." This scene shocked everyone present. A national hero carried the plaque, coming to offer his congratulations. What a show of respect, what an honor, what a venerable honor. 189, Chapter 189. The speaker arrives, revealing his identity. Ao Fei sat in a wheelchair, his body so weak that he had no strength left. His face began to turn pale. When a national hero brings a plaque to offer congratulations, what an astonishing spectacle that is. The 3 members of the Lu family looked ashen-faced. They all thought Hua Qiu was just related to the nephew of the national hero, and had no reason to be wary of him. The series of spectacular scenes that followed left them completely stunned. Things are not as simple as they think. Even the most esteemed scholars have humbled themselves and presented plaques to offer their congratulations. Hua Qiu, what exactly is his identity? Ao Fei said with a wry smile. This is also the biggest question lingering in the minds of the 3 members of the Lu family. Who exactly is he? Across the street, the plaque brought by the national hero was raised and placed above the restaurant's main entrance. Thank you both for your hard work, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile to the 2 scholars. It's not hard work at all, it's our honor that the restaurant can use this plaque. Dong Zhiqi and Liao Tanyuan waved their hands repeatedly. Why would 2 national heroes be needed to carry the plaque? Even a low-level martial artist could carry such a plaque without any difficulty. This is merely to demonstrate their stance. The shock on the faces of Chu Ying, her daughter, and the hotel staff deepened. Why did these 2 noble patriots speak to Hua Qiu in that tone? It even seems to have a hint of flattery and ingratiation. They doubted they were wrong and quickly dismissed the inappropriate thought. Xiao Qiu, everyone's here, let's cut the ribbon, we can't keep everyone waiting. Chu Ying looked at the many people, took a deep breath, and said to Hua Qiu. Wait a little longer, there might be more people coming, Hua Qiu said. Someone else is coming? Chu Ying looked at the blocked road with some surprise. The people who came before were all of higher status than the last. Surely there's something even more extraordinary yet to come? She couldn't think of anyone in Xishan who could be more noble than those 2 national heroes. Those who haven't arrived yet should be considered normal, she thought. Dong Biping stood in front of the grand restaurant, craning his neck and gazing into the distance. At one point, his expression shifted. The third speaker of the Xia Kingdom's House of Representatives has arrived. He shouted, even louder than before. Bang! Upon hearing these words, Ao Fei fell off his wheelchair, his expression filled with terror. The three members of the Lu family appeared to be mentally unstable. The entire area fell silent in an instant. Chuang and Lu Yeye's bodies both became stiff. Everyone looked in one direction. A kind-faced old man walked slowly towards us. Third speaker. An incredulous voice rang out. If the appearance of the previous two national heroes was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, then this time it was like a thunderbolt from the heavens. The third speaker of the Xia Kingdom. The highest level of government in the Xia Kingdom is the House of Representatives, who are the decision-makers of the entire country and govern the prosperous and peaceful era. Members of parliament are always national heroes, but national heroes are not necessarily members of parliament. Members of the House of Representatives are even more revered than national heroes. Above the councillors are the three speakers. No one expected that the last person to appear would be the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Xia Kingdom. This is not just shocking, this is truly earth-shattering. It was just the opening of a small restaurant. It was one thing for two national heroes to arrive carrying a plaque, but now even the most esteemed third speaker has come. Many people have heart problems. Xiao Qiu, Chuang and Lu Yeye stared blankly at Hua Qiu. They knew that everything was because of Hua Qiu's influence. They have already surprised and amazed us enough today. But now it's almost terrifying. What exactly is Hua Qiu's terrifying identity? He once said that he was a senior civil servant. This isn't just high-end, it's already top-tier. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the third speaker walked with a smile to the front of Ingyue Hotel. Greetings, third speaker. Shuling seemed to wake from a dream, and hurriedly bowed in fear. Greetings, third speaker. The crowd followed suit and paid their respects. Both of these national heroes had to pay their respects. Only Hua Qiu remained steadfast and unmoved. Shuling panicked and quickly tugged at his clothes, signaling him to pay his respects immediately. Hua Qiu remained silent, only nodding to the third speaker. The so-called third speaker is actually the chief of staff of the Martial Alliance. Those outside the martial arts world are unaware of the significance of the Martial Alliance. Externally, the Martial Alliance is known as the Summer Alliance, and its leader holds the important position of first speaker of the House of Representatives. No need for formalities, everyone, the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance said with a smile, gesturing to the crowd. I'm here today just like you, simply to congratulate the opening of this restaurant. Please don't let me steal the spotlight from the main attraction. His words made everyone less nervous. Third speaker, it is truly our hotel's greatest honor that you could come. Shu Wing was extremely excited, her voice trembling. She never dreamed she would receive such a congratulatory message in her lifetime. Ms. Chu, don't be nervous, just think of me as an old man who's here to make a living, the head of the Martial Alliance joked, showing his approachable nature. Shu Wing then relaxed a little. Master, since you've come, we'll naturally provide you with plenty of food. Don't even think about leaving until you're stuffed, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Ha, that depends on whether your restaurant's food tastes good enough, the head steward laughed. Don't worry about the taste of the food, I even poached the head chef from that immortal cuisine restaurant, Hua Qiu said. Xian Shan Lu is a renowned restaurant in the Northern Territory branch. The taste there is something that many of the top figures in the capital crave. Hua Qiu poached several chefs from Xian Shan Lu right in front of Lin Tianjiao, leaving Lin Tianjiao with nothing but a bitter smile and no choice but to do nothing. It seems your restaurant is destined to be a hit, the head manager nodded with a smile. I just hope that when I come back in the future, when the time comes, I hope Mr. Hua can give me a bigger discount. After all, I've lived a frugal life and don't have much money for food and drink. Hua Qiu smiled and agreed. But upon hearing what the chief steward said, Shu Ying and Lu Yeye were stunned on the spot. Speaker, what did you call him? Chu asked blankly. The head steward glanced at her, a strange smile on his face. He turned back and looked at the now desolate restaurant across the street, his gaze lingering briefly on the panicked Ao Fei and the 3 members of the Lu family. Finally, he looked at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, the greatest talent in our Xia kingdom in the last 100 years. He said solemnly and loudly, his voice echoing throughout the region. Hua Qiu, the youngest national hero of our Xia kingdom, is granted the title of Hall of Fame. Hua Qiu, the leader of the Xia alliance of my Xia kingdom, is the only successor personally appointed and recognized by the first speaker of the House of Representatives. He is truly a national treasure. Hua Qiu is capable of protecting the nation. The chief administrator's voice echoed throughout every corner of the place, resonating in every heart. Boom! It was as if an atomic bomb had been dropped, completely detonating this place. 190, Chapter 190 Shameless Flattery. At this moment, all eyes were on Hua Qiu. He truly deserves to be the center of attention. Those who didn't know Hua Qiu were already incredibly shocked, while those who did were even more stunned. He was a national hero of the highest caliber. The future successor to the Xia Alliance leader. Such a title is arguably the most dazzling title in the entire Xia kingdom. No one expected that the owner of that small restaurant would actually be such an extraordinary person. He was so young, yet he already stood at the pinnacle of the Xia kingdom, a height that countless people could never reach no matter how hard they tried. Chuing and Lu Yeye almost lost their ability to think. Chuing remained as dazed as before. Hua Qiu's identity caused her to experience intense emotional turmoil. Lu Yeye was stunned for a long time. She had wondered many times about Hua Qiu's true identity. She made many assumptions, but now she realizes that her conjectures seem too conservative. Hua Qiu's extraordinary and noble character far exceeded her imagination. In front of the grand restaurant, Ao Fei and the 3 members of the Lu family instantly turned pale. The sheer height of Hua Qiu's status was an immense shock to them. How could he possibly be that kind of person? Father Lu almost couldn't catch his breath. Lu's mother, who looked down on Hua Qiu the most, fainted on the spot, which frightened Lu's father so much that he quickly pinched her philtrum to try to save her. After slowly waking up, Lu's mother's body trembled like a leaf. She has repeatedly made offensive and insulting remarks towards Hua Qiu. That's a serious crime. If only I hadn't interfered and had agreed to their marriage, Mother Lu lamented, pounding her chest. A national hero in his 20s. He was also personally chosen by the first speaker of the house as her future successor. Where in the entire Xia kingdom can one find a young person more outstanding than him? Ao Fei? He's not even as good as Hua Qiu's toes. If Hua Qiu really becomes the son-in-law of the Lu family, it's all unimaginable. Ao Fei's eyes lost their sparkle. He is filled with fear now. Offending such a terrifying and unparalleled being would likely implicate the entire Ao family. The ribbon-cutting ceremony has already begun at the hotel. As Hua Qiu and her daughter Chuing cut the ribbon together, thunderous applause erupted, and wishes for a prosperous business were heard everywhere. Everyone, although I only invest in Yingyue restaurant and don't manage it, Anchu is no different from my own. Anchi is my family, and I hope you will all support her in the restaurant's business in the future, Hua Qiu said loudly. Rest assured, Mr. Hua, Miss Chu can give any instructions you may have in the future. If we can help, we will do our best without hesitation. Several important figures from wealthy families said, patting their chests. From now on, Yingyue restaurant will be our department's designated partner restaurant, but for banquets, we'll still have to trouble Boss Chu. Numerous prominent figures voiced their support, creating a powerful momentum. Chuing was moved to tears while watching. She never imagined that one day she would be so highly regarded by so many top figures. These people's casual remark today has paved the way for her future. From now on, I, Dong Jiqi, and Liao Tongyuan will take care of Yingyue Hotel, Dong Jiqi said loudly. Whoever dares to make things difficult for Yingyue Hotel is going against us, and we will not let them off lightly. 2 national heroes have spoken out, pledging to be a strong supporter of Yingyue Hotel. From this day forward, Inuit Hotel will be the hotel with the strongest backing in the entire Chishan area and even the entire Jinhu province. Thank you, everyone. Chuing and Lu Yeye thanked them repeatedly, their voices filled with emotion. They knew in their hearts that they were being treated this way because of Hua Qiu. With so many important figures backing it up, Inuit Restaurant is no longer just a simple restaurant. The guests at the Grand Restaurant exclaimed, their faces filled with envy and resentment. Let alone opening a restaurant, they could easily overturn the business world of Jinhu province. Who told them to have a top-tier national scholar, the future Speaker of the Parliament, protecting them everyone's side? Previously, many people mocked the deserted place, but now the reversal is so huge. Hearing those words, the three members of the Lu family felt a mix of emotions. Dad, Mom, how about we go over there too? Lu Chang said in a low voice. Mrs. Lu looked at the dazzling mother and daughter opposite them with hesitation. The two of them are now in a position where the Lu family has to look up to them. No matter what, we're all family. They can't just cut ties with us, can they? Lu Chang muttered. Having spent half his life climbing the ranks of public servants, he knew all too well the importance of connections and background. No matter what, he was Chu Ying's husband and Lu Yeye's father. As long as one of those big shots is willing to lend a hand, he can take off. But what about Hua Qiu? Mother Lu looked at Hua Qiu, hesitating. Don't worry, I know best that as long as Chu Ying is willing to speak up for us, Hua Qiu will never go against her wishes, Lu Chang said confidently. At worst, we can lower our stance and apologize to them when we get there, and we should be able to make up. Chu Ying is quite soft-hearted. Lu's mother nodded. Lu's father remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. He was just a little emotional, never imagining that the Lu family would one day need to curry favor with this disliked daughter-in-law. After discussing it, the three of them brazenly went over. Only Ao Fei remained, standing alone in front of the Grand Restaurant, his face ashen. Wife, congratulations! Lu Chang squeezed to the front and shouted to Chu Ying with a grin. Chu Ying's expression froze. When she saw the three of them arrive, her face darkened. Lu Yeye also looked angry and didn't want to talk to the three of them. Hua Qiu looked coldly at the three members of the Lu family. You've got some nerve, he said, his expression displeased and his face darkening. Since marrying into the Lu family, Chu Ying has been mistreated and has endured decades of mistreatment. Now, with Hua Qiu's help, she is finally able to turn her life around. However, instead of supporting her, the Lu family took advantage of her misfortune and colluded with outsiders to oppose her. Now that they see the situation is not going well, they're shamelessly coming to curry favor again. Hua Qiu utterly despises such people. What are you doing here? Chu Ying asked unhappily. Of course I'm here to congratulate you. Lu Chang said with a smile. After all, you're my wife. I am genuinely happy for your success. Chu Ying, you did a great job. Uve brought honor to the Lu family. Yuri, a good daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Father Lu praised her reluctantly with a stern face. Chu Ying, I may have done some things wrong in the past, but it was all out of good intentions for you. What woman doesn't adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Lu's mother said with an awkward smile. However, you are very capable and have gained our approval. From now on, the Lu family will no longer restrict you or interfere with Yeye's marriage. Everything will be up to you. Chu Ying felt these words were extremely hypocritical. These three are utterly shameless. She grew increasingly disgusted with the Lu family. Chu Ying glanced at Lu Yeye, then at Hua Qiu, her expression complex. Aunt Chu, whatever decision you make, I will support you, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Mom, I'm on your side too, Lu Yeye said softly, as if she had realized something. Chu Ying nodded. Lu Chang. I want a divorce. 191, Chapter 191. The Voice of Patriots. What, divorce? Upon hearing Chu Ying's words, Lu Chang was stunned. Mrs. Lu's expressions also changed. This was something they hadn't anticipated. Wife, you're saying you want a divorce? Are you serious? Lu Chang panicked. Chu Ying, don't be impulsive. Divorce is not something you can just say casually. Lu's mother hurriedly advised. The 3 members of the Lu family panicked. If it were in the past, Chu would have been severely reprimanded and ridiculed for saying such things. But things are different now. Now, all they can do is fawn over Chu. Chu, I know you have a lot of grievances that you have nowhere to vent, but you can't make such an impulsive decision, Mr. Lu tried to comfort her. Indeed, our Lu family had a prejudice against you in the past, and I admit that if you are dissatisfied, we can apologize to you, but the word divorce is not something you can say casually. For the first time, the three of them humbled themselves in front of Chu and kept trying to persuade her. Chu looked at them coldly. The more humble they were, the more hypocritical she felt they were. She had long since lost all hope in the three members of the Lu family. You don't need to say anything more, my mind is made up, Chu said coldly. The three of them were dumbfounded. Hua Qiu watched coldly from the sidelines. Those high and mighty people probably never imagined things would turn out this way. Yeah, quickly try to persuade your mother. Do you want to see our family break up? Seeing that he couldn't persuade Chu, Lu Cheng quickly looked to Lu Yaya for help. Lu Yaya had extremely mixed feelings. She also didn't want to see her parents divorce. But she had known about her mother's suffering since she was a child. Moreover, the Lu family favored sons over daughters, and even she wasn't well liked. Lu Yaya opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything. She just looked at Lu Cheng and shook her head. Lu Cheng was completely panicked. Chu, don't forget, if it weren't for me, would you have been living such a good life these past few decades? Now that you've risen to prominence and become a phoenix, you want to turn your back on me and kick me to the curb, is that it? Lu Cheng shouted angrily. Lu Cheng, can't you have any shame when you talk? Chu looked at him with a sorrowful expression. Don't you know whether I've had a good time or not during my years in the Lu family? I've served you like a servant, working like an ox for decades. Now, I'm tired of it, I don't want to live like that anymore. Lu Cheng's face was extremely ugly. Chu, do you have absolutely no mercy? Mother Lu asked coldly. You came from a humble background, and my son didn't look down on you, yet you don't even know how to be grateful? Chu found it ridiculous, and felt a deep sense of grievance when she recalled the past. You old hag, shut up. Hua Qiu said coldly. You've exploited Aunt Chu for decades, and you still have the audacity to think you've done her so much kindness. I've never seen such shameless people as you. Hua Qiu was truly enraged, her eyes fierce. Your mother Lu was very angry, but at this moment she dared not refute Hua Qiu again. Simply because he was a noble and virtuous man. It was you who ruined our family. Lu Cheng pointed angrily at Hua Qiu, wanting to vent his anger. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. How dare you point fingers at Hua Guosher? Dong Biping immediately kicked him cleanly and decisively, knocking him down. Lu Cheng fell to the ground, his whole body aching, his face filled with terror. He was so enraged that he forgot about Hua Qiu's identity. If you dare point again, I'll chop all your fingers off. Dong Biping said viciously. Lu Cheng was terrified and didn't dare to utter a single word. I don't agree to a divorce. Lu Cheng said firmly. Yes, I won't divorce you. Can you force me? Mother Lu shouted fiercely, looking like she was about to throw a tantrum. Why not? Hua Qiu sneered. Where is the director of the Marriage Registration Bureau? Hua Qiu shouted coldly. Immediately, someone ran up to him. Hua Guosher, your subordinate is here. The man bowed respectfully and replied. From today onwards, they are no longer husband and wife. You will handle all the subsequent procedures on their behalf, Hua Qiu said. Yes, your subordinate obeys. The director of the Marriage Registration Bureau nodded hurriedly. The three members of the Lu family were dumbfounded. Where is the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau? Hua Qiu shouted again. Your subordinate is here. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau rushed out. From now on, if anyone from the Lu family dares to harass them, take them away immediately and punish them severely according to the law. If anything happens to them, I will hold your Law Enforcement Bureau accountable. Hua Qiu said coldly. Yes, your subordinate obeys. The Law Enforcement Bureau chief replied tremblingly. 3,000 troops in the northern frontier, heed my command. Hua Qiu shouted again. Exist. All the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Its power was earth-shattering. If this mother and daughter are harmed by anyone, whether it's the Lu family or any other force, I order you to come immediately, raze everything to the ground, and leave not a single blade of grass alive. Hua Qiu shouted. Understood. The deafening shouts echoed through the sky, booming like thunder. With such overwhelming power and awe-inspiring momentum, who could not be afraid? The 3 members of the Lu family were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. This is the influence of a national hero. 1 call and 100 responses, the masses submit. How could they possibly have the slightest courage to cause trouble? Shuing was deeply moved, with tears in her eyes. Lu Ye's heart trembled as she gazed at Hua Qiu with a dazed look. Tis the peerless lover of her dreams. His brilliance is unmatched. His radiance was dazzling and brilliant. After giving the instructions, Hua Qiu cast a detached gaze at Lu Chang. Lu Chang's body trembled. Now he truly realized that this was not the poor boy he had looked down on, but a transcendent being he should revere. What organization do you work for? What is your position? Hua Qiu asked casually. Lu Chang's expression changed. He was about to speak. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Dong Jiqi. He shouted. Huaguosher, your subordinate is here. Dong Jiqi replied hurriedly. Even though he has Rongsheng was promoted to the rank of national scholar, which was not much lower than Hua Qiu in terms of honor and status, but he still respectfully referred to himself as his subordinate. No matter what position this person holds, dismiss him from his post and never use him again. Hua Qiu waved his hand domineeringly. Yes, sir. Dong Jiqi replied, cupping his hands in greeting. In an instant, Lu Chang seemed to lose all his strength, his face turning ashen. His future is completely ruined. No, how could you do this? Mother Lu cried out, unable to accept it. You have a problem with that? Hua Qiu looked over coldly, his powerful aura making Lu's mother feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. You have a problem with that? The 3,000 soldiers of the Northern Army stared intently at her and shouted in unison, their voices like thunder, their military might pressing down on Lumu like a giant mountain. Bang! Mother Lu was so frightened that she collapsed on the spot. Shut up if you don't want to die. Father Lu said hurriedly, covered in cold sweat. Huaguosher, no, we have no objections, Lu's father said with a bitter face, bowing and scraping. He's a sensible person. At this time, anyone who dares to disobey the nation's pillars in the slightest will not have a good end. The 3 members of the Lu family were filled with deep regret. All of this is the result of their own actions. There was another person who regretted it just like them. At the entrance of the grand restaurant, Ao Fei, in his wheelchair, looked ashen-faced. He just received some news. The China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac, in the provincial capital is under economic attack from a mysterious force and is on the verge of bankruptcy. 192, Chapter 192 Xia Ziwei's accident. The 3 members of the Lu family were expelled. The grand restaurant across the street had just opened, but it also closed hastily, and the owner, the eldest son of the Ao family, had disappeared without a trace. Only the Yingyue Hotel was bustling with activity. Chuang and Lu Yeye composed themselves and greeted the many guests with smiles on their faces. Today is a relief for Chuang, she will live a wonderful life from now on. Hua Qiu finally felt relieved. He doesn't need to be the one to receive guests. He casually found a place to sit down and watched the mother and daughter busy themselves with a smile. At one point, Hua Qiu's smile suddenly froze. His face instantly turned icy cold. Just now, the spiritual energy of creation within his dantian fluctuated. It was a connection across distance. This connection comes from Xia Ziwei of the Bai Family Martial Arts School. Hua Qiu once entered her room at night and discovered the secret within her body. At that time, he destroyed the cultivator's will within Xia Ziwei's body, leaving behind his own spiritual power imprint. If anything were to happen to Xia Ziwei, he would be able to sense it immediately. Just now, that sensation was triggered. Xia Ziwei is in trouble? Hua Qiu stood up abruptly, his face turning grim. In his previous life, Xia Ziwei was his savior. He knew that Xia Ziwei would be constantly on the run in the future, so he left his mark. Xia Ziwei, I will never let anything happen to you. Hua Qiu's figure disappeared from Yingyue Hotel in the blink of an eye. By Family Martial Arts School. Since the last 100 schools martial arts tournament, the By Family Martial Arts School has become famous and has become the #1 martial arts school in Xishan. A martial arts school with a powerful martial arts master in charge naturally attracts many martial artists. High-level martial artists with considerable skill joined, and many low-level martial artists came to join the By Family Martial Arts School. The original members of the By Family Martial Arts School were naturally all smiles. The happiest person was Xia Ziwei, because she became the junior sister of many people. It is said that she has a close relationship with that martial arts master, and everyone respects her very much. Xia Ziwei would occasionally think of that junior brother and let out a silly laugh. Hua Qiu hadn't been to the By Family Martial Arts School in a long time. She still misses it a little. That day, Xia Ziwei was teaching some new students the basic boxing techniques as usual. Even after the 100 schools martial arts tournament, Hua Qiu declared that the basic boxing techniques were very ordinary and had no powerful force, but many low-level martial artists still practiced them tirelessly every day, hoping to cultivate extraordinary martial arts skills. At noon, an old man walked into the martial arts school. The old man was of average height and build, neither fat nor thin, and had a very ordinary appearance. But he walked with a powerful stride, his steps creating a gentle breeze. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Xia Ziwei asked with a smile. Judging from the old man's appearance, he looked to be in his 70s or 80s, and didn't seem like he was there to learn martial arts. The old man glanced at Xia Ziwei, ignored her, and looked around the martial arts hall, surveying the surroundings. "Sir, is there something you need?" Xia Ziwei asked with a smile, not angry at all. The old man then looked at her, his expression somber. "I have a question for you, and you must answer honestly," the old man said rudely, in a commanding tone. "Go ahead and ask," Xia Ziwei said with a smile. "Does your martial arts school have a girl named Xia Ziwei?" The old man asked in a deep voice. Xia Ziwei was taken aback. She did not know the old man. "That's me," Xia Ziwei said. "So you are?" The old man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her closely. Xia Ziwei felt uncomfortable under that scrutinizing gaze. "How can you prove it?" The old man asked again. "Proof?" Xia Ziwei blinked her big eyes in confusion. "What's there to prove? I'm the only one named Xia Ziwei in this martial arts school." "I ask you, who are your parents?" The old man pressed. "I have no parents. I was taken in and raised by my master." Upon hearing this, the old man's gaze narrowed slightly. "Tell me, when you were found, did you have a piece of glowing ancient jade on you?" The old man's expression turned cold. "How did you know?" The naive Xia Ziwei hadn't realized something was wrong. "Found you," the old man chuckled sinisterly. "Come with me." He grabbed Xia Ziwei directly. But just as he was about to touch Xia Ziwei, the spiritual energy imprint within Xia Ziwei immediately reacted, unleashing a force that instantly repelled the old man's hand. The old man was immediately startled. He stared intently at Xia Ziwei, but didn't notice anything amiss. He couldn't help but frown. Ouch! Xia Ziwei was so shocked that she fell to the ground. "Senior sister!" Several students nearby immediately ran over. "You old man, how dare you lay a hand on our senior sister? This is the #1 martial arts school in Xishan, how dare you cause trouble here, you've got some nerve!" They shouted angrily. "Humph!" The old man flew into a rage and waved his hand forcefully at the group. Boom! In an instant, a surge of internal energy erupted, rippling outwards towards them like a wave. In a matter of moments, all of them were thrown to the ground, blood trickling from their mouths, their expressions terrified. Your internal energy has left your body, you are a martial venerable. They exclaimed. You only realize that now? The old man sneered, his face full of arrogance as he looked at the group with disdain. You think you can fight me, you're overestimating yourselves. He said contemptuously. Xia Ziwei, come with me. He said coldly to Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei shook her head fearfully. Seeing this, the old man snorted coldly and reached out to grab her. Stop. At the critical moment, Bai Hongyu rushed out from the inner room of the martial arts hall and struck the old man with a palm. As the head of the Bai family martial arts school, Hua Qiu had given him special advice and a pill, saying that after persuading him, he would become a martial venerable in no time. After taking it, his cultivation level indeed improved rapidly. Now, he is a 9th-rank martial artist, and his moves are full of vigor and confidence. Ignorant and arrogant. The man glanced at it, showing great contempt, and also struck out with a palm. Bang! In an instant, Bai Hongyu coughed up blood and flew backward. The people at the martial arts school were shocked. You are a martial venerable. Bai Hongyu got up with a grim face, his expression extremely solemn. You weaklings and ordinary mortals can't stop me, the old man said coldly. Today, no one can stop me from taking this girl away. Those who don't know their place will pay with their lives. The people at the Bai family martial arts school were furious. But for a moment, no one dared to go up and fight the old man. Don't be too arrogant. My Bai family martial arts school has an invincible patriarch in charge. Even if you are a martial venerable, you are definitely no match for him. Bai Hongyu said in a deep voice. That's right, our founder is incredibly powerful. If he were to make a move, you'd be trembling with fear. The martial arts students shouted. Grandmaster? The old man sneered, his face full of contempt and indifference. How powerful could your founder be, given that it's just a mortal martial arts school? If he doesn't come out, fine, but if he dares to come out, I will cripple him. The old man didn't respect anyone and looked down on any of the martial artists from the Bai family martial arts school. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice rang out. 193, Chapter 193, The Powerful Ancestor. As the sound rang out, a figure appeared. He stood on the roof of the outer courtyard of the Bai family martial arts school, looking down indifferently. Grandmaster. Bai Hongyu glanced at it and immediately showed a look of surprise, quickly bowing and clasping his hands in greeting. He's here, the founder has finally arrived. The martial arts students were instantly thrilled, their eyes burning with adoration as they gazed at the figure. Is he the reincarnation of our martial arts school's founder? The new students, who had never seen Hua Qiu before, stared at him curiously. His name became famous throughout Qishan after the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. His basic fist techniques can sweep away all martial artists, and he is the youngest Hall of Fame national hero in the Xia Kingdom. He even dares to beat up veteran martial masters. He is the faith of the Bai family martial arts school. Upon seeing Hua Qiu appear, Xia Ziwei smiled, full of confidence. She believed that Hua Qiu would definitely be able to defeat the person who came to capture her. Is this the incomparably powerful ancestor you speak of? The old man frowned, scrutinizing Hua Qiu. Seeing that Hua Qiu's breathing was normal, he had no fear whatsoever. This is the so-called #1 martial arts school in Qishan, actually worshipping a mere brat as their patriarch. The old man shook his head, a mocking smile on his face. He held everyone in contempt. Hua Qiu also frowned. The old man's arrogant and condescending attitude was all too familiar. He had met many people like this before, all of whom thought they were above the mundane world and superior to everyone else. The #1 martial arts school is nothing special, the old man said disdainfully. These words filled the Bai family martial arts school members with righteous indignation. You old bastard, don't be so arrogant. When the patriarch takes action, you won't even have time to cry. Our ancestor could have killed you with a single slap. What are you doing acting so arrogantly here? The men shouted angrily. The old man's face darkened. Very well, I'd like to see just how powerful your so-called patriarch really is, he said coldly. He glanced at Huaqiu, gave a cold snort, and remained disdainful. You, what right do you have to stand on my head? Get down here. The old man shouted coldly, waving his hand. Boom! In an instant, a surge of martial venerables inner energy burst forth and blasted towards Huaqiu. He was confident that he could defeat Huaqiu with just one casual move. Huaqiu's face was cold. Buzz. He did nothing, he simply exuded some aura. In an instant, the air exploded, and the surroundings roared. In the blink of an eye, the old man's attack was completely annihilated. The old man's expression immediately changed. It was at this moment that he sensed the power of Huaqiu's aura. Even the slightest bit of it made his whole body tense and his expression extremely solemn. He looked shocked, and there was no longer a trace of contempt in his eyes. Kneel down! Huaqiu shouted coldly. Boom! As soon as the words fell, an invisible wave spread from top to bottom, causing the air around the old man to collapse. In an instant, the old man felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, almost crushing his body. How was this possible? The old man's breath almost caught in his throat, his body hunched over, the immense pressure filling him with terror. He couldn't believe it. A mere aura emanating from a mortal young martial artist was something he couldn't withstand. How could such a powerful young martial artist exist in the mortal world? Ah, the old man roared, using all his internal energy to try to resist the pressure. Huaqiu remained indifferent and raised his hand to press down slightly. Bang! In an instant, the old man bent both knees and knelt down on the stone slab, which shattered into numerous fragments under the weight of his knee. The old man was stunned. I never imagined that someone as high and mighty as him would have this moment. His strong sense of self-esteem was greatly impacted. He desperately wanted to struggle to his feet, but he was powerless, even moving was incredibly difficult. He looked at the person above with utter terror. What level of attainment does he reach? Da Zun? Or King Wu? Master is too powerful. The martial arts students who witnessed this scene shouted excitedly. With just a slight lift of his hand, he forced a martial venerable to kneel down. Our ancestor is invincible. The new students were full of enthusiasm and felt very fortunate to have joined such a martial arts school. Huaqiu descended from the rooftop, stood in front of the old man, and looked down at him. He's just a first-grade martial venerable, yet he dares to come here and cause trouble. As overestimating himself, he said calmly. Nowadays, even a first-rank martial arts master is no more than an ant in his eyes, and he can't even be bothered to make a move. The old man's face was grim, and he felt extremely humiliated. His confidence and arrogance have crumbled. Speak, who are you? What is your purpose in coming here? Huaqiu asked. The old man lowered his head and did not answer him. You're from an ancient martial arts family, aren't you? Huaqiu sneered. The old man's body trembled. He looked up at Huaqiu in shock, puzzled as to how Huaqiu could see through him at a glance. You ancient martial arts families are all the same, Huaqiu said disdainfully. They're just a little stronger than ordinary martial artists, yet they think they're superior and look down on everything. In reality, they're nothing but frogs in a well, utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing this, the old man's face turned angry. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't even utter a word. Huaqiu slightly reduced the pressure of her breath. The old man then began to gasp for breath. I admit you're strong, he said, panting, but to look down on ancient martial arts families because of that, you're not worthy of that. He looked defiant. I have killed some of the so-called strongmen from ancient martial arts families before, Huaqiu said coldly. The old man was taken aback, then laughed. No ancient martial arts family is easy to mess with. If you had really killed a powerful member of an ancient martial arts family, you would have died a violent death long ago. He was implying that Huaqiu was bragging. Huaqiu was too lazy to argue with him. I asked you a question, and you haven't answered it yet, Huaqiu said. You ask me, so I have to answer? The old man said. The man sneered. Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold and sharp in an instant. Boom! An even heavier aura pressed down. The old man's smile vanished, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He spat out blood, his face contorted in pain. This time, the pressure was more than twice as strong, and his bones were creaking all over. Without a doubt, in a few moments, he will be crushed into a meat patty. Tultok the old man was ultimately afraid of death and then quickly gave in. Hua Qiu snorted coldly and eased his suppression. The old man struggled to sit up, still shaken by the experience. He almost lost his life. Two come from the Xia family, an ancient martial arts clan. I came to the martial arts school this time on orders to capture the Xia family's bloodline members who have been living outside the clan, the old man said with lingering fear. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. He turned and looked at the innocent Xia Ziwei. He knew that Xia Ziwei had been picked up and raised by Bai Hongyu. I never expected that she also had the bloodline of an ancient martial arts family. Could it be that the people who hunted them down in their previous life were from the Xia family? 194, Chapter 194 Promise. Do you know about my background? Upon hearing the old man's words, Xia Ziwei quickly ran over. Tell me quickly, who are my parents, and where are they now? Xia Ziwei asked anxiously. She grew up in a martial arts school. Although she had a kind master and senior brothers who treated her well, she would often feel sad and want to know her origins and find her parents. I want to ask them, why did they abandon themselves? Xia Ziwei, you are a descendant of the Xia family, an ancient martial arts clan, the old man said, looking at her. Your mother was a core member of the Xia family more than 20 years ago. She was betrothed by the family to a young master from an ancient martial arts family, but she refused to marry him. She ran away from the family and had an affair with an ordinary martial artist, eventually giving birth to you. Xia Ziwei's eyes were already filled with tears. Where are my parents now? She asked. Your father was killed long ago while being pursued by the Xia family's powerful members, the old man laughed. Xia Ziwei was startled, her face turned pale, and she almost lost her balance. Hua Qiu quickly helped her up. Speak properly. Hua Qiu glared at the old man, his face revealing murderous intent. The old man shrank his neck, his face filled with fear. Your mother was taken back by the family. It wasn't until the wedding was approaching that the family discovered she was pregnant, and the wedding had to be cancelled. That ancient martial arts family was also furious and demanded an explanation. Our Xia family leader had no choice but to apologize. After that, she was thrown into a cold prison by those in power. Her maid often secretly visited her, and eventually she gave birth to a baby girl, who is you, Xia Ziwei. That woman was incredibly audacious. She actually put the rare, top-grade Earth-rank cultivation manual stolen from her family into a jade pendant and had her maid send it down the mountain along with the baby girl. We searched for over 20 years, torturing that maid countless times, before we finally learned that the baby girl was named Xia Ziwei and had been sent to the Qishan area. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziwei burst into tears. Is my mother still alive? She asked softly, biting her lip. Alive, lived for 20 years in the cold prison, the old man smiled coldly. Xia Ziwei staggered and leaned against Hua Qiu's chest, sobbing softly. The fact that her mother was still alive was good news for her. But her suffering caused Xia Ziwei great sorrow. A moment later, Xia Ziwei reached into her chest and pulled out a jade pendant. The old man's expression hardened. Huaki whelp me break it, she pleaded. Hua Qiu gently squeezed the jade pendant, and it shattered, revealing 2 strips of paper inside. Xia Ziwei opened a sheet and found it covered with densely packed small characters. Even a martial artist would have to concentrate for a long time to decipher them. Clearly, this is a low-level cultivation technique from the Xia family. Xia Ziwei glanced at it once and put it down, picking up another one instead. That was a message left by her mother. As Xia Ziwei watched, she covered her mouth and began to cry softly. Hua Qiu patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. Since you're not interested in that earth-rank cultivation technique, why not give it to me? I can plead with the Xia family's higher-ups to stop sending people to capture Xia Ziwei, the old man said with a smile, his eyes fixed on the paper in Hua Qiu's hand containing the cultivation technique. Give it to you? Hua Qiu looked at him coldly. That's a martial arts technique from my Xia family. Any outsider who dares to covet it will not have a good end, the old man said meaningfully, assuming that Hua Qiu coveted the technique. Little did he know, this kind of technique was completely beneath Hua Qiu's notice. Did you come alone this time? Hua Qiu asked. Of course not, the old man smiled. Another top expert from the Xia family also came alone, but we searched separately and I found this place first. That person is many times stronger than me, and you may not be his match either. I advise you not to meddle in the Xia family's affairs, the old man threatened. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. He waved. In an instant, the oppressive force surrounding the old man vanished completely. The old man paused for a moment, then quickly stood up. You're smart to know what's good for you, he smiled with satisfaction, thinking that Hua Qiu had been intimidated by him. Give me Xia Ziwei and the cultivation technique, and I will no longer hold it against you, he said loudly. Get out. Hua Qiu coldly uttered a single word. Boom. A terrifying aura appeared once again. The old man's smile froze instantly, and his body was blasted backward by that aura. The person was in mid-air, coughing up blood continuously. However, just one word, roll, was enough to severely injure him, almost displacing his internal organs. With a loud crash, the old man fell to the ground, his face ashen. He looked at Hua Qiu with horror and anger. Aren't you afraid that the experts from my Xia family will come to kill us? He said through gritted teeth in anguish. What powerful figures could the Xia family possibly have? Are they even worth mentioning? Hua Qiu said disdainfully. The old man was furious. Don't you have a companion who is many times stronger than you? Go find him and let me see him, Hua Qiu said calmly. You will definitely regret what you did today and pay the price, the old man said viciously. He forced himself to his feet and limped out of the martial arts school. Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold as she watched his retreating figure. He didn't want to kill someone in front of the innocent Xia Ziwei. She's too kind, and her emotions are unstable right now. She probably can't bear to see that kind of scene. Are you all right? Hua Qiu helped Xia Ziwei sit down to the side. Xia Ziwei's eyes were red as she looked helplessly at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu felt a pang of heartache at the sight of that expression and gaze. She was an angelic, pure girl who should have lived a happy life. In her previous life, she was being hunted down and her fate was unknown. She is now deeply affected and very sad. For so many years, I've always thought I was an orphan, Xia Ziwei said, crying. So, my mother is still alive but she's living such a hard life I don't even know if I'll ever have the chance to see her again in this lifetime. Hua Qiu sighed. His mother, too, had lived a life of great hardship. He could understand Xia Ziwei's feelings. Don't be too sad, don't worry, you will definitely see her again, I promise you, Hua Qiu said. Even if it means wiping out the entire Xia family, I will still lead you to her, he promised. Really? Xia Ziwei looked up at Hua Qiu with hope. Hua Qiu nodded heavily. He rarely makes promises to people. But once a decision is made, it will be put into practice. After a long period of comforting, Xia Ziwei finally calmed down a bit. Hua Qiu called Bai Hongyu and the others over and asked them to take care of Xia Ziwei. After giving his instructions, he turned and walked out of the Bai family martial arts school. He had already left a spiritual mark on the old man's body. Having gone through so much, he was already tired of being passive. Taking the initiative is the style of immortal Emperor Hua Qiu. 195, Chapter 195. Your most precious treasure is my worthless shoe. After the old man left the Bai family martial arts school with his severely injured body, he sent a signal to another member of the Xia family. After that, he waited quietly in a quiet place. After a while, a figure was seen flying rapidly in the distance, and it was close to us in the blink of an eye. He was a powerful martial artist who made no attempt to conceal his presence as he ran. The surrounding air exploded, producing a thunderous sound. Seeing this, the old man felt somewhat relieved. Three venerable ones, he stood up and bowed to the man. The Xia family is powerful, with a total of 4 martial kings. This person ranks third and is therefore known as the third venerable. The three venerable ones frowned immediately when they saw that the old man's face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. What happened? You were injured by a mortal martial artist? The third venerable asked unhappily. Although the old man was only a first-rank martial venerable, in the mortal world, a first-rank martial venerable was already an extremely powerful existence. Third venerable one, I found Xia Ziwei, she's at a place called the Bai Family Martial Arts School, the old man said in a low voice. But there was an incredibly powerful young man there, he didn't even have to lift a finger, he could completely suppress me with just his aura. I'm afraid even the geniuses on the ancient martial arts prodigy ranking might not have his strength. Upon hearing this, the three venerable ones frowned deeply. In the secular world, a martial arts school and a young boy suppressed you with their aura? He asked with a stern face. I told you long ago that your first-grade martial venerable realm was forcibly broken through by piling up resources, and it was extremely superficial. I didn't expect it to be so pathetic. You were suppressed by a young man as soon as you arrived in Qishan, the third venerable said with great disdain. Three venerable ones, it's not that I'm too weak, it's just that that person is too strong. The old man's face turned ugly as he hurriedly tried to explain. Alright, the third venerable waved his hand to interrupt, not wanting to listen to his nonsense. You found that bastard child named Xia Ziwei, haven't you? Do you still have the rare earth-rank cultivation manual of my Xia family? It is indeed there, but it has already fallen into that person's hands, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to get it back. The old man looked troubled. Oomph, what's so hard about taking it back? The three venerable ones sneered. At worst, I'll personally kill him and then I can get the technique back. The old man's expression was full of helplessness. These three venerable ones were even more arrogant and conceited than he was. That earth-rank cultivation technique is an extremely important treasure of my Xia family because very few people can cultivate it, and given its importance, only a single copy was preserved. However, it was stolen by that vile woman and ended up in the mortal world, the third venerable said coldly. We must never let this technique fall into the hands of others. Take me there now, retrieve the cultivation technique, and capture the bastard. I'd really like to meet the person who injured you and see just how powerful they are. The three venerable ones were arrogant and thought that even the strongest martial artists in the mortal world had their limitations, and that they could kill them as long as they made a move. Then let's go, the old man sighed and said. No need to go. Suddenly, a voice rang out from not far away. Both of them were startled. Who goes there? The third venerable looked over with a cold face. Hua Qiu walked over calmly and unhurriedly. Sensing the spiritual energy imprint on the old man's body, he followed him all the way and happened to overhear their conversation. When he heard that the three venerables wanted to kill him, his expression remained indifferent. The third venerable one, it's him, he's the one who injured me. The old man said hurriedly, pointing at Hua Qiu. Upon hearing this, the three venerables revealed a cold smile. He observed Hua Qiu and found him to be ordinary looking. What's so shameful about hiding your true colors? He said coldly. He certainly didn't think this person was really that weak. Young man, in the mortal world, it is extremely difficult for someone your age to cultivate to the martial venerable realm. It's a pity that you are ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and you don't even know who you can mess with and who you can't mess with, the three venerables said. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. People from ancient martial arts families are all arrogant. He had lost interest in talking to these people. Do you possess the cultivation techniques of my Xia family? Hand them over to me immediately. The third venerable shouted coldly. The cultivation technique, of course it's here. Hua Qiu produced a special piece of paper with small characters on it. The three venerable ones and the old man immediately fixed their gazes on the paper. This earth-rank cultivation technique has been gone from the Xia family for 20 years. Very well, hand it over, so you won't suffer unnecessary pain. The three venerable ones smiled and stared at Hua Qiu. If Hua Qiu dares to make any wrong move, he will immediately strike swiftly and take Hua Qiu's life. Ha! Hua Qiu sneered and looked at the cultivation manual in his hand. A thought crossed my mind. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cluster of blue flames inexplicably appeared in his hand, instantly igniting the paper. In the blink of an eye, the paper containing the Xia family's earth-rank cultivation technique was completely burned away. The three venerable ones and the old man were all stunned. The cultivation technique burned too quickly. By the time they realized what was happening, they had already been reduced to ashes. Hua Qiu flipped his palm over, and some fragments scattered in the wind. The two were utterly shocked and furious. That's a low-level cultivation technique. Even within ancient martial arts families, it is a treasure of the highest order. The earth-rank techniques of each ancient martial arts family are the foundation of their heritage. This cultivation technique was lost for 20 years, which was a huge loss for the Xia family. Now that it's finally found, we can only watch helplessly as it turns to ashes. The two instantly became furious. That's a unique copy. Once it's gone, it's truly gone forever. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. The three venerables pointed at Hua Qiu, their faces contorted with rage. That's a rank 1 cultivation technique, aren't you even a little bit tempted? The old man found it even more incomprehensible. This was a situation they could never have predicted. How could he bear to destroy a level 1 cultivation technique? It's just a low-level cultivation technique. Hua Qiu didn't care at all. Even the martial arts techniques he improved for the Bai family's martial arts school reached the heavenly rank. How could this kind of trash possibly move me? Hua Qiu scoffed. What is your most precious treasure is my worthless shoe. The two members of the Xia family wore expressions of disbelief. This is the first time I've heard someone say that earth-rank cultivation techniques are trash, and with such disdain. Is he out of his mind? You are unforgivable. The three venerable ones were so angry that their beards trembled. I'm going to kill you, kill you. He roared, his murderous aura erupting like a raging torrent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, sand and stones flew everywhere, creating a storm. Seeing the three venerables' eyes turn red as if they were about to go mad, Hua Qiu's expression turned cold, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He's just a 7th rank martial king. He killed several 8th rank martial kings. The fate of these two was sealed from the moment he left his spiritual imprint and followed them. How dare he harm Xia Ziwei, who saved his life? Then they must die. 196, Chapter 196 Instant Kill of the Martial King. A 7th rank martial king is a powerful force in ancient martial arts families. In the mortal world, ordinary martial venerables are extremely rare, and a martial king is enough to crush 90% of the territory of the Xia kingdom. Unfortunately, this arrogant King Wu of the Xia family encountered someone he shouldn't have met. The three venerable ones' aura roared, triggering a storm that seemed poised to tear Hua Qiu apart. The old man next to him shook his head. He knew that the enraged three venerables were extremely terrifying, and he didn't think the young man had any chance of survival. What a pity, he sighed. It is extremely rare for a young talent to emerge in the secular world who can rival the prodigies on the list of geniuses of ancient martial arts families. I want you to be torn to pieces. The three venerable ones roared, and a powerful storm of internal energy swept towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu remained motionless, and with a casual wave of his hand, a gentle breeze arose. It appears light and airy, without any power. But it has an amazing effect of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. In an instant, the storm of internal energy raised by the three venerable ones was extinguished as if a flame had met rain. In the blink of an eye, the massive storm was completely wiped out. This scene immediately stunned the two people opposite. How is this possible? The three venerable ones looked incredulous, unable to believe that their storm had been destroyed so easily. The old man was even more shocked than he was. Hua Qiu's move was unfathomable. They couldn't even tell what kind of power Hua Qiu was using, and there was no strong aura emanating from him. It was as if the storm had been annihilated with a simple wave of the hand. They couldn't even sense the slightest fluctuation of power, let alone see any clues. What kind of method is this? What level of strength does it take? The old man's expression was full of astonishment. He had thought that the three venerables could easily kill Hua Qiu. What kind of martial skill is this? Could it be an Earth-rank martial skill? The three venerables were stunned for a moment, then asked Hua Qiu with a very unpleasant expression. To save face, he could only offer this guess. This is a capability that your level of understanding and knowledge cannot comprehend. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand, Hua Qiu said calmly. The three venerable ones' faces grew increasingly gloomy. I don't care what martial arts technique you use, since you dared to destroy the Xia family's earth-rank cultivation method, then you shall repay me with this martial arts technique, he said with a sneer. After saying that, he swayed and quickly moved towards Hua Qiu. He planned to engage in close combat in order to better utilize King Wu's formidable strength. When internal energy leaves the body, its power is ultimately not as strong as a direct, impactful punch. It moved with lightning speed and came on strong. Hua Qiu remained unfazed. Now, even facing a martial arts master from an ancient martial arts family, he has no interest in a fierce battle. Because they are too weak, and not worth Hua Qiu using his full strength. Hua Qiu's intervention was not superfluous. He raised one hand, made a chop gesture, and slashed at the three venerables. A dazzling light appeared and slashed towards the three venerables with unstoppable force. This light contained Hua Qiu's supreme immortal emperor's sword intent. A mere trick, watch me break your moves. The third venerable didn't take it seriously. Because the light didn't cause much of a ripple, and even the sound was very faint. He concluded that it didn't have much power. So he didn't dodge, and his powerful internal energy condensed into a barrier around his body, intending to withstand the colorful light head-on, so that he could take down Hua Qiu more quickly. Seeing this, Hua Qiu shook his head slightly. They really don't know their own limitations. In the blink of an eye, the colorful light-carrying sword intent struck the inner energy barrier of the three venerables. Buzz, the sound of a sword rang in my ears, and a powerful sword intent was unleashed, seemingly possessing the power to destroy the world. At this moment, the three venerables belatedly realized that their expressions had changed drastically. Without any hindrance, his internal energy barrier was split in two in an instant. The next moment, the unwavering light touched his body. The clanging of swords echoed, the lingering sound never ceasing. A seventh-rank martial king was instantly cleaved in two and fell to the ground. After a long while, the sound of swords clashing stopped, and the area fell into a deathly silence. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the two halves of a corpse on the ground, one on each side. He stood like a statue, his body stiff, his expression frozen, he even forgot to breathe. The old man was overwhelmed with emotion and unable to regain his senses. That's the third venerable of the Xia family, an ancient martial arts clan. A powerful martial king. Now, however, it has become an incomplete corpse. If the two remains of the three venerable one were pieced together, perhaps his expression would also be filled with shock and regret. He shouldn't have used his flesh and blood to take that beam of light head-on. But it was too late for regrets, he died before he could even let out a scream. The old man stared blankly for a while before suddenly snapping back to reality. His heart clenched, and his face was filled with terror. Who exactly are you, and what level of cultivation do you possess? He asked, his hair standing on end. This time, he was truly terrified. The fact that even the powerful three venerables were instantly killed is enough to prove the opponent's terrifying strength. How could one encounter such a terrifyingly powerful individual in the mortal world, and he's a young man who looks to be in his early 20s. The elderly man's understanding was overturned. Hua Qiu smiled coldly, saying nothing, but looked at the old man with a chilling gaze. The old man's body jolted suddenly, sensing a strong threat of death. Escape! That was the only thought in his mind at that moment. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, using all his internal energy to escape by damaging his own vital essence. But would that be of any use to Hua Qiu? A red sword appeared above Hua Qiu's head and shot out with a whoosh. Its speed was more than 10 times faster than the old man's. The old man was desperately running away when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart area. Looking down, his face instantly turned deathly pale. His chest was pierced, and blood was gushing from a large hole. Bang! Bang! The old man fell to the ground, his face full of horror. He looked up. He saw a red sword floating in the air, silently facing him. His pupils contracted sharply, and he became even more terrified. "So they are immortals," he murmured, his face full of bitterness. "What did you say?" Hua Qiu asked, his expression changing. He quickly walked up to the old man and asked, "What kind of immortal being? Tell me everything you know right now." Hua Qiu pressed. "No matter how strong an ancient martial arts family is, how can it compare to the legendary immortals and gods?" The old man did not answer, his face full of regret. "If I had known, I wouldn't have made this trip." Hua Qiu frowned, clearly displeased. "I'm giving you a chance to speak, so answer the questions properly," he said calmly. The old man was extremely weak and looked up at him. "You, a member of the immortals, are indeed extremely powerful. To die at your hands would not be a waste of my life. But I won't tell you what you want to know. Even in death, I want to discuss these so-called immortals." As he spoke, he gradually fell silent, having completely stopped breathing. Ungrateful. Hua Qiu's face showed displeasure. "Even if it kills me, I'll still disgust him." "But what can he do if he doesn't say anything?" Hua Qiu, with a cold face, used the soul-searching technique again. Before long, the old man's glowing soul emerged from the corpse. At first, he looked completely bewildered. After realizing the situation, he was terrified. His soul almost vanished from his body. 197, Chapter 197 Immortals. How did you do that? You summoned my soul? The old man's soul trembled in fear. He had only intended to annoy Hua Qiu, but he never expected the other party to have such an unbelievable method. As a martial arts master from an ancient martial arts family, he had heard more or less about the discussions and inferences about the human soul, which had always been a hypothesis that was difficult to prove. But now he finally knows that the soul is real. You think I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me? Hua Qiu's expression was cold and stern. What are you going to do to me? What will happen to me? The old man's spirit swayed uncertainly as he asked fearfully. I'm going to perform a soul search, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. This way I can access all your memories and learn the information I want to know. As for you, at best your soul will be damaged and you will have a short life after reincarnation. At worst your soul will be scattered and you will never have the chance to be reincarnated. Upon hearing this, the old man's spirit became even more terrified. Nah, please don't do that. I'll tell you everything you want to know, he said anxiously. Then speak, Hua Qiu said indifferently. After all, searching for a soul takes a considerable amount of time. What do you want to know? The old man's spirit body quickly asked. Didn't you say I'm a member of the immortal family? Hua Qiu said, tell me everything you know about immortals. The old man's expression changed upon hearing this. You are not a celestial being, he exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the red sword floating in mid-air and felt incredulous. That was clearly a divine technique. Don't say things you shouldn't, Hua Qiu said coldly. The old man stiffened and nodded. Actually, I've only ever read about immortals in one of the Xia family's books, he began to recount. The book records that since ancient times, there have been some transcendent cultivators who cultivated a different form of energy that was far superior to martial arts. Those people were called qi refiners. The book says that even in this technologically advanced age, qi cultivators still exist because they have transcended ordinary people and have long lifespans. However, because the mundane world is full of turbid energy that is not conducive to their cultivation, most of these people hide in deep mountains and forests where few people go to cultivate in seclusion. Because they are almost identical to the immortals in folk legends in some aspects, they are also called immortals. The book also says that qi cultivators are generally divided into 3 levels. The first level can use techniques comparable to powerful martial venerables in the martial arts world. Those with strong techniques can even kill ordinary martial venerables instantly. The weakest of the second level is equivalent to a transcendent martial saint among martial artists if they can use supernatural powers. They are extremely terrifying, and even martial saints are no match for them. As for the third level qi cultivators, they can already fly and escape into the earth. causing strange phenomena. They are almost like the land immortals in folk legends. However, such beings are extremely rare, even rarer than the transcendent martial saints in the martial arts world. Hua Qiu frowned slightly upon hearing this. He remembered Madame Xiang, whom he had killed in the Lin family. Lady Xiang could perhaps be considered a second-tier qi refiner. Just how powerful are third-tier qi cultivators? He has not had any contact with them, so it is difficult for him to make a judgment. No matter how strong they are, once I cultivate to the third level of the creation technique, sweeping through 3 levels of qi refiners will be no problem. Hua Qiu was confident enough. Perhaps, one doesn't even need to cultivate to the third level to crush them. He simply didn't know where those people were. If we could find out where the immortal realm is, we could storm in right now. That's it? Hua Qiu looked displeased when the old man's soul stopped talking. That's all that's recorded in the book, the old man said softly. Hua Qiu was displeased. Upon seeing this, the old man panicked. I know some other things. He quickly said. Tell me everything at once, Hua Qiu said impatiently. It is said that the transcendent martial saint who founded the Xia family once came into contact with immortals and obtained an opportunity. It was because of that one fortuitous opportunity that he stepped from a 9th-rank martial artist to the martial venerable realm, and then rapidly improved, achieving the transcendent martial saint realm in his 70s and founding an ancient martial arts family. The Xia family patriarch is nearly 200 years old. He is the longest living martial saint among all the ancient martial arts families. If he hadn't come into contact with immortals, the Xia family patriarch wouldn't have been able to live for so many years. Is the Xia family patriarch residing in the Xia family? Hua Qiu asked. Yes, I am. The old man nodded quickly. The higher-up said that the ancestor's lifespan is approaching and he has been in seclusion, trying to extend his life by breaking through his cultivation level. The higher-ups do not allow the Xia family to leak this information and have kept it a secret. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. In that case, he still has to go to the Xia family. Although he would have to wait until the third level of the creation technique to deduce Hua Dong's location, he would not hesitate to enter the immortal realm if he could find it earlier. Do you have anything else to say? Hua Qiu stared at him. I've already told you everything I know. The old man exclaimed in a panic. I'm being so cooperative, you can't use soul searching on me again. Hua Qiu, however, revealed a cold smile. You broke your promise. The old man's expression changed. I never agreed to that, Hua Qiu said coldly. Andy don't believe you either. He coldly made a move, his palm emitting a suction force that pulled the old man's soul into his body. The information he received from this person was not satisfactory, so he still needed to perform a soul search. The old man's spirit emitted a mournful cry. But Hua Qiu ignored him and began to peruse his memories. By omitting the irrelevant, very little of what is useful is obtained. The old man wasn't wrong, he only knew so little. The Xia family patriarch is hailed as the strongest martial saint among all ancient martial arts families. Some even believe he may have already touched upon the legendary martial arts myth. The situation, this was the information the old man didn't say. One of the strongest martial saints? Hua Qiu didn't seem to care much. He was very dissatisfied after the soul search was completed. In the end, he released the old man's soul and reintroduced it into his physical body. He will find his own way next. Although they weren't completely destroyed, it's normal for them to be affected to some extent. Hua Qiu frowned and went to another corpse, where he used the same soul-searching technique. Similarly, the 3 venerable soul forms appeared, utterly terrified of Hua Qiu's methods. Without wasting words with him, Hua Qiu went straight to the point. The 3 venerable ones had less useful information than the old man. However, I did learn quite a bit about the overall situation of the Xia family. They even knew exactly where Xia Ziwei's mother was being held. When Hua Qiu released the 3 venerable one's souls. My Xia family ancestor has already reached the legendary realm. He will never let you go. You will not have a good end. The 3 venerables roared ferociously. I curse you, may you die a horrible death, may you be torn to pieces. I, the venerable one, await you in hell. Hua Qiu's face darkened. Wait for me in hell, you've got no chance. After saying that, he directly crushed the souls of the three venerables. After he finished doing this, he clapped his hands. What do I have to fear from the Xia family patriarch who has reached the legendary realm? 198, Chapter 198. Dare to make a move on Xia Ziwei? When Hua Qiu returned to the Bai family martial arts school, it was already close to evening. Upon entering the martial arts school, they discovered a disturbance inside. Did you find West Street? No. What about East Street? No, you didn't find it there either, go look again. Bai Hongyu roared in anger, giving orders in the martial arts school. Students from the martial arts school came and went in a hurry. Master, upon seeing Hua Qiu enter, everyone quickly and respectfully bowed. Master, you finally returned. Bai Hongyu stood up, looking anxious. Ziwei has disappeared. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's expression darkened. What kind of judgment do you have? How could you let her disappear? Hua Qiu roared in anger. Master, as you know, Ziwei has the advanced movement techniques you taught her, and her cultivation level has improved rapidly after she learned martial arts. If she really wants to leave, none of us can stop her or keep up with her, Bai Hongyu said helplessly. Hua Qiu paused for a moment. He almost forgot that he had transferred several streams of pure creative spiritual energy into Xia Ziwei's body during the martial arts competition. Once she digests that spiritual energy, becoming a great martial venerable will not be a problem. Hua Qiu closed his eyes and began to sense it. Soon, he discovered the location of the divine consciousness imprint, which was not far from here. Alright, you don't need to bother anymore, I know where she is, and I'll bring her back safely, Hua Qiu said, turning to walk out. Yes, ma'am. Bai Hongyu had no choice but to agree. After leaving the martial arts school, Hua Qiu headed straight for an entertainment street. Soon after, he arrived outside a bar. Hua Qiu sighed and shook his head. Xia Ziwei actually came here alone to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Sensing that Xia Ziwei's aura was not fluctuating much, he put aside his worries and went inside. At the bar, Xia Ziwei drank alone, brooding over her sorrow. A girl as pure and beautiful as her is a rare find in a bar, and many eyes are on her. Some people have ill intentions, but they haven't taken any action yet. Xia Ziwei was already slightly tipsy. She didn't use her internal energy to counteract the effects of the alcohol, letting it numb her. Hua Qiu came to her side with a look of heartache. Stop drinking, Hua Qiu said, snatching the bottle from her hand. Xia Ziwei glanced at Hua Qiu, her eyes red. Hua Qiu, she called out. Why won't you let me drink? I'm only now realizing that drinking can feel really good. It makes you feel lightheaded and doesn't make you think about anything. Hua Qiu couldn't help but frown. He could understand Xia Ziwei's feelings. Having been an orphan for 20 years, I suddenly learned that I had a family, only to find that my father had long since passed away and my mother was suffering greatly. It would be hard for anyone to accept this at first. Xia Ziwei, you don't need to worry at all. If you want to see your mother, I can take you there. No one can stop you. Hua Qiu said in a low voice. But Master and the others said that ancient martial arts family must be very strong because anyone they send out is at the martial venerable realm. Xia Ziwei said with tears in her eyes. I don't want you to take risks because of me, and I don't want to implicate anyone. I want to go by myself, but I'm useless. I don't even know where the Xia family is, and I'm a complete combat failure. I can't even fight. Xia Ziwei started crying like a child as she spoke. Hua Qiu found it somewhat amusing. She's overthinking things. As long as you want it, I don't care if it's the Xia family or even an immortal family, I can help you overthrow them. He said earnestly. Xia Ziwei suddenly started laughing like an idiot. I don't need your help. You've helped me enough. I want to work hard on my own to save my mother. I won't drag anyone down with me. Hua Qiu's expression was full of helplessness. Xia Ziwei's emotions are very unstable right now. It may seem fine on the surface, but something could go wrong at any time. Hua Qiu pondered, wondering whether he should knock her unconscious. Brother Long, what do you think of that girl? At that moment, a voice reached Hua Qiu's ears. Two young men sat in a corner of the bar. The speaker was a man with a buzz cut and a roguish look. The man he called Brother Long was a somewhat sinister young man. The two sat in a corner, occasionally glancing at the young women passing by in the bar. Whenever someone is beautiful, they can attract their attention. Hua Qiu had already noticed the sinister-looking young man when he first entered. Hua Qiu had sensed that aura emanating from him several times. Because he cared about Xia Ziwei, he temporarily ignored the two people. Unexpectedly, they set their sights on Xia Ziwei. Hua Qiu's face darkened. Brother Long, this chick is top-notch. Look at her incredibly pure appearance and how beautiful she is. I've never seen such a top-notch chick in my life. The roguish young man stared at Xia Ziwei, unable to help but swallow hard. The sinister-looking young man looked at Xia Ziwei and immediately showed a strange expression. Okay. He looked quite excited. She's the best woman I've met since I came down from the mountain. Compared to her, all the other women are just ordinary and vulgar. If I could make love with this woman, my power would surely increase greatly, perhaps even surpassing my cultivation with the holy maiden of my sect. The wicked young man, overcome with lust, greedily scrutinized Xia Ziwei's delicate body. Those exquisite curves stirred his heart, making him somewhat impatient. Brother Long, don't panic, that girl has other people with her, the roguish young man laughed. The sinister-looking young man glanced at Hua Qiu, his brows furrowing deeply. Then, a murderous glint appeared on his face. He only harbored murderous intent because Hua Qiu was next to Xia Ziwei. This kid is an eyesore to me. Go and take care of him as quickly as possible, the sinister-looking young man ordered. Understood. The roguish young man revealed a knowing look. Brother Long, now that you've had your fill of this chick, you'd better let me have a taste too, he said with a smile as he turned around. You should also teach me the method to experience the ultimate pleasure. If this matter is handled well, everything will be fine, the sinister-looking young man said. That's good, the roguish young man beamed and immediately walked towards the bar. Hey beautiful, hello there, he called out to Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei looked up at him. That pitiful and charming appearance immediately gave the roguish young man a jolt. This is absolutely amazing. His lustful desires also began to surge. Hey pretty girl, wanna be friends? He leaned closer, wanting to kiss her. Hua Qiu instantly stepped in front of Xia Ziwei. The roguish young man immediately frowned and stared coldly at Hua Qiu. Kid, I advise you not to get in my way, or you'll regret it, he said fiercely, threatening Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's expression turned somber. Get out! He uttered coldly, his gaze sharp. You dare tell me to get lost? The thuggish young man flew into a rage upon hearing this. Kid, you dare tell me to get lost on my turf? He roared. At his shout, more than a dozen people, none of whom were good people, immediately stood up in the bar. A strong killing intent immediately appeared on Hua Qiu's face. 199, Chapter 199. You're lucky. The arrogant young man looked completely unimportant towards Hua Qiu. Why don't you go and ask around, in this small corner of the world, who dares to offend Brother Quangfeng? He shouted at Hua Qiu. The dozen or so men who stood up were all his subordinates, each looking fierce and menacing. When the people in the bar realized something was wrong, they hurriedly ran away, and soon only they were left in the bar. Little brat, my big brother has his eye on your girl. If you know what's good for you, leave her here and get lost. The thug-like youth said with a sneer. If you don't know what's good for you, I can't guarantee you won't leave the bar as a corpse. I, Brother Quangfeng, have more than 1 or 2 lives on my hands, one more won't make a difference. It's so noisy, Xia Ziwei muttered, frowning, still half drunk. Sweetie, take a nap first, I'll get rid of all the annoying flies, Hua Qiu said to her with a smile. He patted Xia Ziwei, and the next moment Xia Ziwei gently lay down on the bar and fell asleep. You dare call me Brother Quangfeng a fly? The roguish young man was furious upon hearing his words. Damn it, I think you don't want to live anymore, do you? Go get him, cripple this damned bastard. He shouted angrily, waving his hand. His dozen or so men immediately surrounded him from all sides. Some grabbed chairs, some picked up baseball bats, some carried beer bottles. Hua Qiu glanced at it, her face showing disgust. These people are nothing more than petty thugs in society, they don't even qualify as serious villains. These kinds of people harm society, but they are just a bunch of thugs who bully ordinary people in gangs, and they are of extremely low character. Kid, wait till I kill you, then I'll enjoy your little beauty with Brother Long. The thuggish young man leered at the unconscious Xia Ziwei. Hua Qiu glanced at him, her expression indifferent. In his eyes, this person was already doomed to die. Faced with the dozen or so thugs who surrounded him, Hua Qiu didn't make any big moves, he simply picked up a wineglass from the bar in front of him. With disaster looming, you still have the mood to drink? The roguish young man frowned, clearly displeased. He had hoped to see Hua Qiu panic and beg for mercy. Crash! Hua Qiu gently squeezed the wineglass in his hand, and it shattered into many tiny shards. This scene stunned the roguish young man. Hua Qiu crushed the wineglass into many pieces with his bare hands, yet his hands remained unharmed. At this moment, the thugs also arrived in front of him. Hua Qiu didn't even look at it, and threw the glass shards in his hand away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the shards of glass, like bullets, accurately struck each of the thugs who surrounded them. The roguish young man was instantly terrified, his hair standing on end. Those shards of glass grazed his scalp as they flew away. Ah! In an instant, screams of agony echoed throughout the bar. Just a few seconds later, the screams stopped abruptly, and the bar became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The sinister-looking young man sitting in the corner was startled and his face darkened. The cocky young man sensed something was wrong and turned around to look in a daze. Upon seeing this, he was instantly dumbfounded. All of his dozen or so men were lying on the ground, motionless. The roguish young man's expression froze. He turned around mechanically, looking at Hua Qiu in horror. This man, by simply throwing a shard of glass, instantly eliminated all his men. You killed them all? The thuggish young man asked in a trembling voice. There shouldn't be any survivors, Hua Qiu said calmly. Why don't you go over and see if anyone is still breathing? The roguish young man's face turned pale, and he stumbled back several steps, staring at Hua Qiu as if he were looking at a demon. Where is the slightest bit of arrogance from before? He was just an ordinary man, a petty thug leader with a dozen or so henchmen who bullied and oppressed others. Hua Qiu's move had terrified him so much that he was almost scared out of his wits. A martial artiste, a martial artist. He pointed at Hua Qiu in surprise, then looked at the sinister-looking young man in the corner as if pleading for help. Brother Long, this person is a martial artist, only you can deal with him. He shouted in fear, his expression panicked. I know. The sinister-looking young man stood up with a sullen face, staring at Hua Qiu with a dark expression. Hua Qiu just killed more than 10 people in one move, which is unbelievable to ordinary people. But the wicked youth had little to fear. After all, Hua Qiu killed ordinary people who had no ability to resist in the eyes of martial artists. The thuggish young man scrambled over to him and hid behind him. Brother Long, kill him! He shouted. You don't need to tell me, the sinister-looking young man sneered, his face full of murderous intent. Hua Qiu glanced at the sinister-looking young man and frowned. With such a low cultivation level, haven't you slept with that so-called holy maiden of your sect? He asked, raising an eyebrow. This person was merely a 6th-rank martial artist, which might be considered quite strong among the younger generation in Xia Kingdom, but in Hua Qiu's eyes, he was far too weak. Didn't they say that Zhou Yuan joined the Yishou sect, which greatly increased the cultivation level of all the martial artists in the sect? His words immediately startled the wicked young man. Do you know who I am? The sinister-looking young man's face tightened. I can smell the stench of lust emanating from the people of the Yishou sect from a great distance, Hua Qiu said with a disgusted expression. The sinister-looking young man's face turned ugly. You actually know about my sect's holy maiden, who are you? He demanded. Your entire sect wants to kill me, yet you don't even know who I am. Hua Qiu showed impatience. It seems your rank is too low. You're probably just a watchdog of the Yishou sect, not even qualified to know my name. You, the sinister-looking young man's face showed anger. I see. So you're the Holy Maiden's enemy. I remember your name is Hua Xiu, right? I never expected to run into you here. He suddenly grinned sinisterly. You're right, my level is indeed not high enough to be qualified to cultivate with the Holy Maiden. However, after today, I will take your head back to the sect and hand it over to the Holy Maiden. From now on, you will enjoy yourself every night, and breaking through to the martial venerable realm within a few years will not be a problem. His eyes lit up. Hua Xiu had become a precious treasure in his eyes. Now that my Hishio sect has emerged from seclusion, a large number of disciples have poured out of the sect, each wanting to find the Holy Maiden's enemy and use his head to exchange for a long-term dual cultivation opportunity. I never expected to run into him as soon as I came down the mountain. It's truly a blessing from heaven. I am so lucky. The wicked young man was very excited. My glorious moment is about to truly arrive. Now, even that pretty girl isn't as attractive to him as Hua Xiu. You are indeed very lucky. Hua Xiu grinned, revealing a very kind smile. 200, Chapter 200. The evil faction declares war. Then you'll pay with your life. The wicked young man laughed for a moment, then his expression suddenly turned fierce. He leaped into the air, his hands forming eagle claws, and charged menacingly at Hua Xiu. Hua Xiu's head was very valuable, and he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, so he used all his strength from the start. As he drew closer to Hua Xiu, the sinister smile on his face grew ever stronger. The thought of reaching the pinnacle of his life and possessing the Holy Maiden of the Hishio sect filled him with extraordinary excitement and exhilaration. Hua Xiu gave a cold smile. Bang! The moment the sinister-looking youth approached him, his body trembled, and a powerful aura burst forth. Bang bang bang! Splash! All the glasses and bottles on the bar counter shattered instantly, and the tables and chairs around the bar counter also exploded under the powerful force, creating utter chaos. The young man with the roguish air stared wide-eyed at the sight, his face filled with disbelief. The sinister young man in the air also changed his expression drastically. But at this point, he no longer had the strength to retract his claws and fly away. The powerful ripples of energy spread out in an instant. Wherever it goes, it almost obliterates everything, and any object becomes as fragile as if it were made of paper. The ripples spread to the wicked young man. The evil-looking youth immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and a cloud of blood mist exploded in the air. Amidst the debris and rubble, his body flew backward, slamming heavily next to the thuggish young man behind him. The roguish young man screamed in terror like a woman, crouching under the sofa with his hands covering his head, completely terrified. For someone who was just an ordinary person, this was terrifying. The sinister young man was covered in blood, his body felt like it was broken apart, and even the slightest movement caused him excruciating pain, as if he were riddled with holes. He was also extremely shocked and terrified. Martial Venerable, he managed to utter a few words with difficulty. He hadn't expected Hua Xiu to be so powerful, reaching the martial venerable realm at such a young age. Just a minute ago, he felt incredibly lucky and blessed by the heavens. It's laughable just thinking about it. Brother Long, what's wrong with you? Get up and fight him again. Aren't you a very strong martial artist? The thuggish young man shouted at him in a panic. Fuck your mother, the sinister-looking young man spat out another mouthful of blood, his face extremely ugly. That's a martial venerable, he can instantly kill a peak 9th grade martial artist, let alone someone who's just a mid-level 6th grade martial artist. Hua Xiu slowly walked towards them. The thuggish young man turned pale with fright and retreated repeatedly, but there was nowhere left to retreat. You mean, the Hishio sect has emerged from seclusion? Hua Xiu asked as they walked. Although it's not official, many disciples have already gone down the mountain to save his life. The wicked young man could only answer his question. The official departure from the mountain will be in a few days. At that time, the sect leader will lead all the disciples to hold an ancestral worship ceremony. After that, the mountain gate will be officially opened, and the sect will go out into the mortal world as the vanguard of the Qi Dao Alliance, turning Qishan upside down. Hua Xiu frowned. The Hishio sect will be destroyed sooner or later. Before I could even go to them, they were already coming out of the mountains. Because of our sect's Holy Maiden, the entire Hishio sect's strength has greatly increased. Therefore, The high-ranking members are full of confidence for this expedition and plan to capture the Chishan Martial Alliance branch within 3 days and declare war on the Martial Alliance head-on, the evil-looking youth said again. At this point, he no longer cared about keeping secrets and revealed everything he knew. Where is the Hushyo sect's mountain gate? Huaqiu asked again. The sinister-looking young man was taken aback. Could this person be planning to attack the Yishio sect? Even the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance probably wouldn't dare to do that. Each sect has its own hidden methods, and even if the Martial Alliance's high-ranking members lead a large number of martial artists to fight their way in, they may not survive. On a peak in the Chishan Mountains, the sinister-looking youth said, giving Huaqiu a coordinate. Huaqiu nodded. I'd always thought that when I had some free time, I absolutely had to visit the Yishio sect and see Zhou Yuan, who had become so glamorous. Now that he knew the location of the Hushyo sect's mountain gate, he had an idea. He will take care of Xia Ziwei for the next couple of days. Once Xia Ziwei is feeling better, he will return to the Chishan Mountains. I advise you to be careful, the sinister-looking young man said in a deep voice, catching his breath. Our sect's holy maiden once declared that anyone who brings your head to her can cultivate with her for life. The entire He cultivation sect, from outer disciples to the sect leader and even the supreme elders, all covet your head. Although you are powerful, if you really encounter a strong person from my sect, your chances of survival are slim. As far as I know, 2 elders have not returned since they went down the mountain, and they must be searching for your whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Huaqiu gave a disdainful sneer. They've been waiting for you down there for a long time, he said coldly. What? The sinister-looking young man's eyes widened. Could it be that you killed them? He looked extremely shocked. No, this is impossible. Elder Hu Yan is a veteran martial venerable, and Elder Miao has already broken through to the great martial venerable realm. How could you possibly kill them? Huaqiu's martial venerable realm was already enough to shock him. If neither of those 2 elders could defeat Huaqiu, he would have to question the meaning of life. Whether it's possible or not, why don't you go down and see for yourself? Huaqiu said indifferently. The sinister-looking young man was startled. You? He had barely uttered one word when he realized he had no strength left to say the second. Filled with shock and resentment, he slowly closed his eyes. Brother Long, the thuggish young man trembled as he pushed the corpse, but received no response. He was almost scared out of his wits. He only saw that person casually point a finger in the air, and then Brother Long breathed his last. When Huaqiu's gaze shifted to him, the roguish young man immediately stiffened. Brother Guangfeng, I've never heard of you before, Huaqiu said casually. Are you famous here? He asked. He wore a mocking expression. No name. The roguish young man's lips trembled, and his body shook violently. Huaqiu smelled a foul odor and couldn't help but frown. This kid actually peed his pants from fear. What a cowardly bully who preys on the weak. He usually bullies ordinary people, but when he encounters someone powerful, he becomes terrified. Big brother, don't kill me. I'll call you father. I'll kowtow to you, okay? The thuggish young man said intermittently, his will to survive strong. No need, Huaqiu said, her face showing disgust. With a casual flick of his finger, a burst of energy pierced directly through his brow. Killing such a person would be doing the people a favor. There's no need to keep him alive. Huaqiu took out his phone and called Dong Jiqi, asking him to send someone to collect the body. He then returned to the bar, picked up Xia Ziwei, and left the bar. The Yishio sect is about to emerge from seclusion as the vanguard of the Yi-Chi Dao Alliance. It seems the third war between good and evil is about to break out, Huaqiu mused. However, these things are none of my concern as long as they don't bother me. That's fine, but if they do, I don't care what kind of evil sect or Chi Dao Alliance you are. I hereby decree that your lineage shall be extinguished. 201, Chapter 201. Zhou Yuan's Call. Huaqiu carried Xia Ziwei back to the Bai family martial arts school. Huaqiu gently placed Xia Ziwei on her bed inside. Next, he planned to take good care of the girl to prevent her from doing anything foolish. Master, Dongguosher and Liaoguosher request an audience. Bai Hongyu entered the room and respectfully said to Huaqiu. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu got up and left the room. At this time, the two people came to find him, most likely because of the evil sect. Upon entering the reception room, they found the two people who had been waiting anxiously. Hua Guosher, the two quickly stood up and bowed to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu nodded, gesturing for them to sit down. What is it? Hua Qiu asked. Hua Guosher, I have some bad news, Dong Jiqi said with a stern face. According to reliable sources, the Qi Dao Alliance is about to make a big move and is preparing to stir up trouble in the next few days. In the past, there have been evil martial artists active in many border areas of Xia Kingdom, but this time is different. They are about to enter the world in a big way, attempting to start the third martial arts war. The two national heroes looked solemn. We captured a martial artist from the heretical Hishio sect. After interrogation, we learned that the sect's mountain gate was actually near Qishan, and they were the vanguard of the Qi Dao Alliance's rebellion. Intending to invade our Qishan, Liao Tongyuan said in a deep voice. This matter should not be underestimated. The Hishio sect is one of the top sects in the Qi Dao Alliance, and it is even stronger now. The chief steward has already reported to the Martial Alliance headquarters and is currently discussing defense matters with the higher UPS. He also sent the two of us to consult with you on how to deal with the Hishio sect. The two were heavy-hearted and filled with worry. What's there to discuss? Hua Qiu said non-committally. Hua Guosher, I heard from the disciples of the Hashio sect that the holy maiden of the Hashio sect wants your head and is going to use the power of the entire sect to kill you, Liao Tongyuan said with a strange expression. Doesn't he have any reservations at all? I already knew all this, and I also knew the location of the Hishio sect's mountain gate, Hua Qiu said calmly. My affairs are none of anyone's concern. You all go and report to the Grand Steward, just take care of Qishan. As for that Hashio sect, you don't need to worry about it either. Because, very soon I will destroy the Hishio sect. Hua Qiu's words stunned the two of them. Even though Hua Qiu is powerful, he can't just say things like that casually. Every top-tier evil sect is quite troublesome, with numerous experts. Alright, that's enough, Hua Qiu said, stopping the two from continuing. It's nothing more than advising him not to be overconfident and to be cautious. Hua Qiu's cell phone suddenly rang. Hua Qiu took it out and looked at it, his gaze slightly narrowed. Caller ID, Zhou Yuan. With a soft chuckle, Hua Qiu answered the call. Hua Qiu, it's been a long time. A slightly hoarse voice came from the phone. Holy maiden of the Hishio sect, it's been a long time, Hua Qiu said with a cold laugh. Zhou Yuan was slightly surprised. It seems you've already heard about it, Zhou Yuan said calmly. Hua Qiu, I owe everything I am today to you. Her voice was filled with deep hatred, a hatred for Hua Qiu that ran to the bone. I'm surrounded by different men every day. I use my body to make them stronger, just so that one day someone can bring your head to me, Zhou Yuan said through gritted teeth. Only after arriving here did I realize what it means to be a national hero of the Xia Kingdom. You are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you have cultivated to the martial venerable realm and become a hall-level national hero of the Xia Kingdom. But so what? Now I am the holy maiden of the Hishio sect, and all the men in the sect are at my feet. With just a word from me, they would risk their lives for me, even going through fire and water. Among these people, there are plenty who could kill you, even if you have reached the martial venerable realm. Hua Qiu showed a look of disgust upon hearing this. Zhou Yuan, you've brought this upon yourself, you can't blame anyone else, he said coldly. Your lewdness is beyond my imagination. You've slept with every man in the entire Hishio sect, haven't you? You truly deserve to be called the noble holy maiden of the Hishio sect, he mocked. Do you think I wanted this? Zhou Yuan suddenly erupted, roaring. If I didn't hate you to the core, I wouldn't have stooped so low. Everything I've done is for a higher position, for revenge against you. Hua Qiu, you ruined me, I'll make you regret this. I will not only kill you, but I will also torture your family. Aren't you a filial son? I will torture your parents to death, and your beautiful little sister. I will capture her and use her for the pleasure of the Hishio sect members every day, making her wish she were dead. Ha ha! Zhou Yuan laughed wildly on the phone. That madness sent chills down the spines of both of these national heroes. Hua Qiu's face was ashen, but a raging inferno burned within his chest. This despicable woman not only shows no remorse, but also blames everything on him and even dares to threaten him with his family. In Beishan, he did not kill Zhou Yuan directly, but planned to find a way to make her feel the pain of being worse than dead. However, before he could put it into practice, Zhou Yuan went to the Hushyo sect. Sleeping with so many men gave her unparalleled confidence. You think you can avenge me by attaching yourself to a sect of cultivators and selling your body? Hua Qiu said coldly. I will destroy all your confidence and annihilate all your reliance. His eyes gleamed coldly, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Ah, you're so arrogant. Zhou Yuan didn't believe it at all, her voice full of sarcasm. If you knew just how powerful the Yishio sect truly was, how dare you utter such arrogant words? Ignorant, foolish, arrogant, and overestimating his own abilities. Zhou Yuan angrily rebuked him repeatedly. Hua Qiu remained silent and had no interest in arguing with her. The most direct way, the solution is to prove to her through actions that you can shut her up. I really look forward to seeing you again next time. He said this only briefly before preparing to hang up. Are you looking forward to it? Zhou Yuan suddenly asked with a smile. I've changed my mind. If someone else kills you, you won't be able to see me tormenting the person you care about most, right? What's the point of that? I've made my decision. This holy maiden will personally come and cripple your powers, rendering you a useless cripple for the rest of your life. You'll be forced to grovel at my feet like a dog, watching in agony as I torment your loved ones. I'm coming to find you right away. You better wait, Zhou Yuan said with a sinister smile. Beep. She hung up the phone. Hua Qiu calmly put her phone into her pocket. He suddenly revealed a sinister smile, which made Dong Zhiqi and Liao Tongyuan feel a chill down their spines. I've never seen him laugh so eerily. I'm really looking forward to it, Hua Qiu said meaningfully. 202, Chapter 202. With these trash? The Bai family martial arts school was very peaceful that day. Hua Qiu used her spiritual power to put Xia Ziwei to sleep and used some kind of secret method to nourish her body and soothe her emotions. Dong Zhiqi and Liao Tongyuan were also stationed inside the Bai family martial arts school. Hearing that the holy maiden of the Hushyo sect was coming to find Hua Qiu, they dared not be careless and decided to wait for her here. If we can capture him, we can use him to control the Hushyo sect and buy more time for reinforcements from the capital to arrive. They had another purpose, to keep an eye on Hua Qiu, fearing that he might attack the Yishio sect alone. Shouldn't we deploy more people so that when the holy maiden of the Yishio sect arrives, we can swarm her and capture her? Dong Zhiqi and Liao Tongyuan discussed in the shadows. The holy maiden of the Yishio sect holds a transcendent position within the sect. She is always escorted by martial venerable level experts when she travels, and ordinary martial artists cannot play a significant role, Liao Tongyuan said in a deep voice. Unbeknownst to the two, an uninvited guest had already arrived on the small street outside the Bai family martial arts school. The two patriots had already ordered the evacuation of the nearby crowd, making the small street very deserted. At one point, a group of people walked into this street and headed straight for the Bai family martial arts school. 8 burly men carried a palanquin, moving slowly forward. On the palanquin, a woman, whose attire and appearance were both extremely alluring, lay on her side with a seductive smile on her face. She had a graceful figure and was dressed very provocatively, with her 2 snow-white thighs exposed. Her dress was thin, revealing her smooth skin underneath. Just looking at her dress like that is enough to make one's mind wander. Not to mention, she exuded a unique aura that made anyone who saw her feel a surge of romantic feelings. Beside the palanquin, a robust old man accompanied them. He would occasionally glance at the woman in the palanquin, his mouth dry, lost in thought. The woman on the palanquin was none other than Zhou Yuan, the holy maiden of the Hushyo sect. Holy maiden, the Bai family martial arts school is just ahead, the robust old man said to Zhou Yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan gently waved the round silk fan in her hand and smiled. Hua Qiu, I, the holy maiden, have come to see you in person, she said leisurely. She came here seeking revenge. She had harbored resentment towards Hua Qiu for a long time, and she couldn't wait to torture Hua Qiu to the point of wishing she were dead. Once, Hua Qiu's high status left her feeling regretful and powerless. Now that she is the holy maiden of the Yishio sect, even martial venerables with extremely high cultivation levels are captivated by her. She believes she can easily handle a young scholar who has just entered the martial venerable realm. I've waited too long for this day, Zhou Yuan said slowly. Soon, they arrived outside the gate of the Bai family martial arts school. Zhou Yuan gave a signal with her eyes, and the next moment the strong old man's eyes darkened, and he forcefully unleashed a palm strike. Bang! The gate of the Bai family martial arts school shattered instantly. The loud noise startled the people at the Bai family martial arts school. Bai Hongyu led a group of disciples out, his face full of anger. Who dares to cause trouble at Qishan's No-One martial arts school? He shouted. Noisy the robust old man stepped into the courtyard with a dismissive and disdainful expression, unleashing a powerful aura that sent everyone staggering. The people from the Bai family martial arts school looked shocked. This person is much stronger than the one who came to arrest Xia Ziwei that day. This is bad. There are actually martial artists at the great martial venerable level guarding us. Dong Jiqi and Liaotong Yuan, who were hiding in the shadows, looked on with grave expressions. This is not a character they can handle. Hua Qiu, if you don't come out, I will kill everyone here. Zhou Yuan said coldly from her palanquin. Call. As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew by, and a figure appeared in the courtyard without anyone noticing. Hua Qiu stood in the center of the courtyard, staring coldly at Zhou Yuan. However, after only a month or two, Zhou Yuan's demeanor had changed drastically. However, although she became a martial artist, she had only reached the 7th grade martial artist realm, and her aura was weak and unstable. Zhou Yuan exuded a captivating aura, and the hot-blooded martial arts students blushed and felt restless after just one glance at her. All of you, step back, Hua Qiu commanded. The crowd did as instructed and retreated. Hua Qiu, many days have passed now that you see me again, what are your thoughts? Zhou Yuan asked with a teasing expression, waving her round fan. I have no particular feelings, Hua Qiu said, remaining as indifferent as ever. Zhou Yuan's expression froze, her chest heaving. She thought that by becoming aloof and superior, she could shake Hua Qiu's resolve, or at least startle him. Unexpectedly, he remained so calm. Doesn't he fear her methods and abilities? Had Zhou Yuan chuckled softly. Not long ago, you were a national hero, and a single, casual remark from you could make me tremble with fear, but now, my status is no lower than yours, and I can even control your life and death. You should be shocked and terrified, so why pretend to be so concerned about saving face? She sneered. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the martial artists from the Hixio sect next to Zhou Yuan. Only that strong, elderly man could make him linger for a moment. How can these pieces of trash shock me? How can they terrify me? He said contemptuously. Zhou Yuan lost her smile. Upon hearing this, the robust old man frowned deeply, scrutinizing Hua Qiu with a somber expression. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant after just entering the martial venerable realm, daring to look down on everyone. Zhou Yuan frowned and said, I thought too highly of you. Becoming a martial venerable, is that so great? The Hixio sect has plenty of people who can deal with you. Hua Qiu, you used to be nothing but a loser, a lowly sycophant. Now, I will make you grovel at my feet and be my slave. Zhou Yuan's expression gradually turned ferocious. As she spoke, she looked at the robust old man. Third Elder, I'll trouble you to take action and teach this arrogant person a lesson, she said with a fawning smile. I will naturally reward you properly afterward. Upon hearing this, the third elder revealed a lewd grin. The holy maiden has given her order, and this elder will naturally obey, he replied with a smile. Then he walked to the front and faced Hua Qiu. He's just a young martial artist who recently advanced to the martial venerable realm. This elder can take him down in a few moves. Please wait a moment, holy maiden, he said, turning back to say. When he looked at Hua Qiu, he sneered repeatedly. Even the higher-ups at the Martial Alliance headquarters dare not underestimate my Hixio sect. How dare you spout such arrogant words when you know your own limitations? Today, this elder will. You talk too much nonsense, Hua Qiu interrupted impatiently. The third elder's expression was gloomy. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. He roared and launched an attack. When the great martial venerable made his move, the courtyard instantly descended into chaos, his powerful aura forcing everyone to retreat. Zhou Yuan wore a cold smile, exuding confidence. This time when she went down the mountain, she only brought one elder from the Hashio sect with her. A great martial venerable is enough to take down Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, his face grim, finally made his move. It was a deadly move from the very first strike. 203, Chapter 203. I want to destroy the sect. Hua Qiu was in a bad mood. Every time he saw Zhou Yuan, he couldn't suppress his disgust and murderous intent. Seeing that slut flaunting her charms, he became inexplicably furious. I must have been blind in my past life to have fallen for such a despicable woman. Seeing the third elder charging towards him, his killing intent was no longer restrained and erupted suddenly. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions seemed to distort space itself. In that instant, the third elder felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. A murderous intent that made him feel suffocated and even trembled almost overwhelmed him like a vast ocean. At this moment, the third elder's expression changed. Throughout his cultivation, he has fought countless battles, surpassing many powerful martial artists. He has also fought against the high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance, and his momentum has not diminished much. But no one could possess such terrifying killing intent. He seemed to be a god of death who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and countless lives had been annihilated by his hand. His killing intent was overwhelming. The third elder was shocked and incredulous. That's clearly just an ordinary martial arts master at a young age. He actually managed to intimidate a great martial venerable just with his killing intent? But little did he know, something even more terrifying was yet to come. Hua Qiu looked at him coldly, slowly stretched out a hand, and squeezed it from a distance. The third elder's eyes widened, and his powerful aura collapsed in an instant. The chaotic courtyard was immediately restored to its former tranquility. The third elder's eyes bulged out, and he stood there strangely, motionless. A deep sense of terror appeared on his face. His neck seemed to be gripped tightly by an unseen pair of large hands, making it difficult for him to breathe and almost stopping him. He tried to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't succeed. He was held tightly in his grip. His immense inner strength, that of a great martial venerable, was like a stagnant pool, impossible to mobilize even a fraction of. The third elder felt an unprecedented fear. He stared at the young man opposite him in utter terror. Hua Qiu merely stretched out a hand from a distance, and his life and death were in her hands. What an astonishing and shocking method! This can't be an ordinary martial venerable. Even King Wu couldn't do it. Even those who transcend the martial saint realm may not possess such abilities. What level of martial artist is he? The third elder's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. As his face turned bluish-purple, he drew ever closer to death. He was shocked, terrified. But he couldn't utter a single sound. On the other hand, Zhou Yuan was completely baffled. She was just a mediocre 7th-rank martial artist with poor eyesight, and couldn't see anything amiss. Third elder, why did you stop? Zhou Yuan asked, puzzled. Third elder, are you worried that you might kill Hua Qiu if you go too far? That is indeed a problem you should hold back. If he is dead now, how can I torture him? Zhou Yuan sneered. Save. The third elder blinked desperately, managing to utter only one word intermittently. Zhou Yuan was increasingly puzzled, her brows furrowing. She only realized something was wrong when she saw the third elder's face growing increasingly grim. Third elder, are you all right? She asked. But the third elder's eyes had already rolled back halfway, and he could no longer give any further response. Hua Qiu, what exactly did you do? Zhou Yuan looked at Hua Qiu and exclaimed in surprise. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and squeezed his outstretched hand tightly again. Snap! A crisp sound rang out in the courtyard. The third elder, a great martial venerable, had his head limply tilted to one side, his neck snapped, and he died on the spot. Hua Qiu casually tossed the third elder's corpse under Zhou Yuan's palanquin. Zhou Yuan was stunned. A burly man quickly squatted down and put his finger to the third elder's nose. A moment later, his expression changed drastically. The third elder is dead, he said in horror. What? Zhou Yuan was struck dumb, her expression frozen on her face. She quickly showed an incredulous expression, staring intently at the corpse of the third elder at her feet. This is a great martial venerable from the Hishio sect. She had painstakingly cultivated with him multiple times, helping him advance to the great martial venerable realm, hoping he could help her win over Hua Qiu. Now, he's just dead like that? Zhou Yuan's breasts heaved violently, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She shifted her gaze, staring in shock at Hua Qiu in the courtyard. He didn't seem to have done anything. With just a wave of his hand, he crushed a powerful martial arts master to death from a distance. What kind of bizarre and strange method is this? Didn't he just become a martial venerable and be awarded the title of national hero not long ago? Aren't ordinary martial venerables easily killed by great martial venerables? Too many questions and confusions filled Zhou Yuan's mind, making her feel confused and her brain like a mess. This Dong Jiqi and Liao Tongyuan, who were watching from the shadows, were both stunned. Hua Qiu's move was even more astonishing than his previous battle against the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance. What kind of power would it take to kill a great martial venerable from a distance? Our ancestor is mighty. The students of the Bai Family Martial Arts School didn't care about any of that and shouted excitedly. In their eyes, the patriarch was an invincible being. No matter what kind of martial venerable or great martial venerable they are, none of them are a match for them. The students' shouts finally woke Zhou Yuan from her dazed state. Her face turned pale, and she looked panicked. Even the third elder was killed by Hua Qiu, so killing her would be a piece of cake. Hurry, move along. Zhou Yuan quickly ordered the burly men carrying the palanquin. Right now, all she wants is to escape. Aren't the palanquin bearers the same? In an instant, these people, terrified, loosened their grip on the palanquin and scattered in all directions, fleeing without a care in the world. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is not as important as one's own life. Bang! The palanquin fell to the ground and broke apart, and Zhou Yuan was thrown into a groan. But she didn't dare linger. She scrambled to her feet as fast as she could, and fled the Bai Family Martial Arts School in a disheveled state, clutching her revealing dress. We can't let the holy maiden of the Hashio sect escape. Capture her. Dong Jiqi and Liao Tongyuan immediately appeared, intending to give chase. Stop! Hua Qiu shouted coldly, his imposing aura filling the air. Instantly, the two were trapped in a quagmire. It's impossible to move an inch. Hua Guosher, what are you doing? The two were shocked. We can't let that woman get away. Let us go. The two were extremely anxious. Let her escape, Hua Qiu said calmly. Why? The two were even more puzzled. Let her escape back to the Hishio sect, Hua Qiu said. Isn't she relying on the Hishio sect? I want her to watch as I destroy all her hopes. After saying that, Hua Qiu walked out. Today, the entire Hashio sect is holding an ancestral worship ceremony, preparing to emerge from seclusion, full of high spirits. But today is also the day their sect will be destroyed. Hua Qiu's cold words lingered as he walked far away. Dong Jiqi and Liao Tongyuan exchanged a glance, both deeply shocked. Hua Qiu is actually going to storm the Hishio sect all by himself. He wants to destroy the entire sect. Quickly immediately report to the Grand Master, mobilize all martial artists in the Qishan branch, and notify all major martial arts families in Qishan. We will attack the Hashio sect with all our might. We absolutely cannot allow Hua Guosher to die prematurely within the Hashio sect. 204, Chapter 204 Shattering the Mountain Gate. This is impossible, this is impossible. Zhou Yuan fled frantically toward the Hashio sect, muttering to herself all the while. The image of Hua Qiu crushing the great martial venerable kept replaying in her mind, driving her almost insane. After joining the Hishio sect, she learned about the martial arts world, the realm of national heroes, and the difficulty of martial arts cultivation. Unless a cultivator from the Hishio sect encounters someone with a special physique like hers, and is aided by a special cultivation technique, it is impossible for their cultivation level to rise rapidly in a short period of time. Hua Qiu must have cultivated some kind of evil, unknown cultivation technique. He definitely has. This hypocrite, while enjoying the high status of the Xia kingdom, has secretly committed countless heinous acts that have angered both heaven and man. She simply couldn't believe that Hua Qiu could cultivate so quickly. As Zhou Yuan drew closer to the He cultivation sect, the fear in her heart gradually subsided. The He Xiu sect was her greatest reliance. Once we return to the He Xiu sect, I, the Holy Maiden, will train those martial artists day and night until someone can bring me Hua Qiu's head. I refuse to believe that no one can kill him. Zhou Yuan was already hysterical. After running all the way, Zhou Yuan became extremely disheveled, with her hair disheveled and her body filthy. Finally, she saw the mountain gate of the Huxiu sect. Stop! The gatekeeper warrior stopped her. Get out of my way, can't you see who I am? Zhou Yuan roared angrily. The gatekeeper looked surprised and only recognized Zhou Yuan after careful examination. Your subordinate deserves to die. The two men quickly stepped aside, shouting. I'll deal with you later. Zhou Yuan said coldly, lifting her skirt as she entered the mountain gate. The gatekeeper rose tremblingly, staring at her back, finding it hard to believe that this was the same aloof and alluring saintess he knew. That shameless woman, she only became a holy maiden by using her body to curry favor with the sect leader and elders. What's so great about her, will ravage her sooner or later. The two men looked indignant. Saintess wouldn't look down on people of their status and wouldn't engage in dual cultivation with them. Didn't the holy maiden go out with the third elder? Why did she return in such a disheveled state? One person asked, puzzled. In a little while, the sect leader will be leading all the disciples in the ancestral worship ceremony. Let's get to our posts first, another person said. The two quickly straightened their posture and returned to their original positions. Before long, another person appeared and headed straight for the gate of the Huxiu sect. Seeing that this person had no Huxiu sect token on him and looked completely unfamiliar, the two immediately stopped him. Who goes there? They shouted coldly. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. We must destroy the Huxiu sect, he said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions turned cold and stern. Where did this brat come from, daring to boast about destroying the Huxiu sect? Are you tired of living? I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter our sect. With that, the two men swung their broadswords and slashed straight at Hua Qiu's head. Hua Qiu casually flicked his finger. Crash! The two large swords shattered into countless tiny fragments in an instant. The two gatekeepers coughed up blood and flew backward, crashing onto the stone steps of the mountain gate, staring at Hua Qiu in shock. My name is Hua Qiu, and I have come here today to destroy the Huxiu sect. Hua Qiu said coldly. His voice, like the melodious tolling of a bell, resounded throughout the entire Huxiu sect, startling everyone in the sect. Hua Qiu raised his hand and struck out with a palm, a large handprint slamming down from the sky. Boom! He smashed the mountain gate of the Huxiu sect with a single palm strike, turning the two gatekeepers into mincemeat. The deafening roars continued unabated, as if a major earthquake had struck the Huxiu sect's headquarters. Inside the main hall of the Huxiu sect, the sect leader and elders, along with other high-ranking members, were discussing important matters and preparing to cause a great upheaval in Qishan. The sudden loud noise caused everyone's expression to change. Hua Qiu's voice also reached this place. Hua Qiu, isn't that the enemy the holy maiden wants to kill? The group's expressions changed. You brat, you actually dare to come to the mountain gate of my Huxiu sect and even dare to threaten to destroy the sect? The crowd's expressions were extremely gloomy. This is blatant provocation. Zhou Yuan had just climbed halfway up the stone steps to the core area of the Huxiu sect when she heard Hua Qiu's voice saying that he wanted to destroy the sect. She was taken aback at first, then gave a cold laugh that she kept laughing. Hua Qiu, you're really arrogant and confident enough to dare to chase me all the way to the Huxiu sect. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, while barging into the gates of hell when there are none. Her smile was full of mockery. Hua Qiu could easily kill a Grand Marshal Venerable, so she felt it would be difficult to kill Hua Qiu. But when Hua Qiu caught up with him at the Huxiu sect's mountain gate, things were different. The Huxiu sect has many experts, and the sect grounds are full of various backup plans. Even with Hua Qiu's great strength, he could only meet his end. Hua Qiu, are you still not dead this time? Zhou Yuan sneered repeatedly. After she had finished laughing, she continued upstairs. She needed to change her clothes and freshen up, so that she could face the person who was about to grovel at her feet with an air of nobility and beauty. Outside the mountain gate, Hua Qiu walked across the ruins. On the high ground in front of him, many martial artists from the He Xiu sect appeared. They looked down at Hua Qiu with cold eyes. Many people had burning eyes. This is because it was promised by the Holy Maiden, whoever can offer up this person's head can cultivate with the Holy Maiden forever. Hua Qiu was a highly sought-after person in their eyes. But for the time being, no one took any action. Because at a higher vantage point, a group of high-ranking members of the Joint Cultivation sect appeared. Is this the youngest Hall of Fame-level national hero of Xia Kingdom? The high-ranking officials frowned as they looked down at Hua Qiu. Not so great, huh? They dare to attack my Huxiu sect's mountain gate. They're really overestimating themselves. An elder said disdainfully. Don't underestimate him, the sect leader of the Huxiu sect said with a stern face. This is the protagonist wanted by the Qi Dao Alliance with a heavenly order of pursuit. His talent is comparable to the peerless genius of the Martial Alliance 60 years ago. As the sect leader and a high-ranking member of the Qi Dao Alliance, he naturally knew there is more of the Tao. What, he's the target of the heavenly order of killing? The high-ranking officials were shocked. Now, they looked at Hua Qiu again, their expressions becoming somewhat solemn. Another peerless genius with the potential of a martial god, the Martial Alliance is truly full of talent. They all revealed killing intent. Fortunately, this person is much younger than that peerless genius from 60 years ago, and has not yet grown up. Everyone was very relieved. I never expected him to walk right into our trap and come to our mountain gate. Killing him would be a great achievement. The One Qi Alliance will definitely reward us with generous resources. Many people revealed greedy expressions. Give the order to cut off his escape route. Whether he joins the sect or not, he won't leave alive today. The sect leader of the Huxiu sect waved his hand. Several high-ranking officials immediately took action, preparing to quietly circle around to the outside of the mountain gate and form an encirclement. Hua Qiu was fully aware of these people's words and actions. But he didn't care at all. Because today, everyone here is going to die. 205, Chapter 205 Slaughter. Many disciples of the He Xiu sect gathered on the stone steps in front of Hua Qiu, staring at him menacingly. If you guys don't go, I'll go first. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and took the lead, wielding a weapon and charging towards Hua Qiu. Once someone took the lead, it immediately triggered a chain reaction. In a short while, more than 20 disciples rushed over, each wanting to kill Hua Qiu and get his head. Because the temptation of long-term dual cultivation with the Holy Maiden of the He Xiu sect is too great. Needless to say, they enjoy the pleasures of sex, and their spiritual realm can be rapidly improved. A bunch of ants. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent, but his killing intent was palpable. None of these martial artists had reached the martial venerable realm. In his eyes, they were not even as good as flies or mosquitoes. At that moment, he didn't bother with any more words. His body suddenly trembled, and a sharp burst of energy erupted from him. Ah! In an instant, screams of agony rose and fell. The first 20 or so people who rushed forward were covered in blood mist, their bodies riddled with countless wounds, and they collapsed in agony. That energy was sharper than swords and blades. They simply couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the more than 20 disciples of the He Xiu sect were dead. No one could get within 3 zhang of Hua Qiu. This scene shocked the He Xiu sect disciples who had not yet made a move, causing their expressions to change drastically. Hua Qiu hadn't even really made a move yet. He simply unleashed his inner energy and instantly killed more than 20 of his fellow disciples. For a moment, no one dared to move. On the high platform, the high-ranking members of the He Xiu sect had gloomy expressions. Among those 20-odd disciples, there were several with good talent who were given special attention and nurtured with a lot of resources, but they all died at Hua Qiu's hands. Pass down the order. None of the disciples are to make a move. This person is at the martial venerable realm. They cannot handle him, the sect leader said coldly. When the sect leader's order was given, the disciples reluctantly made way. The temptation was too great, but the person who came was indeed strong. A martial venerable stood above ordinary martial artists, and they could not contend with him simply by sheer numbers. "They're no good, let me do it." A loud shout rang out, and a figure leaped down from a high place, landing in front of the disciples. He was a tall and upright young man, whose aura far surpassed that of the disciples. He was full of confidence and high spirits. He stared intently at Hua Qiu, his fighting spirit surging. "Holy Son!" someone exclaimed. The visitor was the Holy Son of the He Xiu sect, their most talented disciple. Martial Venerable Realm, the youngest hall-level national scholar of Xia Kingdom, is that it? Let this Holy Son meet you. The Holy Son of the He Xiu sect looked down at Hua Qiu with an arrogant expression. On the high platform, the high-ranking members of the He Xiu sect smiled. The Holy Son's cultivation has improved again. If this continues, his future achievements will not be lower than those of the founder of this sect. An elder said with a smile. The Holy Son has cultivated with the Holy Maiden multiple times, and given his exceptional talent, his achievements are to be expected. Although Hua Qiu's talent rivals that of a once peerless genius, he is ultimately young, and his practical experience is inferior to that of the Holy Son. Instead, we can use this person to test his skills on our sect's Holy Son. If the Holy Son can kill him, it will attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Qi Dao Alliance. Perhaps they can cultivate him as the future leader of the alliance. The leaders of the He Xiu sect have high hopes for the Holy Son. The Holy Son of the He Xiu sect also knew these things and couldn't wait to kill Hua Qiu. "Your head will be the best gift I can give to the Holy Maiden." The Holy Son laughed loudly, leaping up from the stone steps, creating a gust of wind and quite a commotion. He wanted to kill Hua Qiu with his bare fists. The aftershocks of his violent power spread everywhere, and his laughter was extremely rough and unrestrained. In just a few days, the Holy Son has become even stronger. The disciples exclaimed in astonishment. It seems that the martial alliance's peerless genius is about to perish, they sighed. Everyone in the He Xiu sect believed that Hua Qiu was doomed. Hua Qiu frowned as he watched the Holy Son of the He Xiu sect crash down from the sky. His confidence and arrogance seemed utterly ridiculous to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu didn't even look at it, and with a casual wave of his hand, a beam of azure light slashed upwards into the air. You dare to look down on me?" His dismissive attitude angered the Holy Son of the He Xiu sect. "I was just about to teach Hua Qiu a lesson." Sizzle. Suddenly, a whistling sound, as if the air was being cut, rang in my ears. "What?" The Holy Son was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the azure light somehow appeared right in front of him. There was simply no time to react. Splash blood rained down from the sky, dripping onto the disciples of the He Xiu sect. There was no suspense, and no pause. In midair, the body of the Holy Son of the He Xiu sect split in two and fell helplessly to the ground. The entrance to the He Xiu sect was completely silent. The disciples of the He Xiu sect were stunned. The high-ranking members of the He Xiu sect were all stunned. Like a stagnant pool of water. Moments later, the scene erupted in chaos. The Holy Son of the He Xiu sect was actually torn to pieces by Hua Qiu in a single move. Both are at the early stage of martial venerable, so how could he do this? Sold out instantly. A true instant kill. Trash. Hua Qiu said 4 words indifferently. How dare a mere minor martial arts master be so presumptuous in front of him? Such a martial artist is not even worthy of his second glance. He continued walking, ascending upwards. Damn it! The faces of the high-ranking members of the He Xiu sect on the high platform were extremely grim. Nurturing a Holy Son of the He Xiu sect has consumed countless efforts of the sect. They even hoped that the Holy Son could become the successor to the future leader of the Qi Alliance. Now there's no hope left. Damn it, how can he be so strong? This shouldn't be, he's only been a martial venerable for a short time. He's still so young. Could his talent be even greater than that of the Martial Alliance's peerless genius from 60 years ago? The higher-ups are heartbroken. The sect will never be able to cultivate another Holy Son like that again. This is a great loss to the He Xiu sect. Sect Master, Elders. At this moment, Zhou Yuan, now fully tidied, appeared, regaining her previous allure and nobility. Holy Maiden, is the boy you want to kill a monster? The elders exclaimed in shock and anger. He even killed the Holy Sun. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan smiled slightly. Of course, the Holy Sun is no match for him. After all, even the third elder was killed by Hua Qiu, she said with a smile. What? All the senior executives were shocked and their expressions changed drastically. The third elder is a great martial venerable. He was even killed. What level of cultivation is that kid at? Why didn't you say so sooner? You caused the sect to lose its holy sun in vain. The sect leader looked heartbroken. I'm here to say it now, aren't I? Zhou Yuan smiled charmingly, showing no regret whatsoever for the holy sun's fall. To her, everyone in the Hishio sect was nothing more than a tool. She even hoped that Hua Qiu would kill more disciples, driving the higher-ups mad. Zhou Yuan looked down at him with a mocking expression. Kill to your heart's content. Hua Qiu, how long can you hold out? How many people can you kill? She had the air of someone watching a show. On the stone steps, seeing Hua Qiu approaching, the disciples were terrified. What are you all standing there for? Get out of here at once. An elder shouted down. The disciples seemed to awaken from a dream and wanted to leave. Hua Qiu smiled coldly, and the red sword appeared in his hand. Today, he has come to destroy the sect. Regardless of their level of cultivation, no one will be spared. Hua Qiu transformed into a phantom and approached the disciples. With a casual wave of the sword, a dazzling display of light would appear. Ah! Help! Screams and cries for help rang out, and blood covered the entrance to the Hishio sect. These disciples with low cultivation levels were easy for Hua Qiu to kill. A single sword strike could take away a dozen or 20 lives. Within a few breaths, the ground was littered with corpses, and the higher-ups of the Hishio sect couldn't even manage a rescue in time. The disciples near the mountain gate were all slaughtered by Hua Qiu. He was spotless, and not a trace of blood remained on his sword. The higher-ups of the Hishio sect turned green with rage. 206, Chapter 206 Unstoppable. There is a large rock at the entrance of Hishio sect. The three large characters Hishio Zong are carved on the rock. This was left by the founder of the Hishio sect and has always stood in the sect, holding great significance for them. Hua Qiu walked by and paused. Lift your foot and kick. Bang! The large rock exploded and shattered into countless fragments. The high-ranking members of the Hishio sect were furious. Hua Qiu kicked not only the ancestral stone, but also their dignity and face. Even if I were to tear him to pieces, it would not be enough to vent my hatred. Kill him, I'm going to kill him. The elders roared. The sect leader of the Hishio sect frowned deeply. Haha, he's already kicked the ancestral stone to pieces, and you're still standing here watching? Zhou Yuan laughed, her words laced with sarcasm. This further enraged the higher-ups. Second elder, fourth elder, sixth elder, you may go. The sect master of the Hishio sect waved his hand. Understood. The three elders, who had been waiting impatiently, sneered and walked downstairs. Don't underestimate the enemy. Form the heavenly gang killing formation to trap and kill this fiend. The sect leader instructed again. The three elders nodded. Regardless of whether they are righteous or evil, every top sect has its own trump card. The heavenly gang killing formation is one of the Hishio sect's trump cards, allowing three martial artists to unleash several times their power. The three great martial venerables joined forces to form a formation that could even suppress and kill a martial king. The three elders arrived near Hua Qiu with great momentum, each jumping to a different position to form a triangular formation. You brat from the martial alliance, how dare you kill so many of my sect's disciples, you deserve to die. An elder roared. That peerless genius from 60 years ago was so amazing, yet he was still killed by the One Qi alliance. In the end you will meet the same fate. Stop wasting time talking to him, form the formation and kill him. Someone shouted. The three immediately began forming hand seals, releasing their inner energy and creating a connection, with an invisible aura surrounding Hua Qiu. The Heavenly Gang Killing Formation is our sect's strongest combined attack formation. No matter how strong this brat is, he can't escape and will have to be executed. The sect master of the Hishio sect said with a sneer. He was worried that Huachio would flee, but he just watched as the three elders formed a formation. Utterly foolish. Is this the end? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She wanted to see Huachio kill more people and then be mercilessly killed with resentment. That would have been more interesting. A formation? Huachio glanced at the three of them and chuckled. He never took such mundane and shallow tactics seriously. Kid, are you feeling immense pressure? It's hard to even move? An elder said smugly. Humph, trapped by the Heavenly Gang Killing Formation, you are doomed to die. Is that so? Huachio sneered and raised one foot. What? How can you still move? The three elders' expressions changed. They watched as Huachio effortlessly lifted one foot and then lowered it again. Boom! The foot that landed on the ground seemed to strike their hearts, sending out a strange wave of energy. In an instant, the three's formation collapsed, and the connecting internal energy shattered inch by inch. It has absolutely no resistance, it is incredibly fragile. The three of them coughed up blood and kept retreating, leaving deep footprints on the ground. They were utterly shocked. The combined attack formation that the Hishio sect was so proud of, consisting of three great martial venerables forming the formation simultaneously, capable of trapping and killing even martial kings, was actually broken by this person with a single kick. How is that possible? The sect leader of the Hishio sect on the high platform also lost his composure, his expression becoming extremely solemn. This was beyond his expectations. Ha, he broke the formation? Zhou Yuan looked surprised. Huachio is capable of killing a great martial venerable, he is very strong. But being able to break the great martial venerable Heavenly Gang Killing Formation was beyond her imagination. Below, the three great martial venerables retreated a certain distance before finally stopping. Their faces were pale, and they could barely stand. At the same time, I felt weak, as if my vitality was constantly dissipating. My heart meridian is broken? One person felt his own body and showed an expression of disbelief. Upon hearing this, the other two people did some self-examination and were equally terrified. A martial artist whose heart meridian is severed will undoubtedly die. That person only took one step. He broke the Heavenly Gang Killing Formation in one step, shattering the heart meridians of the three of them. Bang bang bang, the three fell down almost simultaneously, their lives cut off and they died. Even in death, their faces showed disbelief. The three remaining high-ranking officials on the platform were dumbfounded. Not only did they lose their holy son, but they also lost three elders at the great martial venerable level. Including the disciples who were killed, Huachio has wiped out half of the Hishio sect. The sect leader of the Hishio sect had an extremely gloomy expression. The Hishio sect has never suffered such a great loss. What level is this kid? The Dao Alliance's intelligence is wrong. An elder said in alarm. Based on Huachio's current strength, he is at least an 8th grade martial king. 60 years ago, that peerless genius of the Martial Alliance was a few years older than him, and his cultivation level had only reached the great martial venerable realm. He's even more monstrous than before. Below, Huachio continued forward. No one can stop him anymore. With the addition of the sect leader of the Hishio sect on the high platform, only 3 high-ranking members remain. The remaining 2 elders were no stronger than the one who made the move. Zhou Yuan was also starting to panic. She hadn't expected Huachio to be so outrageous. Things were beyond her control and expectations. Activate the mechanism. The sect leader of the Hishio sect hurriedly walked to a spot on the high platform and struck a stone pillar. Huachio had just taken a step when the ground suddenly began to shake. Immediately afterwards, the stone carvings around us made a clicking sound, and the stone slabs under our feet began to move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a dense barrage of poison arrows shot in from all directions, almost blotting out the sky. The poison arrow gleamed, containing energy similar to a martial artist's internal strength. My Hishio sect's 1,000 machine arrow can pierce through a martial venerable but protective internal energy. The sect leader of the Hishio sect said coldly. Even in the last great battle, when the martial alliance's higher-ups led a large number of martial artists to storm the mountain gate, the 1,000 machine arrow was never used, but now it is being used for you alone. Even if you die under the 1,000 machine arrow, it will not be a waste of your life. He shouted. This is another major trump card of the Hishio sect. This time, he should be dead by now. Zhou Yuan stared intently at Hua Qiu. She didn't want to see any more accidents. With countless arrows flying towards them, there was no way to avoid them. Hua Qiu had no intention of avoiding it. His body left the ground. Under the watchful eyes of several people, he soared into the air and stood steadily in the air. What? He can fly? Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if martial artists exist in this world, flying is still something that ordinary people cannot do. Hua Qiu was actually flying through the air, just like a god from mythology. Zhou Yuan was stunned and speechless. Even the 3 remaining high-ranking members of the Hishio sect were dumbfounded. Facing the countless arrows raining down upon him, Hua Qiu raised his red sword and slashed out. Boom! A rainbow appeared, as thick as a giant dragon, roaring forward with unstoppable momentum. Amidst the roar, all of the Hishio sect's 1,000 machine arrows were reduced to dust and vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing this scene, the people on the platform seemed to have been ripped from their souls, standing there dumbfounded, staring. 207, Chapter 207. Zhou Yuan in despair. That streak of light was absolutely stunning. It did not dissipate even after annihilating countless machine arrows. It hurtled straight towards the high platform. The sect leader of the Hishio sect and the remaining 2 elders looked terrified. How could they possibly withstand the power that could instantly annihilate even the 1,000 machine arrow? In an instant, the 3 fled for their lives. Zhou Yuan was also on the high platform. She was just an ordinary martial artist. How could she possibly dodge that sword light? At that moment, she truly felt the threat of death and was terrified. In the midst of the terror, 2 screams rang in my ears. It was the 2 elders who were unable to dodge in time and were struck by the sword light. Zhou Yuan watched helplessly as the 2 elders exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even a trace of their remains. Well, not far away, the sect leader of the Hishio sect also let out a muffled groan. He was a 7th-rank martial king, much faster than others, but even so, he still lost an arm, bleeding profusely. Zhou Yuan was terrified. If the elders and sect leader are like that, she will surely die if she is struck. Strangely, the sword light stopped just in front of her and slowly dissipated. Zhou Yuan's heart, which was almost suffocating, finally had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. You don't want to kill me, do you want to make me despair? Zhou Yuan's face was as pale as paper, she was panting heavily, and she gave a bitter smile. 10 minutes ago, she was full of confidence and had dressed up carefully, eager to see Hua Qiu's miserable state. 10 minutes later, the Hishio sect was almost wiped out, and all the powerful figures she relied on were killed or wounded. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's feelings were extremely complicated. There was shock, fear, but even more so, anger and resentment. She didn't understand why, despite all she had done, she still couldn't bring herself to trample Hua Qiu underfoot. Why is he so illogical? Is he still human? Hua Qiu stepped through the air and landed on top of Zhou Yuan's head. Now, it's his turn to look down on Hua Qiu. Zhou Yuan, is this all you have to rely on? Hua Qiu asked indifferently, her tone laced with disdain. Zhou Yuan lowered her head, her face looking more pale than ever before. She was so unwilling to accept it. But Hua Qiu had almost wiped out the entire Hishio sect, yet he remained unscathed. What realm are you at? Are you a martial saint? The sect leader of the Hishio sect, who had lost an arm, looked up at Hua Qiu in horror and asked. This doesn't look like a martial artist at all. Aside from the legendary martial saint who transcends all others, he couldn't think of any other realm. Martial saint, Zhou Yuan murmured those 2 words, almost speechless. Even though she had only been in the martial arts world for a short time, she knew the meaning behind the title martial saint. That was a true legend in the martial arts world, an existence beyond ordinary people. The martial saint is an insurmountable mountain in the martial arts world. Has Hua Chou truly reached that level? How exactly did he cultivate? Heavens, the One Chi Alliance actually issued a heavenly kill order, trying to nip you in the bud. Little do they know that you are already a soaring dragon, enough to look down on everything. The sect master of the Hishio sect smiled bitterly. Their sect was the first to be scammed. The price is facing the threat of annihilation of the sect. Having finally obtained a saintess with an extraordinary physique, greatly increasing the strength of the entire sect, they originally intended to make a name for themselves in the upcoming Third Martial Arts War and become the most core leader. But before he could even complete his apprenticeship, he collapsed halfway through. Martial Saint, I am not, Hua Chou said calmly. His level of skill is beyond the reach of even a martial saint. You're really not a martial saint? The sect leader of the Hashio sect was taken aback and frowned. If I say no, then no, Hua Chou said indifferently. The sect leader of the Hashio sect shifted his gaze. Disciples of the Hishio sect, go quickly and summon the Supreme Elder. He suddenly shouted. Zhou Yuan was startled. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared on his face. She then remembered that the Hashio sect also had a Supreme Elder. That person was nearing the end of his life, and it was said that his time was coming to an end, but he still forced himself to cultivate with her once more before going into seclusion. That person said that if he could emerge from seclusion, he would surely transcend worldly desires, and then he would properly favor Zhou Yuan. If the Supreme Elder breaks through to the martial saint realm, then there is still hope, and he might even be able to turn the tide and kill Hua Chou. Zhou Yuan gradually revealed a look of joy. The sect leader of the Hashio sect also had this plan. They are now constantly praying in their hearts, praying that the Supreme Elder will succeed in his breakthrough. Supreme Elder, you're talking about that person, aren't you? Hua Chou said calmly. How could he not sense that the strongest martial artist of the Hishio sect was in seclusion? The two looked surprised upon hearing this. Hua Chou smiled slightly and flew off in a certain direction. The sect leader of the Hashio sect changed his expression. That was the place where the Supreme Elder was in seclusion. Hua Chou stood in midair and chopped down with his palm at that spot. After the earth-shattering roar. Who dares to disturb my seclusion? A powerful roar rang out, and an incredibly strong aura soared into the sky. It's the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder has successfully broken through. Upon hearing that voice, the sect master of the Hishio sect was overjoyed. Is this the aura of a martial saint? It's too strong, it's really too strong. He kept shouting. The Supreme Elder will definitely be able to kill that brat. After all, no matter how strong he is not a martial saint. He was very confident. Ha ha, Hua Chou, you didn't expect this, did you? Zhou Yuan burst into laughter, her laughter bordering on hysteria. She was almost in despair just now, but now she's cheered up again. The Supreme Elder, having attained the status of martial saint, has emerged from seclusion. He will definitely win this battle. The two could not see what was happening over there, so they could only listen carefully. You ignorant brat, I'll make you my first victim after my breakthrough. The Supreme Elder of the Hishio sect roared, his shot alone triggering a series of explosions, creating a tremendous spectacle. Noisy, a voice said indifferently. Boom! Immediately, a series of deafening roars followed, as if a major earthquake had struck the entire Hishio sect. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. The martial saint's move is so terrifying? But the booming sound stopped abruptly after a short while. After that, I heard no more sounds. The two were eager to know the result. The sect leader of the Hashio sect forced himself to get up from the ground, preparing to go and check on the situation. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, something fell in front of him. That was a corpse. The sect leader of the Hashio sect was stunned for a moment, then stared intently at the body. Upon seeing this, his body trembled violently, and his internal organs seemed to spasm. Grand Elder! He cried out in anguish. The supreme elder of the Hishio sect, after entering seclusion, successfully broke through to the martial saint realm. When he emerged from the pass, he was full of vigor and ambition, as if he could conquer the world. Now it has turned into a corpse. The sect leader of the Hishio sect was terrified. He slowly looked up and found that the demon was standing calmly in the air, looking down at them indifferently. The body was what he threw down. The sect leader of the Hishio sect was almost scared out of his wits. He actually killed a supreme elder who was at the martial saint realm. It only took such a short time. Zhou Yuan's smile froze on her face, she was completely dumbfounded. Hope came so quickly, but despair came even faster. She glanced at Hua Qiu, her body trembling violently. How could he so easily kill even a martial saint? You said you weren't a martial saint? The sect leader of the Hishio sect said in a trembling voice. I am indeed not a martial saint, Hua Qiu said indifferently. But killing a martial saint isn't that difficult for me. The martial saint is nothing special. 208, Chapter 208 Heavenly Tribulation, Heavenly Punishment? Hua Qiu stood in the air, with the corpse of the martial saint beneath his feet, yet he remained calm. His appearance terrified and trembled among the members of the Hishio sect. He's practically a demon god. Today, my Hishio sect is doomed. The sect leader of the Hishio sect was heartbroken and filled with bitterness. They are the vanguard of the Ichi Dao Alliance's resurgence in the world today. They are paying homage to their ancestors with high morale, ready to enter the world and show their skills. Who would have thought that before they even left the mountain gate, their sect would be wiped out? It was extremely frustrating. Who can I complain to about this? The sect leader of the Hishio sect glared at Zhou Yuan, his face full of resentment. If it weren't for her, the Hishio sect wouldn't have faced this threat of annihilation. Hua immortal Hua, he opened his mouth and stammered out the word immortal. Actually, you have no grudge against my Hishio sect. The only one who has a grudge against you is this Zhou Yuan. I am now stripping her of her saintess status and expelling her from the sect. Whether she lives or dies is entirely up to your decision. I only ask that you give my Hishio sect a way out. Is that alright? The sect leader of the Hishio sect pleaded humbly. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened as she listened. Sect master, she said angrily, her heart filled with sorrow. The evil faction truly has no room for sentimentality. Most of the men in the Hishio sect have enjoyed her body. During their intimate moments, they would make any promise they could think of, even saying they would pluck the stars from the sky for her. Shut up! The sect leader of the Hishio sect roared angrily. Zhou Yuan, if it weren't for you, how could our Hishio sect have offended an immortal, who knew your enemy was no ordinary person? You're deliberately trying to harm our Hishio sect. What kind of holy maiden is this? You think you can be high and mighty just by selling your body to please everyone? To put it bluntly, what's the difference between you and a worldly prostitute? Where's your nobility? I've long been fed up with your arrogance. You are vile, filthy, where is your holiness? Zhou Yuan was stunned. These words ripped apart her self-esteem. For a moment, she was both angry and furious, and filled with sorrow. Wasn't her title of saintess also bestowed by the Hishio sect? You dare to offend even such an immortal, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths, but don't drag our Hishio sect into this. The sect leader of Hishio sect showed no mercy and was eager to draw a line between them. Immortal, if you're worried about getting your hands dirty, I can kill this vile woman for you. What do you think? He said with a fawning smile, trying to please Hua Qiu. Zhou Yuan was so angry she almost fainted. Hua Qiu watched this good show with a cold smile. Zhou Yuan, is this what you gained by being promiscuous? He asked sarcastically, looking down at Zhou Yuan. What a pity, the reliance you found was so weak that it was scared out of its wits and betrayed you without hesitation. Zhou Yuan's face turned pale and then red, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. She was angry, she was ashamed. She regretted it. To suffer such humiliation is worse than death. Hua Qiu shook his head, finding it utterly ridiculous. The sect leader of the Hishio sect was still kowtowing and begging for mercy, pleading with Hua Qiu to let them go. No matter what you rely on or how much hope you have, I will destroy them all. Hua Qiu said coldly. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Zhou Yuan's heart, just like the day Hua Qiu was awarded the title of national hero. The He Shou sect, everyone in it deserves to die. Since I said I would destroy the sect, I will wipe it out completely. Hua Qiu unleashed a terrifying aura that blotted out the sky and suppressed the entire He Shou sect. At this moment, all the surviving warriors of the He Shou sect were filled with terror, feeling an overwhelming threat of death descend upon them. What kind of oppressive aura was that? Overlord of the heavens and earth, incomparably powerful. The sect leader of the He Shou sect looked grim. His pleas for mercy were to no avail. In the sky, Hua Qiu stretched out his hand, preparing to unleash a large-scale annihilation technique. Zhou Yuan was heartbroken and had no will to live. She quietly awaited death. The members of the He Shou sect were fleeing frantically, desperately trying to survive. Suddenly, Hua Qiu's expression changed slightly. Within his dantian, spiritual energy was surging. The sky overhead was covered with dark clouds, and it grew dark. Lightning flashed faintly in the clouds, accompanied by muffled explosions. Boom! As a thick bolt of lightning ripped across the sky, lightning snakes darted about, appearing and disappearing intermittently. What's going on? The people from the He Shou sect looked up at the sky in surprise, completely bewildered. The sky suddenly changed color, and lightning struck. Such strange phenomena were unprecedented. The lightning bolts were all gathered above Hua Qiu's head, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. The sect leader of the He Shou sect stared blankly at this scene, then observed Hua Qiu's expression. He realized that this strange phenomenon was something even Hua Qiu hadn't anticipated, and it seemed to pose a threat to him. It was obvious that the lightning was specifically targeting Hua Qiu. Heavenly punishment, this is the legendary heavenly punishment in the martial arts world. The sect leader of the He Shou sect suddenly exclaimed excitedly. According to the older generation, people who commit extremely evil deeds will anger the heavens, who will punish them and kill them. This Hua Qiu killed so many people from my He Shou sect, his crimes are heinous, even the heavens can't stand it anymore. Haha, the He Shou sect is saved. He was so excited that he danced with joy. Zhou Yuan looked up in a daze. Could it really be, as the sect leader of the He Shou sect said, that it was divine punishment? She was hesitant to believe it, fearing that hope would be followed by despair once more. But looking at the increasingly dense lightning above Hua Qiu's head, it was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Gradually, a thought began to grow in my mind, becoming stronger and stronger. It seems there really is a turning point this time. In the sky, Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. Back when he was in the Lin family, he had already cultivated to the peak of the first level of the creation technique, and he only needed an opportunity to break through to the second level. Unexpectedly, killing some people in the He Shou sect led to that opportunity. Creation technique, the supreme divine skill of the immortal realm, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. In the world of cultivation, only cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels who break through to a higher realm will attract heavenly tribulations. He, however, was only at the second level of the creation technique, yet he still had to undergo calamity. Furthermore, each subsequent level will be subject to a heavenly tribulation, each one more powerful than the last. Boom! Lightning raged and surged above Hua Qiu's head, growing denser and denser until it gradually formed a sea of lightning. The sky above the He Shou sect became a vast expanse of lightning, dark clouds plunging everything into darkness, while the lightning illuminated everything, terrifying everyone into silence. Any single bolt of lightning in that vast ocean of thunder and lightning seemed capable of destroying everything, let alone hundreds of bolts gathered together. Ha, he's finished. No matter how strong a person is, they can't survive in this situation, so what if he's an immortal? The sect leader of the He Shou sect laughed loudly. Zhou Yuan stared intently at the sky, her expression tense. Slowly, she opened her mouth. Chop him to death, chop him to death. Her expression gradually became crazed, and she kept muttering to herself. Endless hatred erupted at this moment, and divine punishment became her only hope. A heavenly tribulation? Hua Qiu glanced at the sea of lightning poised to strike and smiled slightly. In the past, I traversed countless trials and tribulations, and was invincible throughout my life. He's faced his own tribulations before. What do I have to fear from a mere second-level heavenly tribulation? He laughed loudly, completely unconcerned, arrogant and unrestrained. Soaring proudly into the sky, full of vigor and high spirits. The next moment, Hua Qiu leaped into the air and soared straight up. Instead of dodging or avoiding, he took the initiative and leaped into the surging, churning sea of lightning. 209, Chapter 209 Controlling the Heavenly Tribulation. In a certain place in Qishan, not far from the Haxiu sect, a large group of people were moving rapidly. Quick, everyone, faster! The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance took the lead and shouted loudly from the front. Dong Zhiqi and Liao Tangyuan followed closely behind, followed by the martial artists from the Qishan Martial Alliance branch and various martial arts families. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance was extremely anxious, wishing he had 2 more legs to get to the Haxiu sect as quickly as possible. Hua Qiu recklessly charged into the Haxiu sect all by himself. His chances of survival are slim. As he drew closer to the He Cultivation sect, his worries grew heavier. What's that? Someone suddenly shouted in shock, pointing ahead. Everyone looked over in a daze. Dark clouds filled the sky above the mountain ahead, and lightning raged. A scene resembling the end of the world. No one had ever seen such a horrific scene before. Damn it, this could be the Haxiu sect's trump card. It's so amazing that even a martial saint would have to perish. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance was extremely shocked and even more worried. Quick, we need to get there right now. Huaguosher, I hope you can hold on, you must hold on. He roared in a low voice, his face grim. On the high platform of the Haxiu sect, the sect leader and Zhou Yuan stared blankly as Hua Qiu leaped into the sea of lightning. He was surprisingly fearless and took the initiative to greet them. That's divine punishment, even immortals can be killed, he's courting death. The sect leader of the Haxiu sect sneered. Kill him, you must kill him. Zhou Yuan roared ferociously. As soon as Hua Qiu entered the sea of lightning, the lightning immediately became agitated. The heavenly tribulation of the second level of the creation technique has been triggered ahead of schedule. Boom! A bolt of lightning roared and struck him. Hua Qiu was not afraid at all. He laughed loudly and threw a violent punch. Bang! Even amidst a sea of lightning, his punch cleared the mind for a moment, creating ripples in the air. With his bare fists, he stood firm against the heavenly tribulation lightning. He was equally proficient in body cultivation methods, and his physical strength was many times greater than that of Long Yuan, who was at the great martial grandmaster level. The punch slammed into the lightning serpent, causing it to fluctuate violently and its form to begin to disintegrate. The terrifying, massive lightning serpent was annihilated by his single punch. The 2 people below were completely stunned. That's divine punishment. He actually destroyed it with his bare fists. How is that even possible? It was like a hallucination, so unbelievable. It's alright, this is just the beginning. There are countless more lightning bolts to come, and even more powerful ones are definitely yet to come, the sect leader of the Haxiu sect said with a grim expression. Zhou Yuan believed this explanation and still held on to hope. Again! Hua Qiu shouted, full of heroic spirit. Boom! Seemingly sensing the disrespect, the sea of thunder surged and hundreds of bolts of lightning stirred wildly. In an instant, lightning flashed and the sky roared. In an instant, bolts of lightning struck Hua Qiu one after another, with extraordinary ferocity. Hua Qiu continued to laugh, his fists clenched in both hands, fearlessly meeting the challenge. Bang bang bang. The booming sounds continued incessantly, and the area around him, about 10 feet in diameter, became his domain, where no lightning could penetrate. No matter how ferocious those lightning snakes were, once they met Hua Qiu's iron fist, they would only be blasted apart and destroyed. Each time a bolt of lightning was extinguished, specks of spiritual light would enter Hua Qiu's body, replenishing his spiritual power. The so-called heavenly tribulation is both a hardship and a blessing for cultivators. If one can survive this ordeal safely, it will be a great boost to the cultivator. Again. Hua Qiu shouted, getting into the heat of the battle. Since his rebirth, he has swept through everything in his path, and none of the enemies he has encountered have been able to make him fight seriously, they have all been crushed. Now that the heavenly tribulation has descended, he has had a good fight. He charged through the sea of lightning like a madman, ignoring all the bombardment, and wherever he went, the lightning was annihilated. Heavenly tribulation, there's nothing it can do about him. How could this be? The sect leader of the Hashio sect lost his composure, his eyes were lifeless, and he stared blankly at the figure raging in the sea of lightning. Zhou Yuan's expression was similar. She could no longer scream, she could only stare blankly, unable to utter a single word. Even divine punishment couldn't harm him. How can we describe their feelings at this moment? Zhou Yuan's hopes were dashed once again, and an indescribable sorrow and desolation consumed her body and soul. She even wished that a bolt of lightning would strike her down and kill her. She could no longer endure this torment. Boom! The sea of thunder in the sky roared and howled in anger. It has never been so underestimated. Hundreds of lightning bolts bombarded Hua Qiu relentlessly, yet they could not harm him in the slightest. I am even a powerful immortal emperor, how could you possibly harm me? Hua Qiu felt the wrath of the heavenly tribulation and laughed loudly. I will not only use you to temper myself, but I will also tame you, he said proudly. He stretched out his hand, activated his creation technique, and his hand emitted a misty, precious light as he reached out to grab the lightning bolts. He really caught it. The lightning twisted wildly, but it couldn't break free from his grasp. Destruction, begin! Hua Qiu sneered and hurled the lightning bolt in his hand down at the Hashio sect below. Lightning streaked across the sky, and thunder roared across the land. The survivors of the Hashio sect were terrified and fled in panic. Who the hell is that? Even divine punishment couldn't harm him, he could even control the lightning of divine punishment. He can withstand it, but the mortal warriors of the Hashio sect cannot. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting a main hall of the Hashio sect. Boom! In an instant, the mountains shook and the earth trembled, the sound deafening. The main hall was blasted into ruins, as if it had been hit by a nuclear bomb. Who wouldn't be terrified by such a scene? But this is just the beginning. In the sky, Hua Qiu caught bolts of lightning and hurled them down at the Hashio sect. Boom! Boom, boom! The Hashio sect suffered a devastating calamity, as if countless missiles had struck, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split open in an instant, turning all the magnificent buildings into ruins. Even the mountain's summit was forcibly leveled. Amidst the continuous roaring sounds, the screams of the Hashio sect members seemed so faint as more and more people perished in the lightning explosions. At the foot of the Hashio sect, the chief administrator and others arrived and stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding on the mountain. No one has ever seen such a scene before. Thousands of lightning bolts descended, striking the entire mountain and obliterating everything in their path. They were all dumbfounded. Disaster, disaster, the sect leader of the Hashio sect wailed, utterly desperate. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck, and his body was completely obliterated. Zhou Yuan felt the same despair and terror. She watched helplessly as everything around her was destroyed, her mind reeling. I was prepared to face death, but watching the lightning strike, I still couldn't help but feel fear and trembling. However, a ray of light protected her, temporarily preventing her from being annihilated by the lightning. After a period of continuous roaring and vibration, Zhou Yuan opened her eyes and opened her mouth wide. The entire Hashio sect was razed to the ground. 210, Chapter 210. He is an immortal emperor. The entire Hashio sect, except for Zhou Yuan, was wiped out. Even the sects were razed to the ground. Zhou Yuan stared blankly at her surroundings. She finally couldn't help but cry out. Ultimately, she was just an ordinary woman, and all of this was too much of a shock and blow for her, beyond what most people could accept. The sea of thunder in the sky dissipated, the dark clouds disappeared, and the place was clear again. Hua Qiu slowly descended from the sky and stood in front of Zhou Yuan. Looking at Zhou Yuan crying and screaming, he showed no pity whatsoever. Keeping her alive is to repeatedly break down her psychological defenses. Compared to the hatred Hua Qiu endured in her previous life, what she suffered was insignificant. He endured it for thousands of years. Who can understand that hatred and pain? Zhou Yuan cried and screamed for a while until she could no longer make a sound, and then she gradually stopped. She felt utterly powerless. She couldn't think of anything that could possibly suppress Hua Qiu in this state. It seemed that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake him in the slightest. Utter despair. Are you satisfied now? You've destroyed everything I had, she said with a bitter laugh. Does seeing me so miserable and lowly bring you a sense of pleasure? Hua Qiu looked at her coldly. This hateful woman doesn't seem to realize her mistake yet. Everything is her own fault. You seem very unwilling and resentful? Hua Qiu said coldly. How can I accept this? How can I be convinced? Zhou Yuan raised her head, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with hatred. Hua Qiu, you used to be nothing more than a bootlicker following me around, a pathetic loser. I really don't know what kind of incredible luck you had. How did you manage to reach such a height? What did you go through? And what unimaginable opportunities did you receive? Why can't I meet someone like that? If I were to meet someone like that, I wouldn't be any worse than you, I might even be better. She screamed hysterically. Hua Qiu frowned and shook his head. I owe everything I am today to you, he said. Zhou Yuan was stunned. You want to know what I've been through? Fine, I'll show you everything. After saying that, he released his divine sense, invaded Zhou Yuan's consciousness, and infused her with his past. Images flashed before Zhou Yuan's eyes. She saw that in her past life, Hua Qiu's family was destroyed and her life ended because of her. He searched desperately for his sister, enduring countless humiliations. He was once forced to be someone's lapdog, manipulated and played like a puppet, and faced death several times. Zhou Yuan was greatly shocked. She finally realized that Hua Qiu had been reborn. She sensed Hua Qiu's boundless hatred, a hatred that had been brewing for thousands of years. She saw that Hua Qiu, on the verge of death, had a miraculous encounter, entered the world of cultivation, and unexpectedly obtained the top-tier cultivation technique, the creation technique, thus beginning his path to rise to power. His cultivation speed surpassed everyone else in the cultivation world. His realm kept rising until he stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, with all sects submitting and countless cultivators worshipping him. Zhou Yuan finally realized that martial artists were so worthless in his eyes. What martial arts masters and saints are they? They are nothing but mortals. Any cultivator with decent cultivation can easily defeat the entire martial arts world. She finally realized the incredible height at which Hua Qiu was standing. But that's not all. She saw Hua Qiu transcend tribulation and ascend to the legendary immortal realm. The cultivators in the celestial realm are the true immortals. Even in the immortal realm, Hua Qiu remained dazzling. He was the most talented ascendant in history, and was favored by top immortal sects as soon as he entered the immortal realm. He also experienced many tribulations, but he overcame them all and gradually grew into a powerful immortal. Soon, he became the youngest immortal emperor in history. Immortal Emperor, the emperor among immortals, supreme and infinitely sublime. She saw Hua Qiu reign supreme over all realms, and countless powerful immortals submitted to him. She saw Hua Qiu destroy the sun, moon, and stars with a flick of his finger, and annihilate all living things with a wave of his hand. He is the supreme ruler, the king of all heavens and worlds. Zhou Yuan trembled all over and was unable to utter a sound for a long time. She finally realized what kind of being she was facing. The most powerful immortal emperor, a supreme being who surpasses her understanding of countless planes. And all of this stemmed from the tragedy that she orchestrated for the Hua family. It was she who personally facilitated the birth of a supreme immortal emperor. Zhou Yuan let out a stiff laugh. Even she couldn't describe how she felt. She was deeply shocked to see that Hua Qiu would rather not become a god than be reborn by forcibly reversing the course of time with the help of a celestial treasure, just to make up for past regrets and seek revenge. Just how deep was Hua Qiu's hatred for her? Immortal Emperor, the most powerful immortal emperor. So you were once so glorious. Zhou Yuan's face was full of bitterness. What did it matter if she tried to climb the social ladder by marrying into a wealthy family or becoming the holy maiden of the He Xiu sect? All that she had pursued was utterly insignificant compared to Hua Qiu's status. Zhou Yuan was distraught, crying and laughing at the same time, like a madwoman. Zhou Yuan, do you know you were wrong? Hua Qiu asked coldly. Zhou Yuan looked up at him, feigning a dazed expression, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Was I wrong? Where did I go wrong? I am naturally beautiful, and I strive for a better life. Am I wrong? Back then, you were just a loser. Was I wrong to look down on you? That 700,000 yuan dowry might be a bit much, but I only agreed to it because your mother cried and begged me on her knees. What did I do wrong? My only mistake was not having your luck. This is the injustice of fate, allowing you to grow into an immortal emperor and return to take revenge on me. Zhou Yuan was born at the wrong time. Zhou Yuan went mad. Hua Qiu's veins bulged and his expression turned ferocious upon hearing this. How dare she say she did nothing wrong? Yes, I was indeed a loser back then, a lowly sycophant. Can be used by oneself. Her life was saved, but instead of being grateful, she coldly watched her mother beg on her knees and even dared to demand an exorbitant dowry, taking the money her sister had earned from selling herself to save her life. If you don't like it, why not just refuse? It's all because she's greedy. Having already agreed, she was still restless and had an affair with another man. She was caught red-handed on the day of her engagement, yet she showed no shame and insulted Hua Qiu and his family. Not only did she refuse to return the betrothal gifts, but she also conspired with her lover to assault Hua Qiu's entire family. It was because of that blow that my mother died in grief and anger, and my father died in despair. And so began his painful life. If he could, he would rather forego any extraordinary encounters or the cultivation of an immortal emperor. He only wanted his family to live in peace and safety. The root of these tragedies lies with Zhou Yuan. How dare she say she did nothing wrong? Hua Qiu was furious. Zhou Yuan, you deserve to die. Even 1,000 deaths wouldn't appease my anger. He raised his hand and struck Zhou Yuan on the top of her head. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened, her life extinguished. Hua Qiu's hatred did not diminish in the slightest. Not enough. That's far from enough. 211, Chapter 211. Torturing Zhou Yuan. Hua Qiu looked at Zhou Yuan's corpse. A faint smile played on Zhou Yuan's face. She seemed to have found relief. Everything about Hua Qiu was completely different from hers. Although she was filled with hatred and wanted Hua Qiu dead, she fell into despair time and time again, and in the end, all that was left was a sad sense of powerlessness. For her, it would be better to die quickly and escape all of this. Zhou Yuan, do you think you'll be free once you get rid of me by provoking me into killing you? Hua Qiu said with a resentful sneer. Having suffered for thousands of years, she thought that death would bring her relief? Dream on. Hua Qiu waved his hand, and a blue light emanated from it as he cast a spell on Zhou Yuan's corpse. In a short while, Zhou Yuan's soul was summoned out of her body. Zhou Yuan's soul was completely bewildered and hadn't yet figured out what was going on. She thought that after she died, she could be reincarnated and start anew, far away from Hua Qiu, this demon. Hua Qiu, what did you do to me? What do you want to do? Zhou Yuan stared at Hua Qiu in a panic. Zhou Yuan, do you think dying will end everything? How ridiculous! Hua Qiu said coldly. What more do you want? I've already paid for it with my life, isn't that enough? Zhou Yuan roared hysterically. Thousands of years of hatred, countless days and nights of torment, you could never repay even with 10,000 deaths. Hua Qiu roared. What's so scary about death? He sneered repeatedly. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but show a look of horror. What do you want to do to me? She asked hastily, filled with fear. First, I want you to experience the pain I once felt. As Hua Qiu spoke, he raised his hand to control Zhou Yuan's soul, using the immortal emperor's divine soul to infuse her with powerful negative emotions. That was his hatred, his guilt, his regret. These emotions have tormented China for thousands of years. He wanted Zhou Yuan to taste this flavor as well. Zhou Yuan's soul form stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. What kind of hatred was that? Hate to the bone, hatred boundless, hatred to the extreme. A hatred etched into the bones, a hatred that runs deep into the marrow. Zhou Yuan finally realized how much Huaqiu hated her. That was a hatred that even the destruction of everything could not vent. Compared to this hatred, her hatred for Huaqiu seemed insignificant. And then there's the excruciating guilt and regret. Such negative emotions are extremely terrifying. Even the immortal Emperor Huaqiu suffered greatly from them, let alone a mortal. Zhou Yuan was suffering greatly, both physically and mentally. Her soul was constantly fluctuating, and she was almost being consumed by those terrifying emotions. She never imagined that the hatred and guilt that ran deep in her soul could be so painful, something that ordinary people simply couldn't bear. Destroy me quickly, I beg you, destroy me, let me be free. Let my soul be scattered, I never want to suffer like this again. Zhou Yuan's soul roared incessantly, even begging Huaqiu, not even hoping for reincarnation, only wanting to be free as soon as possible. Huaqiu's face showed a mocking expression. How long did Zhou Yuankai endure this? He endured it for thousands of years. You will never be free. Huaqiu said bitterly. From now on, I will let these emotions remain in your soul, causing you to suffer day and night. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's soul was on the verge of collapse. Devil, you terrible devil! She screamed. This isn't over yet. Huaqiu shouted coldly. I will set up a grand formation here to nurture your soul, ensuring it doesn't dissipate but only grows stronger. With every increase in the strength of your soul, the pain you feel increases tenfold. I will also ignite karmic fire, letting it scorch your soul day and night. That pain will be 1,000 times worse than the pain of having your 10 fingers pierced. Huaqiu's words terrified Zhou Yuan. Please, let me turn to ashes, I really can't bear it anymore, she cried out. You are a supreme immortal emperor, incomparably noble and aloof. Doing this is completely inconsistent with the demeanor of an immortal emperor. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by other immortals? Huaqiu sneered, remaining non-committal. Yes, he is the most powerful immortal emperor. But who says that a celestial emperor must have a magnanimous demeanor? Now, he refuses to adopt that kind of demeanor. Only revenge can quell his anger. Let others say what they want. Huaqiu, expressionless, began setting up an array at the original Hashiosek's mountain gate. Then, he used a technique that could only be used at the second level of the creation technique to summon karmic fire that did not belong to this world. When the pure white flames rose, Zhou Yuan was terrified. Before she could beg for mercy again, Huaqiu directly cast her soul into the karmic fire. Ah! Zhou Yuan's soul emitted a mournful, continuous cry. It was a peculiar sound wave that ordinary people couldn't hear. Even with Huaqiu's powerful spiritual sense, he was momentarily speechless upon hearing this, and it took him quite a while to recover. Those whose minds are not firm will suffer soul damage. From then on, Zhou Yuan's soul had to endure this unbearable pain every day. And with the nurturing array, her soul will not be quickly obliterated. Huaqiu concealed all of this with magic, making it difficult for even powerful cultivators to discover the secrets of this place. A commotion arose outside the gates of the Hashio sect. It was the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance who arrived with a large number of martial artists. When they saw that the once magnificent Hashio sect was now in ruins, and the mountaintop had been completely leveled, they were also shocked that their mouths dropped open. What terrifying power must have been to destroy such a powerful evil sect like this? Corpses were everywhere. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for the Hashio sect to say that blood flowed like a river. Dead. They're all dead, the head steward said blankly. They also discovered the corpses of those martial masters. These few are all at the great martial venerable level. Everyone was dumbfounded. Each they all died tragically, seemingly instantly, without even a chance to resist. They looked up at the towering figure above, their throats dry. One person wipes out an entire sect. Clean and efficient, not a single survivor. They came to provide a rescue, but now all they're doing is collecting corpses. During the Second Martial Arts War, even though the Martial Alliance's high-ranking members led many righteous martial artists to attack the Yisho sect, they couldn't seriously injure them. Instead, they lost many experts, the head steward said slowly, full of regret. I never imagined that the mighty Yisho sect would be wiped out by Huaguosher alone today. Dong Jiqi and Liao Tangyuan shared the same sentiment. Huaqiu seemed to be from a completely different level and world than them. They are all national heroes. His actions are always unpredictable, and his unexpected moves are always so awe-inspiring. The group reached the top. That corpse suddenly, the chief steward's expression changed drastically, staring at the corpse of the supreme elder of the Yisho sect with an extremely solemn expression. Although the person is dead, his aura remains, which is terrifying. That was a terrifying aura that surpassed the martial venerable realm. Could it bet his is? The head steward was not quite sure. Oh, that's the supreme elder of the Yisho sect, Huaqiu said casually. He must have just broken through to the martial saint realm and I found him and killed him. What? Everyone was stunned and their hearts trembled. A martial saint. He killed him. Everyone found it unbelievable. What is the concept of a martial saint? Extraordinary and unparalleled, standing above all martial artists. A godlike figure in the hearts of martial artists. How could he possibly kill a martial saint? They couldn't believe it, but the body was there, completely dead. My God, just how strong is he, and what level has he reached? 212, Chapter 212 Xia Ziwei's second personality. Whether the chief administrator and others believe it or not, the entire Yisho sect is now wiped out, and the sect no longer exists. You guys take your time handling this, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Huaqiu left and disappeared in a moment. The chief steward and others were left looking bewildered. The One Qi Alliance plotted to trigger the Third Martial Arts War, intending to use the Yisho sect as the vanguard. Who would have thought that before the Yisho sect members even left the mountain, the sect was wiped out, Liao Tangyuan said with a smile. I wonder what the higher-ups of the Qi Dao Alliance will think when they receive the news. I'm afraid they'll have to think this through carefully. They might even think that our martial alliance dispatched a martial saint to destroy the Yisho sect, the head steward said with a smile. The One Qi Alliance is too confident, thinking that the martial alliance is still the same as before. Little do they know that the peerless geniuses they are hunting down with the heavenly order have already reached unimaginable heights. I'm even thinking about whether I should report to the alliance leader and deliberately leak Huaguosher's whereabouts to lure out those old monsters from the One Qi Alliance and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Liao Tangyuan and Dong Jiqi looked at the chief steward with strange expressions. Is this really a good idea? If something unexpected happens, the losses will be huge. I was just saying, the head steward chuckled. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. His tone suggested it wasn't just a casual remark. After wiping out a Yisho sect, Huaqiu returned to the Bai family martial arts school with an air of nonchalance, as if he had done nothing at all. The Bai family martial arts school has been cleaned up, and Wu Zun's body has been disposed of. Grandmaster, you're finally back. Huaqiu was immediately surrounded by people as soon as he entered the martial arts school. How was it? Was that Yisho sect powerful? Did they hurt you? They asked worriedly. The Yisho sect was weak and has already been destroyed by me, Huaqiu said. The martial arts hall immediately fell silent, and everyone stared at Huaqiu in disbelief. They already knew that the Yisho sect was once a powerful evil sect, with several martial venerables. Huaqiu wiped out the Yisho sect in the time it took him to leave home? Notorily worthy of being the founder. Master is too powerful, you are my idol. Our ancestor is invincible, he crushes all the strong. A barrage of compliments overwhelmed Huaqiu. Everyone wanted to talk to Huaqiu, so they squeezed through the crowd. But after a while, they realized that Huaqiu was nowhere to be seen. Huaqiu arrived at Xia Ziwei's room. Xia Ziwei was still unconscious, her breathing was steady. Huaqiu sat down by her bedside and gently brushed the hair from her forehead. Xia Ziwei, I hope you get better soon, Huaqiu said, gently stroking her cheek with affection. He hopes that everyone he cares about can live a happy life. The original Xia Ziwei was simple and carefree, and lived a happy life, but after learning about her background, she became depressed. Suddenly, Xia Ziwei let out a soft moan, her eyebrows twitching as if she were about to wake up. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Hua Qiu's hand on her small face, which seemed very intimate. Ah! She screamed, scrambling to her feet and shrinking into a corner of the bed, staring at Hua Qiu with extreme vigilance. "You big pervert, what do you want to do to me?" she shouted nervously. Hua Qiu felt somewhat embarrassed. He didn't expect Xia Ziwei to react so strongly. It didn't seem that bad. The two were quite familiar with each other, yet Xia Ziwei looked terrified and extremely frightened. "I just wanted to check on you, that's all," Hua Qiu said with a smile. "Who are you? Why are you by my bedside?" Xia Ziwei remained very wary. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. Xia Ziwei seemed to not recognize him at all. Given Xia Ziwei's personality, she wouldn't make such a joke. "I am Hua Qiu, don't you recognize me?" Hua Qiu asked. "How could I recognize you? This is the first time I've ever met you," Xia Ziwei said, pouting. "Stay away from me, if you dare lay a hand on me, I'll beat you up," Xia Ziwei threatened, brandishing her fist. "Let me tell you, I am the heroine of Xinjiang, I am a third-rank martial artist, and I am incredibly powerful. If we fight, you'll definitely get a severe beating." Hua Qiu's brows furrowed even deeper. Xia Ziwei was like a completely different person. And it seems she has amnesia and doesn't remember him. What's going on? I hope she didn't get brain damage from excessive grief. Xinjiang heroine, what kind of title is that? Hua Qiu muttered to herself. He did know that Qishan City had an affiliated county-level city called Xinjiang City, but he had never heard of the Xinjiang heroine. I am the famous heroine of Xinjiang, a chivalrous woman who upholds justice and punishes evil. If you don't believe me, go to Xinjiang City and ask around who doesn't know my name? Xia Ziwei said proudly, quite playfully. You've really messed up your brain. Hua Qiu looked at her speechlessly. Come here, let me take a look at you. He reached out to check Xia Ziwei's condition. What are you doing, trying to take advantage of me, huh? I'll beat you up, she yelled, brandishing her arms and legs. Hua Qiu ignored her and continued to approach. You forced me to do this, Xia Ziwei shouted, swinging her small fists as she charged at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu grabbed her wrist and pulled her close, almost throwing her into his arms. Xia Ziwei's face instantly turned rosy. His deep masculine aura made her blush. She tried to break free, but couldn't move at all. Hua Qiu placed his hand on her pulse and began to sense it. A moment later, still frowning, he released Xia Ziwei's hand. Xia Ziwei quickly scrambled away, glaring at him angrily and embarrassed. You lecherous scoundrel, she shouted. Hua Qiu stared at her with a stern face. The pulse is normal, the breathing is normal, the body condition is good, the mood is active, and the person is extremely healthy. But she lost her memory and became a different person. Hua Qiu, his gaze frightened Xia Ziwei. What do you want to do? Xia Ziwei crossed her arms, looking somewhat frightened. Tu didn't expect this. I have small breasts, a small butt, and bad breath. How could you really do that to me? Hua Qiu said nothing, stood up, and walked out. Xia Ziwei stared at him blankly. She didn't understand what this person was trying to do. She slyly observed her surroundings, intending to make a quick getaway. Dare to run, or I'll break your legs. Hua Qiu's calm voice came from outside, making her tremble in fright. Hua Qiu left the room and went straight to Bai Hongyu to ask him what happened. What did you say? Ziwei has become a different person. Bai Hongyu's expression changed after hearing Hua Qiu's description. The bald senior brother and his companions also looked surprised. What, has this happened before? Hua Qiu asked, noticing their strange expressions. Bai Hongyu sighed helplessly. Oh no, it seems that junior sister's other personality has come out, the bald senior brother said with a bitter face. 213, Chapter 213. Let's accompany her on her final journey. What exactly happened? Explain yourself right now. Hua Qiu frowned deeply. Xia Ziwei actually has a second personality. When he examined Xia Ziwei's body before, he didn't pay attention to her mental world. How come another Xia Ziwei has suddenly appeared at this time? I don't know if it's good or bad. Actually, we only found out that our junior sister had a dual personality several years ago, the bald senior brother said helplessly. When my junior sister was 16, she fell seriously ill. Although she recovered, she suddenly became a different person and didn't recognize us at all. Just when we were searching everywhere for famous doctors to treat her, she ran away from the martial arts school and disappeared for a long time. We were so worried about her and searched everywhere, but our abilities were limited and we couldn't find her even after a long time. 2 years later, on a rainy night, my junior sister returned. She was seriously injured and fell unconscious. As soon as she arrived at the martial arts school, we rushed her to the hospital and she was saved after a long time. Strangely, after she woke up, she returned to normal and had no memory of what happened after she disappeared. She also seemed completely unaware of her other personality. Hua Qiu felt heavy-hearted upon hearing this. Xia Ziwei had disappeared before, returned severely injured, and almost died. Who could have done such a terrible thing to her? I thought that kind of thing would never happen again, but I didn't expect the second personality to reappear. Bai Hongyu was extremely helpless and at a loss. Several fellow disciples also sighed. There was nothing they could do. Seeing that they couldn't say anything, Hua Qiu didn't bother to ask any more questions. He returned to the backyard, intending to check on Xia Ziwei's condition again. Upon arriving at Xia Ziwei's room, they discovered that the girl had already fled. Let's see where you can run to, Hua Qiu said with a stern face, then leaped out of the Bai family martial arts school. His divine imprint is inside Xia Ziwei's body, so he can find her no matter where she goes. On a street not far from the Bai family martial arts school, Xia Ziwei quickly weaved through the crowd, glancing back as she ran, afraid someone would catch up with her. She looked somewhat anxious. I wonder how my godmother is doing. I have to get back to Qinjiang City right away, she muttered to herself. What are you going to Qinjiang City for? A voice suddenly rang in her ear. Xia Ziwei jumped up in fright, just like a rabbit. You, how could it be you? She stared in shock at the person in front of her. Hua Qiu appeared in front of her without her noticing, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Didn't I tell you not to run away? Hua Qiu said, somewhat angrily. Only a fool wouldn't run away. Who knows what you'll do to me, you big pervert. Xia Ziwei assumed a fighting stance, looking wary. Hua Qiu paused for a moment. How did he become a sex maniac? Come back with me, he said with a stern face. No. Xia Ziwei said resolutely. This chivalrous woman has important matters to attend to and doesn't have time to waste with you. Get out of my way. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for being ruthless, I'll beat you to death. Let me tell you, I am a powerful third-rank martial artist. Hua Qiu didn't say much to her and directly tried to take her away by force. Xia Ziwei let out a delicate shout, leaped into the air, and delivered a flying kick to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu reached out and easily grabbed her foot. With a gentle tug, he pulled her down into his arms, where Hua Qiu held her in a princess carry. You let me go. After another intimate encounter, Xia Ziwei's pretty face flushed red. She tried to break free, but just like last time, it was no use. This surprised her. Without a doubt, Hua Qiu's strength far surpasses hers. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? She asked, puzzled. Please, let me go, I have things to do, it's urgent. She pleaded, softening her stance. You'd better stay by my side and don't even think about going anywhere, Hua Qiu said coldly. To be honest, he's being a bit too forceful with Xia Ziwei, his second personality. Because he felt that the original, innocent Xia Ziwei was the main character. The girl who saved him in his past life was so gentle, she must have been created by the main character. He was unsure how to deal with the second personality. She is not the Xia Ziwei in Hua Qiu's heart. Hua Qiu had no idea what impact her appearance would have on the main personality, or whether the main personality would never reappear. He was in a state of utter confusion. He only wanted to bring Xia Ziwei back so he could carefully consider the matter. Please, let me go, I really have an urgent matter to attend to, Xia Ziwei pleaded in his arms. Gradually, her voice began to tremble with a hint of tears. My loved one is in critical condition. If I don't rush back soon, I might not even get to see her one last time. Hua Qiu paused, startled. Does Xia Ziwei still have relatives? What relatives? Where are they? Hua Qiu asked. My godmother is seriously ill, and the doctor said she is unlikely to survive. Please let me go back to Qinjiang City to see her one last time, okay? Xia Ziwei pleaded tearfully. Hua Qiu fell silent. Xia Ziwei returned to the martial arts school with serious injuries 2 years ago. 2 years have passed. If her godmother really was seriously ill, she is very likely no longer alive. What are her connections in Qinjiang City, and what is her status there? Tell me about your relationship with your godmother, maybe I can consider it, Hua Qiu said. Xia Ziwei was overjoyed and stopped crying. I'm an orphan without parents. My godmother took me in, fed me, taught me martial arts, and gave me a lot of love, even more so than her own children. She is the best godmother in the world, Xia Ziwei said with tears in her eyes. But one day, my godmother suddenly fell seriously ill. We consulted many doctors, but none of them could cure her. Then an old gentleman came and said that there was hope for my godmother to recover. However, it requires the collection of a rare herb that grows on the cliffs of a mountain. I wanted to repay my godmother's kindness and also wanted her to get better soon, so I went up the mountain to collect that kind of herb. After going through countless hardships, I finally found it, but just as I was about to pick the herb, the rope suddenly broke, and I fell off the cliff. I don't remember anything after that. Xia Ziwei looked at Hua Qiu with pleading eyes. I don't know if you saved me. If you did, I'm very grateful to you, but I really don't have time right now. I have to go back quickly, otherwise my godmother will be beyond saving. Please, let me go, okay? The tears glistening in her eyes moved Hua Qiu deeply. From Xia Ziwei's few words, he deduced that things were not so simple. Moreover, her godmother is very likely no longer alive. You're going to Qinjiang City, right? I'll go with you, Hua Qiu said calmly. Come with me? Xia Ziwei asked, somewhat puzzled. Okay, she agreed quickly, without having time to think too much. Hua Qiu put her down and asked her to lead the way. He thought that if she went to Qinjiang City, she wouldn't be able to see her godmother, and after being devastated, perhaps her primary personality could be reawakened. As for her entanglements in Qinjiang City, let her handle them if she can. Perhaps we will never see this second personality again. Let's accompany her on her final journey. 214, Chapter 214. Xia Ziwei is dead. Qinjiang City is a county-level city under the jurisdiction of Qishan City, and they are not far apart. Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei boarded the bus, and after about 40 minutes they entered Qinjiang City. It feels like Qinjiang has changed. Xia Ziwei looked outside, somewhat bewildered. Unbeknownst to her, this personality of hers had been dormant for 2 years, and she thought she had only fallen off a cliff and been unconscious for a few days. Hua Qiu didn't say anything, feeling it would be pointless. Anyway, this personality will likely disappear soon. You remember the way home, right? Hua Qiu asked. Of course, Xinjiang is my territory, there's no place I don't know well, she said with a grin. She took Hua Qiu to the Yu family in Qinjiang City. According to her description, the Yu family is a very prestigious martial arts family in Qinjiang City. The Yu family once had a glorious past, producing a martial venerable level expert and being one of the top families in the Xia kingdom. Unfortunately, they later declined and are now relegated to a remote corner of the country. There was an old lady in the Yu family who was in charge of the family affairs. She was Xia Ziwei's godmother. She saved Xia Ziwei from starvation, took her in as her goddaughter, doted on her, and even taught her martial arts. Her kindness was immeasurable. Xia Ziwei walked quickly, and soon the two saw a large mansion in front of them. It is an old house with a strong sense of history, antique in style, and can be considered an antique. The old house's gate was tightly closed, and the area in front of it was deserted, giving off a somewhat desolate feeling. Xia Ziwei rushed up to the door and knocked. 2 full minutes passed before someone came to open the door. The person who opened the door was a chubby middle-aged man with jiggling fat on his face and an oily complexion. When the man saw that it was Xia Ziwei standing at the door, his expression changed drastically. He stumbled back several steps and fell to the ground. He looked terrified, completely terrified. Butler? Butler, it's me, what's wrong? Xia Ziwei asked curiously. A ghost. The head butler pointed at Xia Ziwei, his face pale. What nonsense, I'm Xia Ziwei, don't you recognize me? Xia Ziwei was even more puzzled. You weren't dead? The head butler got up, still terrified, and dared not approach. Am I not alive? Look, I have a shadow, what kind of ghost am I? Xia Ziwei turned around. The head butler took a look and then believed that she was a living person. But then his expression turned strange. Miss Xia, you'd better leave quickly and don't come to the Yu family again, he said in a low voice, as if afraid someone would hear him. Why, I haven't seen my godmother yet, how is she? Xia Ziwei asked anxiously. Sai the head butler shook his head, his expression grim. Xia Ziwei became even more worried. She lifted her foot to step into the courtyard. But the head butler stopped him. Butler, why won't you let me in? Xia Ziwei said angrily. Miss Xia, I'm doing this for your own good. You shouldn't go back to the Yu family, the head butler advised with a bitter face. Xia Ziwei wouldn't listen to anything else, all she wanted was to see old Madame Yu as soon as possible. The two stood at a stalemate at the door. Hua Qiu's brows remained furrowed. He could tell that the head butler meant well. Is the Yu family dangerous to Xia Ziwei? What are you all shouting about? An impatient voice suddenly rang out. A young man walked out from behind, his face cold and clearly displeased. Butler, who dares to cause such a disturbance? Didn't we say the Yu family wouldn't be receiving guests these days? Whoever it is, throw them all out. The young man said coldly. Xia Ziwei leaned out. Nephew, it's me, your aunt, Xia Ziwei called out. The young man's expression changed drastically upon seeing her, showing great astonishment. Xia Ziwei, you're not dead? He exclaimed. No, I was saved by someone. Look, it was him who saved me. Xia Ziwei pointed at Hua Qiu. The young man stared at Hua Qiu for a moment, his expression very gloomy. Hua Qiu could tell that the young man was full of hostility towards him. Despite never having met him, this person harbored considerable hostility. You are not Xia Ziwei. The young man suddenly said with a stern face. Xia Ziwei is dead. She died in the mountains on the outskirts of Qingjiang City. Our Yu family buried her 2 years ago. Xia Ziwei was stunned. But I'm alive, aren't I? She said, stunned. Heh, you're definitely an imposter. Do you think you can come to my Yu family and enjoy wealth and luxury just because you look a bit like Xia Ziwei? You're dreaming. Butler, get these two swindlers out of the house immediately, don't let them into the Yu family. The young man shouted. The head butler looked troubled. Miss Xia, you should leave, he said with a sigh. I'm not leaving. Why are you saying I'm an imposter? Yu Liang, are you blind? You can't even recognize me. Xia Ziwei said angrily. Humph, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Yu Liang said angrily. He actually attacked directly, using his eagle claw technique to grab Xia Ziwei's throat. Hua Qiu's expression darkened. That kid's ruthless. This attack showed no intention of holding back, it was a deadly strike. In fact, he knew perfectly well that it was the real Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Yu Liang arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. It looked like Xia Ziwei was about to be hurt. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and instantly grabbed his eagle claw. Ha! Yu Liang was startled and looked at the person who made the move. Who are you? Yu Liang demanded. Hua Qiu smiled coldly and stared at him without saying a word. That chill made Yu Liang's face turn somber. You dare to come to my Yu family to swindle and cheat, do you have a death wish? Yu Liang shouted in a gloomy voice. You know perfectly well that this is the real Xia Ziwei, Hua Qiu said calmly. What, she returned safely, but it didn't go your way, or is it that her return to the Yu family poses a great threat to you? Yu Liang, his expression changed drastically. You're talking nonsense, Xia Ziwei is long dead, you're all imposters. Let me go, otherwise, you won't leave here safely today, I'll break your legs. He threatened fiercely. He Huaqiu smiled faintly. Then apply slight pressure with your hand. Snap. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yu Liang's wrists were deformed, and his palms were twisted and misaligned. Ah! Yu Liang screamed in pain like a pig being slaughtered, tears streaming down his face. He was in extreme pain and collapsed to the ground, his screams echoing throughout the entire Yu family. Xia Ziwei and the head housekeeper were both stunned, never expecting that Huaqiu would twist and break Yu Liang's hand. The head steward broke out in a cold sweat, panicking and not knowing what to do. A series of hurried footsteps sounded, and soon several people ran out. Liang. A middle-aged man with a long face was the first to arrive and quickly checked on Yu Liang's condition. Father, me hand is broken. Yu Liang cried out. Who did this? The middle-aged man roared in extreme rage. Yu Liang pointed at Huaqiu in anguish. The middle-aged man glared at him fiercely, his murderous intent undisguised. Killing intent? Huaqiu's gaze sharpened, and he revealed a cold smile. 215, Chapter 215, A Little Knowledge of Medicine. Yu Liang's father is named Yu Longhu, and he is the eldest son of the old lady of the Yu family. He was furious when he saw his son's arm being twisted off. He glared angrily at Huaqiu, and then saw Xia Ziwei next to Huaqiu. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Didn't Xia Ziwei already fall to her death? He asked in astonishment. How dare you hurt my son? Yu Longhu said in a deep voice, full of authority. But his authority couldn't intimidate Huaqiu. Brother, it was your son who attacked me first, he was in the wrong, Xia Ziwei said, stepping forward. Shut up, who's your older brother? Yu Longhu roared angrily. Xia Ziwei pouted. Whether you acknowledge it or not, my seniority is the same as yours, she said with a smile, giving you a look that seemed to say, I'll make you furious. Yu Longhu clenched his fists, furious. What happened? The rest of the Yu family also rushed over. When they saw Xia Ziwei, their expressions all changed. It was like seeing a ghost. Only one person, after the initial shock, showed a look of delight. Little sister, you're not dead. The man ran up and carefully examined Xia Ziwei. Second brother, I'm fine, he saved me, Xia Ziwei said with a smile, showing great kindness towards him, a stark contrast to her treatment of Yu Longhu. This person was Yu Chuping, the second son of the Yu family. That's wonderful, that's really wonderful. Yu Chuping was extremely excited. Young brother, thank you for saving my sister. My Yu family will definitely repay your great kindness. Yu Chuping said, bowing to Huaqiu. Seeing that he was quite polite, Huaqiu nodded slightly. Quickly, let's go inside first. Yu Chuping warmly welcomed the two of them inside. Stop! Yu Longhu shouted coldly. You hurt my son, and you think this is all over? He pressed aggressively, demanding accountability. Brother, now is not the time to dwell on these things. Besides, Yu Liang attacked others first, so we can't blame them, Yu Chuping said helplessly. I don't care about that. Even if Lianger struck first, he went too far. He can't be let off lightly. Yu Longhu insisted. That's right, he must lose one of his hands. No, both of his hands. Yu Liang shouted angrily. Huaqiu looked at them coldly. Boy, I've already shown you the greatest mercy by not taking your life. I've only severed one of your hands. You should feel fortunate, he said indifferently. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Such a young person, yet so arrogant right off the bat, surprised even Xia Ziwei and Yu Chuping. Arrogant. Yu Longhu was furious and stood up, already unable to hold back his attack. Huaqiu's face darkened. This is Qingjiang City, not as good as Qishan City. A declining martial arts family with very limited martial arts strength, at least in Huaqiu's eyes, they were all like ants. An ant, trying to fight him? He's courting death. Brother, give me some face, We can talk about this later. Yu Chuping smoothed things over and told the head steward to quickly take Hua Qiu and the other person inside. Yu Longhu and his son watched the two leave with sinister eyes. He's lucky this time, with the second brother protecting him, Yu Longhu said in a low voice. Lianger, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you, he said with a stern face. He must pay a heavy price, otherwise, I won't be able to vent my hatred, Yu Liang said viciously. On the other side, Yu Chuping led them into the Yu family's living room and asked the head butler to serve tea. Second brother, please take me to see my godmother quickly, I'm so worried, Xia Ziwei said anxiously. Yu Chuping, however, looked troubled. Little sister, your godmother. She's unconscious right now, so there's no point in you seeing her. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziwei became even more flustered. Has my godmother's condition worsened again? She remembered that when she went out to gather herbs, her godmother was still conscious, but her condition was not good. My mother has been in a coma for 2 years, Yu Chuping sighed. Since you fell off the cliff, we haven't been able to find your remains. A hunter said he saw you being carried away by wolves. We could only build a cenotaph for you. My mother was devastated and fell into a coma. She hasn't woken up in the past 2 years. What, 2 years have already passed? Xia Ziwei exclaimed in shock. Little sister, where have you been these past 2 years? Why haven't we heard from you at all? Yu Chuping pressed. Xia Ziwei was emotionally unstable and did not answer him immediately. I was playing in the mountains when I rescued her and brought her to Qishan for treatment. She only woke up yesterday, Hua Qiu said. Thank you so much. Yu Chuping quickly bowed to Hua Qiu again, his expression very sincere. Tu still want to go see my godmother? Xia Ziwei was somewhat lost in thought as she moved her feet toward the room of the old lady of the Yu family. The two men followed behind her. Upon entering Grandma Yu's room, Hua Qiu smelled a pungent odor and couldn't help but frown. My mother has contracted a strange illness, and the smell is rather unpleasant. Please bear with it, young man, Yu Chuping said apologetically. Hua Qiu waved his hand and walked to the bedside. Grandma Yu was so thin she was skin and bones, and she lay unconscious in bed. It looked like it had little life left and was on the verge of death. Godmother. Xia Ziwei was overwhelmed with grief and began to cry by the bedside. I'm so sorry, I didn't find the herbs that could save you, it's all my fault. She felt extremely guilty. Little sister, it's not your fault. Even if we gather that medicine, it might not be enough to save mother, Yu Chuping comforted her. Xia Ziwei cried very sadly. Hua Qiu watched indifferently. He had anticipated this situation because he accompanied his second personality here. If she is deeply traumatized, she might fall into a deep sleep, which could awaken the dominant personality. Originally, Hua Qiu intended to observe from the sidelines. But seeing her crying so heartbreakingly, I felt a pang of guilt. After a while. Move aside, let me take a look, he said calmly. Xia Ziwei's eyes were red. She looked at him. Young man, you know medicine? Yu Chuping asked in surprise. I know a little bit, Hua Qiu said. Then please take a look at my godmother quickly. Xia Ziwei quickly stood up and stepped aside, pleading. Hua Qiu bent down slightly and reached out to feel the old lady's pulse. Xia Ziwei watched longingly. Little sister, don't have too high hopes. After all, we've invited so many famous doctors, but none of them could cure her. Yu Chuping was afraid that she would be discouraged again, so he quickly gave her a heads up. Xia Ziwei, however, ignored the advice and remained hopeful. Hua Qiu briefly took his pulse and then stood up. Both of them were taken aback for a moment. Young man, they thought Hua Qiu had given up. I've finished reading it. It's poisoning, he said. What? Yu Chuping was very surprised. However, that extremely famous old doctor said it was a rare cold. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Either the man is lying, or he's a quack, he said calmly. The words had barely left his mouth. Who dares to say I'm a quack doctor? An angry voice rang out from outside the door. 216, Chapter 216. Who is the quack doctor? As the sound rang out, an old man with gray hair and wearing a long gown walked into the room. Dr. No, you've arrived. Yu Chuping quickly went up to greet him, quite respectfully. Humph, if I hadn't come, I would have been cursed to death, called a quack. Dr. No said unhappily, his face grim. No, Dr. No, that young man didn't mean it that way. It must have been a slip of the tongue, Yu Chuping said with a smile, trying to comfort him. Everyone knows that you are a certified level 1 physician by the Xia Kingdom Medical Association. How can you be a quack? If you are a quack, then there are probably no good doctors in Xia Kingdom. After some flattery, Dr. Nyo's expression improved. What's this kid's background? He asked, pointing at Hua Qiu. He is a guest of our Yu family and also my younger sister's benefactor. He knows some medicine, so he took the opportunity to examine my mother, Yu Chuping said with a smile. Does he know some medicine? Dr. Nyo frowned as he looked Hua Qiu up and down, and became even more displeased when he saw that Hua Qiu was very young. These days, good doctors are never young. Your Yu family is really reckless, daring to let any third-rate doctor treat you. What if the doctor finds something wrong? I won't be responsible then, you'll only have yourself to blame. Dr. Nyo said unhappily. Dr. Nyo, please calm down. We were just desperate to save lives, which is why we took a chance, Yu Chuping quickly apologized. The doctor didn't give him any face and kept a long face. Young man, which medical school did you graduate from, and what level of physician are you certified by the medical association? He stared at Hua Qiu and questioned him. I haven't studied at a medical school, nor am I a physician certified by the medical association, Hua Qiu said calmly. Then you dare to treat people? That's ridiculous. Dr. Nyo's face immediately darkened. You're not even a decent doctor, yet you're treating people. You're going to kill them. You have no idea how arrogant you are. I'm going to report you to the medical association and have them severely punish you. Isn't this reckless? Dr. Nyo was very agitated. Who says you have to go to medical school and be certified by an association to practice medicine? Hua Qiu said unhappily. Although I only have a smattering of medical knowledge, I am still far better than your so-called first-level physician. What did you say? Dr. Nyo's eyes widened, and he flew into a rage. What a joke, you're just a third-rate doctor. How dare you look down on me? Where do you get the courage? Courage. He looked disdainful and extremely contemptuous of Hua Qiu. Just because you called poisoning a cold, you're a quack, Hua Qiu sneered. Nonsense. What poisoning? It's clearly a special kind of cold. Dr. Nyo felt insulted and was extremely angry. Those symptoms are almost identical to those recorded in ancient medical books. Are you more authoritative than those ancient medical books? Those are medical books written by ancient medical sages. Hua Qiu was too lazy to argue with him. If your Yu family agrees, I will remove the poison right now, he said to Yu Chuping. Yu Chuping was stunned. Don't listen to him, this man is talking nonsense. If something unexpected happens, the old lady might really pass away. Dr. Nyo shouted. Yu Chuping was in a dilemma and dared not agree. Don't treat him. At this moment, Yu Longhu also walked in and firmly objected. Second brother, have you been blinded by greed? Why would you trust a nobody who isn't even a mediocre doctor? Are you trying to harm our mother? He accused Yu Chuping. Yu Chuping became even more hesitant. Kid, you might not even be a doctor. Where did you get the nerve to treat my mother? If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? Yu Longhu sneered, his tone aggressive. Treat it or not, it's up to you, Hua Qiu said coldly. He wouldn't stop them if they insisted on killing his mother. Suddenly, a slender hand grabbed Hua Qiu's clothes. Hua Qiu, can you really cure my godmother? Xia Ziwei looked at him with a glimmer of hope. It's just a little poison, what's so difficult about that? He remained non-committal. If that's really the case, I beg you, save her, I'll do anything you ask, even be your slave. Xia Ziwei cried out as if she had grasped at a straw. Hua Qiu fell silent. Young man, if you really have a way, then give it a try. Yu Chuping hardened his heart and said through gritted teeth. Since even renowned doctors can't cure it, we might as well try anything, no matter how desperate the situation. No, I disagree. Yu Longhu shouted. Let me state in advance that I will not be responsible for any consequences arising from the treatment of this kid. Dr. Nyo said coldly. Hua Qiu pretended not to hear the two men shouting. Since Xia Ziwei had begged him, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Hua Qiu turned around, preparing to treat the patient. You are not allowed to treat him. Yu Longhu suddenly seemed to have gone mad, and with a swift movement, he rushed towards Hua Qiu. Big brother. Yu Chuping was shocked, but it was too late to stop him. Like his son, Yu Longhu uses eagle claw kung fu and is ruthless in his attacks. Hua Qiu watched coldly, her expression turning icy. Yu Longhu's reaction was too extreme. It's possible that it's related to the poisoning of old lady Yu. Avenge my son. Yu Longhu shouted coldly, his eagle claws reaching for Hua Qiu's throat, his expression sinister. Overestimating yourself. Hua Qiu sneered and kicked out. This kick was very casual, and it used very little power. Bang! The sound of the explosion echoed through the room, shattering the tables and chairs inside. Yu Longhu was sent flying backward in an instant, smashing a large hole in the door. At this moment, Xia Ziwei, Yu Chuping, and Dr. Nyo were all shocked. Everyone knows that Yu Longhu is one of the top martial artists in Xinjiang City, and his strength is very powerful. But when he used his signature move, Hua Qiu easily kicked him away. This young man is incredibly talented. He was actually a high-level martial artist. Ignoring the three people's shock, Hua Qiu reached out and sucked on the abdomen of old Madame Yu. Spirit the force is activated and acts on its abdomen. In the blink of an eye, black mist seeped out from the old woman's abdomen, gradually condensing in the air to form a viscous, misty liquid. At the same time, a pungent smell filled the room. This scene made Dr. Nyo's eyes widen in astonishment. He had never seen such a treatment method before. And most importantly, Hua Qiu actually sucked out the venom. In other words, he is right. The doctor was extremely surprised. He's a certified level 1 physician by the Medical Association, and he even has access to medical books left by ancient medical sages, yet he made a wrong judgment. This young man has not attended a medical school and has not been certified by the Medical Association. Where did he learn his medical skills? Cough cough. Grandma Yu, who had been in a coma for 2 years, coughed, showing signs of waking up. The doctor looked on incredulously. He treated her for 2 years, but it was nothing compared to Hua Qiu's quick treatment. Just who is this kid? 217, Chapter 217. I am an ordinary martial artist. After being in a coma for 2 years, Mrs. Yu slowly woke up. Godmother! Xia Ziwei called out, bursting into tears of joy. Ziwei, is your godmother dead? My daughter and I can finally be reunited. Old Mrs. Yu reached out and stroked her cheek, saying with tears in her eyes. Godmother, you're not dead, and I'm still alive. I am home, and my friend has cured your illness. Xia Ziwei said. Grandma Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Chuping quickly went over to comfort the old lady. Grandma Yu needs some time to digest. Seeing the joyous reunion of Xia Ziwei and her family, Hua Qiu felt a mix of emotions. He ultimately stepped in to help, unable to stand idly by. However, this would mean that Xia Ziwei's second personality would not be affected, and it's hard to say whether the primary personality would have a chance to awaken. Was what I did right or wrong? Hua Qiu thought to herself, her face tense. Young man, from which lineage do you inherit your medical skills? Dr. Nyo asked with a smile as he approached. He had just been looking down on Hua Qiu, but after witnessing Hua Qiu's miraculous medical skills, his attitude suddenly changed, and he became extremely polite to Hua Qiu. I was blind before, I didn't recognize your greatness. A doctor like you, who is not certified by the Medical Association but has miraculous medical skills, must come from the extremely mysterious lineage of divine doctors in Xia Kingdom, right? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Previously, when he was treating his mother at Beishan First Hospital, a hospital director also regarded him as a successor of the lineage of divine doctors. What is the lineage of the legendary healers of the Xia Kingdom? I am not, Hua Qiu said calmly. I've only read some books and have a basic understanding of medicine. The doctor looked embarrassed. Young man, you are joking. If you only have a little knowledge of medicine, then I am not even a third-rate doctor. The medical skills of the divine physician lineage are unparalleled in the world. This is universally acknowledged in the medical community. You don't need to be so modest. He still believed that Hua Qiu came from the divine physician lineage. Seeing this, Hua Qiu didn't bother to explain. Dr. Niu, you're saying this young man is a descendant of the divine physician lineage? Yu Chuping walked over and said with a surprised look. Although he doesn't admit it, only that mysterious lineage in the entire Xia kingdom possesses such miraculous medical skills. Dr. Niu exclaimed. Yu Chuping looked at Hua Qiu in surprise. I never expected you to be from that lineage, young brother. I am truly sorry. He quickly bowed to Hua Qiu again. You saved my younger sister and my mother. This kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. I thank you in advance. He bowed respectfully to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. Yu Chuping and his elder brother are completely opposite people. One was full of hostility, the other was polite. My skills are lacking, and I have been hindering old Madame Yu's recovery for 2 years. If it weren't for this young man's help, I would still be arrogant and practicing medicine incorrectly. I am truly ashamed, Dr. Niu said guiltily. It's truly shameful. I'll take my leave now. I will compensate the Yu family later. Yu Chuping quickly advised against it, saying there was no need for that. But Dr. Niu insisted on doing so. Young man, you are welcome to visit my clinic when you have time. If you would be so kind as to offer your guidance, I would be truly grateful. Dr. Niu smiled at Hua Qiu, then cupped his hands in farewell. As Dr. Niu left, Yu Longhu entered, clutching his chest. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Yu Longhu stared at Hua Qiu with a look of apprehension. He hadn't expected the kid to be so strong. He kicked him away with one kick, causing him serious injury. Brother, why don't you hurry up and apologize to this young man? He cured mother. Yu Chuping said hastily. What, he's cured? Yu Longhu was shocked, staring blankly at the bed. Seeing that old Mrs. Yu had truly regained her senses and was showing concern for Xia Ziwei, his expression grew increasingly grim. Isis, that's so, that's wonderful. Yu Longhu said with a forced smile. Hua Qiu stared at him indifferently. Grandma Yu has recovered, but he doesn't seem very happy. This Yu Longhu is definitely problematic. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. This is someone else's family matter, he has no interest in interfering. As long as you don't offend him, everything will be fine. Second brother, I've suffered a minor injury and need to recuperate, so I'll leave for now. I'll come back to pay my respects to mother once I've recovered, Yu Longhu said weakly. Although Yu Chuping was surprised, he still nodded. Yu Longhu stumbled out. My elder brother is a 6th-rank martial artist, almost at the threshold of becoming a high-level martial artist. You actually injured him with just one move. Young brother, your strength is truly impressive. Yu Chuping exclaimed, looking at Yu Longhu's back. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu frowned again. A 6th-rank martial artist? He asked, puzzled. That's right, my elder brother is a peak 6th-grade martial artist. Yu Chuping nodded. Young man, don't look down on us in a small place like ours. A 6th-rank martial artist is already quite powerful. The number 1 martial artist in Qingjiang City is only at the peak of the 8th rank. Hua Qiu's gaze narrowed slightly. He could tell Yu Longhu's cultivation level at a glance. That's hardly a 6th-rank martial artist. That was clearly a peak 8th-rank martial artist. He has the same cultivation level as the number 1 martial artist in Qingjiang City. Yu Chuping, on the other hand, has a cultivation level of the 7th rank. In other words, Yu Longhu concealed his true strength from the Yu family. Hua Qiu glanced at Xia Ziwei and the old lady of the Yu family, who were both smiling, and felt a little gloomy. It seems that the Yu family is a place rife with trouble. Young brother, if I may ask, what is your cultivation level? To my shame, I was completely unable to discern your cultivation level, Yu Chuping said with a smile, full of curiosity. Me? Hua Qiu thought for a moment. I'm just an ordinary young man. Their offspring possess only a little strength, insignificant indeed. Yu Chu-ping was taken aback. Could it be that you come from a top martial arts family in the Xia Kingdom? He was very surprised. That's right, only a select few top martial arts families can cultivate someone with such formidable strength at such a young age. Young man, you are exceptionally talented and have mastered the miraculous medical skills of the divine physician lineage. You are truly a prodigy. Yu Chu-ping praised, expressing his great admiration. He glanced at Xia Ziwei by the bedside and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He noticed that Hua Qiu was always glancing at Xia Ziwei with a complicated expression. He suspected that their relationship was unusual. If my younger sister can find such an outstanding man to be her husband, I'm sure mother will be very happy and her wish will be fulfilled. Hua Qiu was too lazy to offer any further explanation. He glanced at Xia Ziwei, his mood slightly heavy. He hesitated. Should we still care about her? There's a huge mess here. Little did he know that even if he didn't want to get involved, he had already been implicated. Yu Longhu left the room with an extremely gloomy expression. Who is this guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? How is he so powerful? No, we have to report this immediately. This kid must be dealt with, otherwise, things could get complicated. 218, Chapter 218. Go call someone, I'll be waiting. Xia Ziwei and Grandma Yu had a lot to talk about when they met, leaving Hua Qiu standing to the side. Yu Chu-ping gestured for them to set up a guest room for him. With nothing to do, Hua Qiu strolled out of the Yu family's house and onto the main street. As Hua Qiu walked, she began to sense that something was wrong. He has been under the spotlight ever since he left the Yu family. There are quite a few martial artists near the Yu family's residence. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for martial artists to be so concentrated in a county-level city. Hua Qiu sensed something and realized that these martial artists were not targeting him, but the Yu family. He just happened to get the attention he deserved. These martial artists don't seem to be from Qingjiang City, Hua Qiu concluded. Qingjiang City is just a county-level city, and the strength of its martial artists is limited, with the strongest only reaching the peak of the 8th rank. However, the martial artists appearing in this area include many at the 7th or 8th rank, and even some at the 9th rank. What could the Yu family, a declining martial arts family, possibly have that would be worth these martial artists' attention? Hua Qiu wondered. But he wasn't interested in it. After wandering around for a while, he walked into a restaurant by the roadside. The waiter brought the menu, and Hua Qiu glanced at it. She didn't have much of an appetite, so she casually ordered 2 light dishes. Because there were many people, the food was served slowly, taking about half an hour to arrive. Hua Qiu, someone called to him, and he walked in. Xia Ziwei smiled radiantly and happily sat down next to him. Why did you come here to eat alone? Why didn't you just have the servants cook for you? She said, but her hands were already holding the bowl and chopsticks, picking up food and putting it into her mouth. Hua Qiu was speechless. She looked like she was starving. She has barely eaten anything these past 2 days. When people are in a good mood, their appetite increases significantly. Hua Qiu could only call over a waiter and order 2 more dishes. What are you doing out here? Aren't you going to stay with the old lady? Hua Qiu asked. My godmother has just recovered from a serious illness and needs to rest. She's already asleep, Xia Ziwei said, her mouth full and her words muffled. I really have to apologize to you this time. I owe you another huge favor. Eat slowly, Hua Qiu said, putting down her chopsticks. Xia Ziwei, the second personality, is somewhat unrestrained and doesn't care about details. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Xia Ziwei asked while eating. Didn't you say you were going to be my slave? Hua Qiu said. Xia Ziwei was taken aback. That was just a metaphor. I am a person. Are you going to ride me like a horse? Hua Qiu was speechless. What this girl was saying was completely irrelevant. Gradually, his expression turned displeased. After Xia Ziwei entered and sat down next to him, all the martial artists around them turned their attention to her, their eyes darting around as if they were plotting something. Some people have malicious eyes and cunning minds. A little while later, someone approached. He is a young man. Xia Ziwei, do you remember me? He smiled and sat down next to Xia Ziwei without asking for permission. I heard you're back safely, that's wonderful news. Xia Ziwei raised her head and looked at him blankly. Who are you? The young man's expression froze slightly, becoming somewhat stiff. I am Yin Jiehui from the Yin family. Have you forgotten? I proposed to you at the Yu family 2 years ago, Yin Jiehui said with a forced smile. Xia Ziwei frowned. There were so many people proposing marriage back then, how could I possibly remember who was who? She didn't really want to talk to this person. Hua Qiu was also displeased. Xia Ziwei had only been back at the Yu family for a short time when these people received the news. This shows that they were monitoring the Yu family at all times. Ziwei, I have always been sincere towards you. Your words really hurt me, Yin Jiehui sighed. Xia Ziwei shuddered, looking like she couldn't take it anymore. Alright, everyone said they were sincere towards me back then, but didn't I already reject you all? She was annoyed and didn't want to be disturbed while she was eating. Yin Jiehui, however, refused to give up even though she clearly indicated that she wanted him to leave. He still stubbornly stayed there. Alright, let's go. Stop making a racket here, Hua Qiu said, his expression slightly somber. He was already thoroughly annoyed. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiehui's face immediately fell. Who are you? Oh, Ziwei hasn't even spoken yet, what right do you have to speak? He said coldly. The sight of Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei dining intimately together was too conspicuous for him. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I'm very unhappy about your noise here, Hua Qiu said with a stern face. So what if you're unhappy? Do you care whether you're happy or not? Yin Jiehui said sarcastically. Do you know who I am? How dare you yell at me like that? Let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, stay far away from Ziwei. She's not someone you can mess with. Yin Jiehui was about to point his finger at Hua Qiu and start cursing, his attitude extremely arrogant. Hua Qiu didn't indulge him either. Snort! He snorted coldly and gave Yin Jiehui a cold look. Buzz! The air made a popping sound. Yin Jiehui wanted to rebuke him, but suddenly felt a heavy blow to his chest. His face turned pale instantly, and he was sent flying backward. Bang bang bang! Yin Jiehui smashed several tables in a row, flying all the way to the door before crashing down. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with shock. He didn't understand what was going on. He didn't see Hua Qiu make a move, he only saw Hua Qiu give him a look, and then he was sent flying backward. That's hard to understand for a third-rank martial artist. Yin Jiehui was in excruciating pain and was seriously injured. You actually dared to hurt me, he said, pointing at Hua Qiu with extreme anger. He didn't faint? Hua Qiu looked surprised. This kid has a pretty strong will. Everyone around Hua Qiu looked at him in astonishment. He actually injured the young master of the Yin family. How dare he? Even Xia Ziwei looked surprised. This is a serious matter. The Yin family is no weaker than the Yu family. She's so protective of her own. She whispered to Hua Qiu. Even if I were a powerful third-rank martial artist, I couldn't handle this. Hua Qiu rolled her eyes. Eat your food, he said, glaring at her. Oh, Xia Ziwei weakly picked up her rice bowl and buried her head in her mouth to shovel rice into her mouth. Despite saying that, she actually has a tendency to stir up trouble. Having heard that Hua Qiu had kicked Yu Longhu away, she was also very interested in Hua Qiu's strength. I wonder if he can handle the Yin family. Aren't you afraid of the Yin family? Yin Jiehui shouted angrily. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. A martial arts family in a mere county-level city. If you want revenge, go and call for help quickly, call as many people as you can, Hua Qiu said calmly. Yin Jiehui's face was grim. In Xinjiang City, no one has ever dared to look down on the Yin family. You've got guts. You just wait. He roared, crawling out of the restaurant to call for help. Don't worry, I'm waiting, Hua Qiu sneered. 219, Chapter 219. Before I even rose, you were already crippled. More and more people are coming to the area around the restaurant. As a member of the Yu family, Xia Ziwei was already under a lot of attention. The appearance of a seemingly strong person next to her immediately attracted the attention of the martial artists. They were all eager to see just how capable this person was. The Yin family is a top martial arts family in Xinjiang City, which perfectly verifies this. You were only 18 2 years ago. What was this marriage proposal all about? Hua Qiu asked Xia Ziwei, who was engrossed in her meal. That was my second brother's bad idea, she said helplessly. At that time, my godmother was seriously ill. She felt that her days were numbered and said that she had a few unfulfilled wishes, one of which was that she could not see me get married before she passed away, so my second brother suggested finding me a husband. I don't know how they did it. It seems like they used some kind of Yu family martial arts technique as my dowry, and as a result, the people who came to propose marriage wore down the threshold of the Yu family. The funny thing is, even an old man of his age dared to come to propose marriage, but in the end, he was scolded and driven away by my second brother. I didn't want to marry anyone, and I also wanted to go and collect herbs for my godmother, so I refused them all. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu understood immediately. If I'm not mistaken, what these martial artists are coveting is the Yu family's martial arts techniques. The Yu family is a declining martial arts family that once had a glorious past, producing martial artists at the martial venerable level. Although he considered even the earth rank and heaven rank techniques of ancient martial arts families as trash, those things were like treasures to ordinary martial artists. Where is the person who injured my son? A furious roar suddenly rang out outside the restaurant. The Yin family has arrived. The commotion was quite large. It seems a lot of people came. That young man is actually not leaving. How dare he challenge the Yin family? He's too confident. Many people in the restaurant shook their heads, feeling that Hua Qiu was too arrogant. The Yin family stormed into the restaurant. Father, it's him. Yin Jiehui was being carried and pointed at Hua Qiu with difficulty. The person he called was a muscular middle-aged man who looked intimidating. Accompanying them were not only the thugs, but also several powerful members of the Yin family. The Yin family's martial artists have almost all come out. That kid is in big trouble now, someone commented. Boy, is it you who injured my son? The muscular middle-aged man, who was also the head of the Yin family, stared fiercely at Hua Qiu with a murderous look on his face. Hua Qiu slowly poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then looked at them properly. It's me, he said. You've struck with such force, you're incredibly audacious. The Yin family members were furious. You're provoking the entire Yin family, and the Yin family will make you pay a heavy price. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Too much nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you arguing like a woman? He said unhappily. The Yin family expert was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Xia Ziwei burst out laughing upon hearing this. You've courted death. The Yin family patriarch roared, his muscles bulging as he charged toward Hua Qiu like lightning. A punch was thrown, and before the fist even arrived, the force of the punch had already sent tables and chairs flying in the middle of the road. Hua Qiu didn't even bother to move, casually spilling the tea from her cup. In an instant, the tea water transformed into jets of water that shot towards the Yin family patriarch. The moment this move was revealed, many people's expressions changed. Tea water forming an arrow, a master. Someone exclaimed. The head of the Yin family was also startled, and his expression became solemn. But he didn't stop, and continued to throw punches. His punches were powerful and fierce, and he was confident that he could defeat those water arrows. But when the water arrow actually hit him, he realized how ridiculous his idea was. Without the slightest pause, the force of his punch instantly dissipated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the water arrows continued to fly with undiminished power. Puff puff puff. The next moment, the head of the Yin family had several bloody holes in his body. The head of the Yin family collapsed and couldn't get up. Everyone was shocked. The power of that water arrow exceeded their expectations. Patriarch. The Yin family members were shocked and quickly checked the situation. Fortunately, his heart wasn't pierced, and the Yin family patriarch is still alive. But it might take several years to cure. Father! Yan Jiehue was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Huaqiu to be so powerful that even his father was no match for him. Avenge the patriarch! Someone roared. Several experts from the Yin family then swarmed forward, intending to besiege Huaqiu. Huaqiu remained seated at the table, barely moving, but then gently tapped the table, causing the wooden box containing the chopsticks to fly up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chopsticks flew towards the Yin family like bullets, just like the water arrows before. The Yin family members all looked terrified. They tried to dodge or block it, but the chopsticks flew too fast and were right in front of them in the blink of an eye. Ouch! Ah! Screams rose and fell as members of the Yin family collapsed to the ground, each with at least one or two chopsticks stuck in their bodies. How can it be so powerful? What kind of strength is this? The Yin family was terrified. Huaqiu remained seated there, and not a single drop of food was spilled from the table. They hadn't even gotten within 10 feet of Huaqiu before their entire army was wiped out, and no one had the strength to fight again. Yan Jiehue was almost scared out of his mind. The Yin family is a top martial arts family in Xinjiang City, and their strength is no less than that of the Yu family. Yet, he was completely defeated by a young man in a single encounter. Strong, very strong. The spectators around were also shocked and found it difficult to remain calm. They had originally intended to assess Huaqiu's strength before making any plans, but at this moment they were all stunned. This is also the effect Huaqiu wanted. This person's cultivation level is definitely above the 8th rank, perhaps even the 9th rank. Someone asserted solemnly. At this age, with this level of cultivation and strength, there are probably only a handful of people in the entire Xia kingdom. Everyone showed surprise. Could he be a prodigy from a top martial arts family in the capital? He's also here to compete for the Sword Master title, laws and martial arts? Everyone was filled with apprehension towards Huaqiu. Only the Yin family members had unspeakable suffering. Get out of here! Huaqiu glanced at the miserable state of the Yin family and said indifferently. The Yin family members dared not say anything more and hurriedly scrambled away. It was already a miracle that Huaqiu didn't take their lives. Yan Jiehue ran faster than anyone else, even though he was seriously injured. Huaqiu, you're amazing! Xia Ziwei stared blankly at Huaqiu, holding her bowl, unable to eat her food. How did you cultivate? Could you teach me? How about I become your apprentice and you teach me martial arts? She asked expectantly. Nonsense, Huaqiu rebuked with a stern face. Xia Ziwei was his benefactor, and he would feel uneasy if he were to become her disciple. If you don't want to teach me, then don't. How stingy! Xia Ziwei pouted and continued eating. Huaqiu glanced around, and the martial artists avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. The deterrent effect has been achieved. However, there are still a few people who harbor ill intentions and have sinister expressions. I won't shed a tear until I see the coffin. A murderous glint flashed in Huaqiu's eyes. 220, Chapter 220. The Ungrateful Yu Family. After the Yin family retreated, no one dared to approach them again. After Xia Ziwei finished eating, the two returned to the Yu family home. As soon as he entered the Yu family home, Yu Chuping came to greet him. Brother Hua, my mother wants to see you, Yu Chuping said. See me? Huaqiu raised an eyebrow. This way, please. Yu Chuping led the way to the living room. Xia Ziwei was about to follow, but Yu Chuping stopped her. Little sister, mother and brother Hua have something to discuss, and she specifically instructed that you not to go with them, Yu Chuping said in a low voice. What is it that I can't even listen to? Xia Ziwei was very puzzled. Grandma, you treated her like her own daughter and never hid anything from her. This is mother's wish, so you should excuse yourself for now. Okay, Xia Ziwei nodded reluctantly. Yu Chuping led Huaqiu to the Yu family's living room. Upon entering the living room, Huaqiu's face darkened. Grandma Yu sat in the main seat, looking at him with a smile. But Huaqiu had already sensed that there were people lying in ambush around the living room, watching with predatory eyes. Without a doubt, he was the target. Huaqiu's expression was gloomy. He saved Grandma Yu's life, and this is how she treats him? Mother, Brother Hua has arrived. Yu Chuping bowed to old Madam Yu. Friend Hua, please have a seat, said old Mrs. Yu. Hua Qiu remained motionless. Is this how your Yu family treats its saviors? He asked with a sneer. What do you mean by this, young friend Hua? Old Mrs. Yu pretended not to know. I heard that your Yu family was once a top martial arts family. It seems that you have really declined. You don't even have a single high-level martial artist among the people you have ambushed. How dare you use them to deal with me? Hua Qiu said disdainfully. Grandma Yu's expression changed. Hua Qiu actually saw through her plan at a glance. Yu Chuping's expression was complicated. At least the Yu family was once a prestigious clan, but it turns out they are nothing but ungrateful traitors, Hua Qiu said with a look of disdain. How dare you? Old Mrs. Yu roared in anger. Brother Hua, it's not like that. Yu Chuping looked troubled, unable to express his grievances. You surnamed Hua, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, old Mrs. Yu said with a stern face. You went to great lengths to get close to Ziwei, and then came to my Yu family in the end. Isn't it all for the cultivation techniques and martial arts skills left behind by the powerful members of my Yu family, in the past few decades? Who hasn't come to my Yu family with ulterior motives? You are no different from them. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu finally understood. It turns out they were worried he might covet the Yu family's martial arts techniques. Hua Qiu laughed, looking as if he found the other person extremely ridiculous. Don't be so confident. It's just a mere martial venerable's cultivation technique and martial arts. Do you think it's worthy of my covetousness? What a joke! If the cultivation technique or martial skill reaches a level higher than the heavenly rank, I might be interested in taking a look. If it doesn't, it's just trash. Hua Qiu's arrogant words shocked the Yu family mother and son. Why are you putting on airs? When the sword master of my Yu family was alive, he dominated the martial arts world. His techniques and skills would even make a martial saint envious, let alone you, who are just a young martial artist below the level of a martial master, said old Madam Yu. You said you saved Ziwei, but why did you have to take her to Qishan? There hasn't been any news of her for 2 years. Many famous doctors couldn't diagnose my illness, but you came, took one look, and said it was poisoning, and even easily cured it. All of this is extremely suspicious. I even suspect that the poison I was poisoned is related to you. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's face turned angry. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, they don't recognize a kind heart. His detoxification was so easy that it aroused suspicion. Brother Hua, I'm truly sorry. There have been far too many people trying to infiltrate my Yu family over the years with ill intentions. My mother's suspicion of you is purely instinctive, Yu Chuping said apologetically. I hope you can understand and dispel the old lady's suspicions. Please help me, Yu Chuping said humbly, bowing to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's anger subsided slightly. Of the entire Yu family, only the second son knows how to behave. I saved someone, and now I have to put up with this and help clear up any suspicions. Your Yu family has quite the airs. Hua Qiu said coldly. Let me reiterate one point. No matter how good your Yu family's techniques and martial arts are, they have no value to me whatsoever. Even if they were passed down by a martial venerable, let alone a martial god, they would not interest me. Because you're not qualified. After saying that, Hua Qiu turned and was about to leave. Originally, because of Xia Ziwei, he might have intervened in the Yu family's affairs. Now, he's lost interest. Stop right there. Old Mrs. Yu shouted angrily. Do you think you can just come and go as you please with the Yu family? You're not leaving until you explain yourself clearly today. Hua Qiu sneered, not even glancing at her, and continued walking. Guards, seize him. Old Madam Yu gave the order. In an instant, several martial artists who had been lying in ambush came out and surrounded Hua Qiu menacingly. Mother, why make such a fuss? Yu Chuping said helplessly. This person is highly suspicious. It's hard to believe he has no ulterior motives, said old Mrs. Yu with a stern face. Once we apprehend him and interrogate him, if he is truly innocent, I will personally apologize to him. Yu Chuping sighed and didn't say anything more. Brother Hua, I'm afraid I'm sorry to trouble you. On the other side, several Yu family martial artists approached Hua Qiu, preparing to subdue him. You guys? Hua Qiu sneered. Whoosh, he casually waved his hand, instantly creating a storm in the living room. In the blink of an eye, all the Yu family warriors were thrown to the ground, their clothes torn and covered in blood, howling in pain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A storm, created with a mere wave of the hand, violently swept through the living room, tearing everything to shreds. The Yu family's living room was in complete disarray and was almost destroyed. Grandma Yu, as the scene left them stunned, their mouths agape. Yu Chuping was also shocked. What terrifying power this is! That was just a casual wave of the hand. The Yu family's living room was almost completely destroyed, reduced to ruins. The terrifying power of that storm was evident. With such strength, it's no wonder he was able to kick Yu Longhu away with a single kick. This old Mrs. Yu stared at Hua Qiu in astonishment, lost in thought. Could it be that you are the martial venerable? She exclaimed. Aside from the martial venerable, what other martial artist possesses such an ability? Yu Chuping's eyes widened in surprise. Xinjiang City is a small, fifth-tier city. In such places, even an 8th-rank martial artist stands at the pinnacle of martial arts, and the strength of top martial arts families is limited. In this very place, a martial venerable has actually appeared. Moreover, he is an extremely young martial venerable, which is unbelievable. Martial venerable? Hua Qiu sneered. I'll treat you like a lunchbox, he said indifferently. Hua Qiu glanced at the messy Yu family living room and the several seriously injured martial artists lying on the ground, his face showing contempt. Now, do you still think I would covet your Yu family's martial arts techniques? He asked sarcastically. Grandma Yu's face was very pale, and she remained silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Even if you are a martial venerable, it still cannot dispel my doubts. In fact, it only makes me more suspicious. Hua Qiu frowned immediately. 221, Chapter 221. Hua Qiu's disdain. What's wrong? What happened? Xia Ziwei kept calling out as she rushed into the Yu family's living room. After seeing the situation in the living room, she was stunned. What's going on? Have thieves come to steal the cultivation technique again? Xia Ziwei asked with a serious expression. Although she didn't stay in the Yu family for very long, she experienced several upheavals, and her first reaction was that someone was coming to attack. That's right, I am that thief. Hua Qiu said coldly. Huh, you? Xia Ziwei was even more confused. Your godmother suspects I'm here to steal the Yu family's martial arts techniques and is trying to capture me, Hua Qiu sneered. Xia Ziwei's expression became complicated. Godmother, is that really true? She asked quickly. Grandma Yu remained silent. Ziwei, you are still too young and naive. People in this world are far more treacherous than you can imagine, Grandma Yu sighed. Too many people covet the martial arts techniques passed down in the Yu family. Now that our Yu family has declined, countless people are eyeing us covetously. If we weren't careful, the Yu family would have been destroyed long ago. My godmother had no other choice. Xia Ziwei was stunned. She got along quite well with Hua Qiu and didn't quite believe that Hua Qiu would covet the Yu family's martial arts techniques. I told you, the Yu family's martial arts techniques are too rubbish, I don't respect them. Hua Qiu said impatiently. I'm afraid you won't say that when it's actually in front of you, said Grandma Yu, still harboring doubts. Hua Qiu frowned deeply. Why are the Yu family members so confident? Xia Ziwei, come here, he beckoned to Xia Ziwei. What are you doing? Xia Ziwei approached, looking bewildered. Ziwei, don't go. Old Mrs. Yu was very anxious, thinking that Hua Qiu was going to kidnap Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei had no suspicion of Hua Qiu and walked up to him. Hua Qiu reached out and grabbed Xia Ziwei's chest. Ah! Xia Ziwei screamed and quickly dodged. But Hua Qiu was extremely fast, he had already pulled a book out of her arms. Are you trying to kill me? Xia Ziwei said angrily, her cheeks flushed. She thought Hua Qiu was going to take liberties with her. What is that? She asked curiously, looking at the book in Hua Qiu's hand. Hua Qiu threw the book directly in front of old Mrs. Yu. Pick it up and take a look, he said casually. This is the modified martial arts technique he gave to the Bai family martial arts school, which is only possessed by a few core disciples of the school. Hua Qiu knew that Xia Ziwei's main personality usually kept the cultivation technique close to her body. Grandma Yu frowned and picked up the book. He glanced at it and his expression changed drastically. This is a cultivation manual? She asked, somewhat surprised. Upon hearing this, Yu Chuping quickly went over to watch as well. It would have been better if I hadn't looked at it. Once I did, I was immediately hooked. The opening chapter on Qi induction alone opened their eyes and made them realize in an instant that this technique was extraordinary. As they continued reading, the mother and son were utterly shocked. The profundity of this technique far surpasses the legacy left by the Yu family's experts. This old Mrs. Yu stammered. She never expected that the cultivation technique Hua Qiu casually tossed over would be even more advanced than the Yu family's technique. What level of cultivation technique is this? Unfortunately, their level of understanding was too low, they couldn't comprehend the later levels, but they could still sense that those were realms beyond their reach. This cultivation technique can actually be cultivated to the level of martial saint. Yu Chuping's mind went blank as he read the rest of the book, and he was completely stunned. What? Grandma Yu was also greatly surprised. She quickly flipped to the back of the book and clearly saw the description. Above the martial saint realm lies the legendary realm of martial arts mythology. The Xia kingdom actually has cultivation techniques that can reach that level. The mother and son were overwhelmed with shock and could not calm down for a long time. Compared to this cultivation technique, the Yu family's inherited techniques suddenly seem insignificant. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. What level is this technique? Old Mercio's hands, holding the book, began to tremble. If the Yu family's martial arts techniques are considered valuable treasures, then this technique is a unique and top-tier treasure. According to your classification, it would be considered a high-grade heavenly rank, or perhaps even higher, Hua Qiu said calmly. Heavenly rank top grade. Upon hearing this, the Yu family mother and son were utterly astonished. The Yu family's cultivation technique is only at the lower level of the earth rank. Heavenly rank cultivation techniques are no exaggeration to be called the ultimate treasures of the martial arts world. They are extremely rare. In ancient times, there was a legendary martial arts master who created a supreme and unparalleled martial arts technique that astonished the world. It was from then on that the concept of heavenly rank martial arts techniques came into being. But even that martial arts legend only classified his technique as a mid-grade heavenly rank. The highest grade heavenly rank is something that has never been heard of or seen before. In other words, it's uncertain whether this kind of technique can even be practiced in the world. But now, a top-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique is in their hands. The two of them trembled, and they could barely hold the books. They did not doubt Hua Qiu's words. Because this technique not only allows one to cultivate to the legendary realm of martial arts mythology, but there are even higher realms beyond that. Simply sending out this message will cause a huge shock throughout the entire martial arts world. Since ancient times, martial artists have believed that the myth of martial arts is the ultimate realm, with no higher peak. The mother and son were suffocating. Now, Grandma Yu realizes how ridiculous she was. With such a skill, how could Hua Qiu possibly covet the Yu family's earth rank skill? Where did this technique come from? Old Mrs. Yu asked, panting heavily. I wrote it, Hua Qiu said calmly. Even if the original Bai family martial arts school's techniques were complete, they were only at the upper level of the Xian rank. After he modified them, they were completely unrecognizable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he founded them. You wrote this? The mother and son stared at Hua Qiu in utter shock. They simply couldn't believe it. Only a martial arts legend could write a heavenly rank cultivation technique. The martial arts world hasn't seen such a legend for hundreds of years. Now, do you still dare to? Are you saying I covet the Yu family's martial arts techniques? Hua Qiu sneered. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping looked at each other in bewilderment. A person with a high-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique covets an earth-rank cultivation technique? What a joke! No wonder Brother Hua has such strength at such a young age now. It seems that it is quite normal. Yu Chuping looked at the cultivation manual in his hand and smiled bitterly. I'm so sorry, it was a misunderstanding on our part, he said apologetically, then took the book and walked up to Hua Qiu, bowing and returning it with both hands. Hua Qiu was somewhat stunned. This is a top-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique. It can reach the legendary realm of martial arts mythology. How could they return it without hesitation? Although no one could take it from him, the actions of the Yu family mother and son surprised Hua Qiu greatly. After all, they cherish even earth-rank cultivation techniques so much. He seemed to have noticed Hua Qiu's confusion. Yu Chuping smiled slightly. Brother Hua, the reason our Yu family would risk our lives to protect our martial arts techniques is simply because they are things passed down from our ancestors, and they left behind a will that they must not be lost or leaked. We are only doing this to protect our ancestors' legacy. To be honest, this is a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Who wouldn't be tempted? Even a martial saint would go crazy. But this doesn't belong to use. It's not our property, and the Yu family can't take it. Besides, we can't beat you. Hua Qiu looked somewhat shaken and put the book away. Young friend Hua, I am truly sorry I was being petty and judging you by my own standards. Even if I am very suspicious, I should not doubt my benefactor. Old Mrs. Yu said sincerely, changing her aggressive attitude. I apologize to you here. I hope you won't take it to heart. As she spoke, she dragged her weak body and actually tried to kneel down before Hua Qiu. Never mind. Hua Qiu raised his hand, making it impossible for her to kneel down. Although he was dissatisfied, he couldn't afford to lose his temper at this point. Keep it safe. Hua Qiu handed the book to Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei took it in a daze. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping were greatly shocked. High-grade heavenly rank cultivation technique. He actually gave it to Xia Ziwei. For a time, the two of them couldn't help but have many guesses. Bang! Suddenly, a loud booming sound came from outside. It's terrible, those crazed warriors have broken in. A servant rushed in to report. 222, Chapter 222. I can protect it. A group of martial artists broke into the Yu family home, causing a great disturbance. These people are too presumptuous. Old Mrs. Yu was furious and immediately walked outside. Yu Chuping and Xia Ziwei followed closely behind. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and walked out of the living room. Release the sword Dao stone, release the sword Dao stone. The martial artists shouted loudly as they crowded in the Yu family courtyard. Gentlemen, there are still a few days until the annual swordsmanship trial. Isn't it inappropriate for you to barge into my Yu family like this? Old Madam Yu said, suppressing her anger. Isn't this a problem of your Yu family? One of the martial artists said, expressing his dissatisfaction. According to the rules, the Yu family's sword Dao stone should be released once a year for a sword Dao trial, but your Yu family hasn't taken out the sword Dao stone for 2 years. These are the rules set by your Yu family's sword master. Do you intend to disobey your ancestral teachings? These martial artists were menacing, looking like they were about to force the emperor to abdicate. Hua Qiu frowned as he listened. That sword stone belongs to someone else, whether they give it up or not is their decision. How can they be so self-righteous? These people are so annoying. Xia Ziwei said unhappily, standing next to Hua Qiu. The sword master of the Yu family left behind a sword Dao stone before his death. It is said that it contains his most exquisite sword intent. If someone can cut the sword Dao stone with a sword, they will be considered to have sword Dao talent recognized by him and can obtain the sword master's techniques and martial arts, she explained to Hua Qiu. According to the rules set by the sword master, the Yu family will take out the sword Dao stone once a year for all martial artists to try. This annual event is called the sword Dao trial. In the past, the kendo trials were always presided over by my godmother, but ever since she fell ill, the kendo trials have been postponed again and again every year. Martial artists come to cause trouble, which is so annoying. It's been so long, and no one has managed to cut the sword path stone in half yet? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. It's just a stone left behind by a martial venerable. There should be quite a few people in the Xia kingdom stronger than him. Don't underestimate the sword master of the Yu family, Xia Ziwei whispered. He is known as the only person in the Xia kingdom to have mastered the art of swordsmanship in hundreds of years, hence the title sword master. It is said that his sword intent was extremely powerful, and even the leader of the martial alliance at the time dared not accept it. That was a transcendent martial saint. The techniques and martial arts created by the sword master have even tempted martial venerables and martial saints in the past. During the sword Dao trials, such powerful individuals have appeared, but without exception, to this day, no one has been able to cut through the sword Dao stone left behind by the sword master. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. So it seems he underestimated that sword master. The sword is the king of weapons. The sharpness of a sword's intent is the most piercing existence in the world. He also cultivated the way of the sword and achieved remarkable success. His immortal emperor sword intent can be called the strongest Dao intent in the immortal realm. I wonder to what extent that sword master's sword intent has reached. My godmother said that if you want to cut through that special sword stone, you must use sword intent to cut it. However, there are only a handful of people in the martial arts world who have cultivated sword intent. No one has yet appeared who can meet the requirements of a sword master. Actually, none of these people are interested in appreciating the sword master's sword intent. They all come for the cultivation techniques and martial arts, but they can't cut through the sword Dao stone, so they just keep bothering the Yu family. Xia Ziwei was very indignant. Hua Qiu finally understood why there were so many martial artists lying in wait outside. Over there, no matter how Grandma Yu explained, she could not quell the public's anger. They insisted that the Yu family bring out the sword-making stone right now. At this moment, someone with sharp eyes noticed that Xia Ziwei, who was talking to Hua Qiu, was holding a book. The few words that are slightly visible are related to martial arts. Where is the sword master's technique? The man shouted. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei was startled and quickly put the book into her bosom to hide it. But the martial artist still looked hostile and menacing. At this moment, one of the martial artists revealed a sinister smile. Everyone goes to great lengths to come here every year, isn't it all for the sword master's techniques and martial arts? Now that the techniques are right in front of you, what are you all standing there for? He shouted. Several martial artists were immediately incited by him. Grab it! A martial artist shouted as he rushed towards Xia Ziwei, reaching out to grab her chest. Stop them! Old Mrs. Yu exclaimed in alarm. This reaction further convinced the martial artists that it was the sword master's technique. Xia Ziwei was so frightened that her face turned pale and she retreated repeatedly. As the hand drew closer to Xia Ziwei's chest, the attacker grinned lewdly. Boom! Suddenly, an aura burst forth beside Xia Ziwei. Before the man could even get close, he was immediately blasted away. Hua Qiu stood in front of Xia Ziwei. The warriors were stunned for a moment. No one saw how he made his move, and for a moment they were somewhat wary. Whether you try to steal the sword master's cultivation technique or not is none of my business, Hua Qiu said indifferently. But if anyone dares to snatch this book, they'll all die. He said coldly. His menacing aura was so overwhelming that the martial artists looked at each other in dismay, and for the time being, no one dared to make a move. At this moment, the martial artist who had just incited the crowd revealed a cold smile. He's just one person, why are we afraid of him? Let's all go at him and see how many he can stop. He's just a young man, how powerful can he be? Don't be afraid of him. That's the sword master's technique. If we obtain it, we can rise to the top in one step and become a figure comparable to the sword master of yesteryear. The instigator shouted. His shout caused the martial artists to stir again. Damn it, rob it! Immediately, 3 or 4 martial artists rushed forward. The people behind hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. Chaos broke out in the courtyard. Hua Qiu's face darkened, and his gaze turned icy cold. You're courting death, he said, his killing intent palpable. Buzz. A buzzing sound filled the air, and an invisible force raged. The 4 warriors at the forefront looked frantic. But suddenly, his face stiffened, and his pace gradually slowed. Immediately afterwards, blood gushed from all four of them, and they collapsed to the ground, powerless. They died extremely quickly. This scene instantly silenced the Yu family courtyard. No one expected that Hua Qiu would actually kill someone. And they didn't even know how they were killed. It was as if the four men would burst into blood and die the moment he glared at them. Hua Qiu's icy killing intent enveloped the group of martial artists, causing them to show expressions of terror and their bodies to tremble. The Yu family has unexpectedly gained such a terrifying existence. With every gesture, life is taken silently, as if death itself has descended upon the world. The martial artists were frightened and began to retreat. Upon seeing this, the instigator also looked surprised and stared at Hua Qiu with a serious expression. Clearly, Hua Qiu's strength had exceeded his expectations. His eyes flickered a few times, then he began to back away, trying to make a quick getaway. "Where are you going?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang in his ear. He turned his head in alarm and was shocked to find Hua Qiu appearing beside him like a ghost. Hua Qiu glared, and an immense pressure immediately descended, forcing the man to kneel on the ground. "Speak, who sent you?" Hua Qiu asked coldly. He could tell that this person wasn't like those martial artists who were obsessed with sword techniques and skills. He was intentionally inciting the martial artists to oppose the Yu family. "Who are you? Why are you helping the Yu family?" The instigator asked with a grim expression. "I'm asking you." Hua Qiu's face darkened, and the pressure increased again. The instigator's bones are creaking. I have already spread the news that the sword master's technique is on that woman. Do you really think you alone can protect her and the Yu family? You yuri like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, you're overestimating yourself. The instigator said with difficulty, full of disdain. He was very stubborn and refused to reveal his origins. Hua Qiu was impatient. The breeze stirred up by a casual wave of the hand was as sharp as a blade. The instigator's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed. He hadn't expected Hua Qiu to kill him so decisively. "Xia Ziwei, I can protect her," Hua Qiu said calmly, looking at his corpse. He probably won't care about the Yu family. But Xia Ziwei. No matter how powerful the Xia kingdom is. That would be courting disaster. 223, Chapter 223. Even a martial saint has to take a back seat. The several corpses in the Yu family courtyard were a shocking sight. The Yu family looked at Hua Qiu in astonishment. He killed people, too quickly and decisively. His cold and ruthless nature was inconsistent with his age. Xia Ziwei didn't dare to speak, she was a little scared. The remaining martial artists were so terrified that none of them dared to take another step forward. "Are you still going to rob me?" he asked in a cold voice. No, the men turned pale and hurriedly retreated, scrambling out of the Yu family home. Grandma Yu instructed the servants to clean up the corpses. Generally speaking, even martial artists cannot kill people indiscriminately. However, Hua Qiu is at the martial venerable realm and can hold the title of national hero as long as he does not indiscriminately kill innocent people. The law cannot control him. Announced to the public that a kendo trial tournament will be held in 3 days. Grandma Yu gave instructions to Yu Chuping. She also knew that many martial artists had come to Qingjiang City, all of whom were eyeing the sword master's techniques and skills. This swordsmanship trial is a must. Clean up all the guest rooms in the Yu family home to welcome distinguished guests from all directions, said old Madame Yu. The servants all went to do it. Young friend Hua, the Yu family will be very lively in the next few days. In the next 2 days, you must not have any conflicts with those who come to the Yu family, old Mrs. Yu said to Hua Qiu. Because those who will be moving into the Yu family next will all be at least martial venerable san, there might even be those who have transcended the martial saint realm. This was a kind reminder from the old lady, because she sensed that Hua Qiu was too sharp and ambitious. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The lowest level is martial venerable? The martial saint might also come. That's quite a grand affair. Is a mere swordsmanship trial, or the techniques and martial arts of a sword master really that attractive? In response to the old lady's reminder, Hua Qiu simply smiled faintly. He almost never goes looking for trouble, but if someone insists on provoking him, he won't back down or tolerate it. That's not his style. The news that the Yu family sword Dao trial would be restarted and held in 3 days quickly spread, causing quite a stir in the martial arts world. In a short time, numerous martial artists rushed to Qingjiang City in Xishan, just to participate in the Kendo trial tournament. On the evening of the following day, the Yu family welcomed their first guest. A sprightly old man arrived at the Yu family home, and the entire Yu family went out to greet him. Hua Qiu leaned against a pillar, watching calmly. The old man had a kind face and a smile that greeted everyone. He was approachable and easy to get along with. However, he is a martial venerable, and his cultivation level is not low. Welcome back to the Yu family, Venerable Xiuwu. Old Madame Yu and her family members bowed to him. Patriarch Yu, it's been a long time. How have you been? Xiu Wuzuan returned the greeting with a cupped hand. How about it? I'm the first one to arrive again this year, aren't I? He asked with a smile. However, Grandma Yu shook her head. That young friend is the first guest of the Yu family staying in room number 1, said old Madame Yu, pointing at Hua Qiu with a smile. Oh? Xiu Wuzuan looked at Hua Qiu with great surprise. Upon seeing this, he looked astonished. Because Hua Qiu is too young. During this period, the only person who can stay in the Yu family's Earth-class guest room is undoubtedly a martial arts master. This young friend is a complete stranger. I never imagined that in just 2 years of seclusion, such a brilliant genius would emerge from the Xia kingdom. The martial arts master tried to gauge Hua Qiu's abilities, but his aura vanished without a trace, leaving him even more astonished. He cupped his hands in a respectful greeting to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu nodded slightly. The martial venerable didn't care about his disdain. Then, the martial arts master was taken away by his servants to his guest room. Hua Qiu noticed that he was heading in the direction of the Tianzi guest room. As early as yesterday, the Yu family divided the guest rooms in their home into 3 levels according to their level of luxury, heaven, earth, and human, and put up signs for each level. Yu Chuping explained to Hua Qiu that the human room was for ordinary martial venerables, the earth room was for veteran martial venerables who had been famous for a long time and were powerful and prestigious, and the heaven room was only for great martial venerables and above. The Yu family was unaware of Hua Qiu's strength and only regarded him as an ordinary martial venerable. However, because he was the Yu family's benefactor, the old lady of the Yu family personally arranged for him to stay in the first room of the earth category. Hua Qiu didn't care about this. Next, more and more martial venerables arrived. This was the first time Hua Qiu had ever seen so many martial venerables gathered in one place. The Yu family, though small, has taken in many of the top martial arts experts in the Xia kingdom. Not long after, Hua Qiu met an old acquaintance. Surprisingly, it was those 2 national heroes from Qishan, Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi, who came together. As usual, the matriarch of the Yu family led the Yu family members to greet them. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi are both local martial arts masters from Qishan, and Grandma Yu was particularly enthusiastic. Hua Qiu appeared and greeted the 2 of them. Hua Guosher, you're here too. Both of them were very surprised and quickly bowed to Hua Qiu. What, you know each other? Grandma Yu asked in surprise. How could we not know him? We never expected that Hua Guosher would be interested in sword master. This is quite unexpected, the 2 said with a smile. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping were somewhat stunned. It was obvious to anyone that these 2 national heroes treated Hua Qiu with great respect, completely unlike how they would treat someone of the same social class. Hua Guosher, where are you staying? Is it room number 1 in the heavenly suite? Liao Tongyuan asked with a smile. I live at number 1, Hua Qiu said calmly. What? Both of them were taken aback. Then, their faces fell. Patriarch Yu, this is where you went wrong. Even if you didn't let Hua Guosher stay in the top-ranked room, you shouldn't have sent him to the bottom-ranked room. This is an insult to him. Liao Tongyuan said angrily. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping looked strange. Because Hua Qiu is a benefactor of the Yu family, arranging him to be number 1 in the Earth category will put considerable pressure on the Yu family. But Liao Guoshi blamed them for not assigning Hua Qiu to the top tier. This old Mrs. Yu looked troubled. Liao Guoshi, it's not that we don't want to make the arrangement, but it's just not appropriate, she explained. If we put Hua Xiaoyu in the top tier, and a powerful figure arrives, it could cause conflict. Not only will the Yu family be held responsible, but he will also suffer undeserved misfortune. Liao Tongyuan's face darkened. You guys don't know anything. Given Hua Guoshi's status, he's more than qualified to live in the number 1 room in the heavens domain. Even if a transcendent martial saint were to arrive, he'd have to obediently step aside. Liao Tongyuan's words left the Yu family mother and son somewhat stunned. They looked at Hua Qiu with suspicion, not understanding why Liao Guoshi dared to say that. Even a transcendent martial saint has to give way to him? This is way too exaggerated. I wonder what is your identity, young friend, Hua Yu Chuping asked tremblingly. Listen carefully, he is the youngest Hall of Fame level national hero in our Xia kingdom, and the future successor to the leader of the Martial Alliance. Liao Tongyuan said loudly. Upon hearing this, the mother and son showed extreme shock. They never expected Hua Qiu to have such a powerful background. The mere mention of being the future successor to the Martial Alliance leader is enough to place him in the top tier. I see, it was indeed our Yu family that neglected you. We are so sorry. Old Mrs. Yu quickly apologized. Chuping, quickly arrange for Hua Guoshi to move to room number 3 in the heaven section. She instructed. What, only number 3 in the heavenly rank? Liao Tongyuan was very dissatisfied. I'm so sorry, but the first and second spots are already taken and will be arriving soon, old Mrs. Yu said apologetically. The future leader of the Martial Alliance will be of immense importance. However, he is not yet the leader of the alliance, and there is still a long way to go before he is the number 1 or 2 guest. Hua Qiu understood immediately from his expression. There must be a transcendent martial saint about to arrive. I said, even if the martial saint himself came, he would have to step aside. Liao Tongyuan reiterated. If the Yu family knew that Hua Qiu had not only single-handedly destroyed the Yishou sect, but also killed a transcendent martial saint, they would probably be terrified. Fine, I'll just stay at no one, it'll be fine, Hua Qiu said. He has no interest in caring about these things. Liao Tongyuan was speechless and could say nothing more. The Yu family kept thanking him and urged him to move into the 3rd room in the heavenly section. Hua Qiu disliked being ostentatious and declined. He became slightly interested in something else. Sword Master Yu, are your cultivation techniques in martial arts really that extraordinary? So many powerful figures in the martial arts world, even a martial saint is coming. He wanted to see just what made this worldly sword master so extraordinary. Could the so-called indestructible sword stone withstand even 1% of his immortal emperor's sword intent? 224, Chapter 224. Your sword is trash. In one more day, it will be the Yu family's swordsmanship trial tournament. Almost all the guest rooms in the Yu family's residence were occupied, with only the 1st and 2nd rooms in the heaven section remaining empty. The number 1 guest is most likely the same person. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi huddled together in Hua Qiu's room to discuss. The infatuated martial saint, Qin Wushang. Dong Jiqi uttered a name. Speaking of Qin Wushang, he is truly a talent. It's unbelievable that a rogue cultivator could cultivate to the level of a martial saint. The Martial Alliance and other major forces have never given up on recruiting him, but no matter how tempting the conditions are, he ignores them. In his eyes, there seems to be only the way of the sword. What, is that infatuated martial saint also a sword fanatic? Is his swordsmanship very powerful? Hua Qiu asked curiously. The sword fanatic is a genuine sword fanatic, but his swordsmanship as well, let's just say it's hard to describe, Liao Tongyuan said with a strange expression. That Qin Wushang, when he was young, was separated from his lover by death for decades afterward. He never had another woman. He always loved his deceased lover and was therefore known in the martial arts world as the infatuated martial saint. His deceased lover loved swordsmanship, so he became obsessed with practicing swordsmanship. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult for a martial saint to cultivate sword intent, but he practiced for decades and still couldn't make a ripple, Liao Tongyuan said with a laugh. Our alliance leader said that Qin Wushang is a genius. If he hadn't been obsessed with swordsmanship, which is useless to him, his achievements would have been even greater. He might have become a living martial arts legend in the Xia Kingdom. Unfortunately, I was burdened by love and obsessed with the sword. Hua Qiu's expression changed upon hearing this. Even after cultivating for thousands of years, he had rarely seen such a stubborn person. A love-struck martial arts master, that's quite interesting. The sword master is a master of swordsmanship. Qin Wushang longs to obtain his techniques in martial arts, so he participates in the sword trials every year, but fails each time. Actually, with his cultivation level that surpasses that of a martial saint, even if he forcibly took it, what could the Yu family do? Wouldn't they have no choice but to obediently hand it over? But he is also very principled. If I had his strength, I could walk sideways across the entire Xia Kingdom without any problem. What would I need to talk about principles? Dong Zhiqi said. Walk sideways? If you run into someone like Hua Guosher, he'll just slaughter you. Liao Tongyuan laughed. This, Dong Zhiqi immediately looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Where else could you find a monster like him? How could you just run into one like that? He muttered to himself. As the two were talking, a commotion broke out outside. The infatuated martial saint has arrived. Someone shouted from outside. Let's go take a look. The two immediately got up and left the room. Hua Qiu found it quite interesting, so she went out as well. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, and the Yu family's house is brightly lit. They had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the infatuated martial arts master arrived, old Madame Yu immediately led everyone out to greet him with utmost respect. Almost all the martial venerables left the room. After all, he was a transcendent martial saint, someone who was rarely seen in ordinary times. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the infatuated martial arts master Qin Wushang walked into the Yu family. He was a weathered-looking man in his 30s, with a long sword slung over his back. This is not surprising. Transcending the martial saint realm and undergoing a complete transformation, one can already change some external aspects. Greetings, martial saint Wushang. Everyone immediately paid their respects, including those proud and arrogant martial venerables. Qin Wushang nodded politely to everyone. Many people tried to curry favor with him, but he ignored them and remained indifferent, leaving them feeling foolish. Ha, these bastards. The martial alliance leader has tried to invite them many times, but they couldn't get them to come. Do they really think they can get close to them? Dong Zhiqi sneered in a low voice. Martial Saint Wushang, the number 1 room in the heavenly rank has been prepared for you, and it's decorated just like before, said old Madame Yu with a smile. Thank you, Qin Wushang said. This rogue martial saint is quite approachable. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. So far, almost all the martial masters and saints he has encountered have been arrogant and disdainful of everyone. Those from ancient martial arts families, in particular, are extremely arrogant and look down on everything in the secular world. Compared to them, Qin Wushang is much better. Grandma Yu personally led Qin Wushang to the guest room. Hua Qiu stood by the railing with her arms crossed. They walked past him. Wait a moment, Hua Qiu called out calmly. Qin Wushang stopped and glanced at him indifferently. What is it? He asked. Let me see your sword, Hua Qiu said. Everyone present was taken aback by these words. The martial arts masters stared at Hua Qiu in astonishment. Who is this kid? He's got some nerve. How dare you speak so rudely to the martial saint, and even ask him to show you your sword? This kid is really arrogant and doesn't know his own limitations. Does he have a death wish? Apart from Liao Tongyuan and Dong Zhiqi, everyone else found it unbelievable. The Yu family, especially the mother and son, were terrified. They knew that Hua Qiu was the future successor to the leader of the martial alliance, but who is Qin Wushang? He doesn't care about anyone. Even with Hua Qiu's status, offending him would not bring any good. Ahem, Sword Saint Wushang, this is the number 1 guest of the earth rank. He didn't mean anything by it. Please don't take it to heart. Old Madame Yu quickly smoothed things over. These words made the martial masters frown even more. A nobody actually managed to live at number 1 in the earthly division. What makes him worthy of this position? What merits does he possess? The martial arts masters disliked Hua Qiu from the very first impression. They hoped that Qin Wushang would teach Huaqiu a lesson. Qin Wushang's expression darkened. "I don't show my sword to anyone," he said coldly, refusing. After saying that, he turned to leave. Huaqiu chuckled lightly and waved his hand casually. In an instant, the long sword on Qin Wushang's back flew up and landed in his hand. Qin Wushang stopped. He stopped, turned around, and stared at Huaqiu, his brows furrowed. This kid is really fearless, he dares to steal even a martial saint's possessions. The martial venerables were shocked and shook their heads. When the martial saint Wushang loses his temper, it's hard to say whether he'll even leave with a complete corpse. I've never seen such an audacious person before. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping's expressions changed drastically, fearing that Qin Wushang would attack Huaqiu. They couldn't understand why Huaqiu would act so rashly, he was far too audacious. Clang! Huaqiu drew Qin Wushang's longsword and examined it closely. Trash! He shook his head and uttered 2 words. His expression was one of utter disdain. In an instant, all the martial arts masters were stunned. The mother and son of the Yu family looked tense and panicked. He actually dared to say that Wushang martial saint's sword was trash. How dare he do that? This kid must have lost his mind. Upon hearing these 2 words, the love-struck martial saint Qin Wushang's face darkened. 225, Chapter 225 Preaching to the Martial Saint. You're saying my sword is trash? Qin Wushang asked coldly, his face grim. Not bad. Huaqiu nodded. Your sword is rubbish. You know absolutely nothing about swords, he added. The Yu family mother and son were so angry they almost wanted to rush up and shut Huaqiu up. How can he say anything? It's one thing to steal the martial saint's sword, and it's another to offer comments, but how dare you even criticize the martial saint? Not only did they not understand, but those martial masters understood even less. In their eyes, Huaqiu was far too arrogant. Nobody likes an arrogant person. If I were the martial saint Wushang, I would have killed him with a single palm strike. Someone said angrily. Exactly, they have no manners at all. That's a martial saint, how dare they treat him like this? However, Qin Wushang has not yet made a move, but his expression is displeased. I don't understand swords, but you do? He retorted. At least I know more than you, Huaqiu said calmly. They were confrontational and showed no mercy. Qin Wushang frowned deeply. Your sword is beautifully designed, but it is a useless sword, Huaqiu continued. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang was taken aback. Why is it useless? Huaqiu smiled slightly. Because it cannot withstand even a trace of sword intent, it is nothing more than a piece of ordinary iron. As he spoke, a tiny bit of sword intent was poured into the long sword. Snap! Instantly, many tiny cracks appeared on the long sword. With a mere flick of Huaqiu's wrist, the long sword shattered into numerous fragments, which fell to the ground with a crisp metallic sound. Holy crap, he actually broke Wushang martial saint's sword. The martial venerables were shocked, and some couldn't help but exclaim. The mother and son of the Yu family were both terrified. They felt that Huaqiu had gotten himself into a terrible mess. Everyone believed that Qin Wushang would be furious and kill Huaqiu on the spot. However, Qin Wushang just stared blankly at the fragments of the longsword on the ground, remaining motionless for a long time. Everyone was puzzled as to why he hadn't made a move yet. When Qin Wushang looked up at Huaqiu again, a hint of surprise appeared on his usually indifferent face. Sword intent? He asked in a low voice. Others might not be able to sense it, but he could clearly feel that Huaqiu had just unleashed a sword intent. Even the slightest leak of a breath was enough to shake him. That sword intent was incredibly strong. He didn't know exactly how strong it was, because he hadn't even managed to cultivate the weakest sword intent. In the Xia kingdom today, there are very few martial artists who can cultivate sword intent. Qin Wushang had met all those people. No one's sword intent can compare to Huaqiu's, they are far inferior. How did you cultivate? Qin Wushang asked, his tone somewhat hurried. Sword intent was something he had craved his entire life. Such powerful sword intent excited him. Is this how you ask for help? Hua Qiu asked coldly. Qin Wushang was stunned for a moment. A moment later, he straightened his posture, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Hua Qiu, and bowed deeply. Please enlighten me, young brother, he said sincerely. At this moment, the Yu family courtyard was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. The martial arts masters were dumbfounded. The mother and son of the Yu family stared wide-eyed. Only Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi had smiles on their faces. A transcendent martial saint actually bowed to that kid and asked him for guidance? A martial saint rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said in shock. How is this possible? He's a martial saint who has transcended the martial arts realm. Why would he need to do that? Some martial venerables were dumbfounded. Some people are utterly speechless. What's going on? That kid destroyed the sword of the martial saint Wushang, but the martial saint Wushang was not angry at all, and even bowed deeply to him. They even suspected that Qin Wushang might have mental problems. What's going on? Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping looked at each other, completely baffled. They were very close, but they didn't understand each other. Because their cultivation level was too low, they couldn't sense Hua Qiu's sword intent. That's starting to look more like it, Hua Qiu nodded. He looked at Qin Wushang, his gaze wavering slightly. Once upon a time, there was an old friend in the cultivation world, just as devoted as him, just as obsessed with the way of the sword. Unfortunately, he later died at the hands of the 7 major immortal sects while trying to save Hua Qiu. Seeing him is like seeing an old friend, which evokes a sense of melancholy. Therefore, Hua Qiu came to offer some guidance. Qin Wushang, you are simply not suited for sword practice, Hua Qiu said with a stern face. I know, Qin Wushang nodded, but I insist on practicing, simply because she likes it. Hua Qiu sighed and shook his head. Do you know why you've been unable to cultivate sword intent? Qin Wushang's expression tightened. I'm all ears. Because your mindset when practicing swordsmanship is wrong, Hua Qiu said. The way of the sword is its sharpness, it is unstoppable and invincible. Your sword is practiced for others. What you really pursue is just a form. You think that sword intent is a manifestation of the way of the sword. You have never seriously thought about the true meaning of sword intent. Sword intent, it is your will, it is a consciousness inseparable from your soul, carrying your thoughts in your spirit. It is not a lifeless energy. To cultivate the sword is to cultivate the mind and the spirit. The direction of the mind is the direction of the sword. Do you understand? Qin Wushang was greatly shocked. The martial arts masters were completely confused. The mother and son of the Yu family exchanged a glance, their expressions fluctuating drastically. The sword master of the Yu family once said something similar to Hua Qiu's, but it was nowhere near as insightful or profound as Hua Qiu's. Could it be that he is a sword cultivator who surpasses even the sword venerable? Qin Wushang's body trembled. Hua Qiu knew that he had understood quite a bit. After all, he was a martial saint who had transcended the martial arts realm, and his comprehension was extraordinary. So I've been cultivating in the wrong direction all along, Qin Wushang murmured, his expression filled with sorrow. I was too stubborn, too self-righteous, and failed to understand the way of the sword, the true meaning of. Hua Qiu's words were like a wake-up call for him, instantly making him understand many things. Cultivating the sword is cultivating the mind. Hua Qiu's words echoed in his mind again and again, each time impacting his soul. It took Qin Wushang a long time to calm himself down. He smiled, a rare sight, as if relieved of a great burden. Hua Qiu also smiled. He knew that it wouldn't be long before Qin Wushang would be able to cultivate his own sword intent. As for what achievements he can make in Kendo in the future, that depends on him. Hua Qiu also felt much more relaxed. This is perhaps a small consolation for the passing of a loved one. I am deeply fortunate to have received guidance from a master today. I am unharmed and grateful. Qin Wushang bowed deeply to Hua Qiu with an extremely solemn expression. Hua Qiu accepted it calmly. The others, however, were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A dignified, transcendent martial saint, becoming the disciple of a young lad. What a breathtaking scene! I will never forget your guidance today. Qin Wushang said emphatically. Go ahead, Hua Qiu waved his hand. He knew that Qin Wushang needed to process this. Qin Wushang bowed in gratitude again and followed old Madame Yu to the guest room. Everyone stared at Hua Qiu in disbelief. Brother Hua, you are truly an extraordinary person, Yu Chuping exclaimed, filled with emotion. Just now, both he and Grandma Yu were so frightened that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Hua Qiu was even able to conquer a martial saint who had transcended the physical realm. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and offered no explanation. He turned around, intending to leave. Bang! Just then, a loud explosion came from outside, and debris flew everywhere. A piece of gravel grazed Hua Qiu's head, struck a railing post, and embedded itself deeply. Damn it, why is no one here to greet me, venerable one? A voice shouted angrily. Hua Qiu's expression darkened, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. 226, Chapter 226 Immortal Emperor, why should you back down? The gate of the Yu family was kicked open, and the two servants guarding the gate were also kicked away. Next to enter was a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard and a face full of anger. Why doesn't the head of the Yu family come to greet me personally as I, the Divine Fist Venerable, arrive? He shouted angrily, his voice like thunder, causing the servants on the ground to cover their ears in pain. Zhang Weiming, the Divine Fist Master, this brute actually came too? Some martial masters showed surprise. The Divine Fist Venerable, the sect leader of the Divine Fist sect, whose iron fists are renowned, isn't he a martial arts master who practices hard fist techniques? How come he's also interested in the sword master's techniques and skills? Someone looked puzzled. Damn it, are all the Yu family members dead? Why is no one here to greet me? The Divine Fist Venerable was short-tempered, and his voice was like thunder, causing many martial venerables to frown. Yu Chuping's expression changed, and he quickly ran over. Venerable Divine Fist, I am truly sorry, but my mother has just seen the number one guest inside, so I will greet you in my place, Yu Chuping said, bowing deeply to the Venerable Divine Fist. Are you the head of the Yu family? The Divine Fist Venerable raised an eyebrow and asked sharply. My mother is the head of the Yu family, Yu Chuping said with a forced smile. Then you are not qualified to receive this venerable one. Call your mother here. Venerable Divine Fist said with a dark face. Yu Chuping's expression stiffened. Venerable One, my mother is currently receiving the infatuated martial Saint Qin Wushang and cannot leave for the time being. It's the same if I receive you, he said with a smile. Upon hearing the name of the martial saint, the Divine Fist Venerable's expression froze, and he stopped shouting. Quickly, prepare a fine guest room for me, he commanded. However, Yu Chuping looked troubled. Because, except for the second in command of the Yu family, all the guest rooms were already full. The Kendo tournament has been delayed for 2 years, and this year there are more people than ever before. I'm so sorry, the Yu family's rooms are full. Would it be alright if we arranged for you to stay at the best luxury hotel in Xinjiang City? Yu Chuping asked in a low voice. What, you want me to stay in a hotel? Upon hearing this, Venerable Divine Fist flew into a rage. Say that again if you dare, believe me, I'll kill you with one palm. He roared, unleashing his martial venerable aura, forcing Yu Chuping to retreat repeatedly, looking disheveled and barely able to withstand the pressure. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. The Yu family has really had a lot of pent-up frustrations. According to the teachings of their ancestors, they hold a Kendo tournament every year, which is tantamount to handing over their top-level martial arts techniques. That was bad enough, but they also had to serve these arrogant martial lords like grandsons, enduring all sorts of humiliation. If the sword master were still alive, how many people would dare to act recklessly in the Yu family? It seemed that Yu Chuping was about to be forced to kneel down by the aura of the martial venerable. Hua Qiu waved his hand, sending a burst of energy flying. Bang! In an instant, the aura of the Divine Fist Master was shattered, and Yu Chuping was able to catch his breath, cold sweat pouring down his face. The Divine Fist Venerable's expression turned cold, and he looked towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's youth surprised him. Young man, who are you? You look unfamiliar, he said, squinting his eyes. That's enough, don't go too far, Hua Qiu said indifferently. You dare to lecture me? The Divine Fist Venerable's face turned cold, his expression darkening. The martial arts masters inside the courtyard watched the fight with great interest from their secluded positions. To be honest, they really wanted to see the two of them fight. Hua Qiu was too young and too conspicuous, and yet he was able to command the respect of the martial Saint Qin Wushang. Everyone wanted to know what kind of strength this young man possessed. What makes him worthy of living in room number 1 of the Earth-class rooms? Those established martial arts masters who had long been famous were very dissatisfied with being ranked behind Hua Qiu. The atmosphere inside the courtyard was tense, and a battle seemed imminent. Your Excellency, it is our Yu family's fault. We did not make proper arrangements. You two should not be angry about the Yu family's mistake. On behalf of the Yu family, I apologize to you. Yu Chuping bowed to the Divine Fist Venerable, extremely humble, trying to quell his anger. If the two were to fight, the Yu family would inevitably suffer severe damage. In addition, Hua Qiu is still young, while the Divine Fist Venerable is a veteran martial venerable, and he is afraid that Hua Qiu will suffer a loss. Who gave you the right to speak now? The Divine Fist Venerable showed no respect and waved his hand dismissively. Boom! The martial arts master's energy appeared. Yu Chuping had no time to react before he was blasted away. Seeing this, Hua Qiu's expression darkened again. The spiritual energy within his dantian was already accumulating and ready to be unleashed. Second brother. Xia Ziwei saw this scene as soon as she entered the courtyard and hurriedly helped Yu Chuping up. Yu Chuping sustained some injuries. How dare you hit me? Xia Ziwei trembled with anger, rebuking him without fear. The Yu family treated you with kindness, and you didn't appreciate it, but why did you have to hit people? The Divine Fist Master's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he glared menacingly at Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei was a little scared, but she still stood up straight and confronted him. Little girl, are you tired of living? How dare you talk to me like that? The Divine Fist Venerable sneered, his martial aura surging forth. They seemed ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Xia Ziwei's face was tense, and her body trembled slightly. That's a martial venerable, it's impossible for her not to be afraid. Suddenly, someone patted her on the shoulder. Xia Ziwei looked up and saw Hua Qiu standing beside her, smiling at her. Don't be afraid of him, Hua Qiu said. The martial aura surrounding her vanished instantly, leaving her without the slightest pressure. Xia Ziwei stared blankly at Hua Qiu. That smile seemed to have a powerful infectious quality, calming her fears and making her feel as if she were bathed in a spring breeze. If you dare to lay a hand on her, you won't leave the Yu family alive today, Hua Qiu said calmly to the Divine Fist Venerable. Upon hearing this, the Divine Fist Venerable's expression grew even colder, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. District and nobody young martial arts master dares to threaten me. Young people these days really don't know their own limitations, he said slowly with a cold laugh. The surrounding martial arts masters also shook their heads. This kid is really arrogant. He dared to offend the martial saint first and then threatened the Divine Fist Venerable. Unfortunately, the Divine Fist Venerable is not as good-tempered as the martial saint Wushang, and will definitely not let him off. This kid is just asking for trouble. The group watched coldly, offering no advice or attempt to dissuade them. Brother Hua, it's best if you don't get into a conflict with him. This Divine Fist Venerable has a bad temper, is ruthless, and is unscrupulous. No matter who you are, you should back down, Yu Chuping advised helplessly. Back down? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. A cold smile crept across his lips. In the eyes of the Supreme Immortal Emperor, what is the meaning of the word concession? He is invincible throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and all the myriad realms. When has he ever yielded? With a wave of his hand, countless lives are annihilated, even the most powerful cultivators will be reduced to ashes. Why should we back down? How dare a mere ant like Divine Fist Master be worthy of the title? 227, Chapter 227 Trampled Underfoot. Boy, state your name, I do not kill nameless nobodies. Zhang Weiming shouted coldly. Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently. This is Hua Qiu, a national hero, staying in room number 1 of the Earth classrooms. Yu Chuping quickly answered for Hua Qiu when he didn't speak. Number 1 in the earthly category? Zhang Weiming frowned immediately upon hearing this. He was also aware of the different levels of service at the Yu family's guest house. He's the best in the class, no doubt about it. However, only established martial arts masters with high reputations and status can move into the D tier. This young upstart, I've never heard of him before, yet he lives at number 1 in the Earth section? He couldn't even find a guest room and had to be put in a hotel. This was nothing short of a tremendous insult to him. How dare he live in no one land class? What makes him so special? Zhang Weiming sneered repeatedly. This was also the question in the minds of the several martial venerables present. Didn't you say there were no guest rooms? Zhang Weiming looked at Yu Chuping with a cold smile. Get this kid out, then there will be guest rooms. The number 1 spot in the earthly realm should be occupied by me, the venerable Divine Fist. This, Yu Chuping looked troubled. Why should Hua Qiu give you a room? You're so rude, the Yu family doesn't welcome you. Xia Ziwei said angrily. Little girl, are you really not afraid of death? Zhang Weiming's face was somewhat ferocious, and he actually released a murderous intent. Bang! Suddenly, without warning, he threw a punch from a distance, a powerful force slamming towards Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei's face paled. At this moment, Hua Qiu stepped forward and stood in front of her. With just a slight flick of his sleeve, the powerful and terrifying force of the punch instantly dissipated. This scene shocked the martial arts masters. Even the Divine Fist Venerable showed a strange expression. His punch was easily neutralized by that kid. This kid is quite capable. The more you back down, the more he'll take advantage of you, Hua Qiu said to Yu Chuping, his expression grim. Yu Chuping stared blankly. Besides, I have no reason to back down. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Qiu stepped forward and walked towards the Divine Fist Venerable. You really dare to fight me? Venerable Divine Fist sneered, not taking Hua Qiu seriously. After all, he was just a young martial venerable. The Divine Fist is invincible, I am the only one who reigns supreme. The Divine Fist Venerable shouted, his fists moving rapidly, and countless fist shadows immediately appeared around him, radiating a scorching aura. This is his signature skill. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent as he stepped down. Boom! In an instant, as if mountains were collapsing and the earth were splitting, the entire Yu family compound trembled. Violet ripples spread underground and carried over. Bang! The thousands of fist shadows surrounding the Divine Fist Venerable instantly collapsed and vanished into nothingness. How is this possible? The Divine Fist Venerable's expression changed instantly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Hua Qiu actually shattered his fist intent from a distance. The martial arts masters in the courtyard all looked shocked and became serious. Everyone realized that they had underestimated the young man. The Divine Fist is invincible, I am the only one who reigns supreme. The Divine Fist Venerable roared, trying to condense his fist intent once more. However, as soon as it was condensed, it burst like a bubble in an instant. There seemed to be some terrifying aura controlling the space around him. For the first time, the Divine Fist Master's face showed a look of horror. What did you do? He shouted at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu sneered and took another step forward. At this step, his body became a phantom, disappearing from everyone's sight. No one here can track his movements. Those without seats in the courtyard were greatly shocked. What kind of incredibly strange and powerful movement technique is that? Where are you? The Divine Fist Venerable searched frantically, but found nothing. Call. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from above. He was startled and quickly looked up, his pupils dilating instantly. He saw a pair of feet falling from the sky, getting closer and closer to his face. At the same time, an incredibly terrifying pressure descended, causing him to tremble involuntarily, both physically and mentally. The Divine Fist Master was greatly alarmed, his mind reeling. In less than the blink of an eye, those feet were already stepping on his face. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the Yu family courtyard, filling the air with smoke and dust, creating chaos, a sound as loud as an earthquake. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone looked back at the courtyard and their expressions were all strange. Zhang Weiming, the Divine Fist Master, had his entire body buried in the ground, with only his head remaining outside, which was trampled under Hua Qiu's feet. If Hua Qiu hadn't controlled his power and restrained it considerably, that stomp would have reduced the Yu family compound to ruins. There's no way the Divine Fist Master could survive. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, speechless. Divine Fist Venerable, the sect leader of Divine Fist sect, is an extremely powerful veteran martial arts master. Some even say he is the number one person below the great martial venerable. But in front of that young martial arts master, he couldn't even use his moves before being trampled underfoot. This young man is extremely strong. The martial venerables were shocked, and no longer had the slightest thought of underestimating him. No wonder he dared to live at number 1 in the Earth section. The venerable master of Divine Fist treats it like a game. Is this the strength of the Hua brothers? Yu Chuping was shocked. He had previously been worried that Hua Qiu was no match for him, so he had been trying to smooth things over in a humble manner. In retrospect, it was all unnecessary worry. How can he be so young and yet so powerful? No wonder he is valued by the leader of the martial alliance, Yu Chuping exclaimed. Xia Ziwei's eyes were full of admiration, she admired Hua Qiu immensely. Seeing the Divine Fist Venerable being trampled under her feet, she felt a great sense of relief and satisfaction. I am going to kill you. The humiliated Divine Fist Venerable went berserk, desperately trying to unleash his martial venerable inner strength to fight Hua Qiu to the death. Humph! Hua Qiu merely snorted coldly, and as a wave of energy descended, he couldn't even muster the slightest bit of internal strength. Divine Fist Master finally, they became terrified. He immediately realized that this person's realm was at least above the great martial venerable level, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be suppressed so severely. So young, yet possessing such strength, it's unheard of. How could he be the number 1 resident? He could easily live in the top-tier hotel. Who exactly are you? The Divine Fist Venerable asked in surprise. He is the youngest Hall of Fame level national hero in our Xia Kingdom, and is also recognized by the Martial Alliance leader and all the high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance as the future leader of the Martial Alliance. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi stepped forward at this moment to announce Hua Qiu's identity. This Divine Fist Venerable has a special stance and is extremely arrogant even when facing the Martial Alliance. That's why they kept quiet before, wanting Hua Qiu to teach him a lesson. Now that he's been warned, it's time for him to know the truth. What, the future leader of the Martial Alliance? In an instant, everyone was shocked. The leader of the Martial Alliance, the emperor of the martial arts world in the Xia Kingdom. Everyone knows what kind of status he held and what kind of power he wielded. No one expected that this young man would hold such a high position. This is the most dazzling and unparalleled genius in the Xia Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the Divine Fist Venerable was indeed shocked. At the same time, his face looked extremely pale. He was given a show of force by the Martial Alliance, becoming a stepping stone for the future leader of the alliance to establish his authority. For a moment, the Divine Fist Venerable was both shocked and furious. Martial Alliance, you guys are something else, he said fiercely. Today, I admit defeat, he said with a humiliated expression. Seeing this, Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi smiled. Hua Guosher, since he knows he was wrong, let him go, Liao Tongyuan said with a smile. Hua Qiu, however, had a sullen face. Put? Why should I release it? His words were laced with undisguised murderous intent. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone's expression changed. 228, Chapter 228. What is there to fear from a martial saint? Hua Qiu is not a person with a good temper. This divine fist venerable is so arrogant, he has offended him, how can he just teach him a lesson and let it go? Hua Guosher, do you think the lesson hasn't been taught enough? Liao Tongyuan asked weakly, his face full of worry. I've already admitted defeat, what more do you want? Venerable Divine Fist said angrily. And get off my head right now. Hua Qiu constantly trampled on him, making him feel extremely humiliated. Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and sharp, and he remained motionless. In the past, most of the people who came to cause me trouble are no longer alive, Hua Qiu said calmly. Everyone was startled. Really? Does he still intend to kill the Divine Fist Venerable? Just because he was offended by the Divine Fist Master, he wanted to take his life directly? Is this really the future leader of the Martial Alliance? How could someone harbor thoughts of murder? The leader of the Martial Alliance has always been kind and benevolent, treating all forces with kindness and striving for balance and peace. But this one seems to be the complete opposite of the Martial Alliance leader. Ha, you want to kill me? The Divine Fist Venerable suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of sarcasm. What, you can't kill him? Hua Qiu frowned. I'm afraid you can't kill him. The Divine Fist Venerable shouted. Let alone the Martial Alliance leader far away in the capital, even these two people in front of me wouldn't dare let you kill me. He seemed fearless. Hua Guosher, please calm down, Liao Tongyuan advised with concern. This divine dragon venerable has a special identity, we can't kill him casually. He shook his head. Hua Guosher, please have a word with me in private, Dong Jiqi said. Speak your mind. Hua Qiu still stood on the head of the Divine Fist Venerable. The two looked troubled. Humph, they can't say for sure, let me, the Venerable One, tell you. Venerable Divine Dragon sneered. The Martial Alliance doesn't dare let you kill me because they're wary of it, they're afraid. The founder of the Divine Fist School was my master. He left the school 20 years ago to travel the world and has not returned since. During his travels around the world, my master gained some insights, broke through the shackles of his life, and achieved the legendary transcendent martial saint realm. He is a renowned and famous fist saint who was famous throughout the world. The Divine Fist Venerable said proudly. Oh, so you have a martial arts master, Hua Qiu sneered. No wonder they dare to be so fearless and arrogant. But would Hua Qiu be afraid? Moreover, although my Divine Fist sect does not have many disciples, they are all martial artists with exceptional talent. Currently, there are more than a dozen martial artists in my Divine Fist sect who have reached the peak of the 9th rank, and they may break through to the martial venerable realm at any time. With such power and backing, which force would dare to underestimate us? Even the Martial Alliance would have to be afraid. The Divine Fist Venerable spoke louder and louder. And there's one more crucial point. My Divine Fist sect has always been neutral, belonging neither to the righteous nor the evil faction. Both the Martial Alliance and the One Qi Dao Alliance have to give face to my Divine Fist sect, because they are afraid that the Divine Fist sect will side with the enemy and give them a powerful force. If you really dare to kill me, not to mention whether my master will seek revenge, you probably won't be able to bear the punishment from the higher-ups at the Martial Alliance headquarters. Not to mention your status as the successor to the Martial Alliance leader, it seems likely that someone else will be chosen. The Divine Fist Master burst into laughter, a laugh so wild and unrestrained. Hua Qiu's expression remained indifferent. Hua Guosher, what he said is true now. Dozens of disciples from the Divine Fist sect have arrived in Qingjiang City and are staying at a hotel not far from the Yu family, Dong Jiqi said. If their sect leader dies at the hands of righteous people, there is no doubt that they will immediately defect to the evil sect and become a huge threat. Hua Guosher, think it over. Dong Jiqi said emphatically. Hua Qiu closed his eyes, released his divine sense, and sensed the aura near the Yu family that was similar to that of the Divine Fist Venerable. After a while, he found those people. Just as the Divine Fist Venerable had said, there were dozens of martial artists there, more than 10 of whom were at the peak of the 9th rank. Hua Qiu opened her eyes. Huaguosher, we can't persuade you, so we can only ask the alliance leader for help, Liao Tongyuan said apologetically, taking out a miniature computer. On the computer screen, the leader of the martial alliance appeared, his expression solemn. Hua Qiu, this divine fist venerable must not be killed. The martial alliance leader said solemnly. Now that the evil faction is stirring up trouble, there is a possibility that a third martial arts war could break out at any time in such turbulent times. If another powerful force were to emerge, it would be very harmful to the righteous faction and the Xia kingdom. Give me some face and spare Venerable Fist's life, for now let him go. The leader of the martial alliance rarely makes public appearances. But the matter alarmed him as soon as it was reported. The Divine Fist sect and the transcendent martial saint behind it are too significant to ignore. Huaguosher, even the alliance leader has personally advised you must think it over carefully. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi urged him again, their intentions sincere. Even the martial alliance leader has stepped in. It seems Hua Qiu has no choice but to back down. The surrounding martial venerables whispered among themselves, their expressions varied. There's nothing we can do. Who can blame us when the Divine Fist sect has a transcendent martial saint? The Divine Fist venerable is someone he can't touch. Who wouldn't be afraid of a transcendent martial saint? Ultimately, he was young and impetuous, and acted without thinking. He has to pay for his mistakes. He'll probably have to apologize to the Divine Fist venerable before this matter can be settled. Listening to the discussions from all sides, the Divine Fist venerable became even more arrogant. I told you long ago, you wouldn't dare kill me. He laughed loudly, mocking Hua Qiu. Unless you don't want your position as the successor to the martial alliance leader. You members of the martial alliance are hypocrites when it really matters. You still chicken out, don't you? What kind of martial alliance is this? It's more like a coward's alliance. Get off my head right now. He roared. Everyone thought Hua Qiu would compromise, especially him. Divine Fist School transcends martial arts saint gave him strong self-confidence. He even thought about how to make Hua Qiu apologize to him, and how to humiliate him to vent his anger. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi sighed helplessly. Originally, I just wanted Hua Qiu to teach the Divine Fist venerable a lesson, but I never expected it to develop like this. Who said I'm going to be the future leader of the martial alliance? Hua Qiu finally spoke, saying dismissively. What did you say? The Divine Fist master was stunned. I don't care about the position of leader of the martial alliance, Hua Qiu said indifferently. The Divine Fist master's eyes widened. Everyone was stunned. There are actually people who aren't interested in the position of leader of the martial alliance? Then aren't you afraid of the transcendent martial saint of my Divine Fist sect? The Divine Fist venerable began to panic. What's so great about a mere Divine Fist sect that has surpassed the martial saint level? Hua Qiu said frivolously, as if the martial saint was nothing special. Everyone stared at Hua Qiu in shock. He actually didn't take the transcendent martial saint seriously. Hua Qiu finally stepped down from the head of the Divine Fist venerable. Then, he stepped on the ground. Boom! The body of the Divine Fist master was squeezed out of the ground. Hua Qiu waved his hand in midair, and in an instant, his energy surged through the air, all striking the Divine Fist venerable. Ah! The Divine Fist master let out a miserable howl of pain. Everyone was stunned. He actually dared to make a move. Even the leader of the martial alliance stared blankly. When the Divine Fist master fell, his face was already pale, like a pile of mud. His bones and tendons were all broken, rendering him completely useless. The Divine Fist venerable stared at Hua Qiu with intense resentment, unable to utter a word. I'll let you live a little longer, Hua Qiu said, reaching out to grab him. He leaped into the air and left the Yu family. His destination was the hotel where the disciples of the Divine Fist sect were staying. 229, Chapter 229 The Slayer, Beishan Hua Qiu. Oops. Seeing Hua Qiu grab the crippled Divine Fist venerable and leave at lightning speed, the martial alliance leader was greatly alarmed. Quickly follow him, stop him. He hurriedly ordered Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi. The two were slow to realize what was happening, and after hearing the order, they hurriedly chased after them. The martial arts masters in the courtyard looked at each other in surprise, but quickly realized what was happening and took action, following in that direction. This is going to be good. Someone exclaimed, eager for a good show. That Hua Qiu is absolutely audacious. Not only did they ignore the Martial Alliance leader's warning and cripple the Divine Fist Venerable, but they also seemed to want to cause trouble for the Divine Fist sect. Outside the Yu family compound, Hua Qiu, carrying the crippled Divine Fist Venerable, sped through the area. There was no need to press the Divine Fist Venerable for answers. He had already sensed the gathering place of the Divine Fist sect disciples. It's very close to the Yu family's house, in a hotel on the street outside the Yu family's house. What else do you want to do? The Divine Fist Venerable asked in terror. I don't like leaving things to cause trouble later, Hua Qiu said calmly. The Divine Fist Master looked flustered. Is he planning to destroy the entire Divine Fist sect? What makes him dare to do that? Is he really not afraid of transcending the martial saint realm? The Divine Fist Master couldn't see through this young man. His unbridled behavior exceeded the Divine Fist Master's expectations. But now he's crippled and can't do anything. In just a short while, Hua Qiu arrived at a hotel. 48 people, he read out a number. The Divine Fist Master was greatly alarmed. Because that is the exact number of disciples of the Divine Fist sect here. How did he know? We haven't even seen a single person yet. Disciples of the Divine Fist sect, run! The Divine Fist Venerable shouted at the top of his lungs. The shout startled all the Divine Fist sect disciples in the hotel. Knock, knock, knock. Very quickly, the disciples of the Divine Fist sect appeared outside the hotel. When they saw their sect leader being carried like a chick by a young man, their eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you? Release our sect leader at once. Someone shouted immediately. Boy, how dare you offend the sect leader of the Divine Fist sect like this, don't you want to live? Someone shouted angrily. Hua Qiu stood indifferently, his gaze sweeping over each of the disciples of the Divine Fist sect. He took no action for the time being, waiting for his disciples to gather. A few breaths later, all 48 people had arrived. There were more than 10 ninth-rank martial artists, and the rest were 7th or 8th rank, with 6th rank being rare. According to worldly standards, the Divine Fist sect is definitely one of the top sects. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the martial venerables also arrived here one after another. Hua Guosher, please don't act rashly. Liao Tanyuan and Dong Jiqi ran over, sweating profusely, carrying a miniature computer. But Hua Qiu didn't even glance at them. Seeing Hua Qiu's indifferent expression and undiminished killing intent, the Divine Fist Venerable panicked. Disciples of the Divine Fist sect, heed my command, run for your lives. He shouted hoarsely. Go find the Supreme Elder and tell him to avenge me. However, the disciples of the Divine Fist sect were all dumbfounded, and none of them actually tried to escape. The status of the Divine Fist sect and its powerful backing made them fearless. Sect Master, you don't need to worry, no one in Xia Kingdom dares to touch our Divine Fist sect. A disciple said loudly. Our Divine Fist sect has a martial saint who has transcended the martial arts realm. It is a top sect in the Xia Kingdom. Even the leader of the Martial Alliance treats it with respect. How many people in the martial arts world dare to offend it? This brat must have used a treacherous scheme to capture you. Don't worry, we will rescue you immediately. A disciple shouted. They showed no fear of Hua Qiu, and even looked arrogant, not taking Hua Qiu seriously. The Divine Fist Master was extremely anxious. The disciples had no idea what kind of madman this was. He wanted to shout again, but Hua Qiu just pinched him gently, and he could only stammer out a single word. Boy, do you know that our Divine Fist sect's Supreme Elder is a transcendent martial saint? You dare to touch our sect master, without a doubt, you are courting death. The Divine Fist sect disciples glared angrily and shouted. Hua Qiu looked at them and gave a cold smile. The Divine Fist Master felt a chill run down his spine when he saw that eerie smile. Everyone could see Hua Qiu's murderous intent, except for the arrogant Divine Fist sect disciple, who continued to threaten Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, you can't make another move. The leader of the Martial Alliance on the computer changed his expression upon seeing this. Think twice before you act. If you take action again, it will have extremely negative consequences. It could very well trigger the Third Martial Arts World War ahead of schedule. The consequences are something you can't afford to bear. The leader of the Martial Alliance was anxious, while Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi were panicked. But Hua Qiu ignored all the warnings. He took a step forward, and his aura emanated from him. Hua Qiu, I, as the leader of the Martial Alliance, order you are not allowed to make a move. The leader of the Martial Alliance shouted angrily. Hua Qiu looked at him coldly, her expression extremely indifferent. No one can order me around. The murderous aura on his face made even the leader of the Martial Alliance change his expression. Looking at the still clamoring Divine Fist sect disciples, Hua Qiu sneered and took a step forward. Boom! An overwhelming aura swept over them in an instant, engulfing all 48 disciples of the Divine Fist sect. At that moment, it was as if the heavens and earth trembled, and an incomparably terrifying power annihilated everything. The 48 disciples of the Divine Fist sect fell silent in an instant, each of them displaying an expression of utter terror. Only those enveloped by that aura knew how terrifying that power was. With Mount Tai pressing down on me, I can't move an inch. My bones were creaking and cracking, as if I would be crushed into a pile of minced meat at any moment. The proud disciples of the Divine Fist sect had never experienced such terrifying pressure. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they were instantly drenched in sweat. Everyone was trembling and looking at Hua Qiu with extreme fear. The mere aura emanating from it is already so terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying person in the world? Meanwhile, the martial masters not far away all looked puzzled, not understanding what shock they had suffered. Kneel down. Hua Qiu's expression was icy, and he gave a cold shout. Knock knock knock. The moment the words left his mouth, all 48 disciples of the Divine Fist sect knelt down in unison. The stone slabs in this area outside the hotel were all shattered from kneeling. The disciples of the Divine Fist sect were filled with humiliation. They tried their best to resist, but it was all in vain. Hua Qiu told them to kneel down, so they had no choice but to kneel down. What an overwhelming force that was! They were like ants trying to shake a tree, utterly powerless. The martial arts masters looked astonished. A cold shout forced all the disciples of the Divine Fist sect to kneel down. Keep in mind that these are almost all high-level martial artists. Even a powerful martial venerable couldn't do that. He alone suppressed a top-tier sect. What domineering power! The Divine Fist sect, a top sect in Xia Kingdom, is that right? Hua Qiu revealed a playful smile. After today, the Divine Fist sect will cease to exist. The one who wiped out the entire family is Beishan Hua Qiu. After saying that, he lifted his foot and stomped it on the ground. Boom! The sky and earth almost changed color, and the air became chaotic. Puff puff puff. The 48 kneeling disciples of the Divine Fist sect all coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The Divine Fist Venerable was finally able to make a sound and roared. He actually dared to touch the entire Divine Fist sect. Everyone was shocked. The leader of the Martial Alliance was so angry that his face turned a deep shade of liver. But Hua Qiu showed no sign of stopping. He was talking about wiping out an entire family. 230, Chapter 230. Even the Martial Alliance leader bows his head. After the 48 disciples of the Divine Fist sect collapsed, coughing up blood, none of them got up again, and there was no sound for a long time. Everyone sensed something was wrong and immediately went to check. Upon seeing this, they were horrified. Everyone died from their severed heart meridians in breathless deaths. A martial venerable exclaimed in shock. They stared at Hua Qiu with a mixture of shock and anger. Even if the martial masters here do not belong to the Martial Alliance, they are still considered righteous. Initially, they came purely out of curiosity to watch the spectacle. Because he believed that the Martial Alliance leader alone could suppress Hua Qiu, he dared not disobey the leader's orders and instead watched coldly to see how unscrupulous Hua Qiu could be. But when Hua Qiu truly ignored the Martial Alliance leader and directly wiped out all the disciples of the Divine Fist sect, no one could sit still any longer. This is no small matter. It won't take more than 2 days for the news to spread throughout the entire martial arts world. Not only would it severely offend the supreme elder of the Divine Fist sect, creating a formidable enemy of the righteous sects, but it would also discourage some ambiguous martial arts forces, who might even defect to the One Chi Alliance. The impact is simply too great. Yu Yuri absolutely audacious. A martial venerable pointed angrily at Hua Qiu, his rage barely contained. What kind of successor is this to the Martial Alliance leader? He doesn't think things through at all, he's like a brute. How did the Martial Alliance choose this person? What about the judgment of the higher-ups? Someone shouted. Hua Qiu became the target of public criticism. Even the leader of the Martial Alliance was furious, his face dark with anger. Hua Qiu openly defied him, showing him, the Alliance leader, no respect whatsoever. He could disregard these things, but he killed all the disciples of the Divine Fist sect, causing a catastrophe. You bastard! The Divine Fist Venerable was furious and cursed loudly. He was both angry and regretful. He never imagined that just coming to participate in a swordsmanship tournament would bring about the destruction of the Divine Fist sect. I, the Supreme Elder of the Divine Fist sect, will surely tear you to pieces. I will grind your bones to dust, he said through gritted teeth. Really, then I'll wait for him to come, Hua Qiu said noncommittally. After saying that, he slapped the crown of the Divine Fist Venerable with his palm. The Divine Fist Master stared wide-eyed, dying with his eyes wide open, unable to close them in peace. Bang! Hua Qiu threw his body on the ground. You still dare to kill? The Martial Master's eyes were bloodshot, and they could hardly breathe. Humph! The leader of the Martial Alliance on the computer screen slammed his fist on the desk in anger, shattering the desk into pieces. Sinner, sinner, you are the sinner of the Xia Kingdom. Someone pointed at Hua Qiu and denounced him. Alliance leader, what right does such a person have to be the leader of the Martial Alliance? He must be severely punished. We request the Martial Alliance to provide a solution that will satisfy the people, otherwise, the people's hearts will be in turmoil, they said, bowing to the leader of the Martial Alliance. The leader of the Martial Alliance had a gloomy expression. But he didn't speak for a moment, lost in thought. After all, Hua Qiu's talent is unparalleled for centuries. If all righteous people were as foolish as you, it would only be a matter of time before they were overthrown by the evil sects, Hua Qiu said coldly. What did you say? The martial masters glared at them, extremely angry. You brat, you've committed a heinous crime, and you still dare to spout nonsense here? They couldn't resist the urge to join forces and teach Hua Qiu a lesson. However, he restrained himself for the time being in front of the leader of the Martial Alliance. Hua Qiu snorted coldly and waved his hand at the corpse of the Divine Fist Venerable. Whoosh! A token flew out of his arms and landed in Hua Qiu's hand. From the very first moment Hua Qiu met the Divine Fist Venerable, he sensed that there was an object on him that had the same aura as the high-ranking member of the One Chi Alliance that Bei Shan had killed last time. That seems to be a medium. Smack! Hua Qiu threw the token in front of everyone. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi glanced down and their expressions immediately changed. The token is engraved with the two characters, Qi. This is a Qi token that only high-ranking members of the Qi Alliance can possess. The two exclaimed in surprise. What, a Qi token? The martial masters were shocked. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was indeed a token from a high-ranking member of the Qi Dao Alliance. With this token, one can enjoy a high status in the One Chi Dao Alliance and can enter the One Chi Dao Alliance's Divine Tower for cultivation at any time. I never imagined that the Divine Fist sect had already sided with the evil sect, Liao Tongyuan said with a look of lingering fear. Fortunately, they were wiped out by Hua Guosher before they could cause much harm otherwise. The consequences would have been unimaginable if war had broken out. Hua Guosher, you are truly a divine being, you are able to foresee the future, which I greatly admire. Dong Jiqi bowed to Hua Qiu and praised him. They all sided with Hua Qiu and immediately spoke well of him. The martial arts masters looked at each other, their expressions shifting between light and dark, and for a moment no one spoke. This result surprised everyone. If they speak any further, they will only appear more foolish. But no one would apologize to Huaqiu. Not only were they unwilling, but they also felt it would be beneath them. The crowd still disapproved of Huaqiu's behavior, finding him too self-righteous and arrogant. Even so, wouldn't it have been better to explain earlier? Why make things mysterious and cause misunderstandings? Someone muttered quietly. I never explain anything to idiots, because it's pointless, Huaqiu said coldly, looking over. The martial venerable's face was ugly, and he was very angry. But he didn't dare to challenge Huaqiu, so he could only swallow his anger. Huaqiu glanced at the corpse on the ground, her expression indifferent. He wasn't some bloodthirsty serial killer. Based on the principle of leaving no future troubles, at most he would kill the Divine Fist Venerable and cripple all the disciples of the Divine Fist sect. But since they have already joined the evil faction, Huaqiu will not show them any mercy. Finally, Huaqiu looked at the leader of the Martial Alliance on the computer screen. The leader of the Martial Alliance was somewhat embarrassed. He just yelled at Huaqiu, even putting on the airs of an alliance leader and giving orders. Huaqiu, it was just a moment of panic. The alliance leader, the Martial Alliance leader, wanted to explain. Huaqiu waved his hand coldly. Remember this, he said indifferently. Everyone was stunned again. How dare he speak to the leader of the Martial Alliance in such a tone? No one can order me around, not even the leader of the Martial Alliance. Huaqiu said. This will not happen again. If it does, don't blame me for being ruthless. His tone was harsh. Everyone was stunned. That's the leader of the Martial Alliance, the uncrowned king of the martial arts world. As his successor, shouldn't Huaqiu treat him with utmost respect? How dare he warn or threaten the leader of the Martial Alliance? This is the first time a national hero has dared to reprimand the leader of the Martial Alliance. This is insubordination. This is outrageous. How could the alliance leader tolerate this? This kid is incredibly arrogant. Does he think he's some kind of emperor? He dares to talk back to anyone. Does he even have a brain? The martial masters were greatly dissatisfied. He's too arrogant. If I were the leader of the Martial Alliance, I would cripple his martial arts and exile him to the frontier. Just watch, this man is arrogant and ignorant. The alliance leader will definitely punish him. They eagerly awaited the leader of the Martial Alliance's decision to punish Huaqiu. However, although the leader of the Martial Alliance looked rather grim, he did not get angry. Not long ago, the news reported by Liao Tongyuan and Don Jiqi shocked the entire Martial Alliance headquarters. Huaqiu single-handedly stormed the Hexiu sect's mountain gate and annihilated the entire sect. Not only that, the supreme elder of the Hexiu sect, who had broken through to the transcendent martial saint realm, also died. Although it's uncertain whether he truly died at Huaqiu's hands, it wouldn't have been easy for the Martial Alliance leader to storm the Hexiu sect's mountain gate and destroy it. Huaqiu, he is no longer a young dragon. He is a giant dragon soaring through the clouds. I did misspoke just now, said the leader of the Martial Alliance. Upon hearing this, all the martial venerables were stunned. What happened to the promised sanctions and punishments? How could the leader of the Martial Alliance not get angry after being so offended? I apologize to you here and promise that this will not happen again, the leader of the Martial Alliance said. What? The martial arts masters all gaped open, their eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. The dignified leader of the Martial Alliance actually bowed down to a young national hero? For a moment, they felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the world had been turned upside down. Unbelievable, incomprehensible. Why is that? That's good. Then Huaqiu nodded and didn't pursue the matter further. But the martial masters could no longer remain calm and their emotions were not at peace. The supreme elder of the Divine Fist sect will definitely seek revenge on you, so you must be careful, the Martial Alliance leader warned. Huaqiu's lips curled up into a slight smile. I was worried he wouldn't come. 231, Chapter 231. For the sake of a beauty, commanding the martial venerable. After destroying the Divine Fist sect, Huaqiu leisurely returned to the Yu family. Those martial masters followed behind, their expressions extremely complicated. I've never heard of the Martial Alliance leader bowing down to any junior. In their eyes, Hua Qiu had become synonymous with mystery. Just because of his extraordinary talent, he was treated with such tolerance and preferential treatment by the leader of the Martial Alliance. I always felt there was some unknown reason behind this. Upon arriving at the Yu family's gate, one sees old Madame Yu and her family welcoming a newly arrived martial venerable. Judging from their level of respect, that person must be of very high status. Isn't that Ding Wuang from Jiangnan? He's finally arrived. A martial venerable recognized the man and said. Ding Wuang was the guest staying at the second highest rank in the Heavenly Palace. He was also the last guest of the Yu family. King Ding Wu, it's been a long time since we've seen you, you still look as dashing as ever. Some of the martial lords recognized him and quickly ran over to flatter him. This King Ding Wu is also a Hall of Fame level national hero. He attends almost every sword tournament, and he seems to be extremely interested in the swordmaster's techniques and martial arts. Liao Tongyuan introduced to Hua Qiu from the side. I heard that he was an old acquaintance of the once powerful swordmaster of the Yu family, which is why the Yu family respected him far more than others. An old acquaintance of the swordmaster? Hua Qiu glanced at Ding Wuang, who was chatting and laughing with old Madame Yu. Judging from their appearance, they seem to have a pretty good relationship. Since you are an old acquaintance of the swordmaster, why would you sit idly by and watch the Yu family decline without offering any help? He asked, frowning. If a martial king were truly willing to support the Yu family, he could have simply made a show of it, and the Yu family wouldn't have fallen into its current state. Hua Qiu had heard Xia Ziwei say that. Swordmaster was old Madame Yu's father. After his death, the Yu family suffered from the machinations of their enemies, quickly declined, and was eventually forced to relocate to the place of origin, never to regain its former glory. A once top-tier martial arts family, now its strongest member, as revealed, is only at the 7th rank. During each sword tournament, the martial artists from all sides were even more aggressive, with any martial master able to ride roughshod over the Yu family, who had to treat them with utmost deference. When did King Ding Wu ever offer the slightest support? I don't know, it's probably because King Ding Wu has something he can't say about it. Liao Tongyuan couldn't answer. The three of them walked over. At this moment, old Madame Yu pulled Xia Ziwei to her side and introduced her to Prince Ding Wu. Her name is Xia Ziwei, and she is my goddaughter. I hope your highness will take good care of her in the future, said old Madame Yu with a smile. King Ding Wu looked at Xia Ziwei with a kind expression and smiled. Your eye for talent has always been exceptional. This little girl is quite remarkable. King Ding Wu smiled and patted Xia Ziwei's head like an elder. Hua Qiu's gaze immediately sharpened upon seeing this scene. Others might not be able to see it, but he could sense it clearly. On the surface, King Ding Wu appeared kind and smiling, but in reality, he had secretly channeled a trace of internal energy into Xia Ziwei with that slap. Buzz. The spiritual power and divine sense that Hua Qiu left in Xia Ziwei's body immediately reacted and automatically counterattacked, instantly devouring Ding Wuang's internal energy. King Ding Wu's expression immediately froze, revealing a strange look. Ding Wuang, what's wrong? Old Madame Yu asked. It's nothing. Your goddaughter has good potential and is very suitable for martial arts. I'll give her some pointers when I have the chance in the future. Ding Wuang quickly recovered and smiled. Then thank you very much, Prince Ding Wu. Old Madame Yu was overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. Although we don't know what King Ding Wu is planning, he certainly doesn't have any good intentions. Hua Qiu walked straight over and pulled Xia Ziwei to her side. Xia Ziwei looked at him, puzzled. From now on, no matter who tries to give you advice, you don't need to listen. What I teach you is the best. No one else can give you that advice, he said calmly. That sounds like he's jealous. Xia Ziwei immediately blushed slightly and nodded gently. In the past 2 days, Hua Qiu personally taught her the Bai family martial arts school techniques, from which she benefited greatly and became much closer to Hua Qiu. In addition to the 2 times he saved her and the Yu family's lives, Xia Ziwei had come to regard him as an important friend. And who is this? King Ding Wu asked with a smile. He is Hua Qiu, the youngest Hall of Fame scholar in our Xia kingdom, and also a great benefactor of our Yu family. Old Mrs. Yu said quickly. Oh? King Dingwu looked at Hua Qiu with surprise. I've long heard that my Xia kingdom has produced a peerless genius. I never imagined I'd have the chance to meet him today. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said with a smile. Hua Qiu ignored him. This caused King Dingwu to pause in surprise. His face didn't show anything, but his eyes were imperceptibly dark. I heard that King Dingwu was an old friend of the sword master of the Yu family? Hua Qiu asked. Of course, sword master and I were like brothers, close friends. King Dingwu immediately said. Then why didn't King Ding help the Yu family when they suffered this calamity? Hua Qiu asked again. King Dingwu's expression froze. At the time, I was traveling and found out too late. This is a great regret of mine. I have let down the sword master and the Yu family, he said with shame. This is not Ding Wuwang's fault, it's just that the Yu family has been unlucky, said old Madame Yu. Hua Qiu sneered inwardly. Even if he couldn't help back then, it would have been a piece of cake for a martial king to revive the Yu family. This King Dingwu was nothing but a hypocrite. What displeased Hua Qiu the most was that he dared to make underhanded moves against Xia Ziwei. Who knows what he's thinking? Actually, we can help the Yu family anytime we want, Hua Qiu said calmly. It's just a matter of whether you have the heart or not. As he spoke, Hua Qiu looked at the martial venerables. Listen up, you high and mighty martial lords. He shouted with a stern face. From now on, if I ever see anyone bullying the Yu family again, I will cripple them so that he will never have the chance to reach the realm of martial venerable. Hua Qiu said domineeringly. Especially this girl, no matter if you are a martial venerable or a martial king, if you dare to show her the slightest disrespect, your trip to the Yu family will be the final destination of your lives. Hua Qiu said these words with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, the martial venerables revealed their anger. He dared to threaten all the martial venerables all by himself. But for a moment no one dared to speak. King Dingwu's expression changed slightly, and he narrowed his eyes. He sensed a hidden meaning in Hua Qiu's words. His expression turned slightly unpleasant. Hua Qiu was clearly doing this for him, mocking his hypocrisy. The Yu family looked at Hua Qiu with astonishment. For the first time in so many years, someone has been willing to stand up for them. They were treated like cattle and horses year after year. How could they not feel humiliated? The Yu family was deeply moved. Xia Ziwei stared blankly at Hua Qiu, her heart pounding. A man commanded all the martial arts masters on her behalf, intimidating them into silence. What woman could remain calm in such a situation? Damn it, he's so arrogant. Who does he think he is? One of the martial venerables muttered under his breath, quite dissatisfied. But he really didn't dare to offend Hua Qiu. He had just destroyed the Divine Fist sect and was highly regarded by the leader of the martial alliance. Only the 2 or 3 grand martial venerables residing in the heavenly rank dared to show a cold glint in their eyes, clearly displeased. Hua Qiu looked over coldly. He wouldn't hesitate to take action against anyone who dared to disobey. At a time of heightened tensions. What this young man has to say is exactly what I have to say, Qin Wushang suddenly appeared and said calmly. Did you hear that? He asked. The moment the martial saint released his aura, the martial venerables all changed their expressions. We heard Yue will definitely treat the Yu family with respect from now on. They quickly replied. Qin Wushang then withdrew his aura, nodded to Hua Qiu, and went inside. King Dingwu looked astonished upon seeing this. Even the love-struck martial saint protected him. What's so special about this kid? His expression was somber, and it was unclear what he was thinking. He would occasionally glance at Hua Qiu, his mood shifting unpredictably. Hua Qiu glanced around the arena. Almost all the martial venerables were dissatisfied with him, but they dared not retaliate for the time being. Oh. Coincidentally, Hua Qiu also disliked them. Those who hate me, I will make them submit. 232, Chapter 232. The Sword arrives. Today, the Yu family's annual kendo tournament officially begins. The Yu family erected a platform on the street outside their mansion. Early in the morning, the place was already crowded with people, with martial artists from all over the world packed in. There were seats on the platform, and only members of the Yu family and powerful martial arts masters were qualified to sit there. Hua Qiu casually found a seat on the edge of the room and sat down. He noticed that every martial artist who came here carried a sword with him. No one was just there to watch the spectacle, everyone wanted to obtain the Yu family's sword master's techniques and martial arts skills. Before long, all the martial venerables were seated. Martial Saint Qin Wushan was seated in the very center, but after glancing at it, he walked over and sat down next to Hua Qiu, nodding to him. He ignored all those who flattered and fawned over him along the way. This scene drew astonishment from the many martial artists below. The martial saint transcends the highest realm and rarely appears in the secular world. Qin Wushan was an outlier, walking in the mortal world, unlike other martial saints who were obsessed with secluded cultivation and extending their lifespan. Countless people tried to curry favor with him, but were ignored. "Who is that young man?" The infatuated martial saint actually nodded politely to him. "What is his identity?" The martial artists who did not know Hua Qiu's identity were very surprised. He must be from the Yu family, so young, he couldn't possibly have reached the martial venerable realm. As for why Qin Wushan greeted him, that remains a mystery. The martial artists discussed amongst themselves, completely baffled. As they were discussing it, a beautiful figure appeared. Xia Ziwei arrived dressed in a light and form-fitting training outfit, which showed off her slender figure, and carried a precious sword. She blinked her beautiful eyes, found Hua Qiu's location, and quickly walked over and sat down next to Hua Qiu. "You're participating too?" Hua Qiu asked in surprise, seeing her holding a sword. "My godmother asked me to participate and gave me a precious sword that the swordmaster once used," Xia Ziwei said with a smile. "My godmother said that if I could cut through the sword pathstone, that would be the result she would most like to see." Hua Qiu looked strange and said nothing. But he knew perfectly well that with Xia Ziwei's strength, it was impossible for her to cut through the sword Dao stone. She knew almost nothing about swordsmanship. "With your delicate skin and clumsy hands, be careful not to hurt yourself while practicing swordsmanship," Hua Qiu complained. "Mind your own business." Xia Ziwei rolled her eyes at him. "Maybe I'm a kendo genius, don't underestimate me." Qin Wushan watched the two bickering, a rare smile appearing on his face, as if recalling the past and feeling somewhat sentimental. Soon, Yu Chuping went on stage and announced the official start of the kendo tournament. The warriors were excited and eagerly awaited their arrival. Then, Yu Chuping waved his hand, and 5 martial artists from the Yu family carried a long sword onto the stage. The sword was shorter than the one in Xia Ziwei's hand, yet it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. The 5 martial artists were sweating profusely and struggling to lift it. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing this. "That one is the true sword of the swordmaster, a magical sword, incomparably sharp, and possessing extremely powerful strength," Xia Ziwei said to Hua Qiu. "According to the last wish of the swordmaster, this sword must be brought out at every sword tournament until it finds its true owner. Unfortunately, more than 20 years have passed, and like the swordmaster's techniques and martial arts, no one can take it away." Hua Qiu nodded. He saw through the true nature of the sword that the sword master wore at a glance. Slightly surprised. The sword of an ordinary sword master has actually possessed a spirit. Although it lacks spiritual power, such a weapon can already be called a spiritual weapon, transcending the mortal realm. As soon as the sword master brought out his sword, all the martial artists' eyes burned with fervor. Even the martial masters on the stage stared intently at the sword master's sword, revealing their longing. Qin Wushan was also tempted and wanted to obtain that sword. Without a doubt, it was a top-tier divine weapon that everyone wanted. "This sword belongs to the sword master of my Yu family. Only those recognized by the divine sword can easily wield it," Yu Chuping declared loudly. "According to the sword master's last wish, whoever gains the sword's approval will become its new master. Any martial artist can go up on stage to try. If they are recognized by the divine sword, the divine sword will react and follow the martial artist. Please, all you martial venerables, try it out first," Yu Chuping said, bowing to the people sitting on the platform. "I'll go first." A sword master immediately jumped up and walked over impatiently. The crowd remained calm and let him do as he pleased. After all, more than 20 years have passed, and even the powerful transcendent martial saint has not gained the recognition of that divine sword. The martial venerable couldn't wait to walk up to the sword venerable's sword and bend down to take it. The martial venerable's strength far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. Although he struggled somewhat, he still managed to lift the divine sword with one hand. But after a long time, the divine sword still did not react. Clearly, he is not being recognized. Next up, Yu Chu-ping shouted. The martial venerable sighed, put down his divine sword in frustration, and returned to his seat. Next, each martial arts master stepped forward to try. Regardless of their cultivation level, none of them could gain the approval of the divine sword. The appearance of martial saint Qin Wushang attracted everyone's attention. In the past, he had also failed. But this time, when he picked up the divine sword, it actually emitted a clear, ringing sound. This is the first time in more than 20 years that such a situation has occurred. Could it be that Wushang martial saint has gained recognition? Everyone was shocked. Hua Qiu's expression changed. He knew that after his guidance that day, Qin Wushang's sword intent had begun to emerge, and he would soon be able to comprehend his own sword intent. That's why the sword master's sword reacted. The Yu family members all showed surprise. But the divine sword only emitted a sword cry and then showed no other reaction. It's a pity that the martial saint Wushang still failed to gain the divine sword's recognition, Yu Chu-ping said with a smile. Qin Wushang shook his head and walked away helplessly. This isn't considered recognition. What exactly constitutes recognition? The martial artists looked at each other in bewilderment. Xia Ziwei walked over and used all her strength, but she couldn't move the divine sword an inch, let alone gain its approval. Little sister, let's forget about it, Yu Chu-ping said, suppressing a laugh. Xia Ziwei returned to her seat in annoyance and noticed that Hua Qiu also had a smile on her face. What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, you do it yourself, as if you can gain the approval of the divine sword, she said angrily. If I could, what then? Hua Qiu revealed a playful smile. Stop bragging, even the martial saint couldn't do it, how could you possibly? Xia Ziwei pouted and said disbelievingly. If you really succeed, I'll be your maid, serve you like a slave for the rest of my life. She said, pouting. You said it yourself, Hua Qiu said with a smile, standing up. In an instant, many eyes were drawn to Hua Qiu. These past few days, he's been quite the celebrity here. Everyone was looking at him, but he stood still. Stage frightened? The martial arts masters chuckled. Anyway, none of the martial venerable experts succeeded, and neither did the martial saint. Why would he be afraid of losing face? Someone said. Only Qin Wushang stared at Hua Qiu with a solemn expression. Why don't you go? What are you doing standing here? Xia Ziwei looked at him, puzzled. If you want this sword, why do you need me to come over? Hua Qiu smiled slightly. He stretched out a hand, beckoned to the sword master's sword, and said, Sword, come. Everyone was stunned. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can gain the approval of the divine sword with a single gesture? How naive and arrogant. The martial artists below the stage quickly burst into laughter, thinking he was just trying to attract attention. Even the martial saint himself couldn't get the divine sword's approval. Does he think he's the sword master, that he can summon the divine sword with a wave of his hand? What wishful thinking! Someone mocked. The martial arts masters on the stage all had suppressed smiles on their faces. They also found Hua Qiu utterly ridiculous. Being too self-righteous will inevitably lead to losing face. Hua Qiu, what are you doing? How embarrassing, Xia Ziwei whispered. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Clang! Suddenly, the sword of the swordmaster in Taichung emitted a fierce sword cry that resounded throughout the area. The sound of swords hummed, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, everyone was stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Boom! The sword of the swordmaster, which had been silent for more than 20 years, suddenly burst forth with a magnificent light that was hard to look at directly. The next moment, the divine sword soared into the sky, hovering on the stage with a long trail, its cry filled with joy. Then, it flew straight towards Hua Qiu. 233, Chapter 233. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. It really summoned them. The martial artists stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The martial arts masters on the stage were also unable to sit still, staring in shock at the scene before them. At that moment, everyone lost their composure and calmness, and were quite shocked. The Sword Master's sword is a universally acknowledged divine weapon, coveted by everyone. But more than 20 years have passed, and not a single person has been able to gain its approval. Hua Qiu merely stood there and shouted, "Sword, come!" And the Sword Master's sword shone brightly, flying towards him on its own. Why is that? The martial arts masters couldn't understand it. Watching the divine sword fly around Hua Qiu endlessly, fluttering about like a puppy seeing its owner, they felt a tightness in their chests. The last thing I want to see is Hua Qiu obtaining the divine sword. Sword intent. Qin Wushang stared at Hua Qiu with a solemn expression. Only he knows what happened. But he didn't expect that Hua Qiu's mere release of sword intent from a distance would cause the sword master's sword to tremble greatly and fly over to show goodwill. Indeed, he sensed the fawning intent that the sword master's sword held towards Hua Qiu. How strong must his sword intent be for a divine sword to treat him like this? After more than 20 years, this sword has finally found its owner. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping had complicated expressions. That was the sword master's last wish, and it took them more than 20 years to fulfill it. Father, if you could know this from beyond the grave, you would be comforted, wouldn't you? Old Mrs. Yu said softly, her eyes filled with tears. Xia Ziwei's pretty face froze. She looked at Hua Qiu and the divine sword in disbelief. She had made a bet with Hua Qiu. The thought of serving Hua Qiu as his maid in the future made Xia Ziwei blush slightly, her feelings extremely complicated. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Hua Qiu seized the sword master's sword. He swung his sword towards the sky, and instantly a powerful sword light shot straight up, cleaving the air and creating a long trail. That kind of power astonished all martial artists. For a moment, everyone felt both envious and jealous. However, Hua Qiu frowned. He placed the sword master's sword in front of him and shook his head. Your sword is too weak, he said with a look of disdain. Everyone was stunned. He actually complained that the sword master's sword was too weak? Are you kidding me? That's a divine weapon that everyone dreams of. He's definitely faking it, he's secretly overjoyed. The crowd was indignant. But Hua Qiu wasn't pretending. This sword, which had just acquired a spiritual quality, was a divine weapon to ordinary martial artists, but it was no match for him. Not to mention the red sword that the Lin family obtained, even in Madame Xiang's storage bag there is a spiritual sword that is stronger than the sword that the sword master wears. As if understanding Hua Qiu's meaning, the sword master's sword emitted a disgruntled hum. Hua Qiu smiled slightly, letting out some of the aura of the red sword inside his storage bag. In an instant, the sword of the sword master trembled and emitted a vibration. The aura within terrified it. It immediately wilted, and the sword drooped down. Hua Qiu found it somewhat amusing. He glanced at Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei shuddered and quickly crossed her arms over her chest, looking wary. Even though I'm your maid, you can't have any bad thoughts, and even if you do, you can't do them here, she said weakly. What are you thinking about? Hua Qiu asked speechlessly. This sword is not quite suitable for you, Hua Qiu said after a moment's thought. Then he looked at Qin Wushang and threw the sword in his hand to him with a smile. Qin Wushang, here you go, he said. Qin Wushang caught the sword in surprise. The sword that the sword master carried became extremely heavy in his hands. It made a dissatisfied sound, trembling incessantly in Qin Wushang's hand, showing great resistance. Only Hua Qiu can gain its approval here. Don't be dissatisfied, this person will soon be able to cultivate his own sword intent. His future achievements in swordsmanship will definitely surpass your original master, I can guarantee that, Hua Qiu said in a deep voice. If you still don't comply, I will destroy your spirituality. He threatened again. The sword master's sword trembled, and he finally humbly tapped the blade. Qin Wushang stared blankly at the divine sword in his hand, feeling as if it had lost its weight. This divine sword, is it really for me? He could hardly believe it. I don't like this sword, you can have it, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Once you cultivate sword intent, you will be able to use it smoothly in exchange. Please take good care of the Yu family. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang's expression turned serious. Thank you for the sword, young brother. He took the sword and bowed deeply to Hua Qiu. I will definitely take care of the Yu family, he added. Hua Qiu nodded. Given Qin Wushang's personality, he is basically a man of his word. This is a person who is extremely dedicated to the way of the sword. He resembles an old friend and thus forms a good connection with him. Everyone was stunned by this scene. He actually didn't want a peerless weapon, he just gave it away. What was he thinking? This young man is clever. The divine sword has fully awakened, which will inevitably attract a lot of competition. He knows that he can't keep it with his strength, so he gives the divine sword to the infatuated martial saint and can also get a great favor from the martial saint. Someone analyzed. Those who heard it nodded in agreement, finding the explanation quite reasonable. Some martial masters with ulterior motives could only suppress their greed. King Dinghu's expression was gloomy. He glanced at Qin Wushang and frowned deeply. The martial saint is someone he can't afford to offend. After the commotion subsided, the kendo tournament continued. Next comes the main event. The Yu family warriors carried a large stone, taller than a person, onto the platform. On the large rock is a sword character carved with vigorous strokes, which was personally engraved by the Yu family's sword master back then, exuding a sharp aura. This is the sword-making stone of the Yu family. Cut it open, and you will obtain the sword master's techniques and martial arts. Hua Qiu glanced at the word sword and his gaze sharpened slightly. Yu family sword master, a mortal martial arts master. He can reaching such a level in swordsmanship is truly no easy feat. Even disregarding cultivation level, just looking at sword intent, even many foundation establishment cultivators cannot match the sword venerable's sword intent. If this sword master were alive, and his vision were not limited by worldly affairs, he would surely become a powerful swordsman in the future, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. As before, the martial arts masters on the stage were the first to try it. One by one, the martial masters got up, only to return disappointed. Hua Qiu knew that, apart from him, no one else here could cut through that sword path stone. The prerequisite for cleaving the sword path stone is to possess sword intent. No matter how powerful those martial masters are, or how fancy their sword moves are, they are useless against the special material sword stone. Only Qin Wushang could cause the sword stone to fluctuate, but he still couldn't make it crack. Qin Wushang returned to his seat, somewhat disappointed. He came every time, and failed every time. The sword master's techniques are no longer useful to you. What you must follow is your own path of the sword, Hua Qiu said calmly. Qin Wushang was taken aback, but after a moment he understood and cupped his hands in greeting to Hua Qiu. Xia Ziwei's pretty face was tense and she looked very nervous. It was her turn to go on stage. Sigh, even martial venerables and martial saints can't do it, so it's probably no use if I go, she sighed, afraid of making a fool of herself again like before. Do you really want the sword master's techniques and martial arts? Hua Qiu asked. Of course I want to. If I can do it, my godmother will be very happy. Xia Ziwei said. Then go ahead, Hua Qiu waved his hand. You can cut through the sword path stone. Xia Ziwei's eyes widened. Impossible, how could I possibly have such an ability? She shook her head frantically. If I say you can do it, then you can. Hua Qiu said with absolute certainty. He waved his hand again, and Xia Ziwei was sent flying by a gentle force. Xia Ziwei was flustered and almost lost her grip on the sword. Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter came from below. Some people even egged her on to get down and not embarrass herself. Xia Ziwei was extremely nervous and slowly raised the sword in her hand. She turned to look at Hua Qiu, her face contorted with bitterness and a hint of annoyance. Can she really trust Hua Qiu? 234, Chapter 234 What is there to fear when martial venerables join forces? Hua Qiu nodded to Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and slashed the sword in her hand fiercely at the sword path stone. Hua Qiu, who was in the distance, slightly raised his hand, and instantly, a powerful immortal emperor's sword intent spread out. The moment Xia Ziwei's sword struck the sword path stone, his sword intent also struck at the same time. Boom! In an instant, the sword path stone emitted a loud bang. Xia Ziwei opened her eyes in surprise, staring at the sword stone in disbelief. Many cracks have appeared on the sword-making stone. With a loud bang, the sword-wielding figure, taller than a person, turned into a pile of rubble. Xia Ziwei stood there, sword in hand, stunned, unable to react for a long time. The martial arts masters on the stage all stood up, unable to remain calm. The martial artists below the stage were shocked, especially those who had mocked Xia Ziwei. Their mouths were agape, and they couldn't close them for a long time. That's wonderful, that's absolutely wonderful. Grandma Yu and her son Yu Chuping were so excited that their bodies trembled, and their faces were full of smiles. Two really succeeded? Xia Ziwei said in a daze. She turned around and looked at Hua Qiu, his words echoing in her ears again. I said you can do it, and you definitely can. She knew perfectly well that she definitely did not have the ability to cut through the sword stone. It must have been Hua Qiu who secretly helped, otherwise, it would have been impossible. Xia Ziwei was incredibly grateful to Hua Qiu. My heart feels warm. Hua Qiu helped her so much. Thank you, she said silently to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu smiled. This actually her way of making amends to Xia Ziwei. He was trying his best to be good to Xia Ziwei and make her as happy as possible during this period. Because what he was about to do would be a disaster for Xia Ziwei. He will take away her hope. Godmother, I did it. Xia Ziwei cheered and shared the good news with Grandma Yu. Good Ziwei, you did a great job. Grandma Yu was both excited and pleasantly surprised, and extremely gratified. Yu Chuping helped her walk over. With a smile on her face, Grandma Yu gestured for Yu Chuping to pry apart the fragments of the sword stone. Yu Chuping did as instructed and quickly found an iron box among the rubble. He opened the tin box and took out 2 books. Thesis: The Sword Techniques and Martial Arts Left by My Father. Old Madame Yu said in a trembling voice, stroking the 2 books. It seemed like this was also the first time she had seen it. Mother, our Yu family has finally obtained these 2 books, Yu Chuping said in a trembling voice, with tears in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's expression changed. It turns out that the sword master of the Yu family did not leave his skills and techniques to his descendants, but sealed them in the sword Dao stone. Whoever can cut it open owns it, and his descendants are treated equally. This sword master was too selfless, which truly caused suffering to his descendants. Hua Qiu finally understood why the Yu family had fallen into such a state. He couldn't comment on the sword master's selflessness. But he would never do such a thing. Family ties are the emotion he values most. Everyone, the sword stone has been shattered. From now on, the Yu family will no longer hold sword tournaments. Old Madame Yu announced loudly to everyone. The scene was completely silent. No one expected that after more than 20 years of failure, a young girl would finally succeed. Many people looked gloomy. Those martial arts masters on the stage, in particular, had extremely ugly expressions. They were very dissatisfied with this result. I hereby declare the kendo tournament over. Yu Chuping announced, his face beaming with joy. Wait. A martial arts master on the stage suddenly said with a stern face. Master Martial Venerable, is there anything else you need? Old Madame Yu asked. I do not accept this result. The man said coldly. Grandma Yu's smile was slightly stiff. Why shouldn't you admit it? Old Mrs. Yu asked, puzzled. I suspect that girl cheated. Your Yu family colluded to give her the precious sword that the swordmaster once used, and also told her the real method of cutting stone, so that she could succeed. Otherwise, how could a female martial artist with such a low cultivation level cut through the sword Dao stone? could it be that none of us martial venerables and martial saints are as good as her? The martial venerable pressed aggressively, placing Xia Ziwei in opposition to all the powerful figures with a single sentence. Grandma Yu's expression changed. Although Xia Ziwei is my goddaughter, none of our Yu family knows the shortcut to breaking the sword Dao stone, so how can you say that we helped her cheat? I swear that this matter is absolutely fair and just, and our Yu family has not done anything underhanded. However, this did not convince the martial venerable. Say what you will, we do not accept this result. So many powerful individuals couldn't do it, yet a girl of low cultivation level did. I assent there's something fishy going on, who would believe that? Enough with the nonsense, hand over your cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, or don't blame us for being impolite. The martial master's aura erupted, creating immense pressure. The mother and son of the Yu family looked grim. Xia Ziwei was furious, but powerless to do anything about it. Snort! A cold snort rang out. In an instant, the powerful aura of that martial venerable froze, and the pressure dissipated. I'd like to see just how impolite you are. Hua Qiu stood up, his face cold and disdainful. The martial venerable's face turned ugly. But he was no match for Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, you can't think that just because you're the heir to the martial alliance, you can do whatever you want and openly protect cheaters. He said angrily, pointing at Hua Qiu. Today, I'm not the only one here, everyone is dissatisfied. Are you really going to risk everyone's wrath for the sake of a little girl? Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh, neither confirming nor denying. So what if I incur public wrath? He remained disdainful. The martial venerable, who had been shouting, looked even more gloomy. Gentlemen, what are you all still sitting there for? He shouted. The next moment, almost all the martial arts masters on the stage stood up. In an instant, more than a dozen martial arts auras erupted, causing a tremendous roar around the platform. The booming sound continued incessantly. These martial masters had somber expressions and menacing auras. They had long disliked Hua Qiu. They had been somewhat wary before, but now, in order to compete for the sword master's techniques and martial arts, they decided to join forces, showing no respect even to Hua Qiu, who was the successor to the martial alliance leader. Ding Wu Wang, Yu. Old Mrs. Yu and Yu Chuping looked at one person in disbelief. Ding Wu Wang, who was once a close friend of the sword master, was also among them. I apologize, but the Yu family has indeed acted unfairly in this matter. As an esteemed national scholar and a martial king, I cannot show favoritism or disregard justice. King Ding Wu said righteously. The mother and son of the Yu family turned pale. They finally saw through King Ding Wu's hypocrisy. With so many martial venerables pressuring them together, how could they possibly withstand it? Hua Qiu, a national hero, I advise you to stay out of this. A martial arts master shouted. This is not something you can control. Could it be that you're going to gamble everything and oppose more than 10 of us martial venerables? Think carefully about yourself. Do you have that kind of strength? Someone said contemptuously. Hua Qiu chuckled lightly, his expression indifferent. He took a step forward, his figure towering above the sky. Do you think that by joining forces you can force me to submit? Joke. You are all ants, and even if you unite, you are still ants. 235, Chapter 235. Not a single step can be taken. How dare you call us ants? Hua Qiu's words infuriated the dozen or so martial venerables. They couldn't understand how he dared to be so arrogant in the face of so many martial venerables joining forces, including powerful martial venerables and martial kings. Hua Qiu, since you insist on defying public opinion and going against our will, then don't blame us for being ruthless and disrespectful to the martial alliance. A grand martial venerable coldly shouted. They haven't made a move against Hua Qiu yet simply because they are wary of the martial alliance. Hua Qiu smiled coldly, too lazy to say anything more to these self-righteous martial masters. He began to exude a powerful aura, indicating his stance. The martial arts masters narrowed their eyes, their expressions turning grim. It must be said that Hua Qiu's aura was extremely profound, making it impossible for them to fathom its depths. But they outnumbered each other and were extremely powerful, so no one was afraid of them. Right now, the one these martial venerables fear most is still that infatuated martial saint, Qin Wushang. He seems to have a close relationship with Hua Qiu. If he steps forward to protect Hua Qiu, even if more than 10 martial venerables join forces, the outcome is unpredictable. However, Qin Wushang has never liked to meddle in worldly affairs and hasn't made a move in a long time. Martial Saint Wushang, can you tolerate the Yu family's cheating? A martial venerable asked loudly, trying to pull him into his camp. They assumed that Qin Wushang, who participated in the Sword Dao tournament every year and was so eager for the Sword Venerable's techniques and martial arts, would definitely be tempted. Qin Wushang glanced at the group of martial venerables, his face showing disdain. He slowly stood up, nodded to Hua Qiu, and his expression seemed to say, "Don't worry, I'm your strong support." "You don't need to help." Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Qin Wushang looked surprised and puzzled as he looked at Hua Qiu. "Those are more than 10 martial venerables, 2 great martial venerables and 1 martial king. Is he sure he can handle them?" "Qin Wushang, go watch from the sidelines," Hua Qiu said telepathically without any politeness. Qin Wushang frowned slightly. He was a transcendent martial saint, yet Hua Qiu never showed him the slightest respect, always ordering him around. But Hua Qiu had done him a great favor, so although he was somewhat displeased, he didn't say anything and silently walked to the side. If Hua Qiu is in trouble, he will still help. But this kid is too arrogant, he needs to be taught a lesson. Great, Qin Wushang doesn't intend to interfere. This scene delighted all the martial venerables. The atmosphere on the field was tense and confrontational. Hua Qiu calmly walked up to Xia Ziwei and the other two, then turned to face the crowd. The three of them looked at him with tension and worry. They didn't think Hua Qiu could fight against so many strong people. "Qin Wushang, today is the last time I will give you guidance." Hua Qiu looked at Qin Wushang again and said loudly. Qin Wushang raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. Who does he think he is, giving guidance to a transcendent martial saint? The martial venerables looked on with sneers. Let me first see how powerful this so-called Hua Qiu national scholar is. The martial venerable who had been shouting at the beginning said with a sneer and was the first to step forward. They didn't rush forward because they felt it would be beneath their dignity and invite criticism. I'll test whether you're qualified to be the next leader of the martial alliance. The martial venerable laughed, leaping down like lightning, leaving behind a trail of dazzling electric light. His martial arts techniques are imbued with the power of lightning, making them extremely domineering and powerful. Hua Qiu did nothing, only glanced at him indifferently. Zheng. The sound of swords clashing echoed through the air, piercing the sky. In front of these people, Hua Qiu unleashed his immortal emperor's sword intent for the first time. The moment the immortal emperor's sword intent appeared, Qin Wushang was extremely shaken and could no longer remain calm. What a terrifying force that was! He knew Hua Qiu's sword intent was very strong, but when he actually felt it, he realized how conservative his expectations were. His sword intent. Dominate the heavens and the earth, annihilate everything. Looking down on everything, standing above all living beings. Qin Wushang's pupils dilated. He finally understood why Hua Qiu dared to be so arrogant, telling him to go stand aside and watch. He doesn't need to have the slightest respect for the martial saint, because his sword intent is enough to kill even the martial saint. This was the first time in decades that Qin Wushang had been so shocked. Sizzle. In just a moment, the lightning around the martial venerable in the air vanished. What happened? He was shocked and couldn't understand. He couldn't even sense the sword intent, and had no idea how dangerous that power was. He just felt completely bewildered. Buzz. The space around him trembled. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out blood, his clothes were torn to shreds, and in the blink of an eye, his body was covered with sword marks, and blood gushed out like a pillar. Everyone was stunned as they watched the figure fall helplessly from the sky. The many martial artists below the stage were stunned. The martial masters' expressions changed, their faces filled with fear. Hua Qiu did nothing, but with just a glance, he crippled a powerful veteran martial master. It's hard to say whether he'll survive. The problem is, they didn't even understand how Hua Qiu made his move, or what kind of terrifying power he used. For a moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Is this his sword intent? Qin Wushang murmured, unable to remain calm. He stared intently at the lingering traces of sword intent in the air, completely absorbed. Hua Qiu was instructing him, aiming to demonstrate sword intent, not intending to fight. Otherwise, that martial venerable would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Qin Wushang has already gained some insights, but he is still far from perfect. Hua Qiu looked at the stunned martial venerables with a contemptuous expression. You arrogant and self-important martial lords are nothing but bullshit, he said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned angry. Hua Qiu grabbed Xia Ziwei's hand and slashed in front of her with the sword in her hand. Buzz. In an instant, the space not far ahead emitted a buzzing sound and vibrated violently. Hua Qiu led Xia Ziwei's hand to make another slash, leaving a sword mark on the table, not far from the group of martial venerables. But precise only when someone can take 3 steps out of this mark might I think more highly of you, he said with a sneer. The martial arts masters looked at the sword mark on the platform, their faces turning pale and then red. 3 steps, who are you looking down on? Don't even mention 3 steps, I'll take 100. They were furious, feeling they had been greatly slighted. The martial artists below the stage were also discussing among themselves, all feeling that Hua Qiu was too arrogant, daring to provoke all the martial venerables. Nobody paid any attention to the sword mark, because they didn't feel any threat. Only Qin Wushang stared intently at that spot, his breathing becoming heavy. It's only 3 steps, I can cross it by myself without the help of you powerful figures. One of the martial venerables said disdainfully, stepped forward, and walked to the sword mark. He excels in speed and agility, and is confident that he can handle any unexpected situation with ease. He pretended not to care, but became more vigilant and took a step towards the sword mark. With that one step, his expression immediately changed. It felt as if 1,000 pounds of weight were pressing down on him. The foot he stepped out was like it was filled with lead, and he couldn't put it down no matter what. Wah-ah! The space behind the sword mark trembled, and energy as sharp as a blade appeared, instantly engulfing his foot. Ah! The martial venerable let out a painful howl, his face turning deathly pale. In the blink of an eye, the foot he stepped out with was devoid of flesh and blood, leaving only bone. In an instant, everyone was moved and their expressions changed drastically. Behind the sword mark lay such terrifying power. Boom! With one foot destroyed, Wu Zun was unable to put his foot down and was sent flying by a tremendous force. After falling to the ground, he looked at his feet in horror and screamed. Everyone was speechless. A powerful, veteran martial arts master was unable to take a single step. Just how powerful is the force behind that sword mark? 236, Chapter 236. He is the #1 swordsman in Xia Kingdom. The Yu family mother and son stared blankly at Hua Qiu. They were descendants of the sword master and knew that Hua Qiu was wielding the power of the sword. Mother, this swordsmanship seems much more domineering than Grandpa's. Yu Chuping said with surprise and doubt. Grandma Yu remained silent, her emotions churning violently. That's more than just domineering. She understood that behind the sword mark on the table, a domain of sword intent had now formed, and what had just displayed its powerful destructive force was merely the tip of the iceberg. That was the legendary sword domain that the sword master had once mentioned to her. That was a profound realm that the sword master had always dreamed of reaching. At this moment, old Madame Yu finally understood why Hua Qiu had no interest in the sword master's techniques and martial arts. Because he doesn't need it at all. His achievements in swordsmanship have long surpassed those of the sword master. Grandma Yu was deeply shaken and distraught. She truly knew how difficult it was to master swordsmanship. Hua Qiu is only in her early 20s, yet she has already reached the legendary realm that even her father, the sword master, could never achieve in his entire life. How did he do that? It's unbelievable. You can't even take a single step, you piece of trash. Hua Qiu said coldly, looking at the martial venerable who was howling in pain on the ground. What, is that all you've got? he asked the other martial venerables. The dozen or so martial venerables looked at each other, and for a moment no one dared to answer. The tragic fate of the previous martial venerable made them extremely wary. Didn't you all boast of your strength and confidence? What's wrong with you now? Hua Qiu's cold shout echoed throughout the entire venue. All the martial artists below the stage were looking at those martial masters. Everyone looked grim. Humph, I'll do it. Finally, a great martial venerable stepped forward. A mere trick, do you really think you can scare us? The great martial venerable sneered, not only will I take 3 steps, I will walk right up to you and see what you have to say then. This great martial venerable was arrogant and full of anger, determined to slap Hua Qiu in the face. To ordinary people, the great martial venerable is on another level, extremely powerful. And so he became the center of attention. Brother, step over there, show him what's what. The martial arts masters cheered him on. Don't worry, this kind of method is no match for me. The great martial venerable laughed. Despite saying that, when he walked up to the sword mark, he still unleashed his powerful internal energy, enveloping his entire body, before daring to take a step. Take a step forward. Buzz. The sword intent hummed once more, and countless sword blades appeared, hurtling towards the great martial venerable. The great martial venerable's expression suddenly changed drastically. This time, those things were much more ferocious than before. He dared not be negligent and immediately mobilized all his internal energy to resist with all his might. As long as we can weather this wave, everything will be fine, he thought. In the blink of an eye, the blade was upon them. Sizzle. When that force struck the inner energy shield, he realized how ridiculous his idea had been. The internal energy shield was as thin as paper, unable to even pause the sword blade for a moment. Oh no! The great martial venerable exclaimed in alarm, and hurriedly tried to retreat. Boom! His body was sent flying backwards. Even though he managed to pull away immediately, his foot was covered in blood. But at least he didn't ruin a foot like the person before him. Puff! He coughed up blood after landing, and his face looked extremely pale. His expression was also filled with terror. A force raged within him, destroying his meridians and internal energy. His cultivation level was directly weakened by more than half, almost causing him to fall out of the martial venerable realm. How could this be? He was terrified. He managed to extricate himself in time, yet he still suffered such a severe blow. If it had been any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The great martial venerable looked at Hua Qiu and noticed that he had a half-smile on his face. At that moment, his scalp tingled and his mind trembled violently. That person was absolutely terrifying. How is this possible? Even a great martial venerable can't take a single step. The martial artists below the stage were incredulous. They couldn't comprehend what kind of power it was, even the great martial venerable was powerless against it, and they were terrified, their faces turning ashen. The martial arts masters on the stage also turned pale. Even the great martial venerable couldn't take a single step before being defeated. What methods did that kid use? For a moment, no one on the stage dared to move. The dozen or so martial venerables, who were originally aggressive and domineering, were now terrified into silence by Hua Qiu's sword mark. Hua Qiu shook his head, a mocking expression on his face. He looked at the martial arts masters on the stage, but none of them dared to meet his gaze. They all avoided his eyes, afraid that he would call their names. Hua Qiu glanced around with a cold smile, finally fixing his gaze on one person. He is the one with the highest cultivation level among these martial masters. King Dingwu, you, a dignified martial king, dare not cross my mere sword mark? Hua Qiu sneered. The renowned martial king of Jiangnan, is this all the courage you have? What a disgrace! He mocked mercilessly. King Dingwu's expression was gloomy. All the martial artists looked at him, waiting for his answer. King Dingwu was caught in a dilemma. If we retreat, we will lose face and our reputation will be ruined in an instant. Since you are so confident, young friend, then I shall give it a try, he replied coldly. Although he was wary, he didn't believe that with his cultivation as a martial king, he wouldn't be able to take more than 3 steps. King Dingwu, it's up to you. The martial venerables placed high hopes on him. That kid is too arrogant, you must teach him a lesson. King Dingwu walked out with a cold face and stood in front of the sword mark. Everyone is watching with bated breath. I refuse to believe it's really that bizarre, that even a martial king can't overcome it. The martial artists below the stage murmured. That's a martial king, if he can't handle it, does that mean a martial saint would have to come in person? That would be too outrageous. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, King Dingwu stared at the sword marks on his feet and let out a low shout. King Wu's powerful and profound internal energy permeated his entire body, enveloping him completely. Even the mighty King Wu chose to defend. Everyone was somewhat taken aback. Hua Qiu simply smiled slightly at this. Taking a deep breath, King Dingwu finally took a step. Boom! In an instant, the space in front of them became chaotic, and the violent sword intent formed a storm that swept everything away. King Dingwu's expression changed. How come this power is getting more and more ferocious each time? His expression hardened, and he chose to take the initiative, raising his hand to unleash his inner energy in an attempt to disperse the storm. At the same time, he exerted force with his feet, trying to take 3 steps as quickly as possible and then quickly pull away. But there seemed to be an invisible obstacle under his feet, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get down. In the blink of an eye, the storm of sword intent arrived before them. His attacks were completely ineffective and were swallowed up entirely. Sizzle! The sound of the inner energy shield being worn away rang out, and King Dingwu lost his composure. Even King Wu's internal energy was no match for it. At this moment, all he wanted was to get away and escape. Boom! Even though he was very fast, he was still hit by a force and was sent flying backward, coughing up blood in midair. Everyone was stunned. Even King Wu was unable to take a single step. How is that possible? Could it be that the power has reached the level of a martial saint? You are all such useless people, not one of you can even take a single step. This is beyond my imagination, Hua Qiu said, shaking his head. The expressions of the martial arts masters were extremely gloomy. They were furious, but like a mute eating bitter herbs, they had no way to express their suffering. Because they really can't do it. King Dingwu was helped up, his face ashen. The invading power within him was eroding his cultivation level, filling him with terror. This power, this is the power of evil and heresy, it must be. He shouted. Heretical sect, that kid must be a member of the heretical sect. He shouted, pointing at Hua Qiu. This is not some evil force. Grandma, you suddenly shouted. You people are so eager for my father's swordsmanship, yet not one of you can recognize that this is the highest realm of swordsmanship. Young friend Hua has already reached a level that even my father, the swordmaster, can only look up to. He is truly the #1 sword cultivator in the Xia kingdom. The moment old Mrs. Yu uttered those words, everyone in the room was shocked. 237, Chapter 237, Sweeping Away Everything. Swordmaster is the greatest master of swordsmanship in the Xia kingdom. Over the past few hundred years his combat strength is almost comparable to that of a martial saint, and he is known as the #1 swordsman in the Xia kingdom. It is precisely because he, a martial king, possessed such formidable combat power through his swordsmanship that his swordsmanship was coveted by countless martial artists. And now, old Madame Yu actually says that Hua Qiu is a sword cultivator who surpasses the swordmaster. This was nothing short of a deep-sea bomb, shocking everyone. That person was unbelievably young. Reaching the martial venerable realm at such a young age is already incredible, but to surpass the sword venerable realm in swordsmanship is beyond description. Even monster is insufficient to describe it. He's a monster. The martial arts masters could not accept it and could not believe it. What they are pursuing is actually not even at the level that the young people in front of them are standing on. Hua Qiu glanced at Qin Wushang on the other side. Qin Wushang closed his eyes, focusing intently on sensing the sword intent within the sword domain. His comprehension was good, sensing Hua Qiu's immortal emperor sword intent, his own sword intent was about to take shape. Gradually, an unusual aura began to surround Qin Wushang. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Fifth grade sword intent, not bad, he said casually. Qin Wushang, an ordinary mortal, managed to condense a fifth grade sword intent on his first attempt, which is quite impressive. The initial level of sword intent is divided into 9 grades, with 9 being the lowest and 1 being the highest. Even the swordmaster, who is known as the number 1 sword cultivator in the Xia kingdom, only has a sword intent of grade 7. Qin Wushang was 2 ranks higher than him. After all, what he was sensing was Hua Qiu's sword intent. The main problem is that Qin Wushang has too little understanding of swordsmanship. If he had enough experience and with the assistance of Hua Qiu's sword intent, he should be able to comprehend 3rd grade or even 1st or 2nd grade sword intent. Hua Qiu turned his head and looked at the martial venerables whose faces were grim. What, you still want to seize the sword master's techniques and martial arts? If you do, then come on over, he said indifferently. The martial arts masters dared not speak out against their anger. Are we just going to give up like this? A martial venerable said in a low voice, unwilling to accept the situation. They were very reluctant to give up after working so hard for the sword master's techniques and martial arts for so many years. How can we give up? King Dingwu said with a stern face. Now that things have come to this, do you still yearn for the sword master's techniques and martial arts? He revealed a meaningful expression. That kid's swordsmanship has surpassed that of a sword master. He has achieved such astonishing feats at such a young age. I can be certain that the swordsmanship he cultivates has definitely reached the heavenly rank. Ding Wuwang's words shocked all the martial venerables. Upon careful consideration, this is the only explanation that makes sense. The mere thought of a heavenly rank cultivation technique made some martial venerables' eyes turn red, and they began to pant heavily. Even if his swordsmanship is profound, setting up that place must have consumed a lot of his energy. Why should we bother to break through that sword formation? King Dingwu said again. In the end, he was all alone. The martial arts master's eyes lit up. King Dingwu persuaded them with just a few words. The main reason is that the allure of the heavenly rank sword Dao technique is too great. For such a priceless treasure, one would spare no expense. With a wink from Ding Wuwang, the martial venerable on the stage left without a word, his face grim. After stepping off the stage, he went around to the other side, avoiding the sword domain left by Hua Qiu on the stage. What are they trying to do? Old Mrs. Yu became alert. These people aren't planning to gang up on Hua Qiu, are they? Have they no shame? Xia Ziwei said angrily. Hua Qiu snorted coldly. Does he really think that the sword domain is his only means of attack? That was merely to guide Qin Wushang and help him comprehend the sword intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without warning, the martial arts masters suddenly attacked, rushing towards Hua Qiu from different directions. Boom boom boom. In an instant, chaos erupted around the platform, as the aura of numerous martial venerables forced the martial artists below to scatter. Hua Qiu, be careful! Xia Ziwei shouted. All the martial arts masters were targeting him, but he stood at the front and shouldered all the pressure alone. With so many of us joining forces, I don't believe we can't deal with a young sword master like you. Someone said with a sneer. Ding Wuwang wore a sinister smile. At this moment, he couldn't care less about saving face and went all out. With such a lineup, even a martial saint would have to temporarily avoid their sharp edge. He didn't believe Hua Qiu could stop him. Ridiculous. Hua Qiu said with a mocking expression. Boom. His aura finally erupted. Like a volcanic eruption, like a hurricane and tsunami, like the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth. His aura was earth-shattering. In an instant, King Dingwu's expression changed drastically, filled with terror. The martial arts masters were also terrified. No one could have imagined that Hua Qiu's true power would be so formidable. It's like an invincible demon god who looks down on everything in the world. In comparison, Hua Qiu's aura was like a vast ocean, while they were nothing more than small boats adrift on that ocean. How can he have such a powerful aura? King Dingwu's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't he a swordsman? Why does it possess other, even more terrifying powers? An ant cannot shake a tree, Hua Qiu said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a giant hand of energy immediately appeared in front of him. With a single slap, the giant hand enveloped all the martial venerables, sweeping across, leaving no stone unturned. The martial venerables were terrified and wanted to escape, but the area covered by that giant hand was too large. Like swatting ants, this giant hand slammed all the martial venerables together regardless of their cultivation level. None of them were exempt and powerless to resist. All of their internal energy was completely obliterated. Boom! With a sweeping motion, he gathered all the martial venerables together and then slammed them down onto the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently, as if a massive earthquake had occurred. The deafening roar created utter chaos. After a while, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The martial artists stared wide-eyed at the huge crater before them, looking utterly bewildered. The street outside the Yu family's house was dented by a hand-sized hole. They hurried leaned closer to take a look. Inside the large pit, more than 10 martial venerables lay at the bottom, their condition a pitiful sight. Some martial masters were completely crippled, their bones broken and their meridians severed. Even those who were in slightly better condition were severely injured and had no strength to move. The martial artists were utterly shocked and remained speechless for a long time. One palm strike. Just one palm strike. More than a dozen martial venerables were almost killed. What terrifying power is this? The person who made the move was so young, and I had never heard of him before. This is the successor to the Martial Alliance leader? Just how powerful is this guy? I'd believe it if you told me he was a martial saint. The martial artists were in an uproar. Everyone looked at Hua Qiu with deep awe. Previously, he was not well known. But with just this one battle, he will surely become famous throughout the world. In the hundreds of years of martial arts history in Xia Kingdom, there has never been such an incredible genius. Xia Ziwei stared blankly at Hua Qiu. She never imagined that her savior would be so extraordinary. Young friend Hua, you have the makings of a martial god. Old Madam Yu said emphatically. She remembered the ancient prophecy her father, the sword master, had told her. The future of martial arts will bring unprecedented opportunities and turning points. A chosen one will be born, leading the Xia Kingdom to an unknown peak. He will face countless unimaginable challenges, and the final outcome is unpredictable. Could it be him, the chosen one? Old Mrs. Yu murmured. 238, Chapter 238. The martial saint admires. What should we do? Liao Tangyuan and Dong Jiqi stood in front of the pit, staring blankly at the more than 10 seriously injured martial venerables inside. These were all righteous and powerful individuals, yet Hua Qiu nearly crippled more than a dozen of them in one fell swoop. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the worry in each other's hearts. This is a turbulent time, and the evil faction is stirring up trouble. If the Yi Qi Dao Alliance finds out that the righteous faction has injured so many martial venerables, they may very well launch an attack and take advantage of the situation. I am Dong Jiqi, the head of the Qishan Martial Alliance branch and a national hero. All martial artists of the Xia Kingdom are not allowed to approach. Dong Jiqi shouted loudly. People from the Qingjiang City Martial Alliance were maintaining order here, and they were ordered to surround the large pit. They could only try to block the news. Those martial artists who witnessed the scene inside the pit were all taken into account and would be interviewed or even placed under strict surveillance. Huaguosher, you really went too far. Liao Tangyuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been slapped into a pit before, but luckily the big boss arrived in time, otherwise, he might have lost his life. These martial masters are in a much worse situation than him. This Yu family sword Dao tournament is now over, you may all disperse at once. Dong Jiqi began to order his men to drive the martial artists away. Although the martial artists were dissatisfied, they dared not disobey. Dong Jiqi then ordered a swift rescue operation. When the seriously injured martial masters were carried out of the pit one by one on stretchers, the Yu family members were astonished. The power of Hua Qiu's slap was terrifying. Even if these people are cured, most of them will be crippled. Especially King Dingwu, who was carried up on the verge of death, severely injured. Of his former martial king level cultivation, only 1/10 remains. You reap what you sow. Old Mrs. Yu said coldly, watching the scene unfold. The Yu family was deeply saddened. In the sword tournament, Hua Qiu fought against more than 10 martial masters alone. I thought it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but it turned out to be a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Buzz. A buzzing sound emanated from Qin Wushang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, and a sharp aura emanated from his body. Two finally succeeded. Qin Wushang opened his eyes, his body trembling with excitement. He has studied kendo for many years. Only after meeting Hua Qiu and receiving guidance has he finally comprehended his own sword intent. The sword intent, accompanied by the might of the martial saint, permeated the surroundings, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Such powerful sword intent! Old Mrs. Yu exclaimed in surprise. This sword intent is actually higher than my father's. She exclaimed in disbelief. What does my sword intent amount to? Qin Wushang said with a smile. I can sense that young friend Hua's sword intent surpasses mine and the sword master's by countless levels. Having grasped the essence of sword intent, one can better appreciate the extraordinary nature of Hua Qiu's sword intent. It's almost like the difference between immortals and mortals. Qin Wushang had a feeling that the sword intent Hua Qiu was currently using was only the tip of the iceberg. If he were to unleash his full power, it would surely be earth-shattering. Qin Wushang's words moved the Yu family. The martial saint's evaluation of Hua Qiu was surprisingly high. Young friend Hua Qiu, how exactly do you cultivate your swordsmanship? Old Mrs. Yu asked curiously. My father said that the path of swordsmanship requires countless trials and tribulations, and demands 10, even 100 or 1,000 times more effort and time than ordinary training. Hua Qiu is simply an anomaly. My way of the sword, Hua Qiu murmured, his thoughts soaring. In the past, he single-handedly destroyed the 10 top sects of the cultivation world with his sword, killing countless cultivators. The lingering sword intent has not dissipated for 500 years, and the wasteland of the 10 major sects has been barren for 800 years. From that moment on, his swordsmanship became invincible. Once you enter the immortal realm, you will be invincible, and no one can stop you on your path to immortality. He dared to fight and defeat an immortal emperor while only at the immortal venerable realm, which shocked the entire immortal land. After he became emperor, no one could withstand a single sword strike from him. My swordsmanship is nurtured by killing, it is the countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the endless undead, that have forged my swordsmanship. Hua Qiu said calmly. Everyone was startled. As Hua Qiu spoke, a slight aura of malevolence leaked out, making it difficult for them to breathe and causing their minds to buzz. Xia Ziwei looked at him with a complicated expression. What exactly did he go through? What a brilliant idea to feed them by killing them. Qin Wushang said in a deep voice. I, Qin Wushang, have devoted myself to the way of the sword for many years, but I have never been able to cultivate sword intent. Now I have finally achieved my wish. If it weren't for your repeated guidance, young friend, I would never have been able to achieve such success. Young friend Hua, you are my mentor who gave me a second life, please accept Qin Wushang's bow. Qin Wushang solemnly bowed to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu accepted the bow. Xia Ziwei and the Yu family mother and son had strange expressions. The martial saint is worshipped, and Hua Qiu is revered. In the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom, the only person who can command the willing worship of a martial saint is perhaps Hua Qiu. After Qin Wushang finished bowing, he stood up and looked directly at Hua Qiu. My long-cherished wish has been fulfilled. I wish to visit my deceased wife's grave to pay my respects and tell her the wonderful news, but before I leave, I have a request, he said slowly. Speak, Hua Qiu said. I want to experience your sword intent firsthand. Qin Wushang's eyes were burning with desire. He knew that Hua Qiu's sword intent was powerful and far surpassed his own, but he still wanted to try fighting her and see the difference between them. Sword cultivators must persevere through adversity and grow stronger. Hua Qiu smiled upon hearing this. I agree, he nodded. Qin Wushang bowed in thanks, then stepped aside, ready for battle. Sword intent emanated from his body, and the sound of swords echoed around him. Once he was ready, Hua Qiu slowly extended a finger and pointed it at him from a distance. Go! Hua Qiu shouted. Buzz. In an instant, a sword intent condensed into a small sword the thickness of a finger and flew towards Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang's expression was extremely solemn. He stared intently at the small sword, his body humming with intense sword intent. As the small sword approached, he let out a loud shout and unleashed his full sword intent to meet it. Boom! Mutually the impact produced a loud bang, and a shockwave spread outwards. Splash! The stage for the kendo tournament collapsed. Everything tangible in that area turned to dust almost instantly. The Yu family mother and son were dumbfounded. Is this a battle of sword intent between top-tier experts? It's terrifying. Qin Wushang's expression changed. His sword intent was quickly extinguished. The small sword, still undamaged, flew over with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the small sword stopped between Qin Wushang's eyebrows, and the sharp aura it emitted drew a bloody mark on his forehead. If he advances even half an inch further, he will surely perish. The Yu family, including mother and son, and Xia Ziwei were still in shock. Hua Qiu's sword intent was so powerful that even a martial saint who also possessed sword intent could not stop it. He could take Qin Wushang's life in the blink of an eye. Doesn't that mean that the martial saint is nothing more than that to him? Oh my God! Is there any limit to his power? The three were utterly astonished. So the difference is really that big. Qin Wushang gave a wry smile, completely convinced. Ha ha ha, he laughed heartily, a laugh that was both open and relieved. I am still far from mastering the way of the sword, and there is a long road ahead of me, Qin Wushang said. The small sword between his eyebrows suddenly vanished. Qin Wushang bowed to Hua Qiu again, then turned and left. If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word, and Qin Wushang will be there. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Hua Qiu smiled. Qin Wushang's future achievements in swordsmanship will be remarkable, he muttered to himself. I just don't know how far he can go. Hua Qiu still had some expectations. What will his reaction be when he brings a similar sword immortal to his old friend in the future? With him around, all those who murdered his old friend will be reduced to ashes. 239, Chapter 239. I said no, and that means no. The living room of the Yu family. Xia Ziwei held the sword master's martial arts techniques obtained from the sword Dao stone in her hand. Hua Qiu, I'd like to return them to the Yu family, is that alright? Xia Ziwei asked Hua Qiu for his opinion. Without Hua Qiu, she would never have been able to cut through the sword pathstone. It's your stuff, you make your own decisions, you don't need to ask me, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Xia Ziwei immediately smiled happily. She presented the two books to Mrs. Yu. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping accepted it with delight. After more than 20 years, our Yu family has finally obtained these two books. Old Mrs. Yu was moved to tears. Outsiders mocked the Yu family for their decline, unaware that they had not received the sword master's inheritance and, like the martial artists participating in the sword Dao tournament, were desperately seeking the sword master's techniques and skills. If father had been able to pass these things down, the Yu family wouldn't be in this state, old Mrs. Yu sighed, with a hint of resentment. I once wanted to learn my father's swordsmanship, but he refused no matter what I said, saying it would do me no good. Actually, I know that he very much hoped that the descendants of the Yu family could inherit and carry forward his swordsmanship, but for some reason, he did not pass it down. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Let me see these two books, Hua Qiu said. He was not interested in the sword master's techniques and martial arts. But I felt there must be something fishy going on. Grandma Yu handed it to Hua Qiu without hesitation. Hua Qiu opened the book and skimmed through it, but after a while, he frowned. After reading it, his face darkened. If any member of the Yu family insists on practicing the sword master's techniques and martial arts, they should think twice before acting, he said in a deep voice. Young friend Hua, is there something wrong? Old Mrs. Yu asked hurriedly. It is understandable that the sword master did not pass on his skills and techniques to his descendants, Huaqiu said. His martial arts techniques are extremely rigid and not everyone can cultivate them, the conditions are extremely demanding. Unless there are truly skilled swordsmen with the required talent, forcing oneself to practice when one does not meet the requirements will not only make it difficult to achieve anything, but may also lead to backlash at best. All previous efforts will be wasted, and at worst, one may suffer from qi deviation or even death. The mother and son of the Yu family changed their expressions upon hearing this. No wonder my father refused to teach me, old Mrs. Yu sighed. The sword master left behind the sword Dao stone, storing his cultivation techniques and martial arts skills within it. This is a test. If one can cut through the sword Dao stone, cultivation will naturally be unimpeded. Although the conditions are set a bit too high, they can ensure that everything goes perfectly. The mother and son of the Yu family looked very unhappy. It is a disgrace that the Yu family cannot pass on the legacy of the sword master. Young friend Hua, would you please take a look and see if we too have any talent for swordsmanship? Old Madam Yu asked hopefully. Huaqiu glanced at the two of them and shook his head. Cultivating other sword techniques might be possible, but not this one. The two looked disappointed and were deeply hurt. Huaqiu raised an eyebrow. Very well, summon everyone from your Yu family. I'll see if there are any promising talents who meet the cultivation requirements, he said calmly. Thank you very much, young friend Hua. Only then did a smile appear on the faces of the two. Before long, the entire Yu family was summoned. This includes two injured individuals who have not been seen in public for some time. Those were Grandma Yu's eldest son, Yu Longhu, and her eldest grandson, Yu Liang. When they first arrived at the Yu family, Yu Liang's hand was broken by Huaqiu, and Yu Longhu was also seriously injured by him. The two of them have been recuperating these days. Now he appears in the living room with bandages wrapped around his neck. Seeing Huaqiu sitting in the main seat, with old Madame Yu sitting beside her, both of them frowned deeply. The members of the Yu family lined up and walked up to Huaqiu one by one. No way. Huaqiu shook her head after one glance. Grandma Yu then gestured for that person to leave and for someone else to come instead. No. Unable to reach that level. As each member of the Yu family walked by, Huaqiu kept shaking his head. Grandma Yu's face grew increasingly grim. The entire Yu family couldn't produce a single person capable of inheriting the sword master's techniques and martial arts. None of them will do. Huaqiu rejected all of them. Huaqiu was also somewhat helpless. The requirements for cultivating the sword master's martial arts techniques are too demanding. It's not that no one in the Yu family has talent in swordsmanship, it's just that no one can reach the required level. Of the Yu family, only Yu Longhu and his son have not yet been rejected. You too, come and apologize to young friend Hua. Old Madame Yu said sternly. The two men looked grim, but dared not disobey. No need, Huaqiu said coldly. He could tell that the father and son were hostile towards him, and he had no interest in accepting their insincere apologies. Young friend Hua, can those two meet the requirements? Old Mrs. Yu asked hurriedly. No. Huaqiu shook his head again and said calmly. Grandma Yu slumped into a chair, her face full of bitterness. Yu Chuping also sighed and couldn't say a word. No one in the entire Yu family can carry on the tradition. Wouldn't that mean the lineage would be cut off? Xia Ziwei felt very uncomfortable watching this. How is that possible? There are so many people in the Yu family, is there really not a single one who can cultivate? Yu Liang said with dissatisfaction. He stared at Huaqiu, extremely displeased. We are all descendants of the swordmaster. It's just a cultivation technique or martial skill at most. There are differences in talent. What's wrong with us not being able to cultivate it? Why should we be forbidden from cultivating just because he says we can't? Who does he think he is? Yu Liang and his son had been recovering from their injuries and had no idea how many major events had occurred in the past few days. Huaqiu's expression darkened. Yu Liang, shut up, don't offend young friend Hua. Old Mrs. Yu said angrily. Yu Liang's expression froze, revealing a wronged look. Mother, Yu Liang is right. Yu Longhu said, looking at Hua Qiu with hostility and hatred. Our Yu family finally obtained grandpa's inheritances. Just an outsider. What right does he have to judge whether we have the talent to cultivate? My Yu family has a tradition that all members of the Yu family can cultivate. Who has the right to interfere? I think he clearly coveted the Yu family's inheritance. He deliberately said none of us could cultivate it, but we all knew what he was really up to. Shut up! Old Mrs. Yu shouted angrily, her face full of disappointment and frustration. You don't even know what level of existence Hua Xiaoyu is, yet you dare to slander him so shamelessly. You are really infuriating. Yu Longhu and Yu Liang were both stunned. They didn't understand why old Mrs. Yu would defend Hua Qiu so much and treat him with such respect. Wasn't she very suspicious before? Brother, Yu Liang, a lot has happened these past few days that you don't know about. Brother Hua's level is beyond your imagination. You absolutely cannot say such things. You should apologize to him immediately. Yu Chuping also said with a stern face. The two were even more surprised. Hua Qiu looked coldly at Yu Longhu and his son, her brows furrowed. Other members of the Yu family might be able to give it a rough try, but these two are absolutely not to be tried, he said indifferently. The sword master's techniques and martial arts are upright and unyielding. While these two are wicked, if they force themselves to practice them, they will surely suffer severe self-harm and die a violent death. Upon hearing this, Yu Longhu and his son showed anger, convinced that Hua Qiu was targeting them. You say it's not okay, so what makes you think it is? They complained. I said no, and that means no. Hua Qiu said coldly, her eyes flashing. With my own power, I am the greatest swordsman in the history of the Xia kingdom. 240, chapter 240. He simply refused to believe it. Yu Longhu and Yu Liang stared blankly at Hua Qiu. You said you are the number one swordsman in Xia kingdom? Yu Longhu asked, unable to suppress a laugh. Yu Liang also looked at Hua Qiu with a mocking expression, finding him utterly ridiculous. He is the greatest swordsman in the history of Xia kingdom, Hua Qiu said calmly. I was born here, and I am unparalleled throughout history. No one in the Xia kingdom can surpass me in swordsmanship. No matter how hard we try, future generations will only ever look up at my monument. Hua Qiu spoke these two sentences as if they were perfectly natural. That stemmed from his confidence as the supreme immortal emperor. The confidence of the number one swordsman in the immortal realm. But these words sounded extremely harsh to Yu Longhu and his son. They just thought Hua Qiu was incredibly arrogant and ridiculous. Haha, the number one swordsman in Xia kingdom, unparalleled throughout history, that's laughable. Yu Liang pointed at Hua Qiu and laughed, his face full of sarcasm. Who doesn't know that my Yu family's sword master is the true number one sword master of Xia kingdom? As for you, you're just a nobody. Nobody even knows where you came from. How dare you say such things so brazenly? Don't you have any shame? Yu Longhu sneered repeatedly. You're really arrogant, coming to the Yu family thinking you're something special. Where do you get the courage? He mocked. Grandma Yu was so angry she almost fainted. She had already given them a stern order, but the two of them were still so self-righteous, jumping around and making a complete disgrace to the Yu family. She was even more afraid that the two of them would anger Hua Qiu. You two idiots, if you dare say another word, I'll tear your mouths apart. Old Mrs. Yu said angrily, so angry that she wanted to stand up and hit them with her cane. Utterly foolish, utterly foolish. The old lady was extremely disappointed. Yu Longhu and Yu Liang looked extremely grim. They are only dissatisfied at this moment. Dissatisfaction with Hua Qiu, and dissatisfaction with old Madame Yu. Every word Hua Qiu said is true. How dare you two bastards question it? Old Mrs. Yu scolded. Both of them were immediately startled. How could that kid possibly be the number one swordsman in Xia kingdom? Big brother, Yu Liang, please stop talking. Yu Chuping was extremely anxious. Brother Hua Qiu's swordsmanship surpasses even my grandfather's. Even Marshal Saint Qin Wushang, who has comprehended sword intent, couldn't withstand a single move from him. He is undoubtedly the number one swordsman in the Xia kingdom. What? Upon hearing this, the father and son froze instantly. Even a Marshal Saint couldn't withstand a single move from him? The two were dumbfounded, their souls nearly flying out of their bodies in fright. Yu Chuping's words were terrifying, utterly horrifying. Even a martial saint who has comprehended the sword intent couldn't withstand a single move. That's impossible. Yu Liang exclaimed in disbelief. I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. He was almost frantic. I don't believe it either. How could anyone surpass the swordmaster and defeat a martial saint in one move with him? Absolutely impossible. The couple's madness gave Grandma Yu a huge headache. I don't need you to believe me, Hua Qiu said coldly, his face grim. Bang! He merely patted the armrest of the chair, and instantly the sword intent resonated throughout the Yu family's living room. A sharp, piercing sound filled the air, and immense pressure enveloped Yu Longhu and his son. The two men's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately collapsed heavily to the ground. It felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on me. Both of them were out of breath, their faces filled with terror. Only then did they realize how terrifying Hua Qiu was. With just a wisp of aura, they were rendered immobile, their lives hanging by a thread. He really is that powerful, Yu Liang's heart trembled. Yu Longhu tried to speak, but no sound came out when he opened his mouth. Young friend Hua, please be merciful. Old Mrs. Yu pleaded anxiously. Those two are foolish and have offended me many times. I apologize to you here, but they are still of the Yu family bloodline. Brother Hua, please spare their lives. Yu Chuping also pleaded. Hua Qiu, I beg you to. Xia Ziwei tugged at Hua Qiu's clothes and said weakly. She disliked the two men, but didn't want her godmother to be sad. Humph. Hua Qiu snorted coldly. Buzz. The sword intent hummed and invaded the bodies of Yu Longhu and his son. Ah! The two let out a blood-curdling scream like pigs being slaughtered. Grandma Yu was extremely nervous. A moment later, the father and son were completely exhausted and their faces were deathly pale. My cultivation level, Yu Longhu cried out in grief. Yu Liang's expression was similar. These two are wicked and will bring disaster to the Yu family sooner or later. I have crippled their martial arts. If they can behave themselves in the future, they can live out the rest of their lives in peace, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Thank you for your mercy, young friend Hua. Old Mrs. Yu quickly expressed her gratitude. Although she felt sorry for him, she was also very fortunate. They had all seen Hua Qiu's ways. Many martial artists have died at Hua Qiu's hands these days, and even those martial venerables have suffered terribly. Hua Qiu has already shown great leniency by sparing the lives of Yu Longhu and his son despite their repeated offenses. Chuping, quickly have someone carry them out, old Mrs. Yu said to Yu Chuping. Yu Chuping quickly complied. Indeed, no one in your Yu family can cultivate the sword sovereign's inheritance, Hua Qiu said. However, there is one person who can. He looked at Xia Ziwei. Me? Xia Ziwei was stunned, pointing to herself. Not bad, Hua Qiu nodded. You don't have much talent in swordsmanship, but you can cultivate it without any obstacles. Xia Ziwei possesses a rare talent for cultivation, and with Hua Qiu's spiritual power and divine sense protecting her, she will not encounter any problems cultivating the sword venerable's techniques and martial arts. Ziwei, it seems the Yu family's hopes are now resting on your shoulders, said old Mrs. Yu, with some regret. After all, Xia Ziwei was just her goddaughter and couldn't be considered a member of the Yu family. At least we can still cultivate, so the lineage won't be cut off. If you wish to cultivate, I can lend you a hand, allowing you to achieve twice the results with half the effort, Hua Qiu added. Then I'll have to trouble you, Xia Ziwei said somewhat. Excuse me. Hua Qiu paused slightly. During this time, he would fulfill any request Xia Ziwei made and help her as much as he could. Because he felt guilty. He has decided to use his abilities to awaken Xia Ziwei's main personality. If one sleeps for too long, one may never wake up again. Even he couldn't predict the fate of this second personality. Little did he know that his unusual concern stirred strange feelings in Xia Ziwei. Yu Chuping called over a few people, who carried Yu Longhu and his son out. You two must never offend him again, or your lives will be in danger. Yu Chuping instructed as he walked away. He is a national hero of the Xia Kingdom, the future leader of the martial alliance, and a supreme expert who can cripple more than 10 martial venerables with a single slap. Even Qin Wushang, going all out, couldn't withstand a single move from him. His swordsmanship far surpasses that of the Yu family's sword master. He doesn't even care about that little bit of inheritance. Yu Longhu and his son were utterly shocked. The two men looked at each other on the stretcher, their expressions extremely solemn. Father, Yu Liang hesitated, his face full of hatred. Yu Longhu's expression was uncertain, and he nodded to Yu Liang. Yu Liang revealed a sinister smile. A secret conspiracy is brewing.